Chapter 471. This was a small truck, but the truck bed was decorated with an exaggerated ice cream design. The entire truck was blue and white, giving it a dreamy, refreshing sea salt feel. A young girl in a cake dress stood next to the truck and shouted, "Ice cream for you, a good day." Sue couldn't help but be drawn to it. The girl looked to be in her early 20s, with her blue hair styled in an exaggerated ice cream pattern. She wore a blue and pink cake dress and high heels, looking like a sweet ice cream cone. Next to the truck was a large sign selling ice cream, coffee, and sweet milk tea. A banner fluttered on the truck. "Wish you a good day with Xing Xing Ice Cream." Many players were parked near the truck, buying ice cream, which increased traffic congestion and made Sue drive slower. What attracted Sue the most was the row of banners. "Wish Xing Xing Ice Cream Shop passed the system security audit. Food safety is a concern. Everyone is welcome to visit. Ice cream is 3 silver coins each, 5 silver coins for 2, or 1 gold coin for 5. What a show! Such a show, Sue couldn't help but brake, parked his car, and queued for ice cream. Driving here was slow anyway, so he might as well buy ice cream and get out of the crowded area. Besides, this was a rare player's business. Time was almost up, so he didn't mind a few more minutes of delay. Sue put away Silver White, queued up to buy 5 ice creams, and moved them to the freezer. Then, perched on Bear's shoulders, he ran out of the crowded area and summoned Silver White back home. At 2:17 p.m., Sue left the platform, perfectly timed. 17 minutes had passed since the treasure chest spawn started at 2 o'clock. But so what? They bought a bunch of supplies, including some exotic ice cream. The pumpkin boat headed for the treasure chest. Sue took out some ice cream and shared it with everyone. Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of the ice cream. It was absolutely beautiful. Each ice cream cone was enormous, with a chimney-like bread crust underneath and a layer of fruit and milk ice cream on top, topped with chopped fruit and jam. Even at such a high price, it looked like it was worth it. Sue held a strawberry-flavored ice cream. She took out a spoon and scooped a spoonful into her mouth. It was sweet and cool, with a refreshing strawberry flavor and a rich milk flavor. It was incredibly delicious. Little Fox asked leisurely, licking the ice cream. "Gwa, can you make delicious ice cream? It's really delicious. I want to eat delicious ice cream every day." Little Fox's 9 tails were wagging as he ate, clearly enjoying it immensely. "Why can't I? Ice cream's easy. I made it before you were born. With Sue nailing here, I could always have ice cream at home." Little Pumpkin promised as he ate his ice cream. As he ate, he analyzed. "This shop makes good ice cream. Putting ice cream in bread is very creative. The frozen fruit and jam are also delicious. It's just too sweet for my sister's taste. Besides, it's cold and rainy, so ice cream doesn't really go well with it." Little Pumpkin's reasoning was very coherent. Sue heard it too. Indeed, she didn't like overly sweet food. Many foods with too much sugar would make her unable to eat them. But this ice cream was okay. Although it was very sweet, it was delicious. Sue noticed his own hypocrisy. The black ball indicated that they had reached the treasure chest. Little Bear still had half of his bread and cherry ice cream left. It stood up, put its half-eaten ice cream in the freezer, and said to everyone, "I'm going down to get the treasure chest, and we'll be back to finish it later." Splash! Xiao Imo jumped into the water. Sue took the ice cream and ate it, looking down into the sea. "If only there were a clamp, I could pull the treasure chest up, just like in the game. It's so troublesome to keep the bear submerged in water all day." Before he knew it, the ice cream in his hand was gone. After eating, Sue saw that his agility increased by 5% and his cold resistance increased by 20%. The ice cream actually worked. It wasn't just delicious. Sue sat on the edge of the deck, waiting for the little bear to come up. During this time, she opened the public screen and saw everyone chatting animatedly. "Cheesy Luo, it's been a while since I've been on the platform like this. It's so comfortable. I decided I'm going to stay here for a week before leaving." Such rich talk. The Scorpion Tribe platform hotel is so expensive, and what a loss it would be to stay there for a week without opening a treasure chest. "Wife Fishu, the sea's been dangerous lately, with random storms. I think it's good to hide on the platform with money in your pocket. Rich people have their own ways to hide, poor people have their own ways to get by. Suspected crime. There's been a water tank fishing spree lately, and I couldn't bear to waste any time. I bought something and quickly left the platform. On my way back, I ran into Zhu Xingxing selling ice cream. It was amazing. Qian Lingwe, I think the cherry flavor is delicious. Thanks to watching's bountiful cherry harvest. Restaurant agent. It's the strawberry flavor that's delicious. Star C beginning. What are you guys talking about? You shouldn't be getting off the platform, but why are you talking about ice cream? She A1. Enter the Sand Sting Oasis platform. On the edge of the city's pedestrian street, where vehicles are prohibited, there's a player-owned ice cream shop. The owner is a renowned ice cream maker. Her ice cream is delicious and also adds stats. Floor collapse. Increases agility and cold resistance. Potato rice claybot. I increase strength and cold resistance. Encountering a beautiful future. Why don't I get any bonuses? Jean ran farewell. That probably won't work for you. The effects of ice cream are completely random. The properties aren't important. The taste is what's most important. The most important thing is that it puts you in a good mood. Dong Shan Chi Chi. It's delicious. I hope they don't add any toppings. Zhu Xing Xing. Thank you for supporting my business. All ingredients are clean and reliable. The fruit comes from the Huacheng Chamber of Commerce, and the food safety has passed system testing. Image. Image. Image various flavors, available online and offline. Xian known from the neighboring province. Wow, the owner is online. The most mysterious ice cream merchant. De Fu de Gui. The ice cream is indeed delicious. I love it, and will eat more. Image a freezer full of various ice creams. Sister Anan, put down the water tank. I'm going to have my ice cream first. Xiaomo put down the water tank and immediately ran to the pumpkin house kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and continued to enjoy his ice cream. He was soaking wet, and even wrapped in a large towel. It didn't stop him from enjoying his ice cream. The black ball announced the location of the next water treasure chest. Suan opened the water treasure chest, and inside was a wind-fixing pearl phantom. Suan collected the items in the water treasure chest. I added some agility. I'd go into the water at the next treasure chest. No. The dolls objected. Suan smiled and said, no objection. Chapter 472. After her domineering declaration, Suan offered another explanation. Don't worry, my period's been over for several days, so it's okay to go in the water. I can handle it. After that, she returned to the pumpkin house to change into her swimsuit, then wrapped herself in a blanket and shivered in the chilly sea breeze, doing warm-up exercises to acclimate herself. This made everyone feel deeply distressed, but the dolls remained silent. I don't know if it was the effect of the ice cream or just a psychological effect. Suan felt she had quickly adapted to the environment and wasn't as sensitive to the cold as before. This wasn't a big deal. The cold and lack of oxygen on the snowy plateau was truly cold. In comparison, this wasn't even freezing. Suan prepared herself mentally. When the pumpkin boat reached the next underwater treasure chest, Suan donned her necklace, activated her swimming mastery skill, and jumped into the water. As soon as she entered the water, Suan realized she had underestimated the difficulty of retrieving the treasure chest. Under the sea, a cold, murky haze enveloped her. Above the sea, visibility was extremely poor due to the rain, and it was pitch black. Suan, aided by the props, opened her eyes, but the light was sparse, and she couldn't tell up, down, left, or right. Darkness reigned supreme. There were whirring sounds around her, like fish or some kind of treasure chest monster, but she didn't know what they were. She couldn't make out anything. This place wasn't like the Misty Lake Station at all. The underwater world was clear and full of light, and there were no mermaids roaming here. However, Suan quickly came up with a plan. She channeled her mental power to survey the seabed. From another angle, she could see the surroundings more clearly. It wasn't as dire as she had imagined. She was still within the protective barrier, and there were no hostile creatures here. The brief moment of fear just now was all self-inflicted. The pumpkin carriage was not far behind her. The bear had already finished his ice cream, and was worried about his master going alone. It was too dangerous. After thinking for a moment, he said something to the other dolls, and jumped in too. It didn't matter if he didn't have a necklace. Xiaomo could swim, and he was quite good at it. He could be fine without breathing for a short time. After all, he was still a doll. Finding treasure chests on the seabed was his motto. His good eyesight made it easy to find them, but his master rarely went in the water, so he had to be more protective. As Suan painstakingly located the treasure chest and tried to reach it, she noticed something heavy diving from the surface. It was the bear. On the deck, the dolls were a little anxious. One hesitated and said, "Why don't I go in too?" Time flew by. The 5 o'clock chime rang. Suan, wrapped in a towel, waited in the living room, her face flushed, for her chance to enter the water. The time came. Little Pumpkin waved his hand helplessly. Today's water tank search ends here. This afternoon, they found a total of 7 water tanks, falling short of Xiaomo's goal, but no one complained, as they had truly given it their all, and everyone barely paused. The group was only 1,000 meters away from the next treasure chest, but time was running out. This afternoon, Little Bear had found most of the water tanks. Su-En's helped improve the search efficiency somewhat, but not significantly, perhaps only by 20%. After all, when it comes to finding water treasure chests in the sea, Little Bear's terrifying gaze and her mental probing abilities are equally effective. Little Bear's eyes also needed a certain level of visibility, so he had to scan with a waterproof flashlight. Su-En's mental power was limited in detecting directions, so he also had to scan bit by bit. The two of them achieved a 1 + 1 is equal to 1.2 effect, and it was unclear whether they had gained or lost. Either way, they were freezing. That's all for today. Master, go take a hot bath. I conjured a bathtub in the bathroom, and filled it with water for you. Little Pumpkin pushed the rosy-cheeked Sue into the bathroom. Bear, go upstairs and shower. Little Pumpkin yelled at him. Sue-En was pushed into the bathroom by Little Pumpkin. Entering the bathroom, Sue-En saw Little Lee and Wan busy together in the kitchen. Little Lee, wearing an apron, cooked something on the stove. She looked impressive, but in reality, she didn't require any technical skills. On the stove was a pot of ginger and jujube tea, and all she had to do was watch the fire. Wan was chopping the meat from the gula beast she bought this afternoon into fist-sized chunks. As the saying goes, big chunks are more satisfying, so she cut them generously. Sue-En entered the bathroom, took off her swimsuit, and got into the tub. Little Pumpkin pulled out a bunch of things from nowhere: flower petals, ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, mugwort. Sue-En's face was puzzled. Adding some salt, star anise, and soy sauce would mean she'd be stewed. Little Pumpkin added the ingredients as she added them, saying, I looked it up. Ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, and mugwort can dispel cold. They're not just seasonings, they're medicinal herbs. I even added flower petals for a more aesthetically pleasing look. Master, you've been in the water, in the cold, and eating ice today. You need to keep the cold away. Sue-En quickly accepted the idea. A hot bath was truly relaxing, warming her whole body. Little Pumpkin's inclusion of these strange things didn't affect her comfort. Never mind. Little Pumpkin won't add salt. Just wash it like that. That's fine. Sue-En almost fell asleep, drowsy, but quickly woke up, feeling so comfortable. She noticed a floating table in front of her, filled with washed fruit. The Scorpion tribe had bought black grapes, bunches of black fruit with a jasmine scent. Little Pumpkin floated up behind her, feeding her fruit with telekinesis while washing her hair. Her hands were soft and quickly wet her hair. Little Pumpkin worked a lather with her homemade cedar shampoo soap and applied it to her hair. It didn't lather as much as the convenience store shampoo, but it had a light, herbal fragrance. It was so gentle and comfortable. Little Pumpkin let her lie down in the bathroom, massaging her hair and scalp with his fingertips, a massage as much as a wash. The faint scent of cedar lingered in her nose. Sue-En thought of the snow-capped mountains and pine forests on the platform. Yuehuaqiangu sells pine trees, pine nuts, and pine resin. The trees are made into planks, used to upgrade RVs, or burned. Little Pumpkin collects the pine needles, researching them for a while, wondering what to do with them. Then, he discovers a soap-making recipe, and, promising a surprise, spends the entire night researching. Sue-En ignores Little Pumpkin's antics. She calculates the time, and finds that handmade soap typically needs to air dry for 1 to 3 months, allowing the saponification reaction to mature before it's ready for use. Little Pumpkin just then remembers to take it out. Sue-En squinted. Besides cedar soap, she also saw goat's milk soap and cow's milk soap. Sue-En could guess the ingredients, but she couldn't remember when Little Pumpkin made it. After washing her hair, Little Pumpkin wrapped it, then took up the white, delicate goat's milk soap and said, Master, try this. I made it with goat's milk and honey. The white, milky foam lathered against her skin, and Little Pumpkin's soft hands massaged Sue-En's wrists, arms, and shoulders. In the bathroom, there was a fragrant, soft hot bath, plus Little Pumpkin's handmade spa treatment. The kitchen was tense, like a battlefield. Xiaoli set the brewed ginger and jujube tea aside to cool, and began doing odd jobs, like picking vegetables, peeling potatoes, and shredding radishes. Elsewhere, Wan, preparing to make braised gourd beast, was in a dilemma. She was studying a handwritten recipe. She couldn't help but ask Xiaoli beside her, Xiaoli, tell me, what kind of caramel color is that when Little Pumpkin talks about stir-frying sugar color? How much is a proper amount of 5-spice powder? How much is a little? What is a certain amount? How high is the heat, And how low is the heat? Xiaoli was stunned. After a moment's thought, she replied, Sister Wanwan, why don't you come with me to pick the vegetables and wait for the cook to come out? After all, a little error can make a huge difference, and gourd beast meat is not cheap. But I have all the recipes, but I can't cook. Doesn't that make me look stupid? Chapter 473. Is it possible that the recipe Sister Nanling wrote wasn't meant for you? Xiaoli said this quietly, because Little Pumpkin had indeed given instructions when he put the recipe down. Wanwan, the recipe is here. Cut the meat, and give it to Bear later. Bear knows how to make it. I'm going to take Master for a bath, and we'll be back later. Upstairs, Bear, having changed and dried his fur, came over. Do you need any help? Wanwan's eyes rolled. She desperately wanted to prove her ability, but considering that this gula beast meat was definitely not cheap, she handed the recipe to Bear. Big Bear, Little Pumpkin said to leave it to you. With that, she joined Xiaoli's chores, but she didn't give up on understanding the recipe, so she kept an eye on Big Bear. Xiaolimo took it and understood it immediately. Today's menu. Braised gula beast recipe. Blanch the gula beast cubes with scallions and ginger. Remove and rinse with warm water to remove any blood foam. Heat oil in a wok and fry the gula beast meat over low heat until the fat is golden and crispy. Remove from heat. Leave some oil in the wok and add sugar over low heat until caramelized. Then increase the heat to high and add the meat, soy sauce, and 5 spice powder. Stir fry evenly and add hot water. Add a small amount of bay leaves, a handful of chopped honey cha-cha grass, star anise, ginger slices, and some chopped scallions. Simmer until the meat is tender and the sauce is absorbed. Roasted gula beast, roasted flounder, gula beast ribs are suitable for roasting. Add a fish for the owner. Feel free to season it yourself. Savory, sour, spicy, or cumin are all fine. Stir-fried shredded radish upgraded to have Xiaoli shredded. Just add some oil and salt and stir-fry. Stir-fried shredded potatoes same as above. Remember to soak the shredded potatoes in water. When stir-frying, add plenty of oil and shredded red chili peppers and minced garlic. My owner likes crispy shredded potatoes, so soaking briefly is key. Set the shallot aside. New ingredients, wait for me to make them. After reviewing the menu, Xiong understood Nanling's intention. As Nanling's longtime assistant, he had his own understanding of cooking. The bear suddenly grew larger, reaching a convenient 2-meter height for cooking, and began to clean the pot and boil water. This pot of hot water was for blanching the gula beast pieces. Meanwhile, he placed once cut gula beast ribs in the sink and began to wash them. Now, he noticed that the gula beast pieces were very large, fist-sized. Ah, this. Wanwan, did you cut this meat? Yes, Little Pumpkin told me to cut this part into pieces. I think larger pieces are more satisfying. Xiong smiled and explained, could you please recut this, turning one piece into 4? My master can't handle greasy meat, so we need to cut it into smaller pieces. This will make it easier to fry the fat and reduce the greasiness, so the braised pork will be fatty but not greasy. Wanwan was stunned. She didn't quite understand the principle, but she understood Xiong's words about cutting into small pieces. She took the pot of beast meat and said, okay, leave it to me. The chopped, 3-layered, sizzling beast meat sizzled in the wok. Wanwan breathed in the aroma of fat, marveling at her culinary prowess. Her hands kept chopping garlic. Xiaoma said he needed for the roasted garlic-flavored sizzling beast ribs. On the other side, Xiaoli was cutting radish shreds with a kitchen knife, using it as a dagger. Suan felt drowsy and took a nap. She felt relaxed after her shower, her skin delicate and scented with milk and petals. Her hair had been blow-dried and tied up in a bun. Suan changed into the spiritual silk nightgown that Little Pumpkin had brought her, feeling like a happy little god. This life was truly different from anyone else's. Little Pumpkin took care of her in every aspect of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. This wasn't the end of the boundless ocean. Even on Blue Planet, she couldn't live this well. Leaving the bathroom and entering the living room, she was greeted by a delicious aroma. Suan saw Bear, wearing a small apron, cooking in the kitchen. She leaned in for a closer look. The bright red braised pork looked incredibly tempting, with a charming caramel sheen. Its soft, chewy texture was palpable even before she ate it. Suan couldn't help but swallow. Bear was using a spoon to reduce the sauce on a dish over high heat, the pumpkin cart's range hood humming. Noticing Sister and approaching, Little Bear said, Sister, the kitchen is fuming and smells bad. Suan was ushered out by Little Bear. Little Lee was sitting on the sofa watching TV, while Wanwan sat cross-legged on the floor, writing something on the coffee table. The house was immaculately clean, the floor and table spotless. Noticing their owner's arrival, Lily waved and greeted Suin. Then he poured Suin a cup of ginger and jujube tea. And Bao, have some warming tea. Suin took the ginger and jujube tea and sipped it, savoring the aroma of Little Pumpkin's craftsmanship. Then, Lily transformed into a fox, leaping onto Suin's shoulder and nuzzling his cheek. Its 9 little tails brushed against his cheek, tickling Suin and causing him to giggle. He could barely hold the ginger and jujube tea steady, so he used telekinesis to deliver it to the table. Suin walked over to the sofa and sat down, finding Huan taking notes. Suin leaned over to take a look. The notes were covered in a jumble of incomprehensible writing, like a ghostly talisman. She examined them for a moment, but still couldn't make sense. She couldn't help but ask Huan, "What is this?" Huan smiled sheepishly, then showed them. "It's a secret recipe for making food delicious." She then flicked her fingertips, stood up, and, standing on tiptoe, began to sing a few small steps. Suin heard her singing about the deliciousness of braised pork. For a moment, Suin was completely mesmerized. Huan's singing was so impressive that she couldn't tell if she was captivated by the braised pork or by Huan. The sound on the TV was muted. Hachio, unwilling to interrupt Huan's opera, had turned the volume down. So beautiful. Chapter 474. The little ghost in a white dress, without heavy makeup or fancy clothes, sang a song inspired by everyday life with the simplest of gestures. The little fox on Suin's shoulder, the little pumpkin coming out of the bathroom, and the little Imo collecting the sauce from the braised pork all turned their attention to Huan. She looked so charming. It was almost 7 o'clock when the meal was ready, but as the saying goes, good food is never too late. Suin looked at the table full of dishes and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Grateful for this world, grateful for delicious food." The braised sweet and sour pork looked crystal clear, bright red, and soft and glutinous. Each piece of meat seemed to be extremely chewy. The roasted glutinous beef ribs were topped with a layer of golden minced garlic, with a strong garlic aroma. The roasted fish was topped with lemon and red pepper, looking sour, sweet, spicy, and refreshing. There were also a few vegetarian dishes, soft stir-fried shredded radish, and crispy stir-fried shredded potatoes. The most special thing was the purple and red scallion and persimmon soup. It was a truly sumptuous meal. After the meal began, everyone offered Suin food, filling her bowl with a mountain of rice. Suin quickly declined, only to quell their enthusiasm. "Master, you need to eat more to stay healthy. The water's too cold, you need fat to keep warm. This smells so good. Sister, try it. I roasted all the oil out while cooking." Suin devoured the braised savory meat, mouthful after mouthful. It was truly delicious, fatty but not greasy, far superior to the greasy barbecue she eaten before. The garlic-scented roasted spare ribs were also fragrant and oily, but the generous amount of garlic offset the greasiness, leaving you wanting more. Suin ate with relish, his stomach bulging with food, not stopping until he could no longer take another bite. Today's dinner was delicious. Xiaomo's cooking. Wow, Xiaomo's cooking has improved tremendously. Tang Jiayi woke up half asleep in her cramped hotel room. She awoke to the darkness, her head a bit dazed. Was it dawn? Or was it dawn, and then dark again? She lifted the curtains with her foot, and found it was pitch black outside. Suspecting she had slept all the way to the next morning, she summoned the system's public screen with her mind, only to discover it wasn't there. She had only slept until midnight. Only a dozen hours had passed since she entered the Scorpion Man's holy land, the Sand Sting Oasis. Tang Jiayi awoke, unable to sleep for a moment, unable to help recalling the thrilling events from yesterday until now. She had entered the third stage, building a bamboo raft, building a car, encountered a storm, fallen into the sea, found the platform, entered the platform, bought clothes, checked into a room, and parked the car at the hotel. Then it was time to shower and go to bed. Her half-raft was still stored at the Scorpion People's Port. She would need to rest here for a few days, repairing both the raft and her car before leaving. But she had very little money left. Repairing the vehicle would cost a fortune, and so would staying in a hotel. The cheapest room cost 19.99 copper per day. What should she do? Or could she sell the car and focus on building a sea vehicle, turning the raft into a boat? She still had a long way to go before the next level anyway. Once this thought came to her, she couldn't escape it. She was entangled in a dilemma. Upgrading her large hybrid RV had taken a tremendous amount of effort. She looked at the public screen. It was past midnight, and everyone was still chatting about ice cream. Ice cream? Is this the code name for some strange event? Tang Jiai flipped through the pages and discovered that this refers to a player's skill product, selling delicious ice cream that buffs attributes, and it's selling like hotcakes. Tang Jiai sat up in bed in the middle of the night, laughing wildly. Halfway through her laughter, she realized that the people living around her in the platform inn weren't necessarily human players, so she shut up. She lay in bed, covering her mouth with her hand, giggling. Her skills were versatile, allowing her to defend, heal, and control monsters. She also had skills similar to those for making byproducts, so she could definitely set up a candy stall. Skill 1, Candy. Skill 2, Eat Candy. Skill 3, I'm super popular. Skill 5, Candy Maker. The candies you make increase affinity and amplify random attributes. Tang Jiai couldn't sleep anymore, thinking about her business. She'd go to the market the next morning to buy ingredients. She was also thinking about how to decorate the RV and how to arrange the tables. Next door, Wang Feng, who lived in a deluxe standard room, woke up with a frown. Who was making such a noise? Laughing so loudly in the middle of the night? It was so annoying, especially because it disturbed her daughter. She had trouble sleeping to begin with. She stood up, half her face a grotesque expression, ready to teach the noisy person a lesson. A small hand tugged at the hem of her clothes. Mom, where are you going? Are you leaving Xiaohua? The girl's voice was soft, tinged with an indescribable attachment. She was breathing heavily, gasping for air. In an instant, the grotesque woman transformed into a beautiful middle-aged woman. She turned, hugged her daughter, and said, Xiaohua, go to sleep. I'm not going anywhere, and I won't leave you. Wang Feng fed her daughter a life potion. My drink isn't working anymore. The girl said slowly, it's okay. I fall asleep in a little while. Drink, Wang Feng insisted. Heeding her mother's insistence, the girl took a few sips. Then she snuggled in her mother's arms and fell asleep. Her hand clasped tightly around hers. After waiting so long, she finally saw her missing mother again. Although things had changed, she wouldn't give up. No matter the cost, she would stay by her mother's side. The witch's eyes softened as she watched her daughter sleep. Memories of the human Wang Feng filled her mind. In those memories, the little girl had grown up little by little, attending elementary school and middle school, and she had been drawn into this situation while still a child. She felt heartbroken. Alas, she was now the monster Wang Feng. Having voluntarily become a monster, voluntarily remaining on the platform, she gradually lost track of who she was. The mother of Blue Star, the third aunt in the Beta Zone, the Witch of Doom, the Witch of the Nameless Town, the new platform owner of the Scorpion Oasis. Wang Feng's inherent night vision allowed her to see her daughter's frail form and hear the slow flow of her scarce blood. Human life was fading. It was a loss that even life potions could not fill. If no intervention was made, the little girl who called her mother would die. The Crimson Crystal, a precious healing item for demigods, must be obtained. Chapter 475. In the morning, after washing up, Suan stood in front of the mirror. Looking at herself, she felt like she gained weight. She spun around in front of the mirror. Her waist had gained weight, her belly protruding a little, but her cheeks were rosy and full of energy. After changing and going downstairs, she approached Black Ball and asked, Black Ball, can you measure my height and weight? As soon as she finished speaking, Black Ball began to report. To Suan's surprise, she had grown 3 centimeters taller and gained about 5 pounds. Gaining weight wasn't a big deal, but growing taller was a pleasant surprise. Suan hummed a song happily as she went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Perhaps she was tired from swimming yesterday, so she went to bed early and naturally woke up early this morning. It was only 7 o'clock, and everyone else in the house was asleep except for Little Pumpkin. Suan began to search the refrigerator for any fresh ingredients. Yes, water chestnuts that looked like purple onions, white radishes and potatoes, and finally fish and meat. Yesterday's braised pork and other dishes were all devoured, leaving nothing behind. Suan quickly prepared breakfast. Make some porridge and a small cold dish. Wash ordinary broken rice, add water and simmer in a large pot. Shred radish, add salt, squeeze out the water, add soy sauce, vinegar, MSG, minced garlic, chili peppers, drizzle with hot oil, and sprinkle with chopped green onions and cilantro. This is a delicious cold shredded radish salad. Shallots can be prepared similarly. While Suan was preparing the salad, Little Pumpkin, having finished washing and dressing, flew down to join the breakfast preparations. Little Pumpkin's cooking is simple. Breakfast is just a pre-made meal from the freezer, heated up. Seeing his master mixing the cold dish and making porridge, Little Pumpkin took out the steamed buns, placed a steamer basket over the porridge pot, and placed the buns on top to heat. This meal wasn't high in spiritual energy, so for health reasons, Little Pumpkin chopped up a bunch of marinated meat into small pieces and put them all in the oven. Suan cooked porridge on the fire spirit stone stove, while Little Pumpkin roasted the meat in his homemade oven. The oven was essentially a stove with a large drawer. To use it, you had to light a fire. Little Pumpkin placed wood in the oven, then used his skill, Little Pumpkin's big cannon, to ignite the oven. Suan watched, thinking it would be even better if he could go to Yiming City and buy an oven that supported both power cards and spirit stones. Time passed peacefully, and Suan prepared 2 cold dishes in one go. The rest was just a matter of watching the fire, which Little Pumpkin took care of. Suan then left the kitchen to rest. She sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. The channel she had just turned on was Scorpion Phantom, which was about the Scorpion tribe's recent sea fishing competition. The screen showed 2 beautiful middle-aged Scorpion tribe women, singing in unison. Clanna, there's been a lot of news lately. Yes, Amanda, the sea fishing tournament is about to begin, and many players and residents have signed up enthusiastically. Did you know? This tournament is currently being jointly hosted by 87 Scorpion tribe platforms and 652 Scorpion tribe allied platforms. The prizes are constantly increasing. Just yesterday, the platform owner of the Shadow Scorpion Tail Holy Land gave away a Crimson Crystal, the Sand Sting Oasis gave away a Super Spirit Key, and the Super God Mayor of Yiming City, Yishuaida, gave away a Space Purple Jade. The host, named Amanda, kept introducing the items. As she did so, photos and their effects appeared in the background of the TV. The Crimson Crystal is a demigod treasure that can heal the body. When soaked in water, it becomes a healing potion with similar effects to Red Potion. The key to the Super Spirit, the key to unlocking the threshold to Super Spirit advancement, is similar to the Spirit Level Promotion Stone, or the Foundation Building Pill in Immortality novels. The Spatial Purple Jade is not only a high-level spatial equipment, but also a treasure for refining, and can be inlaid into weapons and equipment. Wow, the prizes for this competition are so generous. Registration only requires 1 gold coin. Needless to say, I'm going to participate. With my fishing skills, I might even be able to win a place. The host, Clanna, excitedly exclaimed. Although she knew it was a bit of a show, it really made the show a lot of sense. Wait, you can't participate. The host beside her gave way. Huh, why? These special prizes are only for the player race. Ah, that's great. Because the entire Scorpion tribe is committed to building a platform city that's friendly to human players. It's so rich and beautiful. Everyone, come to Scorpion Tail this weekend. Scorpion Tail Platform, a player-friendly city, welcome players. Then, a promotional video for the Shadow Scorpion Tail Holy Land appeared on the TV screen. This sudden turn of events caught Suan off guard. Just then, Xiao Mo and Wanwan came downstairs and watched the promotional video on the platform. This video was shot uniquely. It opened with a black scene, thick black fog, and a glossy scorpion tail, very majestic and impressive. Have you heard of the Shadow Scorpion Tail Sanctuary? This is one of the 5 sacred sites of the Scorpion people, the Shadow Scorpion Tail. Here lies Veronica, the new god-level leader, and the glorious sanctuary that inherits a millennium of civilization. This beautiful and mysterious platform sanctuary is also home to the most handsome scorpion people. Then, the screen brightened, revealing a row of handsome scorpion people dancing on the city wall in scantily clad clothes. The scene shifted to show handsome scorpion men dancing on cliffs and rooftops. Every time they danced in a particular spot, the corresponding tourist attraction text would appear behind them. The background music was cheerful and exotic. Suan couldn't distinguish any individual instrument, only the rhythmic dong 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 sound. It was so catchy it made one want to dance. There was a noise behind him, and turning back, he saw Wanwan and Xiong already jumping on the stage. One of them was a theater enthusiast, the other a dance enthusiast, and they simply couldn't resist the infectious rhythm of the music. Suan resisted the urge to dance along and turned his attention to the TV. He had to finish watching the trailer first. These handsome scorpion men were each 2.23 meters tall, and their human features perfectly matched the aesthetic of Blue Star humans. Broad shoulders, wasp waists, narrow hips, well-developed chests and abdominal muscles. They were several times more handsome than the scorpion hero, than Anachi, whom he had met at the Scorpion Man's mystery platform. And each one had his own unique look. They danced cheerfully, in time with the drumbeats, their beauty and sexiness radiating. The scene shifted to reveal a sultry, sculpted scorpion woman leading the dance. She had long, wavy brown hair and a curvaceous figure, a truly stunning, queen-like figure. Her black scorpion tail was sleek and beautiful. It was obvious she was Veronica, the new leader of the godly order. Such a beautiful godly order, dancing like this, Sue-An felt completely captivated. Finally, Veronica, the godly order, uttered the slogan. So rich, so beautiful, go to Scorpion Tail this weekend. Then she tossed her head at Sue-An and winked sweetly. Sue-An felt as if she were being seduced by the woman on TV. All she could think about was going to Scorpion Tail this weekend. The promo ended, and the video returned to Klana and Amanda's morning chat show. Sue-An's mind was already wandering. Sue-An knew this was wrong, but she couldn't help herself. Her beauty was so captivating, it struck her heart. She couldn't break free, couldn't escape. Her mind was filled with the images from just now. The sound from the TV was beginning to fade. Sue-An took a full 10 minutes to recover. She shook her head, and pulled out the detection card to examine herself. Chapter 476. Check for mental contamination. After a few seconds, the results came back, proving no contamination. She was simply lost in beauty, lost in her charm, or perhaps her card level was too low to detect a higher state. Sue-An turned around and found the whole family engrossed in the TV show, laughing foolishly together. The situation was similar on TV, with the two hosts, their eyes sparkling, praising Lady Veronica. Lady Veronica is so beautiful, a glory to the Scorpion people. I love Lady Veronica. I protect her smile with my life. I can't wait to move to Shadow Scorpion Tail. Me too. This promotional video is fantastic. Sue-An poked the grinning little fox on his shoulder. The little fox, as if waking from a dream, woke up, its entire fox face flushed as it recalled the scene. Sue-An poked everyone in turn. Everyone lowered their heads, embarrassed expressions on their faces. The bear, in particular, was distressed at having been deceived. At that moment, Sue-An experienced the power of a god-level being, so powerful that one could even kill with charm if desired. Just by watching a promotional video, the entire family of 5 was captivated. No one was spared. It was a bit terrifying. Thankfully, the other party didn't do anything to them. While eating breakfast, Sue-An's mind kept popping up Veronica's smiling face. Even though he knew he shouldn't, he still felt warm inside. To be honest, Veronica couldn't compare to the mermaid Ophelia in terms of beauty. Ophelia was beautiful, but her beauty was like that of an AI. Veronica, on the other hand, was different. She was full of life, her all-around charm simply unmatched. A dance, a smile, Sue-An couldn't forget all morning. Sue-An tried to forget about it, not even daring to turn on the TV. A morning of promotional videos had made the entire family's dolls afraid to look up. After dinner, Sue-An went into the water with Xiao Imo to search for the water treasure chest. From time to time, Veronica's shadow would emerge in the darkness of the sea. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Sue-An felt a warmth all over her body, and the icy water didn't seem so cold anymore. Something was wrong. She couldn't think about that person anymore. Shaja Oasis. Welcome, Tuan Tuan brand sugar cookies, 200 copper coins each, 500 copper coins for 2, or 1 silver coin for 5. 5, okay, thank you for coming. Tang Jiai enthusiastically solicited customers, then collected the money and made them. Early this morning, at first light, she drove her large hybrid gas-powered car to the player parking area and set up her stall not far from the ice cream truck. Compared to the elaborate ice cream truck, her stall was much simpler, but that didn't matter, it looked great. She'd been busy all morning, and now her stall had a plaque and a banner. She priced her sugar cookies, like she did with ice cream, but at a much lower price. This was because ice cream, with its bread, fresh milk, and fruit, was a rare ingredient, and it also had many bonus attributes. Her sugar cookies were small, had low bonus attributes, and a short shelf life. If she priced them too high, they would definitely not sell. She was clearly not the only clever player. Many stalls had appeared near the ice cream truck today. Sausage stalls, barbecue stalls, grilled fish stalls, and fried rice stalls. However, their prices are lower, generally not as high as Tangjiai's. Because those players were selling common food without any stat bonuses, they could only earn a small profit. Soon, upon hearing that Tangjiai's sugar cakes had stats, many players came to buy them. Tangjiai explained while making the sugar cakes. The sugar cakes have a fixed 10% affinity bonus and a random stat boost, with the random stat boost below 3%. Each sugar cake has a shelf life of 7 days, and the stat boost lasts for about 20 minutes after consumption. Making sugar cakes is simple. Buy sugar from the Scorpion Tribe market, heat it until it caramelizes. Stir the sugar syrup with chopsticks and add a little baking soda, which will cause the syrup to expand rapidly. Pour the sugar syrup onto a work surface dusted with icing sugar, and finally press it down with a round wooden board to form a round sugar cake. Add a wooden skewer, and you can eat it. But the most important thing is to expend mental energy, and use skills to allow spiritual energy to attach to the sugar cake, which will then have a beneficial effect. She crafted 5 at a time, taking a sip of blue potion each time, maintaining a certain balance. Tang Jiai explained each person's skills to them. She explained so much that she simply took a screenshot of their skill panel and ordered a billboard online for expedited delivery, placing it in front of her car. She worked until dark. Dinner was fried rice from the player next door, which cost 98 copper. Tang Jiai was so tired that she booked a hotel to stay at the station, but since she had no time to sleep, she decided to sleep in the RV. The quilt and pillow in the RV were damp, and after hanging them out all day, they still hadn't dried. So she just lay on the bare bed and covered herself with a pile of clothes. Calculating her earnings for the day, she kept posting ads on the public screen, hoping to earn enough to buy a ship and leave. The next morning, at 5 or 6, Tang Jiai opened her stall early, ready for a major event. Today, she wouldn't be making them one by one like she had the day before. With the skill she acquired from a day of stall keeping, she was skilled and had mastered batch production. Making 100 at a time, then using her skills together, would be even faster. Early in the morning, Tang Jiai was constantly making sugar pancakes, even having them for breakfast. "Good morning. Can I have one?" A pleasant, queenly voice rang out. Tang Jiai, absorbed in making sugar pancakes, looked up at the noise. Standing in front of the stall was a stunningly beautiful scorpion-like beauty. The woman had long, curly brown hair, captivating purple eyes, a delicate face, and a curvaceous figure. One glance and Tang Jiai was speechless, practically drowning in those violet eyes. "Good, such a beautiful sister." Good, Tang Jiai stammered. She foolishly picked the roundest one from the freshly baked cookies and handed it over. The freshly baked cookies still held their warmth, and with her skill, they glowed with a faint orange aura. "Thank you." The woman took the cookies, placed a gold coin on the windowsill, and leisurely swam through the air, her tail dragging its way. She was so pretty. She looked so pretty swimming around. She looked so pretty sticking out her tongue to eat the cookies. So beautiful, hee. Tang Jiai watched the woman's retreating figure, giggling, as if she had forgotten everything, completely absorbed in her beauty, no longer caring about anything else. The caramel in the pot was bubbling, giving off a sticky smell. Only when the flame shot up high did she react and frantically put the lid on the pot to extinguish the flame. Even after waking up, Tang Jiai couldn't help but think of the beautiful scorpion customer. Thinking about her origins, and who she is. Chapter 477. Thinking back, she had been following that person. She had just bought a sugar cookie, then ice cream and other treats, and then disappeared into the Scorpion Tribe's central street. Why not go see her too, to see if she could run into them by chance? After all, the sugar cookies would keep for a while, so it wouldn't be a problem to sell them later. Once this thought came to her mind, Tang Jiai couldn't wait any longer. Her remaining sanity prompted her to soak the burnt pot with water, so she could wash it easily, put away the sign outside the RV, and lock the doors and windows. Just then, she noticed a gold coin on the windowsill. Wow, what a generous Scorpion Tribe beauty. "Boss, 10 rat cookies." "Oh, it's Vivi. You haven't been back in a while." Veronica had bought a bunch of things in the food court and then, packed up, headed to a shop with a distinctly gothic decor. Before entering the shop, she took out some rat cookies, then pushed the door open and called out, "Sister-in-law, brother, I'm back." The door chimed with a jingle. The snake woman, sleeping behind the potion shop, opened her eyes and rose, aghast. What plague god had appeared so early? She let her husband sleep and threw on some clothes before swam out. When she emerged, she saw Veronica, her purple eyes as bright as irises, clutching a bag of rat cookies. "Sister-in-law, have you had breakfast?" Instantly, the snake woman, Kalasina, lost all her irritability. She channeled her spiritual power, and her long, tangled, dark green hair instantly softened. "Welcome back, darling. How long can you stay this time? Can you stay a few more days?" The snake woman, Kalasina, approached her affectionately. "You can only stay for a few days. I only got time to come because of a recent sea fishing tournament and a meeting. So I say, brother and sister-in-law, why don't you come and live with me at Scorpion Tail?" No, there's no cold or hot season there. I can't get used to it. I prefer a station with distinct seasons. Besides, I believe in prophecies. The snake woman, Calicina, looked at Veronica with doubt. Hey, you look a little strange. And why are your eyes that color? I took a divine-level purple-petaled aphrodisiac flower to get on camera while filming a promotional video for the platform a few days ago, and the effects haven't worn off yet. You're amazing. Those players below the super spirit level are going crazy for you. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths to give them a good first impression? Try this candy cake. It's a gift from the player's talents. It has a similar effect to the purple-petaled aphrodisiac flower, albeit a tiny bit. But they're still young, aren't they? I think this race has great potential. Since you're willing to stay here to protect a prophecy, I'm willing to try to establish a good relationship with you. Suin took a break for lunch, but he couldn't taste the food. The image of the beautiful scorpion man kept running through his mind. Is she some kind of pervert? Suin began to doubt himself. Ophelia was much more beautiful than this one. She couldn't resist the mermaid's stunning beauty. She couldn't resist the temptation of a sex-transformed handsome man. Now, she's obsessed with him, all because of a song and dance commercial on TV. Is she some kind of despicable human? If this were Blue Star, Suin would be searching the web right now. Is it a disease to be obsessed with a beautiful woman? Can women fall in love at first sight? How can lovesickness be cured? But this wasn't Blue Star, it was the perilous apocalypse. She had reason to suspect she'd been tricked. Mental contamination, mental markings, charm skills. Suin didn't hesitate to speculate the worst. But no matter how cautious she was, there was nothing she could do. Today at home, she tried everything from red potions to decontamination potions, and nothing could change her feelings for this divine-level scorpion woman. Suin could only open the public screen and scroll through the chats, trying to divert her attention. The chat on the public screen was intense, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to be about her. Zhu Xingxing, I saw a beautiful scorpion woman today. I think I'm gay. Her purple eyes were like the most brilliant purple emerald, and my heart melted softer than ice cream. To Anchuiner's child, yes, she's so beautiful. I really want to know her name. She's sweeter than my candy. And there's someone really nice. Who's going to give me enough money to buy candy? Cece. I saw her too, at the registration counter for the sea fishing tournament at the Sand Sting Oasis station. Oh my god, her smile is so beautiful, so captivating. I wanted to kneel down when I saw her. No answer. I saw her too. What a magnificent face. I used to be terrified of platforms, but I don't know why, but seeing her makes me feel a lot less afraid. If I could stay at the platform and live in the same city with her, it wouldn't be so bad. Explorer, wake up, upstairs. Staying at the platform isn't easy. Lucky Clover, I know that sister. She's from the platform next door, called Shadow's Scorpion Tail Platform, a sacred place for the scorpion people. Master, what's wrong? Suin was startled, noticing the dolls staring at her. She looked down and saw she had only taken a small bite of her bowl of rice after a long time. The other dolls had already finished their meals. Suin smiled, finished her bowl of rice in 2 bites, put down her chopsticks, and said, I'm fine. Suin didn't go into the water that afternoon. She gave the necklace to Xiong, changed her clothes, and stayed in the studio, sitting in a chair, lost in thought. She flipped through her work notes, her mind filled with the beautiful scorpion man she had seen that morning. Master, you seem strange today. You're not in your element. Are you feeling down? Little Fox leaned over and asked. Suin asked, Xiao Li, do you remember that divine-level scorpion beauty from this morning? I seemed to be captivated by her. That sister was beautiful and charming, and worthy of admiration, but in my heart, and Bao is the most beautiful and charming. Xiao Li leaned forward and nudged Suin's cheek. And Bao, don't let others make you sad, okay? I be worried about you. It's not sadness, I'm just a little overthinking. Suin rubbed Xiao Li's fox head. The little creature was shrewd. It immediately scurried over when it noticed something was wrong, which made Suin feel much better. Sister and Nan Ling, ha ha ha, I found a big water tank. The bear swam up from the seabed, calling. Suin peered out the window. He watched as Little Pumpkin used telekinesis to pull both the bear and the water tank up. The water tank the bear was carrying was quite large and seemed a bit heavy, making it difficult for Little Pumpkin to use telekinesis to float. Suin used telekinesis to help. The wind grew stronger, and in the distance a tornado roared toward them, churning up spray. This isn't good. Chapter 478. On one side. Everyone noticed the storm in the distance, and now the ship was pitching violently, swaying from side to side. Like a pirate ship at an amusement park, it tossed and lurched in the waves. Sue didn't care about whether she liked it or not, or whether she was obsessed or not. Her focus was entirely on getting Xiaomo to safety. She jumped out the window and onto the deck, where the pumpkin boats, lurching, tossing her back and forth, was unbearable. In these conditions, Xiaomo and the water tank were constantly being thrown out of the sea by the waves, making them extremely difficult to retrieve and even more exhausting to the point of telekinesis. Wan came over, using her telekinesis to lend a hand. The sea was becoming increasingly dangerous. They had to get the bear out quickly. With the combined efforts of the three, their telekinesis captured the bear's presence and pulled Xiaomo and the 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide water tank up, safely back on the deck of the pumpkin boat. A big one! Little Pumpkin exclaimed in surprise at the sheer size of the water tank, floating on the swaying pumpkin boat. The wind's picking up. That was a close call. Xiaomo wiped the sweat from his forehead. Luckily, the wind had just started. If it had been later, it would have been difficult to swim up. It transformed into its original form and lay down, forming a large shape on the deck. In the distance, the storm was approaching. Sue took out the wind-fixing pearl phantom and chose to use it. As the prop was used, the shadow of a pearl attached itself to the outermost layer of the protective shield, stabilizing the entire pumpkin boat and easing its sway. Luckily, we have this good thing. Little Pumpkin sighed. It was like once, when the pumpkin carriage was swept into the sky by a tornado, spinning in the wind, giving Little Pumpkin quite a hard time. Everything's going smoothly now. With the wind-fixing pearl, I can find peace in the storm. No need to worry. Master, let's open the big water tank, said Little Pumpkin. Yes, yes. Sue was quick to respond, and as he did so, he lifted the lid of the water tank. As soon as he did so, a meter-long water fish leaped out and launched a tail-swinging attack at Sue. Sue reacted quickly, using his telekinesis to create a barrier in front of him to block the attack. At the same time, Little Pumpkin cried out in surprise. Little Pumpkin's charged shield appeared before Sue, a double layer of protection that deflected the fish's attack. Xiaomo, upon seeing this, jumped up from his spot and swung his meteor hammer. The water fish shivered its tail to avoid it. Swish! A flash of fiery red light flashed, and the water fish was chopped into 108 pieces by Little Raccoon. Water splashed, and the fish vanished, leaving only a single pearl. Wan reached out to her Kong, but before she could move, the water fish was chopped off. Everyone looked at the spot where the water fish had fallen. It was a translucent pearl, with the shadow of a dolphin-like fish within it. Pick it up. The system displayed a pop-up window for the item being explored. Escort pearl. This rare item, when mounted on a vehicle, summons a water fish daily to escort the vehicle. If it dies, it can only be summoned the next day. Everyone saw it. Escort, can I retrieve the treasure chest? Sue asked. In reality, the family wasn't lacking in defenses right now. Both the various protective shields and the puppets were very powerful. But they lacked a worker who could dive into the water to retrieve the treasure chest. Although the bear was a jack of all trades and was very good at diving, they couldn't afford to be a nuisance to a single bear. Sue handed the pearl to Little Pumpkin. Nanling, this pearl is yours, and the summoned water fish is yours to command. Got it. I make it into a guard fish capable of fishing out the water treasure chest as soon as possible, Little Pumpkin said. Sue returned to the water treasure chest. It hadn't yet dissolved into water, so there must still be something inside. Item, wind stabilizing pearl, illusion, quality, common. Note, this item stabilizes a vehicle in a storm, but since it's only an illusion, it only protects it for 3 hours. Item, speed up pearl, illusion, quality, common. Note, this item accelerates a ship, but since it's only an illusion, it only accelerates it for 3 hours. There was nothing else left, so Sue put away the 2 translucent pearls. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight shone down, a bit blinding. Sue looked up. The sky was half cloud and half sun. A storm swept across the sea, mixing water and wind, and their pumpkin carriage was caught in the storm. A translucent pearly shadow protected them, allowing them to remain isolated and detached. Out of a sense of preparedness, Sue asked Little Pumpkin, Nanling, can we sail out of the storm? I try. With that, the pumpkin boat turned, having just been deflected by the storm, and re-established its course, struggling forward. Little Pumpkin made a face of exertion, and the pumpkin boat moved very slowly, like a snail's pace. Nanling, if it's difficult, don't force yourself. We stay in the center of the storm and wait it out. Sue said this, noticing Nanling's struggle. Little Pumpkin scratched his head, stopped, and gave up the fight. It complained, damn storm, It's like a piece of gumdrop. The same thing happened with the pumpkin boat. The wind-stabilizing pearls stabilized the boat in the storm, but they also bound it. The pumpkin boat, with the wind-stabilizing pearls effect, sailed through the water-swirling tornado like it was stuck in glue. Very difficult. Noticing everyone's grim expressions, Suen did his best to cheer them up, speaking in a light-hearted tone. Little ones, I declare that from now on, work hours are over. We're on vacation until the storm passes. Hurry, hurry, go back and rest and play, Suen said. With that, Suen collapsed and the little bear ran into the house. This was clearly unexpected. The little bear cried out, struggling slightly. Sister Anan, let me go. I'm wet and cold. It's okay. Let's take a bath together. The bear's face flushed, and his body was hot. Why is Xiamo so hot? Come on, let's take a hot shower. You can drink some ginger tea later. Don't get sick, Suen said. She busied herself with Storm and the dolls, her focus completely on them. The scorpion beauty no longer lingered in her mind. Her previous angst seemed like a waste of time, a whining complaint. But soon, Suen began to worry about it again. After bathing Bear, there was nothing else to do. The scorpion beauty reappeared like a lingering phantom. She kept playing with the slideshow in her mind. Suen leaned back on the sofa. She had originally intended to watch a cartoon with the dolls, but the scorpion beauty kept popping up in her mind, seriously affecting her leisure time. After this experience, Suen no longer doubted that she was gay, that she had fallen in love at first sight for various reasons. This was definitely something like a mental imprint. It wasn't lethal, and the harm was minimal, but whenever someone was free and relaxed, it would appear to make its presence felt. Although he didn't sense any danger, Suen, a cautious person by nature, felt uneasy. The goodwill he accumulated before was shattered like a fleeting bubble, leaving Suen with only awe and fear for this beautiful scorpion woman. Suen couldn't wait any longer and decided to keep himself busy, resisting the intrusion of this scorpion beauty's phantom. Chapter 479. The household chores had long been divided up due to the sheer number of dolls. Suen walked around the house. The floor was sparkling, the windowsill spotless, the coffee table tidy, the windows transparent, and the curtains clean and fragrant. I remember that from the moment I woke up that morning, One had been working in the first floor warehouse. There wasn't a single chore to do, so Suen simply went upstairs. The second floor was similar, everything was neat and clean. On the third floor, densely packed plants crammed into the small glass house. Suen took a stroll and realized they'd run out of water and fertilizer, leaving nothing to do. So, the only way to keep herself busy was with crafts and cooking. She needed to make something complex. Coming down from the third floor, Suen first went to the studio. Completely devoid of inspiration, she decided to make something delicious and headed straight for the basement warehouse. Master, won't you watch some cartoons with us? Little Pumpkin called to Suen. Suen, not wanting to worry the dolls, said that whenever he relaxed, he'd wander off to the beauty painting, eager to get busy. He simply said to Little Pumpkin, I want to go to the warehouse and see if there are any ingredients to make something delicious for lunch. With that, Suen opened the basement. The pumpkin will accompany the owner. The pumpkin knows the warehouse best, Little Pumpkin replied, rising and flying over. Lily Lily. The nine-tailed fox tilted its head and approached, making a sweet sound. As if to say, add me in. Little fox, don't come with us. It's cold down there. You and the others are watching cartoons up there. You have plenty of time to work when the ingredients are brought out. Little Pumpkin said this to Little Fox, then entered the basement and closed the door. The nine-tailed fox tilted its head, scratching its head with one tail. It felt that Little Pumpkin had a point, so it jumped back onto the sofa, into One's arms, found a place to rest, and focused on watching the cartoon. One was mesmerized by the plot. Elsewhere, Xiamo was already fast asleep, a long-awaited peaceful sleep. The underground warehouse. After several expansions, and the integration of the Aradley gem necklace, Epic, Space necklace, it was enormous. Suen looked at the narrow aisles, and the piles of supplies. The normal temperature area was filled with energy fuel, props, and materials, while the frozen area was full of food. Led by Little Pumpkin, Suen went to the frozen area, which was filled with various meats, but mostly spirit fish. Having eaten too much fish lately, Suen didn't want to eat fish, so he avoided the fish area. Suen wandered around and saw what looked like the flesh of a gula beast. It was a whole, furry beast. What kind of beast is this? Suen asked. Let me take a look. Little Pumpkin approached. Soon, Little Pumpkin explained, this is a monster we fought when we were leveling up with Little Lee. It's a level 13 elite giant tusked porcupine. Because it's elite, the whole beast is a trophy. Its fur can be made into shoe brushes, its tusks can be made into chopsticks or decorative items, and its meat is edible. It's quite good, lean, and fragrant with no odor. We use this kind of meat in our spicy braised spare ribs. Yeah, we might consider eating it for lunch. We cut it open later and figure out how to cook it. With that, Sue-Ann continued to walk deeper. The deeper they went, the colder it got. Little Pumpkin covered Sue-Ann with the clothes he had brought with him when he came down. Sue-Ann saw a row of wooden barrels in the depths, filled with intestines, stomachs, hearts, livers, and the like. Nan Ling, what's going on? Ah, these are the leftover offal from spiritual beasts we ate. Because offal is difficult to prepare, they've been piled here. This one's from the giant tusked porcupine, this one's from the red-eyed ox beast, this one's from the frozen blue sheep, and this one's from birds. Actually, there are quite a few offal dishes on the menu, like braised pork intestines, braised liver tips, stir-fried tripe, and grilled ox tongue. That's why I left them there, but I just didn't have time to prepare them. Little Pumpkin listed them one by one. Sue-Ann's appetite was piqued. With his appetite aroused, the image of a beautiful woman in his mind transformed into delicious food. The tripe reminded Sue-Ann of spicy red oil hot pot. Rolling the large slices of tripe in it created a crispy crunch. The pig intestines reminded Sue-Ann of the soft, sticky braised pig intestines, as well as the crispy county flour, yellow throat, and ox tongue. It seemed as if these offal were born to be simmered in red oil hot pot, and most importantly, they tasted delicious. Sue-Ann expressed his thoughts. Little Pumpkin drooled along with him. The last time they feasted on hot pot was back at the Lost Royal Ranch station, and that time it was all meat hot pot. This time, it seemed like they could try a different version. In the end, the two of them summed it up in one word: do it. Offal, compared to meat, naturally requires more time and effort to process in order to bring out its true flavor, otherwise, it's fishy and stinky and inedible. The two of them sorted through the offal, pulling out 2 buckets. Upstairs. Sorting, soaking, cleaning, cutting. This morning, Sue-Ann finally found something to keep busy. Outside, the wind howled, the storm sweeping the seawater skyward, the entire sea surface surging. Inside, Sue-Ann and his dolls scrubbed pig intestines with wood ash, a stark contrast. The smell, as he cleaned the intestines, was simply divine. Sue-Ann held his breath, the Little Pumpkin fan whirring furiously. Now, Sue-Ann was thankful for his telekinesis, allowing him to sit and perform the cleaning remotely instead of manually scrubbing. Compared to cleaning by hand, this was blissful. He washed them repeatedly, removing most of the fat. For the last pass, Sue-Ann added salt and white vinegar, but salt and vinegar were precious, so he only used them once. The intestines were now perfectly clean. After blanching them with some bay leaves, ginger slices, and green onions, they were spotlessly clean. The storm hadn't stopped for some time, but the braised intestines were already bubbling in the broth. Besides braising the pig intestines, the whole family worked together, transforming these awful ingredients into new dishes. So excited? Me too. Wan and Xiaoli chatted as they cut beef tongue and liver. The projector no longer played cartoons, but instead a food documentary. The red hot pot, accompanied by a commentary, featured large slices of tripe, duck intestines, yellow throat, and squid slices. This was only possible with an abundance of resources. Now, they were trying to enrich the ingredients as much as possible. The documentary captured the culture of hot pot cuisine, making everyone's work full of anticipation. Little Pumpkin thought that those offal they were reluctant to throw away still had some use, and now they had a good place to put it. We ate outdoors. Chapter 480. The stove lit up, and the red oil hot pot broth in the large pot slowly boiled. When the hot red oil hot pot broth began to boil on the stove, it was time to add the dishes. Sue-Ann's hot pot dishes included braised pork intestines, ox tongue with Sichuan peppercorns, thinly sliced pork loin, spicy shiitake mushrooms, large slices of tripe, soft pork tripe, hand-shredded pork heart, sliced pork, sliced beef, diced beef, fish fillet, shredded potatoes, sliced radish, sliced peas, cha-cha grass, cabbage, cilantro. Sue-Ann and the dolls gathered around the stove, bowls in hand, waiting. In Sue-Ann's bowl, the dipping sauce consisted of garlic, chili peppers, soy sauce, vinegar, salt, sugar, water, cilantro, and chopped green onions. The overall seasoning was light and refreshing, helping to alleviate the greasiness of the hot pot. In a flash, Sue-Ann and the dolls were enjoying the meal with great enthusiasm, seemingly oblivious to the danger they were in. Thinly sliced ox tongue, rolled in the red oil hot pot, curled up perfectly, and was slightly chewy when put into the mouth. The pig intestines were soft and sticky, without a single unpleasant taste. The hot pot's heavy oil, salt, and spicy flavor complemented the offal perfectly, leaving only the aroma and flavor. Outside the protective shield, the waves roared. Inside, everyone enjoyed hot pot with laughter. Chef Su, who had been busy all morning, enjoyed a delicious hot pot, and quickly forgot the beautiful scorpion tribe woman he had seen that morning. "What is hot pot?" At noon, Veronica suddenly asked during lunch. The family was having a meal together, enjoying pit-roasted field mice, a specialty of the Sand Sting Oasis. Each roasted field mouse, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, torn open and sprinkled with spices and salt, was a local delicacy, beloved by the scorpion tribe. However, this local delicacy, beloved by the scorpion, snake, and cat people, seems unpopular with the players. It seems to be a specialty of the current players. The recipe involves building a fire, boiling a pot of water, chopping the ingredients, cooking them, and then dipping them in a seasoned sauce. The snake girl of Calasina said she had taught Sai fishing before, and had seen her enjoy hot pot. They build a fire on a portable outdoor stove, then boil a pot of water, cook the fish, and then dip it in a small bowl of seasoning. Sai called it a plain fish hot pot. "Sounds bland," Veronica said. She asked, puzzled, "Why do human players seem to love hot pot more than I do?" She murmured, "Isn't the divine level enchanting purple-petaled flower enough to enhance my lure?" The snake girl, Calasina, glanced at her purple eyes, unsure how to respond. The purple-petaled enchanting flower's effect is more about leaving a lasting impression on living beings, registering it in their minds, and thus achieving a captivating effect. The extent of this superficial obsession is unknown. What is clear, however, is that those players addicted to hot pot are truly ravenous. Many players were discussing this on the public forum. "Cece, you're sick. Ever since I saw that beautiful scorpion human, I can't stop thinking about it. Even during my lunch break, I see her shadow." To Antuaner's child, "Me too. I think I'm broken. Woohoo. I wish I could stay on the platform, wandering around like a pervert, searching for that beautiful scorpion human. My mind knows I should get back to business, but my body is still wandering around, trying to catch another glimpse of her. Yuehuachiengu, oh my god, that sounds a bit scary. Are you guys suffering from some kind of mental contamination?" To Antuaner's child, "Probably not. Maybe it's because I'm simply a pervert, the kind who can't walk when seeing a beautiful woman." Anonymous, picture of a fragrant red oil hot pot, Mayuyu. Wow, it looks delicious. This hot pot looks so authentic. Who is this boss? If you can, remove the anonymity. If you can, post a few more pictures. If you can, give me a bite. Lingning Chingning, oh my god, accumulating so much pig intestines, liver, and ox tongue is truly impressive. Forgive me for the tears of admiration that are falling from my lips. To Antuaner's child, I want to eat. Hey, why don't I have any beautiful scorpion sisters in my mind? All I have are pictures of hot pot and memories of eating hot pot when I was on Blue Planet. What's going on, Chushuan? Humans can't live without hot pot. Wow, I want to say, I want to have one too. Cece, hot pot, hot pot, hot pot, it's over, my brain is broken, all I can think about is hot pot. Ha ha ha. Sai looked at the splash of words floating in front of her, and turned her head in confusion. Sister Fugue was eating with a stern face. Sai tilted her head in confusion. Seeing this, Yun Guilin moved the system panel with his mind, showing Sai the contents of the public screen. Sai noticed that Sister Fugue's system panel was different from hers. The overall system structure had a hint of retro. But that didn't matter. What was more important was the content of the public screen chat. Beauty and hot pot. Sai had never seen the scorpion beauty they mentioned, so she had no reference to her charm. But when Sai saw the picture of the red oil hot pot, she couldn't help but be tempted. Thinking back to the time on Blue Planet, when they went out to eat hot pot, it was a relaxing time. Even though schoolwork was busy, it didn't affect the joy of going out to eat. Oh my god, that's a huge deal. Yoshia swallowed and looked at her food, feeling the fried meat and rice she made for lunch were no longer fragrant. That's an interesting move, using food to suppress the lingering phantom of a mental image. A bunch of incomprehensible text appeared before her, but Yoshia tried her best to understand what Sister Fugue meant. The players who were mumbling about that beautiful Scorpio woman on the public screen were under a certain mental influence. And the players who posted about the hot pot weren't just showing off their idyllic lives, but were using delicious food to help others mitigate that influence. She had no idea what was going on. She had previously followed this topic simply because she assumed those players were being lustful and interested, without giving it much thought. After all, there were millions of people on Blue Planet who admired celebrities, and it was perfectly normal for them to develop feelings of admiration and fascination for a beautiful woman because of her beauty or talent. Yosha nodded in response, expressing her appreciation for Sister Fugue's impressive abilities. Chapter 481. However, they didn't see the beautiful Scorpion Man, nor were they affected. This matter had little to do with them. The girl opposite had a blank expression on her face, but she seemed to have guessed what Yotsuba was thinking. She manipulated the water splashes to form words and asked, "Do you think this matter has nothing to do with us?" How accurate. Yotsuba's thoughts were guessed, and she looked surprised, then nodded rapidly in affirmation. It does, because... The water splashes slowly appeared before Yotsuba, and through her mental power, she heard her sister's serious voice. Yotsuba instantly tensed, wondering if they were going to the platform to fight the beautiful Scorpion Man. "Because we're having hot pot tonight. It's important, and I'm craving it." Yotsuba's body relaxed, and she slumped in her chair. What's going on? It's fun to tease her. Sometimes her sister's mischievousness rivals that of by phone. Hee hee. A silvery laugh echoed from the mind's sea. Apparently, for the perpetually stern-faced girl across from them, her mind was incredibly active, and teasing Clover was a delight. Elsewhere, Suin noticed the wind-fixing pearl, Phantom, was about to expire, so he used another one, extending his piece for 3 hours. 3 hours passed, and the surrounding storm hadn't subsided. This was clearly bad news. The storm brought danger, depleted their item inventory, and delayed the precious treasure chest refresh. Trapping them meant nothing. For other players, watching the storm raging outside the vehicle might have affected their mindset, generating anxiety and worry, which could seriously impact their mental health. But for Suin, it wasn't a problem. There was a little worry, but it was manageable. Because she wasn't alone, she had her dolls to keep her company, so she wasn't worried. Also, they had ample supplies of food and props. These combined factors helped them maintain a stable mindset and a positive spirit. Little Pumpkin pointed at the storm-swirled water overhead and said crisply, "Master, look, doesn't it look like a giant crab?" Little Pumpkin replied, "Oh, it's the shape created by the wind-swirled water." "Hee, I think it looks like a big-bellied toad," Huan chimed in. After a full meal, all that remained were empty plates and bowls and red oil-based broth. The air still carried the lingering aroma of hot pot, and everyone chatted. Pointing at the storm-swirling sky, she imagined interesting shapes. Suin simply smiled, watching Little Pumpkin and Huan chat about this somewhat childish topic, the air filled with laughter. She glanced at the public screen. The picture she had previously posted anonymously was being reposted non-stop. Even though saving a picture cost a copper coin, everyone did it. Players in the third level were relatively well off, so a copper coin meant nothing, and neither did some meat. Soon, the public screens were flooded with pictures, sharing various hot pot dishes. For a time, hot pot discussions dominated the public screens, and few people were tirelessly sharing stories about the beautiful Scorpion people they had seen and how captivated they were by them. Suin felt uncomfortable reading those topics. Every time he looked at them, he couldn't help but imagine the image of a woman. Now, all he could think about was food and hot pot. Hot pot was a matter of personal preference. If spiritual grade meat wasn't enough, there was ordinary meat. If beast meat wasn't enough, there was fish. In road survival games, meat was the cheapest food, vegetables and rice were more scarce. The only thing that challenges players in hot pot is the seasoning of the soup base and dipping sauces. But that's okay, there are countless hot pot bases, and the worst that can happen is just plain water with salt. Don't exclude plain water pot from the hot pot community just because it's simple. Suin has seen many plain water pots. A more elaborate one might include 2 slices of ginger, 2 red dates, and a scallion, while a simpler one is just plain boiling water. People usually put a lot of effort into their knife skills when eating this way. Thinly, meat or fish is sliced thinly and served with dipping sauce, which looks delicious. Some players get creative and simply stir-fry curry powder and add water to create a curry base. The curry has a ginger-colored hue and looks quite tasty. In addition to curry bases, Suin has also seen bases made with meat and bone broth, seafood bases with kelp and shrimp, spicy bases with chili oil, sweet and sour bases with cha-cha-cha, and classic tomato bases. Huachan was selling tomatoes imbued with spiritual energy, each one priced individually, but they sold out quickly. As a result, the public screen was flooded with images of hot pot. Even through the screen, Sue-in could almost sense that the public screen smelled of hot pot. She felt a little sleepy as she watched. Sue-in vaguely thought that she was feeling sleepy from eating too much. She turned her head and looked around. Little Bear and Little Fox had slumped in their chairs, half asleep and half awake. No wonder they hadn't spoken. Fighting the urge to sleep, Sue-in used her telekinesis to move all the dishes to the kitchen sink and place the leftover hot pot soup in a safe, cool place. She called out to Black Ball to set the alarm for half an hour before the wind-fixing pearl expired. Sue-in, Little Pumpkin, and Huan explained. "Okay, Master, go to bed now." "I need to have another argument with Huan," Little Pumpkin replied. "Yes, I need to chat with Pumpkin for a bit before going back to bed," Huan said. She used her telekinesis to move Little Bear and Little Fox to the first-floor bedroom, then she quickly washed up and went to bed. Before closing her eyes, Sue-in thought, "I guess the image of that divine-level scorpion human beauty won't be in my mind now." "Ding ding ding, Master, wake up. Black Ball is playing a random music alarm for you." Sue-in slept until the alarm went off, feeling groggy and sleepy. "Black Ball, turn off the alarm," she said hoarsely. Black Ball instantly quieted down. Sue-in felt a little less sleepy. Sue-in knew that 2 hours of nap time was a bit much. She had to wake up and couldn't continue sleeping. Sue-in patted her face to wake herself. Through the dim glow of the stone, she noticed the bears had already woken up, leaving her alone in bed. She got out of bed and drew back the curtains, letting the light in. It was afternoon, and the rain and storm still dim outside. But through the French window, she could clearly see a blur outside. Upon closer inspection, she saw a scene of a water curtain cave. What had happened? Sue-in pushed open the French window, walked out, and onto the terrace. She saw the water and sky merge into one. Outside the protective shield, water and wind obscured the sun, swirling like a waterfall. Leaving the house, the pumpkin carriage's soundproofing vanished, and Sue-in could hear the sounds of the outside world, the roar of the storm's whirring water, juxtaposed with the stunning scene. At this moment, the entire pumpkin carriage was swept into the center of the storm, the wind whipping up waves that filled the sky, making the entire pumpkin carriage seem to be sailing through the ocean. The effect was truly stunning and dreamy. Protected by the gust pearls, phantoms, the pumpkin boat slowly sailed through the center of the storm. "Master, it's cold outside. Dress warmly." Little Pumpkin called out to Sue-in from the second-floor window. Then, telekinesis carried a coat down from the second-floor window. Sue-in took it. It was her warm jacket. Little Pumpkin's reminder made Sue-in realize that it was indeed a bit chilly. The temperature outside had dropped again. "Black Ball, what's the current temperature?" Sue-in asked. Chapter 482. Dear Master, the smart speaker Black Ball is reporting to you. The current temperature outside the shield is -5 degrees Celsius, inside the shield is 8 degrees Celsius, and the room temperature is 23 degrees Celsius. The weather is getting colder, so please keep warm. Sue-in looked at the sky, feeling an indescribable feeling in his heart. It's already below zero outside. So will it get colder? Will we face a glacier ocean combined map next? Ding dong. Sue-in received a message, a special note alert. Sue-in opened the public screen and saw a string of messages. Lin Qingju, the farm has a bumper tomato harvest. Based on the share, fresh tomatoes have been sent to your email. Lin Qingju, we recently received news that the Misty Lake Station owner has issued a kill order for you. As a partnership, we are very concerned about your safety. Join. Sue-in looked at the long list of messages and concluded. Hua Chung is trying to recruit her to join the strategy team to protect her. It was indeed terrible that the Misty Lake Station owner had given her such a hard time, but Sue-in had no intention of joining any organization. Aside from the dolls, she didn't want to have any deep ties with anyone else in this world. Sue-in politely declined the invitation. At the same time, Sue-in was also speculating about the meaning of this invitation. She had a feeling the authorities were playing a big game, but she didn't understand, couldn't comprehend, and didn't want to understand. Master, why are your eyebrows suddenly furrowed? Is something bothering you? Little Pumpkin asked, floating down from the second floor. Nothing serious. I just received some unpleasant news. There's no news from Misty Lake yet, Sue-in said. Oh, that's really annoying. Mermaids are so troublesome. It looks like we won't be able to get out of this storm for a while. It's cold outside, so let's go inside. Sue-in carried Little Pumpkin into the pumpkin house. Entering the house, Sue-in took out the wind-fixing pearl phantom and chose to use it. This extended the house's outermost storm shield for another 3 hours. What are you all doing? From the first floor bedroom into the living room, Sue noticed that there weren't a single doll on the first floor. They're all tidying up the closet upstairs. I upgraded and adjusted the layout of the second and third floors. Upgrade. Sue hurriedly held Little Pumpkin, turning it over and over, only then noticed a slight difference. Little Pumpkin seemed to have grown another 2 or 3 centimeters taller, becoming more humanoid. The pumpkin mask on its head had also become smaller and rounder due to its continuous upgrades. She activated her doll perception skill and saw that Little Pumpkin was now level 12, the second level of spiritual item. Little Pumpkin explained, "We just finished eating hot pot, and then we slept together to level up. When we woke up, we noticed that Big Bear and I had both leveled up. Hee hee, it's been stuck for a long time, and I didn't expect to level up so suddenly." Sue was also surprised. Previously, when they were leveling up with Little Lee and fighting monsters together, they accumulated quite a bit of experience, almost filling up the experience bar. However, with the spirit stage, leveling up isn't as simple as before, where you level up once you reached a certain experience point. There seems to be a threshold. I killed so many fish monsters in the fishing tournament before, but I still couldn't level up. It can only be said that leveling up in the later stages is a matter of accumulation and understanding. Sue carried Little Pumpkin upstairs and saw the expanded second floor. This upgrade significantly expanded the interior of the pumpkin house. Little Pumpkin introduced, "Master, I made some preliminary upgrades to the second and third floors, expanding everyone's personal rooms and closets. This way, there's more room for clothes." Sue nodded. Ever since returning from the Scorpion tribe with some clothing, the dolls' closets have been overflowing. Having more space is truly useful. On the second floor, Sue, guided by Little Pumpkin, inspected the expanded closet. A row of wardrobes had been added, allowing each doll to go from having a quarter of a closet to having a full closet to themselves. Also, each doll's personal bedroom has been expanded by several square meters, making it considerably more spacious. Little Fox, who was busy folding clothes in the closet, noticed Sue coming up and greeted him. "Onbow, the pumpkin makes the wardrobe bigger, so I can fit all my clothes in." Little Fox came over, now in foxy form. "I'm used to everything Onbow buys me." Little Fox showed Sue her new clothes. She was wearing the one Sue had bought her from the Scorpion tribe a few days ago. A neat black vest and black trousers, no longer just her original leather outfit of a fiery red fox fur tube top and culottes. She looked very energetic. "It looks great. You look really refreshed in this outfit," Sue complimented. Sue said goodbye to Little Fox and went upstairs. Little Pumpkin continued, explaining, "I expanded the planting area on the third floor so the plants wouldn't be too crowded. While doing so, I also built a gym. That way, Bear has a place to dance, one has a place to sing, and the owner can get some exercise." Sue arrived at the gym Little Pumpkin had mentioned. It was just an empty 20 square meter room. At the moment, nothing was there. Wan and Xiong were both in the room. The two dolls were discussing something, gesturing to each other, intently engaged. As Sue and Little Pumpkin approached, they noticed their presence and paused to greet them. "Sister, good afternoon, Little Pumpkin." Xiao Emma waved. "Master Gua, come on in." Wan extended her small hand in greeting. Sue approached and realized that the two dolls were discussing the layout of the room. Little Pumpkin wanted to make the room into an activity area where they could perform, dance, and exercise. The expanded space had been left undecorated, so they needed their opinions. Wan planned to build a simple stage on one side of the empty room for performances. She also planned to remove the glass roof to create an outdoor terrace. This would give her a beautiful sky backdrop while she performed, which would surely charm her master. Xiong wanted to set up a row of comfortable chairs against the wall so they could watch the stars, add a projector, and a romantic swing. When necessary, they could use the projector to play music and everyone could dance together. If the owner didn't feel like dancing, they could just sit on the swing and watch him. Regardless of the layout of this empty room, the two hadn't yet come to a conclusion. Each had their own ideas. Chapter 483. Little Pumpkin waved his hand helplessly and said, "I was going to let Big Bear and Wan work out the layout of this room first, then show it to the master. I figure out what needs to be added, and then I start planning. But they haven't come up with anything yet." Hearing Little Pumpkin's words, Bear lowered his head, hands sheepishly behind his back, one paw unconsciously raised on tiptoe, making circles. He was indeed thinking something. Wan scratched her head sheepishly. Sue rarely saw Bear's shy expression. With the constant appearance of new dolls, Bear had become more mature. Seeing Bear's playful expression, Sue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing the master's laughter, Wan raised her head, her eyes darting around, feeling uneasy. Could it be that her little trick had been seen through, that the master knew he was trying to charm her with his opera performance? You too, don't look so guilty. It's a good thing to have your own opinions about the layout of the new room in your house. We just take our time researching this kind of thing. Renovation itself requires careful research, Suin said with a smile. After that, she held a doll head in each hand, petting it while activating her perception. Suemo successfully leveled up to level 12, but unfortunately, Wan didn't level up with him and remained at level 11. On the inspection panel, her psychic bar was full, but it wouldn't rise. Suin focused on the bear's data panel. Suemo, the bear doll, also known as Xiaoimo and bear cub. Producer, Grandma. Level, LV12, Level 2 Spiritual Item, Psionic Energy, 1/10,000, 1 Psionic Energy equals 10 billion XP. Psionic Energy increases through eating, fighting, sleeping, and interacting with the owner. Sufficient energy to avoid hunger, sufficient sleep to avoid sleepiness, and a happy and relaxed state to avoid discomfort. Skills have not increased, but skill strength has been enhanced. Let's celebrate tonight. Congratulations to Nanling and Xiao Mo for leveling up together, Suin said. Great. Can we continue eating hot pot? Wan asked happily. 2 flowers in bloom, each with its own beauty. A little after 11 in the morning, Tang Jiayi saw the hot pot picture on the public screen and her mouth watered with greed. This craving lessened her thoughts of a chance encounter with a Scorpio lady. She reflected on herself, wondering why she was so lustful. How could she let her obsession with beauty derail her work and earn money, just to show off on the street? How could she enjoy good food without making money? Other people's hot pot had 8 dishes, while I only had 1 meal a day. Tang Jiayi had to prepare herself. She had to get down to business. Since she was already here, Tang Jiayi headed to the market, looking for a material store to research the construction of her own water vehicle. Her previous half-piece of raft was definitely unreliable. She needed to build a proper boat. Yesterday's income from selling sugar cakes, and this morning's unexpected gold coin gave Tang Jiayi confidence to go shopping. By afternoon, Tang Jiayi had solved the problem of her watercraft. Looking at her new boat, the young girl was extremely satisfied. It was a second-hand boat, 50% new, but it didn't matter as long as it worked. It was 6 meters long and 3.3 meters wide, with a cabin offering 12 square meters of living space, including a kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. Although small, it had everything. What she loved most was that the boat had a transformable function. When not in use, it could be transformed into a fist-sized boat, perfect for carrying around. This would be her new home from now on. When people are happy, they want to make something delicious. So she returned to the parking lot and started cooking hot pot. Boiling bone broth, thinly sliced meat, scalded, and dipped in soy sauce, that's hot pot. While I can't get the juicy, spicy pork intestines, it's still hot pot, isn't it? Tang Jiayi consoled herself. While eating, she continued to sell sugar cakes. The ones she made that morning were perfectly acceptable for immediate sale. 5 sugar cakes, please. Here they are. She set down her bowl. Seeing the graceful beauty standing in front of the carriage, she blurted out in surprise, "Ah, beautiful sister." The beauty took the candy and left 5 gold coins. Want, hesitate, struggle, decide. Sister, here you go. The money you gave me this morning is enough. No need to pay any more. Tang Jiayi pushed the money away, as if pushing the whole world away. After doing all this, she returned to her hot pot, hoping the delicious food would wash away her foolish behavior and her recent lustful thoughts. From afar, she heard a voice ask, "Why are you ignoring me? Am I not charming enough?" "No, I'm beautiful. It's just that the hot pot is delicious, and I'm anxious to eat it," Tang Jiayi said nervously, not daring to look up, buried in her meat, fearing that if she did, she'd pervert and cling to this scorpion beauty's tail, becoming her dog, losing the courage to move forward and only wanting to follow. Outside the house, Veronica had a stunned expression on her face. Next door, at the ice cream truck, Ling Xingxing was mesmerized by the beautiful sister. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she immediately pulled out her public screen to open a picture of hot pot. The snake man was carving a roasted field mouse. Veronica pushed her hand and said, "That's it. That human player selling candy was obsessed with me this morning, but in the afternoon, he said he loved hot pot more. I don't understand. Also, I sense through my spiritual imprint that many people are using food like hot pot to suppress their longing for me. Perhaps humans are naturally immune to superficial spiritual influences, like the enchanting purple-petaled flower." The snake woman, Kalasina, grumbled. Humans, they always been amazing. The snake woman's husband, Islev, said. Yes, today a former human station owner came to me, wanting to trade the station core for a crimson crystal for a human. TSK, you said if she come earlier, we could have negotiated, but I promised to give it to the sea fishing competition as a prize. Now that I handed it over, I can only follow the procedure. Veronica gnawed on a vole leg, chatting casually. Although it's a small, shabby spiritual level station, this owner is quite courageous. TSK. What a shame to inherit a shabby station with such serious side effects. Veronica commented. The snake woman, Kalasina, spoke up. There's a player named Lucky Clover. She has special powers. I think she has a future. You should keep an eye on her. There's also Sunshine Bear. She's very unique, shrouded in mystery. Like the one in Goose City, I can't quite figure her out. I see. Suen didn't know why things had turned out this way. The family was still enjoying hot pot for dinner. They had it at noon, and they continued to eat at night. The dolls weren't tired of it, they were all very happy. And Suen. Forgive her for being fickle, but she couldn't eat any more. 2 hot pot meals in a row was too much for her. She only had a few simple dishes, and couldn't eat any more. She sipped her cherry, strawberry, and honey tea. The swirling spicy red soup, swirling with a variety of dishes, whetted the dolls' appetites. Suen looked at the gradually diminishing storm in the sky and smiled. It seemed like this wasn't so bad after all. As the night deepened, the storm dissipated, and the rain eased. Suen saw a dark mountain range in the distance. Is that some new platform? Suen wondered. Suen pulled out his waterproof flashlight and shone it over. The light was too dim to clearly illuminate anything in the distance. The pumpkin boat moved forward, and as it approached, Suen's flashlight illuminated a sign. It was the platform sign. Snow Slide. Chapter 484. Platform, Ice and Snow Slide. Danger level, message, thrilling, safe, and profitable slide. Ice and Snow Slide platform, but she didn't have a platform ticket. How could she see this platform? Isn't it a special platform only available with a platform ticket? Suen was stunned. A thought occurred to her. She dug out the fishing, catch a big fish. Gift box she received while napping that afternoon. Sure enough, inside, besides 3 golden keys, lay a platform ticket. Ice and Snow Slide, Racing. The gift box also came with a message from System 3. And then, this place is fun and profitable. You definitely win first place. I'm giving it to you, hee. Also, although the system gave her a platform ticket, Suen felt a warm feeling in her heart. Suen touched the pattern on the Ice and Snow Slide ticket and read the text inside. It was similar to the platform ticket she received earlier. Ice and Snow Slide welcomes visitors. Thrilling, safe, and profitable. Come experience the extraordinary Ice and Snow Slide. The new rainy season mode combines with the ultimate ocean surfing experience. Come on. The only difference is that the welcome message now includes an introduction to the new rainy season mode. This platform ticket is also a one-time game experience card. Suen looked up at the platform in the night. One by one, the little heads of the dolls came over, glancing at the platform ticket in Suen's hand. Oh, it's the Ice and Snow Slide. It's so fun here. I really want to go. Little Pumpkin said. Sister Anin, if you need to go, Bear is always ready. Is this platform fun? One asked. There should be a lot of good stuff inside. Little Fox's eyes sparkled, speculating. Suen had an idea. She smiled and said, yes, there are a lot of good things. Suen glanced at the time, 7:44 p.m. Judging by the platform ticket, she have a few hours to prepare. Her lips curled up, and she shouted, Nanling, go, let's go. Yeah. The little pumpkin somersaulted and jumped up. The pumpkin boat passed through the platform sign and headed for the glacier. As the pumpkin boat entered, the platform ticket vanished, and the entire glacier instantly lit up with colorful lights. The icebergs and snow-capped mountains rose above the ocean, gleaming brightly with bright orange lights. These lights snaked up the winding mountain road. From a distance, the entire icebergs and snow-capped mountains looked like a crystal Christmas tree. A system announcement rang out in everyone's ears. Ding dong, current zone, level 3, area 001. Player Sunshine Bear has received an invitation to the special platform Ice and Snow Slide. Enter the platform. This platform features an entertainment racing mode with no time limit. Happy fun, Sunshine Bear. The sky was filled with rain, turning into snowflakes and hail. The hailstones were intercepted by the crystal ripples, tumbling down with a crackling sound. The snowflakes were intercepted by the ice shield, piling up into a layer of snow. As the vehicle moved, the shield shifted, and the snowflakes slid down. The pumpkin boat approached the iceberg, searching for a harbor and stopping. Then, the waterway became land, and the pumpkin boat, stationary, transformed into a pumpkin cart. The pumpkin cart's wheels turned, climbing the winding mountain road. Meanwhile, the temperature continued to drop, and the little pumpkin's cannon began to move, raising the indoor temperature. Achoo, achoo! The little fox sneezed twice in quick succession, and then, with a thud, it transformed into a nine-tailed fox, its fur returning to its body, making it much warmer. The black ball announced, "Attention, the outdoor temperature has dropped sharply. The temperature outside the protective shield is still dropping, and is expected to reach minus 47 degrees Celsius in 10 minutes. Attention, the current temperature outside the protective shield is minus 34 degrees Celsius. The temperature inside the shield is minus 17 degrees Celsius, and the temperature inside the car is 15 degrees Celsius." The sudden increase in temperature put a huge strain on Little Pumpkin's energy consumption. The low-level energy stone couldn't hold up in Little Pumpkin's palm for more than a few seconds, so Little Pumpkin simply stuffed a mid-level energy stone into its mouth. Then, Little Pumpkin made a crunch, crunch, crunch sound. The sudden drop in temperature made Sue shiver. She reached into Little Pumpkin's Chinese knot and searched through her mind's space. She found a stack of heat pads and distributed them to the dolls. The remaining supplies from the snowy plateau came in handy at this moment. Everyone, use these hot packs to keep warm. Nanling, transfer the remaining water from the water tank to the warehouse. Meanwhile, stop the indoor heating and focus on the journey. Got it. As the Little Pumpkin's large furnace stopped working, the entire pumpkin carriage grew colder and colder. The glass misted up, obscuring his vision. Sue simply opened all the windows. Since there was no water in the water tank, there was no need to worry about the cold freezing the pipes. After giving up on heating, the temperature inside the car dropped regardless of whether the windows were open or not. Then Sue took the dolls to change clothes. The hot packs were only for 1 hour, and one had to be used before the next one could be applied. To prevent freezing in the sudden drop in temperature when changing the hot packs, Sue dressed quite warmly. For the lower body, a layer of long johns, a layer of cotton pants, and a layer of trousers. For the upper body, a layer of vest, a sweater, a down jacket, and finally a thick fur cloak with a hood. No matter how many layers of clothing you wear, the heat pads can maintain a comfortable temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. Looking at Sue, who was dressed like a ball, Little Pumpkin couldn't help but ask, "Master, are you wearing too much?" "A lot?" "I think it's fine," Sue said. Little Bear scratched his head and asked, "Will wearing so much clothing affect your flexibility?" "We have the heat pads here, so you can relax a little, sister." Sue said, "That's right." Sue remembered that now that she had money, she could buy some expensive heat pads at the convenience store, so she wouldn't have to endure the cold anymore. No matter what, she wouldn't freeze to death. Sue changed into more comfortable autumn clothes, a windbreaker and long pants. The pumpkin cart slowly climbed to the top of the mountain. The familiar gate, the amusement park, and the glittering ice sculpture sign ice and snow slide were still crystal clear. "Welcome, welcome to the ice and snow slide," a 6-meter-tall snowman said adorably to the approaching pumpkin cart. Chapter 485. This game is a single-player racing game on a large slide. Players must play without a vehicle. We have free parking and can temporarily store your vehicle. You can park here for free. Sue poked his head out of the pumpkin window and asked, "Admin Snowman, why are you here guarding the gate?" The snowman, with his exaggerated, standard smile, froze upon seeing Sue. It looked at the pale, frail girl and stammered, "Whether it's management or guarding the gate, we're all serving the players. There's no distinction between high and low jobs." "Ah!" It let out a short, startled cry. At that moment, the bear leaped out of the window and landed inside the pumpkin carriage's protective shield. It instantly grew 10 meters tall, its mouth wide open, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and asked the large snowman's sister, "Do you remember me?" The bear's action startled the snowman. "Welcome, my dear guest." It trembled all over and wanted to escape, but the gatekeeping rules prevented it from moving at all. It no longer had any suitable snowman staff, so it was the only one manning the gate, and it needed to ensure its own safety. "Dear guests, please come in." The large snowman shivered, opened the gate, and made a respectful gesture of invitation. "Dear guests, I registered you for free. You're welcome to drive in." Sue raised an eyebrow. It turned out that this section of the road was accessible by car. She didn't bother the seemingly willing snowman. After Xiaomo returned, she instructed Little Pumpkin to drive into the park. The gate closed, and the supervisor snowman vanished in a flash, leaving only a few fluttering snowflakes in the air. Suin was familiar with the route and drove straight to the signboard, stopping. Compared to last time walking in the snow, this time it was incredibly comfortable, moving around in a car. Ride, Ice and Snow Slide. Introduction. Sunshine Bear, you are currently in the Ice and Snow Slide, intermediate level. Game rules. 1. This game is not a vehicle-based game. Players must participate independently and are responsible for their own safety. 2. Rent/make a skateboard at the Blue Igloo. 3. Enter the rainy season Ice and Snow Slide at the Red Igloo and queue for the game to begin. 4. This game requires a ticket. Each ticket can only be entered once. After the game, players will automatically slide out of the platform. Without a platform, the game cannot be initiated and entered. 5. Each group of 100 players will participate in a racing game. The full group will start at the same time. This is a racing entertainment mode, a prop race on an ocean course. The rewards and penalties are as follows. First place. 1 silver treasure tree with 10,000 gold coins, unforgettable treasure. 2 indie place. 1 bronze treasure tree with 1,000 gold coins, unforgettable treasure. 3 arty place. 1 wooden treasure tree with 500 gold coins, unforgettable treasure. For th to 10th place. 100 gold coins. 10th to 20th place, penalty exempt. 21st to 50th place, 100 gold coin penalty. 51st to 100th place, 1,000 gold coin penalty. After reading the rules, even she, who considered herself worldly wise, gasped. Perhaps she was so used to being poor that even if she was wealthy, seeing hundreds or thousands of gold coins seemed like a lot. How infuriating it would be to pay 1,000 gold coins after the ranking test. Suin felt a surge of urgency. Not knowing when the game would start, she felt uneasy and couldn't help but speed up. He instructed Little Pumpkin to drive directly to the red-roofed igloo and stop. There were no staff members there. Suin got out, pushed the door open, and immediately noticed the queue for the slide. Little Pumpkin, following his master, got out of the car and quietly put the pumpkin cart away. Queue for the million-meter ice and snow slide and ocean slide. Current player progress, 1/100, latest game start time, to be selected today's 10 p.m. to next day's 10 p.m. Congratulations to Sunshine Bear for arriving first and receiving a first arrival bonus. You can freely choose your game start time. Tip: the later you choose the game start time, the greater the shopping discount Sunshine Bear will receive. No discount at 10 p.m., 9.9% discount at 11 p.m. The next day, 9.8% discount at 11:00 a.m. 8.7% discount at 12 p.m., 8.6% discount at 1:00 p.m., 6.6% discount at 10 p.m. Suin opened a panel before her, offering her options. After a moment's reflection, she understood the rules of the game. The later she chose her time, the more time she had to prepare, making it harder for her to win. Therefore, the system granted her a discount. The maximum discount could reach 36%, which was quite a bit. Suin glanced around at the dolls, hesitating. She had to make a decision quickly, or else new toys would arrive, and she chose first, potentially leaving her with nothing. Noticing her master's hesitation, Little Pumpkin spoke first. Master, your opinion is mine. With me, Pumpkin, here, you can stay for a few days, but I'm worried about overnight accommodations. Little Pumpkin suggested ensuring logistics and freedom in choosing the time. Today's too late. The competition should be held tomorrow. That way, we have more energy and can enjoy a higher discount. Little Bear offered a suggestion and analyzed the details. Raccoon doesn't understand, but I understand that you should maximize the discount and consider the timing carefully. The specific decision is up to the master. Little Raccoon reiterated, only proving that he had spoken. One said, Master, I think we can have an advantage at any time. Why not just pick tomorrow night at 10 o'clock? We can get a bigger discount and make a profit even if we sell it on the exchange. Suin's eyes lit up. He turned his head and glanced at the convenience store next door, his heart burning. Isn't this a safer and faster way to make money than robbing someone? Robbing a convenience store also risks getting blacklisted, and it's very likely that he won't be able to visit any other convenience stores. Then let's start the competition tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, Suin said, and immediately chose the time. At the same time, Suin saw the system confirm the time successfully, and then it was 2 out of 100. The second player arrived. Suin grabbed Little Pumpkin, Little Fox, and Juan with one arm, grabbed Bear with the other, and ran to the convenience store. Quick! The limited purchase items at the natural convenience store chain. She's here. Entering the convenience store, the air instantly warmed, and the air she breathed was filled with a sweet warmth. The snowman in the transparent freezer at the checkout counter opened the door and hummed, "Welcome to the Nature Convenience Store, our intermediate level customers. This shop is fully self-service. Guests can select their items and pay at the checkout counter. We offer free and paid rest areas. The paid rest areas feature capsule accommodations, premium single beds, king-size beds, and premium suites. All are self-service. We support pay later service. Players have a limit of 10,000 gold coins, which can be paid before leaving the counter. Please note, we prohibit defaulting on payments, assaulting snowman staff, and robbery. We are under the divine protection of the goddess of nature. Please abide by the store rules and pay upon departure. Please do not harbor any evil intentions." After saying this long and eloquent sentence, the snowman closed the freezer door, grabbed a handful of snow from the snow machine behind him, and began to scatter it over his melting body. Like a girl putting on makeup, he focused on repairing his own melting body and paid no attention to Suin. Suin shifted his gaze to the shelves. "This shop is completely different from the ones I've been to before. The merchandise is so high-end." Chapter 486. The most prominent items on the item shelf are protective shields, which are sold at a very high price. Protective shield ice and snow armor, slow regeneration, defense value 222,222 points. Price 10,000 gold coins, quantity 1/1, disposable protective shield, top level, defense value 100,000 points. Price 1,000 gold coins, quantity 3/3, disposable protective shield, high level, defense value 49,999 points. Price 100 gold coins, quantity 5/5, disposable protective shield, advanced, defense value 10,000 points. Price 1 gold coin, quantity 10/10. Suin has no shortage of protective shields. After Little Pumpkin assimilated the skis, she can use the pumpkin ice and snow shield, which can be upgraded. She looked at the other items. However, Suin noticed that as she turned her head, the number of protective shield ice and snow armor had returned to 0, and the number of other protective shields was also decreasing. It seemed the second player to arrive was incredibly wealthy and decisive, buying these things right away. Suin felt a sense of urgency and immediately snatched up all the limited edition warm packs, high level. Warm pack, high level. After use, it maintains the player's surrounding temperature at 25 degrees Celsius for 1,000 hours, with an adjustable temperature range of -50 to 40 degrees Celsius. Price 1 gold coin, 1/1. After purchasing the warm pack, high level, Suin also purchased 5 warm packs, intermediate level, 10 warm packs, low level, and 100 regular warm packs. Then, she began her shopping spree. She cleared out all the Spirit Source stones, rare, Spirit Source stones, top level, Spirit Source stones, high level, and Spirit Source stones, intermediate level, on the shelves. As for the low-level energy stones, she had plenty, so she held off on buying any. Regarding Spirit Source stones, she acquired 1, rare, 3, top tier, 5, high level, and 10, intermediate, Spirit Source stones, spending 1,360 gold coins. To make future purchases easier, Suin also bought 2 special platform tickets for the ice and snow slide. Then, Suin began studying other items. The shelves of items also included a treasure chest detector, advanced searchlight, fog-dispelling oil lamp, night cane, and underwater grappling clamp, large. Suin immediately bought anything useful she found. A player on the other side, whom she couldn't see, was also busy buying, as if they were in a buying frenzy. After more than 10 minutes, the limited edition items were almost gone. The other player's spending was too much. Suin wiped the sweat from her forehead. Thankfully, she had bought everything she needed. Suin studied her purchases. Advanced searchlight. This item can be mounted on a vehicle. It consumes spiritual energy to emit light, illuminating a 100-meter radius around the vehicle. It can detect various weather conditions, including sea, sky, fog, rain, and snow. It has a certain effect in dispelling evil spirits. Durability, 100/100. Price, 100 gold, quantity 0/3, fog-dispelling oil lamp. This item emits a fog-dispelling energy wave when lit, protecting the area within a 3-meter radius of the lamp from fog. It has a strong effect in dispelling evil spirits. Purchase includes 1 L of fuel, blood essence of the aberration. Durability, 100/100. Price, 100 gold, quantity 0/3, underwater grappling clamp, large. This item can be mounted on a vehicle and releases a large grappling clamp to retrieve treasure chests. Durability, 100/100. Price, 10 gold, quantity 0/1, isolating aura paint. When applied to a vehicle, this paint isolates the aura of living creatures, effectively concealing them from psychic perception. Price, 10 gold, quantity 0/1, magic screw. A high-level screw from the screw battle station. It can repair vehicle damage and upgrade its quality. Price, 1 gold, quantity 0/10. Suen grabbed 6 of these screws, and the remaining 4 were snatched by the second player to arrive. In addition to items, Suen also bought a number of useful medicines. Healing candies, high level, *10, healing candies, intermediate level, *50, healing candies, low level, *100. Menstrual health pills, *100. Psychiatric treatment capsules, high level, *10, psychiatric treatment capsules, intermediate level, *50, psychiatric treatment capsules, low level, *100. The remaining time is free for some shopping. Instant noodles, rice, daily necessities, seasonings, and gadgets, all can be found here. A little after 10 o'clock in the evening, Suen and his dolls finished buying what they needed, and then started reselling them. Adding a 20% profit margin, they offered direct exchange for each item, which was very popular. Suen and his dolls made up a total of 5 creatures, and their simultaneous purchasing was very efficient. The shelves were constantly emptying, forcing the snowman salesperson to hop out of the freezer overnight to restock the shelves. Almost as soon as the items were put on the shelves from the space, Suen would buy them directly. The melted snow mopped the convenience store floor, and the snowman had lost a lot of weight. Suen's purchases alone for the snowman amounted to hundreds of thousands of gold coins, keeping the first area of the 3rd level bustling until midnight. He was so busy that he felt sleepy. Seeing that everyone else had purchased similar amounts, and the frequency of orders had decreased, Suen closed the purchasing agency, and took the dolls to the paid rest area the snowman had mentioned. They could actually sleep in the pumpkin carriage, but staying in a convenience store is more convenient and energy efficient. Otherwise, they have to use a hot pack or summon the pumpkin carriage and park it outside to keep it warm, interrupting the little pumpkin's rest. The paid rest area inside the convenience store offers accommodation capsules, superior single rooms, exclusive king-size rooms, supreme suites, and divine suites. The prices are 1 silver coin, 1 gold coin, 10 gold coins, 100 gold coins, 1,000 gold coins, and 10,000 gold coins, respectively. It's really not cheap. After showing the snowman around, Suen agreed that the superior single room with the dolls would be perfect. The 20 square meter space, with 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom, wooden floors, a 1.5 by 2 meter wooden bed, and a window mirror, is more than enough for a night's sleep. If Suen weren't the only one with the dolls, she'd think the 1.2 by 2 meter capsule room would be acceptable. After purchasing the service, the normal-sized snowman turned into a small snowman about 1.2 meters tall. It returned to the freezer with a trail of water on the ground, and kept wiping the snowflakes produced by the snowacre on its body to repair itself. Chapter 487. Suen took the room card and entered the superior single room. It was a simple little room with only a bed, a bathroom, and a window. Turn on the light, and through the window, Suen could see rows of almost vertical snow tracks. It looked like that was the snow track for tomorrow's competition, a 100,000 meter track, meaning a full 100 kilometers. His old skateboard wouldn't be enough for him, so he had to figure out how to modify it tomorrow. Suen woke up at dawn to find himself surrounded by dolls. Little Pumpkin to his left, Little Bear to his right, and Little Fox above him. Wan, still her usual self, had fallen asleep and landed at Suen's feet. As Suen woke, the other dolls followed suit. After a quick wash and a warming pack, they all headed out. In the free rest area at the convenience store, they microwaved instant noodles, and paired them with bread and sausage for a simple breakfast. After dinner, Suen and the dolls headed to the Blue House Snow House. It was the same familiar building, a transparent floor-to-ceiling window displaying a variety of skateboards and snow rings. Suen pushed the door open, and the dolls followed him inside. The doorbell jingled, a mechanical welcome echoing through the chilly room. A snow woman with a red scarf wrapped around her neck spoke. "Dear player, it's a pleasure to serve you." Her eyes fixed on Suen, a little distracted, as if she were lost in thought. Suen could actually see the emotion in her glassy eyes. Suan saw the name badge on her chest. Snow House Salesperson. Ms. Awakening, this name feels familiar. Hello, let me see the brochure, Suan said. During this time, she was wondering where she had seen this name before, and suddenly she remembered that there seemed to be a player with this name who ranked low in the last race. Was it made into a snowman and left here? Suan observed the creature that looked like a player transformed into a snowman salesperson. The woman handed over a dozen brochures and began to explain professionally. This is the intermediate competition. The course is long, with ice and ocean modes. There will also be a fog-infested map. We recommend using a water ski with water skiing function. For rental, the A-12313, T-98721, and R-92 are recommended. They can successfully use all three modes and have good overall performance. Suan couldn't help but take a look. Interestingly, these three skis look good in terms of price and specifications. It seemed that the snowman didn't contain any deceptive information. Suan said, I want to make my own skis. If the player has the budget, making skis is great, but it takes time to create them from the blueprints, so they need to be done quickly. Plus, if you don't come back often after you made them, it's going to be very cost-effective, said the snowman. This snowman was quite down-to-earth, and seemed to genuinely consider the players. Suan nodded, indicating he heard. Suan flipped through the blueprints for the homemade skis. This booklet was different from the previous ones. The prices alone were much higher, and the blueprints inside were also more advanced. From the most expensive to the lowest, the highest value was 10,000 gold coins, while the lowest was only around 10. Suan repeatedly reviewed the various blueprints for the various materials requiring spiritual and super spiritual materials. She found an upgraded version of a spiritual wood ski. It had a similar recipe to her previous lightning struck wood ski. Super spiritual wood ski. Price: 1766 gold. Required materials: 1 wood, super spiritual, for iron blocks, spiritual, 10 wood, spiritual, 1 advanced engine. She unfolded the blueprints and read them over again, making sure Little Pumpkin understood them. Noticing Little Pumpkin's okay gesture, Suan flipped to the most expensive ski and showed it to Little Pumpkin. She said goodbye to the snowman and left the blue igloo. Little Pumpkin released the pumpkin cart onto the open space in the park. She found the lightning struck with skateboard tied to the wall as a decoration and began her transformation plan. Although Suan felt a little uneasy, she still trusted Little Pumpkin for the time being. Silver White could transform from an ugly balancing car into a handsome supercar. The pumpkin cart could be upgraded in various ways. It's not surprising that the lightning-struck wooden skis could be upgraded by Little Pumpkin. Next, it was Little Pumpkin's turn to perform, with Suan and the puppets all following her lead. Wan, help me lift this thing with my telekinesis, it's so heavy. Shaoli, put the magic screw in here. Yes, right here. Master, have we got the spiritual iron and spiritual paper I requested? I need them now. Suan hurriedly retrieved the materials Little Pumpkin needed from the exchange. Several hours passed in a flash, and everyone had used 20 ordinary heat packs. The skis had also undergone a significant transformation. This thing couldn't even be called a ski, it looked more like a wheelless cart. The lightning-struck wooden skis resembled a small boat. The streamlined hull was smooth and natural. It had 5 seats, 1 in the front, 3 in the middle, and 1 in the back. They came with integrated bungee-style safety harnesses and a warm yellow protective cover. It had everything you need. At the front of the boat, there was even a fog-dispelling light. Suan checked the system and was stunned. The Little Pumpkin was truly amazing. Upgraded version of the lightning-struck wooden skis. Quality: Super Spirit ++, Ragged, Simple, Ordinary, Fine, Spiritual, Super Spirit, Epic, Godly. Note: this is Su Nanling's ski. Special features: 130% faster gliding speed on ice, 130% faster gliding speed on water, bonus spirit power boost system, equipped with an ice and snow pumpkin protective cover, snowproof, 180,000 defense, equipped with a fog dispelling light, equipped with an advanced searchlight, and durable and wear resistant. Suan gave the Little Pumpkin a thumbs up. Next, Suan and the dolls took to the skis for some practice. Whoosh, whoosh, they raced across the snow on their lightning-struck wooden skis, and time flew by. They'd been using ordinary hot packs, occasionally cooling them down when it was time. Suan planned to use more advanced hot packs once the competition started, making the most of his money. Time flew by, and there was no telling what time it was, though it was still daylight. Until the excitement wore off, everyone felt hunger welling up in their stomachs. I'm hungry, Wan suddenly shouted. Me too, Bear said, lowering his head sheepishly. Just as he finished speaking, Bear's stomach growled like thunder. Sue checked the time. It was already past 1, almost 2. Let's take a break and eat. Little Pumpkin put away his skis and summoned the pumpkin carriage, and everyone got inside to rest. The pumpkin carriage was freezing cold, but thanks to the hot packs, everyone felt comfortable as usual. The stove was lit, and Little Pumpkin pulled the frozen stew from the refrigerator and heated it in the pot. "We be eating soon," Little Pumpkin said. "This is the beef stew I made 2 weeks ago. I cooked some noodles later, and we have something warm to eat together." "Great!" Wan exclaimed. Lily lay on the armrest of the sofa, watching Little Pumpkin cook, licking her lips. Sue had opened a bag of bread and shared it with everyone to fill their stomachs. After distributing it all, Sue approached Little Pumpkin with the bread and handed it to him. "Here, Nailing, have something to eat too." Chapter 488. A late lunch was swallowed with a slurping sound. Everyone slurped noodles together, instant noodles and dried noodles soaked in the hot beef broth, soaked in the aroma of meat, and everyone enjoyed it together with great relish. The meal was simple, without any fresh and rich flavors, but eating something warm during the precious platform time was a luxury in itself. After dinner, everyone sat on the sofa and lay on the carpet, with dolls scattered around the living room to rest. The heat packs had worn off, and Sue felt a chill coming on. However, because they had just cooked, the room was not very warm, but it was not particularly cold either. The heat from the noodles warmed the room, bringing the temperature to around 12 or 13 degrees Celsius, which was bearable for everyone wearing thick clothes. Sue had added a little fire to the stove and led everyone to rest. To stay warm, Sue found a blanket and spread it on the floor next to the stove. Sue called for everyone to warm themselves by the fire. Beside the fire, Sue felt incredibly warm. This temperature was different from the one maintained by a heat pack. Listening to the crackling of the burning wood, Sue felt even more comfortable. "Master, wait, let me move a little." Little Pumpkin spoke, and soon, the surroundings shifted, and everyone appeared on a blanket in the living room. A unique fireplace appeared in the center. The jet-black fireplace, like solidified magma, was very stylish, with beautiful pumpkin vine patterns carved into it. The wood burned in the furnace, emitting heat that warmed the entire living room. Little Pumpkin had transformed itself, creating a comfortable fireside area. So comfortable. Sue couldn't help but collapse on the sofa, lying sideways. "What a beautiful fireplace! What a cozy fire!" Xiaoma said, removing his coat to reveal his furry bare hide, warming himself by the fire, his body limp on the carpet. "I like it. Shioli loves big fireplaces," Shioli said, shaking his 9 large tails. Me too, Wan said, floating up. Outside, ice and snow fell, and the protective ice pumpkin shield swished to block it all. The weather outside was harsh, but inside, it was warm as spring. Sue, having finished urgent matters with the dolls, rested in the comfortable living room, well-fed, warming herself by the fire. The firewood crackled in the fireplace. On the eve of the competition, a moment of leisure amidst the busy schedule. This moment was peaceful and beautiful. Mu Qingchuan scratched her head, strands of golden hair emerging from her white fingertips. Here she was again, in this hellish place, participating in a competition. She was so tired, all she wanted was sleep. Mu Qingchuan, a player with the talent I am Capybara, lives a life of casual living. Her class, doing the job day by day, demonstrates a strong sense of protectiveness. Today, her class is Ghost Ship Captain. Based on her class, she could have guessed that the upcoming match would definitely involve the sea and ghosts. But she didn't want to do anything. Hard work wasn't in her vocabulary. Leaving everything to fate was her motto. Arriving at the destination, she checked the game start time and made sure she had enough time to book a room and sleep. Awakening from her capsule room in the evening, Mu Qingchuan paid for a bucket of instant noodles, 2 braised eggs, a sausage, a crab stick, and a bag of cheese at the convenience store, and heated them up in the microwave. She ate her first meal of the day. Cheese instant noodles, the cheese covering the noodles, sticky and sweet and salty, just right for her. She had nothing else on her mind but eating. She ate mechanically, her puffy cheeks eliciting cheers from the Star Live audience. "Sister, you're so cute. I love Capybara. Instant noodles and cheese look delicious." Yashai and her sister, Fugui, enjoyed an elegant dinner. The table was overflowing with delicious food, practically stacked with plates. Yashai shoved a fried fish fillet into her mouth, chewing the boneless, tender white meat, savoring the contrast between the charred crust and the soft flesh. Sai's noodles splashed with the word sleep late tonight. Sai tilted her head in confusion and asked, "What's up, Sister Fugue? What's going on tonight?" "Secret." Sai smiled and said, Okay, I'm looking forward to tonight." After dinner, Sai went to wash the dishes. She saw Sister Fugue fiddling with something in the living room. Looking over, she saw Sister Fugue had somehow obtained a palm-sized box and was constantly adjusting it. She was installing high-grade spiritual source stones, applying lubricating oil, wiping the box's surface, and patting it. After all this fiddling, the box lit up and projected an image. 3D projection. Sai was startled and almost lost her grip on the white porcelain plate, causing it to slip into the sink and shatter. Thankfully, she managed to hold on to it, saving an expensive plate. Sai watched Sister Fugue constantly adjusting the channels. Various images appeared in the living room, blurring and then blurring. Chapter 489. Darkness fell in the blink of an eye, and Suin took the dolls through another round of practice. Based on everyone's usage habits, Little Pumpkin upgraded and modified some details of the new skis to make them more comfortable. Now, the skis were no longer what they once were, but more like a convenient little boat. A little after 7 in the evening, everyone ate at a convenience store. The convenience store's free microwaves hadn't stopped working for an hour. They kept heating food. The microwave sweet potatoes were bright red, soft and chewy. The heated frozen buns were almost as good as fresh ones. The frozen stew, heated in the microwave, boiled immediately, and a few instant noodles were added to create delicious beef noodles. The microwave kept working, and Suin used his telekinesis to create microwavable delicacies. As soon as they were cooked, they were telekinetically delivered to everyone's hands. Everyone began to eat the hot food, enjoying a leisurely meal. The snowman in the freezer frequently glanced at them from the rest area. The snowman sipped his saliva, inhaling more snowflakes. The snow machine behind it churned away. Soon, everyone saw, not long after they finished their meal, that the snowman emerged from the freezer, paid for a bowl of instant noodles, heated them in the microwave, then put them back in the freezer, and then ate the frozen noodles. This way of eating, these were all unimportant matters. After dinner, they just quietly waited. Suin occasionally glanced up at the shelves. The convenience store shelves were mostly bare, with only a few instant noodles and paper towels left. This was their haul from yesterday. They had almost completely bought out the convenience store's stock. Suin and the dolls leaned back on the chairs in the play area, closed their eyes, and rested, conserving their energy. At 9:50 p.m., Suin applied low-level heat packs to everyone, lasting 10 hours, and waited in line with the puppets, ready for the competition. 100,000-meter ice and snow slide/ocean slide line. Current player progress, 99/100, latest game start time, 2200 hours, countdown 9 minutes and 44 seconds. Players who haven't reached the start time will be considered forfeited and can simply pay a fine or work part-time to earn money. When the time reached 21:55, Suin followed the prompts, took out the upgraded lightning-struck wooden skis, and began to prepare. Little Pumpkin, the driver, sat in the front, Xiao-Mo Xiaoli, and Wan sat in the middle, and Suin sat in the back, taking charge. The ice and snow pumpkin protective shield activated, and each puppet donned their safety harness and securely connected the rope to the skis. A message appeared on the screen in front of Suin. Are you ready? Ice and snow slide, racing, prop race, intermediate, player readiness, 97/99. Countdown, 57 seconds. Game rules. Players use skateboards to slide, picking up items along the way. The time to the finish line is calculated, and rewards are distributed based on ranking. Race down a 100,000-meter ice and snow ocean slide and enjoy the ultimate thrill. This event will be broadcast live, powered by the Interstellar Live Broadcast System and jointly broadcast by major TV stations. A broadcast voice echoed in midair. Suin, fully equipped with a mask and a hat, could see the surrounding slopes. Each one was filled with players and their skis. Each ski was a uniquely shaped one, all high-end, with the exception of Player 3's blonde girl's snow ring, which seemed overly plain. Suin blinked. They were all familiar faces. She was on the first slide. The shopaholic on the second slide next door was Yi-Ching from the strategy team. No wonder she always thought the second player was so wealthy. It turned out to be Yi-Ching, the one who procured supplies for the entire Huacheng. When Suin looked over, Yi-Ching also recognized the woman in the cloak and mask behind the bear in the center, as Su Onlai and waved. Player number 3 was the lucky girl from the previous game, Mu Qingchuan. The image of her soaring high, nearly surpassing Suin and her group, was vivid in her memory. Player number 4 was Sui Jing. Standing on her snowboard, she looked like a queen riding the waves, full of energy. In the distance, Suin also spotted a girl with a short-sleeved, short skirt and a bun. It had been a while since they'd seen each other, but her face seemed untouched by the frost of a season, brimming with energy and spirit. It was Chun-Chi. As the lap time entered its final 30 seconds, Suin felt everyone's skis/snow rings, driven by telekinesis, sliding upwards, rising rapidly, their speed quickly dangling them into the air. Exciting music filled his ears. "Hey dears, I'm Bing Duo, the commentator and referee for the ice and snow slide. Come and play if you want. This game invites 100 players, with one player withdrawing, leaving 99 players in attendance. This game is a mid-level casino, sponsored by Ice and Snow Star 29372 for the venue design. Platform Yiming City, Scorpion Man Phantom. The game begins, dears. We're playing the bungee jumping machine. Stay tuned." Suin had no time to listen to the commentary, because at that moment, all the players were already suspended in the air, 1,000 meters above the track below. Only a thin layer of transparent telekinesis enveloped the skis. Across the track, Suin could see the other players' grim expressions. Suin suspected her own face wouldn't be any better. She was afraid of heights, and though she tried her best to overcome it, the fear couldn't escape her. The last low-level competition had been almost like jumping off a bungee, but this was even more extreme, like bungee jumping. So thrilling. Little Pumpkin's voice was trembling, almost like crawling, but those who knew her knew she was excited, on fire. Wan and Lily stared blankly down, their thoughts unsettled. Xiong turned to Suin and said, "Sister Anan, relax, don't be afraid. I'm with you. At first, you don't have to do anything." Xiong's comfort eased Suin's fear a little, but only a little. Next time, she absolutely wouldn't compete. She'd truly forgotten the pain, seemingly oblivious to her last experience, and now she was suffering here. The music grew increasingly intense. 3, 2, 1. The host, brimming with energy, was in midair, like some kind of death warrant, telling them they couldn't escape this bungee jump. The transparent telekinetic barrier beneath the ski vanished. With a whoosh, the entire ski fell from the sky, abruptly dropping to the ground. Besides gravity, Suin could also feel a force pushing from behind. This was the power source provided by the system's competition system for the 100-kilometer ski run. Suin couldn't help but scream in fear. Ah! But she didn't forget her business. She used telekinesis to wrap the ski around her, allowing it to descend steadily while bearing the force of both the force and gravity without losing speed. Nanling was doing the same thing. She could sense Nanling's mental power connecting to the entire ski, keeping it stable. From next door, screams emanated. Even if they were humans who had ascended to the spiritual realm, being dropped from 1,000 meters wouldn't be any better. This was just the intermediate slope. The intermediate slopes required quite a bit of skill. Many players managed to hold onto the steering wheel at high altitude, controlling their bodies and skis as one, avoiding a rollover. But a few unlucky ones, in their panic, lost their grip on the skis, losing control of their direction during the descent, sending them and their skis spinning in midair, performing a Thomas spin. And then, as they spun, they vomited. Amidst the intense and bizarre action, commentator Bing Duo excitedly declared, "The 99 participating players have already begun the game. The first stage is our acceleration track, a 1,000-meter drop with an 89-degree vertical slope. Double gravity and a layer of telekinesis provide the skateboard's initial power source. This environment takes approximately 5 minutes to complete. Players, please be sure to adjust your direction when dropping 1,000 meters. This is the first stage." Oh my goodness! Player 82's hand slipped, and he landed from high altitude and spun in midair, like a giant turtle. Player 45 is spinning and vomiting. This is truly uncivilized. I hope he survive and become a snowman to clean the track properly. Unfortunately, players 37, 96, and 93 made consecutive mistakes, their skateboards failing to land on the track and leaving the board. TSK, they're already leaving the board just at the beginning. So cute. But the 3 of them are still alive, and I don't know if they ever get back on the board. Wow, player number 1 is very steady, entering the track first. Let me see her profile. She's the champion of our low-level event, Track 001. Wow, player number 1 is a seeded player in this event, Sunshine Bear, the perennial number 1 player followed by millions of StarCraft fans. This competition is truly full of hidden talents. Chapter 490. Excellent. Numbers 2, 3, 16, and 78 followed closely behind, smoothly entering the vertical track without making any mistakes. Oh my god, player 7, Ms. Chuanchi, had an accident. Her board is breaking. Oh, she jumped up on the spot and changed boards. So there's this trick, haha. Player 3's snow ring is deflated. Will she fix it? Oh, she actually gave up. The ring has deflated and turned into a snow pancake. TSK, 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 what's going on? Duo said, not understanding. Players 93, 23, 56, and 4 are currently tied for last place. Keep up the good work. In midair, commentator Bing Duo's voice was passionate and lively. Suan had no time to pay attention to the others. To be more precise, she was so nervous that she couldn't hear what she was saying. She was focused solely on her own situation. Suan looked ahead. Ahead was a slide that was almost indistinguishable from a vertical drop. She forced her eyes open, the wind stung them. The ice pumpkin shield could block the snow, but not the biting wind. She observed everything on the ice track through the light. Little Pumpkin controlled the stability of the skis. They kept moving forward courageously. Ahead of them lay a wide expanse, devoid of any player's presence. Players 1, 2, 7, and 18 in the first tier are about to enter the second section, the ice water falls. Oh, stay tuned. A voice boomed from the air. Soon. A bend appeared ahead. The colored lights on the ice track wall indicated an emergency lane change ahead. They were about to enter the next map. Little Pumpkin yelled to Swan and the dolls, everyone, hold on tight. Pumpkin's snowboard is about to turn. Twist. Little Pumpkin took control of the steering wheel. With a twist of the handlebars, she steered the snowboard into the slope, avoiding a direct collision with the wall ahead. It was a beautiful, high-speed turn. At such a high speed, on such a tight curve, even the slightest mistake could result in a collision, but Little Pumpkin's driving skills were superb, and she encountered no mishaps. She drifted through 2 S-bends in a row, each one clean and beautiful. Little Pumpkin shouted loudly, driving with passion, his emotions infecting everyone else and adding to their excitement. Swan felt her heart pounding in her chest. Boom, 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 she could hear it. Below the slope, the ice track turned into a waterfall. A wave of water surged, carrying the snowboard high into the air, the sudden impact of the water blowing it off course. Clever. Little Pumpkin spun the steering wheel sharply, spinning the skis 360 degrees back to their normal direction. As the commentator spoke with surprise, the skis quickly returned to their normal course. Player 1 is worthy of being the perennial number 1 player. This operation is beautiful, and it's very stable in the current. At that moment, Suan's head was spinning. The rapid rotation was dizzying. But in midair, Suan noticed the complex curves and water flow on the ground, and his heart trembled. This was a maze and water slide. His head was dizzy, but Suan noticed this was a vital clue and immediately started taking notes. His mental power rapidly expanded. Suan copied the map below into his mind's sea, and then quickly planned the path forward. Snap! The skis dropped from the sky, returning to the track with a simple glide. Soon, Little Pumpkin steered his skis into a fork in the road. Suan, through a mental link, told Little Pumpkin which direction to take, facing the fork. Left, right, turn. The world spun before her, and she felt dizzy. However, Suan remained alert. Using her mental energy, she and Little Pumpkin navigated the optimal path. The skis effortlessly glided across the flowing ice track. It was like they had autopilot and map-based navigation. Everything was smooth. They navigated 4 U-shaped bends, followed by 2 S-bends, and then encountered 3 forks in the road, which the skis navigated naturally. Beautiful. Player 1 is stunning. There wasn't a single mistake around the bend in the stream, and they didn't lose direction through their series of drifts. Player 1 is firmly in first place, 100 meters behind second place player 2. Amazing. This is the biggest gap in a match I ever seen. Wow. The commentator somersaulted midair, and continued his announcement. Player 3 entered the stream bend. Oh, she's the famous capybara streamer from StarCraft. Wait, her snow ring is still in the snow pancake state, and she doesn't care? Oh, she fainted. Just let it happen. She sank into the water. I don't understand. I don't understand. I envy her mental state. The announcement continued. Wow, player 95 came from behind, using a space item to swap positions with player 17, and is now in 3rd place. He's about to face the stream. Can he handle it? Hey, where did player 8 come from? His snowboard flies. Oh my god, he's so elegant. Giving our handsome guy a shot will definitely boost the platform's viewership and StarCraft rewards. Oh, thank you for the rewards. Thank you for the character summon gifts from How, who doesn't want to get fat. He's so handsome. Thank you all for your loving gifts. Wait, bro, your wig fell off. It's too much. Let's move the scene to the handsome number 1. Sai clutched her pillow tightly, excitedly watching the live broadcast of the ice and snow slide competition. At dinner today, Sister Fugue told her she was staying up late tonight, and she didn't say why, which made her excited. After dinner, Sister Fugue was busy adjusting the not-so-perfect 3D projector, and she had a vague idea. Perhaps Sister Fugue wanted to watch a movie with her. At 10 o'clock that evening, Sai saw the content. It wasn't a movie, but an entertaining live broadcast of a competition. Sister Fugue wanted to take her to the competition. After reviewing the rules and noticing a crowd of familiar faces at the venue, Sai was so excited she almost wanted to compete right there. Sister Fugue simply smiled and said, "Silly child, we be separated for the individual competition." Sister Fugue showed her a standing ticket for the ice and snow slide, marked forfeited. Sai then realized how much her sister had done for her. Soon, the competition began, and the two of them watched the footage together. Number 1 was Sister Yang Wang, number 2 was An Hiching, number 8 was Bai Feng, number 17 was Xiao Yan, and number 22 was Sister Ka. Sai then watched the intense competition, her heart moving with Sister Yang Wang's images. So handsome, so handsome. In her excitement, even she, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but let out a scream. The screen suddenly shifted to number 8. Seeing Bai Feng's pretentious elegance, Ce, knowing his character, didn't admire his outward appearance. Instead, her eyes were filled with disdain. Suddenly, a wave of water surged, blowing off his silver wig, revealing a handsome bald head. The commentary stopped, and the screen jumped to the next player. Ha ha ha. Ce couldn't help but laugh, clutching her stomach. Beside her, Fugui tilted his head, looking at the girl laughing like a shrimp. Puff! Laughter came from the side. It was Xiaoli. What's wrong? Suen asked. Nothing. Xiaoli shook her head. She had just been too observant and accidentally saw a white wig flying. We're about to enter the item spawn area. Get ready, Suen said. Got it. Everyone answered in unison. According to the original plan, Little Pumpkin focused on skiing, while Swan and the other 3 dolls worked together to handle the props in the 4 directions, up, down, left, and right. Little Lee was on the left, Huan on the right, Swan on the high ground, and Bear on the low, middle ground. Soon, Little Pumpkin steered the skis around a corner, and encountered several bright balls of light ahead. They were to the right and left. Little Lee and Huan stood up, reached out, and grabbed the balls. Chapter 491. Swiftness, 3 seconds triples the current ski speed for 3 seconds. Spider web, 3 seconds throws a spider web that explodes above a random player, slowing their skis. Before the start, Suen held a small meeting. Everyone received their items. Xiao Mo was given a defensive item to use, and the rest was used immediately. Under the extreme speed of swiftness, the skis moved even faster, whizzing non-stop, dodging a pursuing squid bomb. The spider web, 3 seconds, item was randomly thrown behind them, landing on player 3, who had sunk underwater and drifting with the current, netting the dazed player from below. Mo Qingchuan was stunned. Her class ability activated, transforming the deflated snow circle into a ghost snow circle. The ghost captain, with her ghost snow circle, glided swiftly across the water. The StarCraft livestream caused a sensation. Hee, I always be moved by Capabala. Look, isn't she rising? Remember, it was this Sunshine Bear who stole my sister's first place last time? If it happens again, Capabala will take everything that belongs to her. Wait, did someone else get the script wrong? My sister doesn't care about any of this. She doesn't care about life or death. It's just a small competition. You don't understand. I just love this live stream. I just love seeing my sister act careless, yet somehow everything goes smoothly. It's awesome. That Sunshine Bear isn't easy to deal with. She's amazing. Yo, player 3 is back in the lead. Her new snow circle is absolutely amazing. Let's look forward to her performance. Player 2 uses the skill Gun Fury, accelerating on the skateboard. Ms. Chuanchi number 7 is so handsome and beautiful. That board switch spin is amazing. Her turning control is fantastic, but it's a bit of a drag on the board. This is her 4th board. Will these players surpass the current number 1 player? We be waiting to see. Suin listened to the incessant broadcasts overhead. The road ahead twisted and turned, and there were many props. Suin, watching for the perfect moment, stretched out his arms to reach for the props. Wan, Xiao Li, and Xiao Mo all did the same. The four of them were practically dancing a 3D version of Dance Dance Revolution. Invincibility Aura. 3 seconds grants a 3-second aura of invincibility, resisting all negative prop-based attacks. Water Bomb. 3 seconds throws a water bomb that explodes in the road ahead of a random player, creating waves that affect their progress. Rebound Aura. 3 seconds grants a 3-second aura of rebound, deflecting all negative prop-based attacks. As the number of props increased, Suin came under attack. Squid bombs, water bombs, spider webs, and slowing gel were launched continuously. A cloud of black obscured her vision. The ice shield could block the squid bomb's ink and attack, but it couldn't dissipate the destabilizing effect on her vision. Seeing this, Xiao Mo quickly activated his rebound aura, deflecting the water bomb, which had 2 seconds left on its charge, as well as the impending spider web and slowing gel. Little Pumpkin panicked a bit, but the mental map provided by her master allowed her to naturally complete the turn and navigate the deep pit trap ahead. After passing through the flowing ice maze, the squid bomb's effects dissipated, and the view opened up to the ocean. Everyone was stunned. Where was the slide? Fortunately, everyone had already prepared for the sea, using boat-shaped skis instead of snow rings or plastic skis. Little Pumpkin steadied the boat, and the canoe-shaped skis continued to move forward. Suddenly, lights came on, and a row of lights appeared in the sky, illuminating a bright path on the sea. Wow, player number 1 has entered the new map, Misty Ocean. So fast. She's currently 237 meters behind the second-place player. I hope she keeps moving forward. As the commentator announced, Suin realized something and immediately said, "Little Pumpkin, light the lamp." The sea, which had been spacious just a moment ago, suddenly became foggy. Little Pumpkin was so fast that the fog-dispelling oil lamp, which the pumpkin had claimed for itself, instantly ignited. The light dispelled the fog and brought it closer. The fog seemed to harbor countless ghosts, emitting a sinister, oppressive mental aura. Even with a heat pack on, Suin felt a chill all over his body. This was a mental attack. When this cold air appeared, the usually agile Xiaomo stiffened. Even though he was protected in the center by everyone, he was still the first to be encroached by the fog. When the fog appeared, Wan's body naturally transformed from Xiaowan to Dewan, heavily made up and dressed in gorgeous costumes. She used her skills, and the cat-like shadows of the audience on the stage rushed out in front, and screams echoed through the fog. After resolving the source of the surrounding problems, Xiaomo slowly regained his flexibility. Just then, a prop attacked, and Xiaomo, who had just regained his flexibility, had no time to use the defensive prop. Wow, number 7 successfully used the shapeshift prop. Number 7 and number 1 swapped positions. Number 7 is now first, and number 1 is second. In a flash, Suin and his group retreated several hundred meters. A woman appeared in front of them, riding a skateboard through the fog. Oh no! Xiaomo's body was sweating. It's okay, we just overtake. Stay calm and don't let negative emotions get to you here, Suin said loudly, calming everyone. The game's background music remained as upbeat as ever. But the surroundings had become eerie. The lively race had become eerie. Little Pumpkin controlled his skis, following the light strips, advancing continuously, trying to make up for the distance lost to the power-up attack. Up in the sky, a commentator, lost in his joy, let slip a lot of information. Chapter 492. In the foggy ocean map, everyone must follow the lighted lines. It's no fun getting lost in the ocean. Everyone, be careful. If you make a mistake here and fall into the ocean, even if you become a snowman or an ice sculpture, it's hard to rescue. Take that bald guy, number 8, for example. What are you doing with that handsome face of yours? Ah! It's so ugly. Don't use your handsome face and elegant demeanor to be abstract. My ratings are at stake. Forget it. The male sex economy is unacceptable. Heartbreak can happen in a split second. Let's shift the focus to the next scene. As for player number 2, as the third-place finisher, Sister riding the wind and waves is truly impressive. Let's see her heroic performance. She enters the Misty Ocean map, and is about to surpass player number 1 to take second place. Currently Miss Chuanqi number 7 holds the top spot, and is about to enter the thick fog. Facing the coming onslaught of the night parade of 100 demons, can she maintain her true heart within the fog and maintain her current advantage? Suin doesn't often listen to radio commentary, but after years of exam-oriented education, she's naturally adept at catching key words, night parade of 100 demons, and maintaining one's true heart in the fog. She instantly predicted that many ghosts would block the way ahead. She immediately used her skill, Dull Perception, linking to Nanling, while also linking to Xiao Mo. Suen gave Xiao Mo mental resistance to address the team's weak points. As for Wan and Xiaoli, she wasn't worried about their mental resistance. Gliding on the ocean surface, skis are much slower than a vertical drop. It all depends on Little Pumpkin consuming spiritual energy, and using telekinesis to reduce friction and accelerate. Suen said, Nanling, don't be stingy with fuel consumption. Turn the fuel light up to maximum. At Suen's command, the fog-dispersing lamp lit up even brighter. At the same time, a commentator's voice echoed in midair. Oh my meow! Player 1's fog-dispersing lamp is so bright. Let's all look forward to seeing if this clever player, who guessed the correct answer, and Sunshine Bear, with the advantage of starting first, can reclaim her first place. The light in front of Sue and skis grew brighter. The light dispelled the haze, and the fog ahead dissipated considerably. This was aided not only by the fog-dispersing lamps, but also by Wan's methods. She used her skills to manipulate the countless cat-human ghosts in the audience to clear a path, forging a smooth path. Following the light's lead, a cleared path emerged. Swoosh, 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 the skis slid across the ocean. The surrounding fog obscured everything, not only their vision, but also their mental perception. No player could see the movements of other players. After entering the foggy ocean, there were no items to pick up. In other words, they were all navigating their own paths through the foggy ocean. Player 1 is great. Unaffected by the foggy map, he's slowly catching up to Player 7. 67M, 43M, 36M, 21M, 13M, 5M, 2M. Oh, Player 1 has passed Player 7. The current player, Sunshine Bear, is back in first place. What's Player 7 doing? Oh, Ms. Chu, and she used her power-up, dispelling the fog. Oh, Player 7 has switched to a new skateboard and is accelerating. Player 7 is in pursuit. Player 7 won't give up. Suen couldn't help but glance at the current rankings. The light screen floating in the upper left corner displayed the current rankings. 1. Number 1 Flood Ocean Area 001 Sunshine Bear 2. Number 7 Flood Ocean Area 001 Springtide 3. Number 2 Flood Ocean Area 001 Strategy Team Hiqing. 6. Number 3 Hot Desert Area 003 Mu Qingchuan 7. Number 8 Flood Ocean Area 001 Chubai Lai Feng. 13. Number 66 Hot Desert Area 002 Lifeless Goose. Wait, just for a moment, Suen watched helplessly as the 6th-ranked player, Mu Qingchuan, overtook him. To be precise, while Suen was looking at the leaderboard, she instantly leapfrogged Chu Beilafeng from countless places down to 6th place. At this moment, she was still unstoppable, pushing into the top 3 without stopping, surpassing 2nd place. In the blink of an eye. 1. Number 1 Flood Ocean Area 001 Sunshine Bear 2. Number 3 Hot Desert Area 003 Mu Qingchuan 3. Number 7 Flood Ocean Area 001 Chun Shi 4. Number 2 Flood Ocean Area 001 Strategy Team Hiqing 5. Number 19 Flood Ocean Area 001 Qianlingwei 6. Number 8 Flood Ocean Area 001 Chu Beilafeng. The broadcaster's voice was excited. Almost there, almost there. Wow, player number 3, Mu Qingchuan, is accelerating, surpassing player number 8 to move into 6th place. Handsome bald guy number 8 is telling you to show off. Wow, she surpassed player number 2, Hiqing, and player number 7, Chunxi, and is about to surpass player number 1 to become the new number 1. Player number 1, Sunshine Bear, just returned to the top spot, but is about to be surpassed. Oh my god, can player number 3 break their 2nd place finish from the last race and surpass the top spot? Seeing that Mu Qingchuan was about to surpass her, Suen grew inexplicably nervous. She recalled the scene from the last race, when the blonde girl had almost surpassed her at the last moment. She couldn't help but urge Little Pumpkin on. Little Pumpkin didn't even need Suen's reminder. Hearing the excited voice on the radio, he instantly accelerated his skis and rushed forward like a shot of adrenaline. Chapter 493. Little Pumpkin still remembered the girl who suddenly appeared last time. This time, it wasn't even the final sprint when the other team started to take off. Little Pumpkin's heart was burning. Stupid board, it's time for you to be useful. Slide faster, slide faster, slide faster, she yelled. Little Pumpkin didn't know if she was scolding the board or herself. The little girl's face flushed red as she continuously expended her spiritual energy to accelerate the board. A gentle burst of spiritual energy appeared. It was Lily, providing assistance to Little Pumpkin, reducing the energy burden. Time seemed to pass very slowly, but only for a moment. Whoosh! It passed quickly. Bingwood's voice came over the radio, commentating, "Number 3 has successfully surpassed number 1 and become the new number 1. She's very fast and handsome." Little Pumpkin gritted his teeth and gave chase. Even on the other side, Mu Qingchuan lay on the ghost snow circle, unaware of what was happening, letting the snow circle, which was only a shadow, scurry around. Chased and pushed relentlessly forward by the myriad ghosts in the mist, she felt an unnatural degree of insanity. The blonde girl's body felt icy cold, growing increasingly stiff. The ghostly attack gradually rendered her heat pack ineffective, leaving her frozen. If anyone else had encountered this infestation of ghosts, they would have experienced a sudden change, their mental strength plummeting, their spirit shattered, their body twisted and distorted by the infection. But she had been the one to suffer the effects. The girl possessed a unique talent, the I am Capybara talent, which naturally shielded her from any negative mental attacks. Therefore, the terrifying mental attacks only added a layer of physical freezing effect to her. Isn't this cheating? How can it be so fast? Oh my, it's so frustrating. When Sai saw player 3 pass player 1, Sunshine's sister, she jumped up in panic. She clearly remembered this player, who had lost their snow ring in front of her and sunk into the current. So how could he suddenly take off? She jumped up, wanting to run behind Sunshine's sister's skis and give her a push. Come on, go! Sai stared at the screen intently, filled with urgency. She had no idea where this player 3 had come from. As the only player from the second level in the front row, she'd never been passed before. Being ahead of Baifeng was fine after all. After all, Baifeng had no talent, relying entirely on social media spending to gain an advantage. Now, he was just floating behind her with his skis in front. So what if he was ahead? Being ahead of Aunt He-Ching was unbelievable. Now he was going to be ahead of Sunshine's sister too. What the hell? Sai was indignant. She looked at the dazed girl lying on a translucent snow ring, her blonde hair obscuring much of her presence, her demeanor remarkably relaxed. She was past, taking the lead. She began to crush everyone else, the gap between her and the second-place finisher steadily widening. Yoshua leaped in anger. The boat swayed a few times on the sea. Stop jumping, stop jumping. Luck is part of strength. A line of water splashed in front of Yotsuba. You can't drink the juice if you jump again. A teasing voice reached Yotsuba's ear. It was Sister Fugue's telepathic message. Yoshua turned her head and watched Sister Fugue shaking the juice glass. The orange juice swayed in the transparent glass, giving off a sticky texture. A few drops of juice had already trickled down the sides of the juice cup, and Sister Fugue stiffened her body to catch the juice. Why? Sai looked at player 3, who had fallen far behind the others, and couldn't help but wonder. This is one of the players gifted with destiny. You understand later. A line of words appeared in front of Sai. I don't believe in fate. Man can conquer nature. Sister Fugue, you can come back to me. That proves fate isn't unchangeable. Sai declared with full force. Even on the other side, Yun Guilin was stunned for a moment. After a long moment, a line of words appeared in midair. What if my existence is also part of destiny's plan? Sai's expression changed, turning a pale purple. I was just kidding. Just teasing you. Watch the game, watch the game. There's no such heavy topic in the world. Yun Guilin drank the juice expressionlessly, as if she had said nothing. Beside her, the lively and cheerful girl had become as stiff as a puppet. A furious rebuke. Nanling, wake up. These were Su En's mental words. His mental energy practically materialized, awakening the red-eyed little pumpkin. The skis, accelerating to their limit, gradually slowed, then stabilized. The little pumpkin gave up its relentless pursuit of the front, nearly straying off the illuminated path, lost in the misty depths. Su En's heart raced. She couldn't help but feel terrified. But she also didn't forget to comfort the agitated little pumpkin, telling her to calm down. Nanling, don't worry. It doesn't matter if we're second. Just keep our pace steady. There are many people in this world who are better than us. We just need to focus on ourselves. I understand, Master. We will follow the path and proceed with all our might. The skis glided along the path, gliding across the surface of the sea with a silky smoothness, trailing waves behind them. The lights shone brightly, and every doll wore a smile. Right now, instead of worrying about getting first place, everyone was enjoying the joy of the ice and snow slide. Huan Wan's ghostly figure led the way, and the fog-dispersing lights illuminated the area. Little Bear clutched his few remaining defensive items tightly. He planned to use them at the last moment, hoping they wouldn't break down. Little Fox was providing Little Pumpkin with spiritual energy, ensuring the ski's forward momentum was more stable. The broadcast continued. There were voices of regret and mockery. "Oh, Player 58, Player 46, Player 29, are you three brainless? You didn't even notice the notice about the fog props in the convenience store. Now look what happened. You all fallen into the sea. Are you performing a ski race or diving? Oh, sorry. If you were to count it as diving, your movements are completely unattractive. The splash was too big. I hope that after the distortion, you be like ice sculptures with coordinated limbs. Player 8, can you stand up and fly through the sky on your skis? Is that really possible? I know you're handsome. You can turn into a bat, you can fly, but oh well, forget it." There were delightful compliments. "Beautiful. Player 3 is so far ahead, so handsome. He's left all the other players far behind. With an overwhelming advantage, he's about to leave the foggy ocean map and enter the finals map. Haha, so exciting. Player 1's speed has slowed down. It seems he can't catch up with Player 3. What a shame. I thought Player 1, with all his helpers, would win. Player 2 is working very hard and is about to catch up to Player 7, becoming the new third place. Hey! Is our Player 7, the popular idol Ms. Chuanchi, going to have trouble here? Ms. Chuanchi looks weak and stiff. She must be affected by the fog. Player 7, please take care of yourself. If you don't, you freeze into an ice sculpture, and the ice slide will be in big trouble." As commentator Bing Duo mentioned how Player 3 was far ahead of everyone else, Suin noticed that Little Pumpkin's spirit was fluctuating again. Despite having the fog-dispelling lamp and his own mental defenses, Little Pumpkin, at the front, was still somewhat affected by the mental pollution. The fog wasn't just filled with ghosts, but also with annoying mental pollution. "Hold steady," Suin warned Little Pumpkin. "Shall we add an aura?" Suin said. "And bow, got it," Little Lee replied. A wave of transparent light emanated from the fox girl, Little Lee, clearing the minds of all the skiers. Little Pumpkin steadily steered his skis across the sea. He didn't stray from his course even a fraction. This 100,000-meter ski run, 100 kilometers, was so long that even though the game hadn't even started 10 minutes ago, Suin felt like an eternity had passed. It was the intense mental drain that had left him exhausted. Suin stuffed a healing candy into his mouth to restore his energy. An unusual change occurred ahead. Chapter 494. A sign pointed to a sharp turn and a reverse route. A truly incredible road. Everyone almost thought it was a trap, but the lights ahead clearly told them to retrace their steps. "Master, what should we do?" Little Pumpkin asked, her voice a little panicked. As she drew closer to the sign, her time to think dwindled. Should she abandon the lights and head for the vast, misty sea, or follow the lights back the way they had come? Which of these two was the new map? No one knew the answer yet. "Follow the lights," Suin said. She chose to follow the conventional approach and proceed according to the rules. Upon her master's command, Little Pumpkin immediately took action. Swish! A sharp 360-degree turn on the spot, the skateboard returned to the original route, following the lights. Following the return route, the surrounding scenery was the same place everyone had just passed. Everyone's heart was in their throats. Including Suin, who made a decisive decision. Suin decided to get off quickly, but he was still nervous. After all, returning the same way in the middle of a race was quite unconventional. Suin had to pay attention to the public ranking screen, and only when he saw that his ranking hadn't changed did he feel relieved. The fact that his ranking hadn't dropped proved that this move was a good one. Little Pumpkin steered her skis back in the direction she had come. She didn't know if this was the right direction. The fog was spreading around her, making it impossible to see what other players were doing. "Master, are we going back this way?" Little Pumpkin asked anxiously. Following the same route back as they came, they have to navigate a maze of props in water, and climb a nearly 90-degree cliff runway slope. It sounded a bit overwhelming. Even if the skis had been given a modern twist by the Little Pumpkin, they weren't the pumpkin carriage itself and couldn't fly. "It's okay, we just keep going," Suin said. "Wow, congratulations to players 3, 1, 7, and 2 for successfully entering the new map. Let's find our way out of here and to the finish line." Bear's ears twitched, and he said, "The announcement said we had to find our own way, so we probably won't be going back all the way." Everyone became cautious and observed their surroundings. Now, as if on the return journey, they were driving along the same sea path they had previously traveled. The power on their skis was running low, and they relied entirely on spiritual energy to propel them forward. Suddenly, a Catman ghost held out a glowing pearl, and another came forward with glowing seaweed. It seemed as if the light was following the direction of their palms. Everyone was confused. One said, "I just asked them to look for anything special. This is the clue we found." No one knew what these glowing objects were for, but they didn't know what to do with them at the moment, so they just piled them up on the skis. Suin stood up, touched a glowing object, and held it in his palm. He analyzed it with his mental power, and found that it was an object with spiritual energy fluctuations. The effect was probably similar to the light effects in the sky. Suin thought, and said, "Nanling, slow down your skis. Everyone, collect these glowing objects together." As Huan spoke, the Catman ghosts controlled by her began to scatter and search. The dolls also focused their attention on searching their surroundings. Little Fox unleashed all 9 of its tails, stretching them out, searching for objects nearby. With a curl of its tails, it unfurled a prop. This stunned her for a moment. She hadn't seen any prop light balls. Where did this thing come from? Mist dispelling clover. 3 seconds summons a 4-leaf clover fan that dispels the fog ahead for 3 seconds, clearing a safe area of sea. It showed Suin the prop, further boosting his confidence. Elsewhere, the blonde girl, recovering from the cold, looked around in a daze. The night was cold, damp, and chilly, turning her blonde hair into a row of icicles in the mist. As it moved, the icicles made a crisp sound as they struck against her hair. The ghostly snow circle stopped at the end, where the light disappeared, neither moving forward nor backward. Is the game over? Mu Qingchuan wondered. As if the world had quieted down here, everything had ended. In the distance, fog covered everything, making it impossible to see clearly. It truly felt like the game was over. Unfortunately, the broadcast's passionate commentary continued, indicating that the match wasn't over. Number 96, number 46, number 17, wow, most of the players have entered the new map. Things are getting interesting. Let's take a closer look at the players' expressions. Confusion, surprise, curiosity, wow, such interesting reactions. So fun. 80% of the players are here. Who will find the way forward? I'm so excited. Player 3, who had been leading the way, stopped. Did she give up? Now she was the only one not moving forward. Mu Qingchuan didn't react much to the broadcast's question, pondering its words. It seems like a puzzle map, she muttered. Finding the path ahead? Such a hassle. Forget it. Her numb mind quickly made a decision. She slumped, her head tilted back against the snow ring, lying there, unconcerned. Dead or alive, it didn't matter. This was how she lived. This was the only way. Fate's gifts always come with a price, and she chose to play it down and bear the consequences. In the boat with Sai and Yun Guilin. Sai looked at the players on the screen, like headless flies, and couldn't help but comment, the designer of this level is such a jerk. It was supposed to be a race up front, but now they're messing with this nonsense. There's clearly no path, yet they're calling it a new map. That's what our history teacher said, calling a horse a zebra. Yun Guilin smiled silently, looking at the lively, chattering girl with a gentle smile. She didn't say anything, but that was the tone of foggy maps. On the other side, in the back room of the Snake Woman Calicina herbal shop, a competition on the ice and snow slide was playing on TV. Veronica twisted her scorpion tail, lying upside down on a mat on the floor, watching the competition on TV and drinking juice. The scorpion tail swung back and forth. Calicina, who had entered the room carrying a fruit plate, saw this scene and couldn't help but remind her. Nika, can't you watch this upright? It's uncomfortable to watch it upside down. Wow, sister-in-law, you're talking to me. The little scorpion girl acted coquettishly. Chapter 495. Even though he's the youngest God-rank scorpion leader, already in charge of the station independently, he's still acting like a spoiled child. The snake woman Calicina helplessly held her forehead. Even though she knew her sister was teasing her, the snake woman quickly said, No, that's not what I meant. I just knew my sister-in-law is the best. Better than my brother. My foolish brother, who lost an arm, married such a wonderful sister-in-law. It's really not easy. I love my sister-in-law so much. Elsewhere, the scorpion man's young husband Islev, who arrived with juice, turned pale. Oh brother, you heard my bad review, but it's okay, you won't mind, right? You have those broad pectoral muscles, after all. Watch TV, Islev said coldly. Sometimes he felt speechless with his sister, but what else could he do? As a member of the noble scorpion man's central lineage, he had been raised like this. A missing mother, a furious father, a wild sister, and an innocent self. He had no choice about his family background. Thankfully, he met Kalasina. He was so happy. He didn't care at all about using his youth to outlast her second husband and become her third. Everyone's attention returned to the competition venue. The screen was filled with confused players spinning in circles, and the commentary voice uttered amusement and laughter. Oh my! This race has a foggy realm. No player can leave this platform unless they clear it. In a foggy map with a realm, the key is to pave your own path to the finish line. Players who haven't experienced the foggy season will find it difficult to understand what it means to find a path, overcome obstacles, and even leave the realm. Isn't that the interesting thing about this platform? Observe the overall strength of Blue Star's high-level players. That girl, I really like her. Veronica pointed to a player in a cape, surrounded by a group of dolls. It was Suan. Ophelia of Misty Lake also likes her, and has been frantically collecting information about her lately. Suan shuddered, a sense of being watched washing over her. She glanced up at the sky. The night was pitch black, devoid of anything. Was it an illusion? Or was she being watched by some viewer during the broadcast? Suan, pondering the information, sped up the pace at which she led the dolls to collect the glowing items. More and more glowing items appeared on the skateboard, until there were no more items left along the entire waterway. Nanling, return, Suan ordered. Okay, the little pumpkin shouted excitedly, eager to speed up. This period of time had worn down her progress. So slow, collecting these things, repeatedly running along the same route. As Little Pumpkin accelerated, the skis quickly returned to the road ahead. Facing the empty, unlit road ahead, Suan used his telekinesis to cast luminous objects onto the dark path ahead. Slowly, a new path appeared on the ocean. Let's go, let's move forward. At the same time, a broadcast voice echoed from the sky. Wow, Player 1 has taken the lead and reached the final map. As expected of Player 1, they found a breakthrough so quickly. Little Pumpkin excitedly asked, Master, you are truly brilliant. But I can't figure out how you found this path. I don't know, Suan replied. I just think that when there's no way forward, the path you choose is the path forward, Suan said. At this moment, there was no sense of the tension of a competitive game at all. A small boat drifted in the boundless sea of fog. As the luminous object on the bow cast its rays, a brilliant path of light spread out ahead, as if moonlight had laid a winding path. Suddenly, a bright crescent moon rose in the distance, its bright moon resting on the sea level, shedding its light through the misty fog. Even the least artistic doll, Little Fox, couldn't help but exclaim, so beautiful. Wan Wan and Xiong were stunned by their surroundings. The two dolls, who had little to do to begin with, simply stared with their mouths open. High above, the host's commentary, which had been constantly overhead, seemed to be covered by a veil, barely audible in the blazing fog. Crack, 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 a sound like shattering glass echoed in their ears. The realm shattered. She suddenly realized this. Barriers form within the fog, and barriers form the realm. Only by breaking through the barriers, and shattering the realm in one's own way can one leave. The process is unimportant. What matters is the perseverance. Suan turned his head, and noticed the sea of fog, everything shattered, as they sailed across the smooth glacier. The path he had just paved for himself, the dazzling moonlight, were all illusions, or perhaps, a reflection of the mental state of those entering the realm. The path after passing through, nothing mattered. The path behind him was the receding sea of fog. As he moved further away, the ocean shrank, like a tiny bubble. A small map, a layer of fog, had trapped the players present for so long. At that moment, Suan realized the unspeakable fog season that Janelle, the goose people, had mentioned. She understood. The dolls were still visibly confused. Huh, what's going on? Were we just spinning in circles? Little Pumpkin asked, puzzled. Bear, half comprehending, said, it seems we just entered a world where spirit and reality blend. No wonder there are so many ghosts there. Wan Wan sighed. Ah, I just know that place has always been so beautiful, said the pure-hearted Little Fox. In Little Fox's world, that place was a dazzling array of colors, breathtakingly beautiful. Colorful lights illuminated the path through the fog, and everyone journeyed together, striving forward. The final map felt like a solitary journey. The fog dissipated, and the surrounding trails were clearly visible, but only Suan and his group were on it. The ice track was filled with props, and Little Pumpkin tried his best to steer his way to collect them. But everyone picked them up, but couldn't throw them away. No players are participating in this map. Props are ineffective. After driving for 5 or 6 minutes, no new players entered the final Glacier Sprint map. Bingwood's announcement was enthusiastic. Currently, Player 1 is in first place, on the sprint track. Players 7, 3, 2, and 8 keep pushing. Hurry up, onto the new map, hee hee. Congratulations to Player 97 for getting lost and exposed to the fog, becoming a ghost. Congratulations to Player 36 for getting lost and sinking to the bottom of the ocean, becoming an ice sculpture. Congratulations to Player 29 for dying, leaving nothing behind. Bing Duo kindly reminds you, players, please avoid exposing yourselves to the fog, as it will lower your sanity. Oh, and by the way, you haven't used sanity yet, right? Simply put, it's your mental state, so please protect it. Suin and his group reached the finish line. A red flag fluttered ahead, and a banner read the finish line. Beyond the finish line lay the vast ocean. Little Pumpkin grew excited, pumping his spiritual energy faster. Xiaomo used all his acceleration tools on his skis. Just then, a phantom snow ring, carrying a sleeping blonde girl, appeared in front of Suin and his group, flying towards the finish line. Little Pumpkin's excited face paled with fear. Come on! Chapter 496. There's a curse word I'm not sure whether to say. Little Pumpkin exploded, yelling, sisters, spread with me. With that, Little Pumpkin transformed into her original form, transforming into a pumpkin mask. She spun and flew out of the car, sprinting face first to the finish line. Whoosh! Little Pumpkin displayed incredible speed, shocking Suin and the dolls speechless. They only heard a whoosh. Little Pumpkin had transformed into a pumpkin mask dart and soared out. After a few seconds, the skis carried everyone through, and then the game ended. Game results were being calculated. You have left the special platform, the ice and snow slide. The platform is closing. The race results will appear shortly. I wish you a happy trip. Suin saw this message. At this moment, the skis had already broken through the last glacier on the track and were gliding across the vast sea. The Little Pumpkin, soaring into the depths of the ocean, transformed into a spinning pumpkin mask dart, then soared back, landing on its skis. She transformed into a limp little girl. The Little Pumpkin lay on the bow, panting heavily. The final sprint had clearly exhausted the little girl. But there was no way, the Little Pumpkin declared. She Su Nanling would never accept this. At the final moment, she was just a hair's breadth away from being surpassed by an unforeseen opponent. She had to give it her all, not for the sake of placing, but to justify her efforts. So, in a moment of urgency, she devised the idea of transforming into her original form and flying like a dart, a plan she successfully executed. At this moment, everyone left the platform, and the lights of the glaciers and snow-capped mountains behind them faded, leaving only darkness. The glaciers and snow-capped mountains vanished, the temperature gradually returned to normal, and the sky, once again clear, was clear. It wasn't raining, the sky was sparsely clouded, and the moon was bright. After Little Pumpkin summoned the pumpkin boat, everyone, under Suin's telekinesis, returned to the boat's deck, unfastened their harnesses from their skis, and climbed down. Each person, for puppets, had very little strength left. 100-kilometer skiing map, a tense bungee jump through a maze, and then having to navigate fog and fight ghosts, traversing the spiritual realm, it was simply exhausting. Of the 4 puppets present, Little Pumpkin was the most exhausted. Suin held the limp little girl in his arms. The energy bar above her head was half full, but everyone knew how many spirit source stones Little Pumpkin had consumed and how many times she had used up her energy bar in emergency recharges as she advanced. Her dedication and hard work were evident to all. Master, are we in first place? Wan asked anxiously from behind. Anbao, did the last player surpass us? I sense spatial fluctuations in her. She's so powerful, so outrageous. She even used teleportation, Xiaoli said. Suin felt a sense of déjà vu. It seemed like it was the same last time. The world seemed to repeat itself, as if she were just an NPC. But Suin was more experienced than last time. She replied, we have to wait until all players finish their games before we can see the rankings. We need to wait. Suin showed everyone the icons showing the calculated rankings. Wan was anxious, and Xiaoli was indignant. Xiaoma and Little Pumpkin, having experienced a competition before, were relatively calm. It's over. We did our best. The most important thing is for everyone to take a shower and rest, Little Pumpkin said. Suin looked at Little Pumpkin and felt that Nanling had truly grown a lot, a sense of indescribable maturity. Off to the side, Xiaomo reached out and tugged at Suin's finger. Sister and rest. Suin looked down, noticing the disheveled appearance of each doll. From constantly navigating the flowing water, almost everyone's clothes were soaked. In reality, Everyone was relatively well off, especially himself, sitting on the tail of the snowboard. He was the wettest, his clothes dripping with water. It was just that in the urgency of the competition, with the help of the hot packs, he overlooked it. Little Pumpkin and Xiao Mo were concerned for him. Noticing this, Suin didn't delay. A hot pack just wouldn't keep you cold, but that didn't mean you feel comfortable being pulled out of the water. Humans aren't aquatic creatures after all, and being wet isn't exactly comfortable. He turned off the fog-dispelling light and put the snowboards away in storage. Suin led everyone into the pumpkin house through the door that led directly to the bathroom, avoiding getting wet. Entering through the main entrance would have stained the living room floor. In the bathroom, Suin shed her dirty clothes and began to shower. The dampness dissipated, and she noticed a fine layer of dust drifting down with the water. What is this? Suin wondered. She rubbed her skin, finding a layer of something like ash. Anbao, Huan and I have it too. The little fox rubbed Huan's arms and her own, both of which were covered in a layer of fine dust. The little pumpkin took a closer look, sniffed, and said, "This smells like ash from a gasoline lamp. It's a side effect of dispelling the fog." "It's a little dirty," the little pumpkin replied. After saying that, she pulled a bar of soap from the storage. "Wash it well, and it come off." This was an insignificant incident. After everyone finished showering and drenched their hair, they gathered around the fireplace in the living room to warm themselves. Half an hour had passed. Still, no results appeared on the public screen. Suin guessed that everyone was probably stuck on the third map, the Mist Realm. A sudden thought struck her. She turned on the TV, changed the channel, and saw Scorpion Phantom and Goose Stage both broadcasting the ice and snow slide event. The voice of commentator Bing Duo wafted from the TV. 17 players have finished their matches, 29 are lost, and 53 remain. Keep trying. Keep going. Wow, player number 23 seems to be on the verge of finding the secret to breaking the mirror. Finally, another player can escape this lowest level fog barrier. You guys better keep up the good work. I'm thinking of calling it a day. The scene switched to reveal a petite, stoic-looking girl skiing her way forward, followed by countless ghostly figures. She spun and jumped on her skis to dodge them all. The scene was clearly eerie and terrifying, but the combination of the rhythmic, cheerful soundtrack and commentary made it entertaining. Amidst the rapid movement and camera switching, Suin recognized the player's identity. Her chubby face, taciturn personality, and bright eyes were all memorable. This girl was one of Yotsuba's friends, the one who teamed up with her to compete in the Scorpion Hero competition. Her player nickname seemed to be Xiao Shirjiu. Yotsuba seemed to have mentioned this to her, a player with high agility and high attack, but the one who made the biggest impression was a junior high school player of Yotsuba's age, quite capable, the kind that made a lasting impression. Her small face stood out among the other contestants. If there was another interesting player, it would be player number 56, the giant mushroom-like figure named Jinan, who was also quite memorable. She was incredibly powerful in her mushroom form, and her skiing was hilarious, earning her the host's attention and frequent mention. It was fun. Chapter 497. Suin was unknowingly captivated. This competition was truly fascinating, with all the unique skills and methods players used to complete it, truly eye-opening. Xiao Mo was a little sleepy, but he forced himself to stay awake. He wanted to know if they came in first or second, so even though he was very sleepy, he wanted to wait until the results were announced. Xiaoli and Wan were both anxious. This was their first time participating in such a competition, and they were very concerned about the rankings. They watched the TV carefully, hoping for a quick end. Little Pumpkin nestled in his owner's arms, watching the unfinished ice and snow slide on TV, unable to help but comment as he watched. So the third level map is a manifestation of the spiritual world. Interesting. Player number 50, is that Su Yuan? Why is she participating in such a dangerous competition when she can stay in Huacheng? It's the strategy team. Suin noticed that Su Yuan was wearing similar-looking skis to He Qing's. She said, she's joined the strategy team. After saying this, Suin herself was a little silent. Why was she so devoted to all this, as if she had seen something similar before? Oh no, she had a headache. Suin rubbed her temples to ease the sudden pressure. On the TV, commentator Bing Duo's passionate voice could be heard again. Congratulations. Congratulations to player 23 for leaving the Mist Realm and entering the Glacier Sprint track. Player 23 is about to leave the competition. Other players, please hurry up. The track closes in 49 minutes and 23 seconds. Hurry. The host's commentary, while ostensibly explaining the rules of the game to the audience, also served as a reminder to the players, providing some information to reduce the difficulty. After a while, Su-An's headache eased considerably. She noticed that Little Pumpkin had appeared behind her at some point, leaning against her and massaging her head with both hands. "Master, you used too much mental energy today, so you might be feeling uncomfortable. Let Pumpkin give you a massage to help you feel better," Little Pumpkin said softly. Little Mo, who had dozed off, almost fell asleep when he heard the noise and woke up again. He watched Little Pumpkin massaging his master. Little Mo noticed his master's discomfort and quickly jumped off the sofa. He had to do something. He couldn't just stay on the sofa like that, or he'd fall asleep soon. Little Mo took out a copper kettle with a pointed spout, filled it with water, and placed it on the stove. Next, Xiao Mo went to the kitchen, opened the cupboard, and found the dried fruit storage cabinet. Red dates, goji berries, mulberries. Little Mo found a few nourishing ingredients, cleaned them briefly, pitted the red dates, and broke them into small pieces. He then placed them in the copper kettle, boiling hot water, which gradually stained the ingredients red. Xiao Mo cleaned a set of cups and placed them on the coffee table, waiting. After boiling for over 10 minutes, he poured the red date, wolfberry, and mulberry tea into the cups. Xiao Mo handed them to the host. "Sisternin, have some tea to warm your stomach." "Thank you." Su-An accepted the hot tea from Xiao Mo. She took a sip, and a warm current flowed through her stomach, warming her entire body. It seemed as if the fatigue and headache she had just felt had dissipated. Whether the tea was any good or not, she appreciated Xiao Mo's care and consideration. Su-An tilted her head back as Little Pumpkin massaged her scalp, holding the warming tea Xiao Mo had brewed. She felt so comfortable and relaxed, the headache and past confusion pale in comparison. The sea was calm today, a night without a storm. She was safe in the pumpkin boathouse, enjoying the warm glow of the lights and the company of her dolls. She could even enjoy some entertainment. She could remotely watch the match she had just experienced through the television, a third-party experience. The referee and commentator, so high and mighty just now, were now making all sorts of witty remarks, entertaining the audience in front of the TV. As the audience being entertained, how could this not be pleasant? Su-An secretly despised her own indulgence, but she couldn't help but feel comfortable with it. She glanced down and saw Wan and Xiaoli had fallen asleep in each other's arms, exhaustion taking over their attention. Although they were anxious for the game to end and the results to arrive immediately, they couldn't hold out. The two dolls didn't sleep very well. Su-An could hear Wan occasionally mumbling in her sleep, "Which place?" Then Xiaoli replied first. It was a sleepless night, and Su-An felt a little sleepy, but fortunately, the headache had kept her alert. This is what happens when fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Su-An's headache wasn't as severe, so she let Little Pumpkin rest and fed her some red date, goji berry, and mulberry water that Xiao Mo had prepared. The water had a faint sweetness that was quite pleasant to drink. Perhaps it was psychological, but Su-An felt it had a calming effect. As the night deepened, fewer and fewer players remained on TV. As the night wore on, more and more players became lost. Among those who had overturned and sunk into the ocean, some were familiar to Su-An, some were unfamiliar. Watching them transform into ice sculptures and snowmen, their bodies undergoing transformation, Su-An felt uneasy. However, as a viewer, she couldn't intervene in anything happening on TV. Su-An couldn't stop focusing her attention on Su-Yuan. The little girl she saved twice was still having a rough time. Su-Yuan had transformed into a small ice bird. One of her arms not only transformed into a wing, but also completely frozen. Many ghosts were still eroding her body. She was like a headless fly, paddling along the foggy ocean slide, unable to find the lighted path or her own direction. Rationally, she knew she was getting lost. If she gave up and stopped moving, she would be left on this platform and lose her human identity. However, Su-An had a hunch that this little girl could keep going and not repeat the fate of becoming a platform monster. Just then, Su-Yuan made a mistake in the scene and was penetrated by a ghost. She seemed to be panicking, trying to dispel the ghost and using a tool on herself. A squid bomb exploded above her head. This was the wrong tool. Su-An frowned. Was this really the end? It seemed his intuition had failed him. But what happened next was truly remarkable. Su-An could only see the little girl lose her sight and momentarily lose consciousness. But then, she glowed and transformed into a live bird, dropping her skis and flying through a path. This was flying. Chapter 498. This determination allowed the bird to soar out of the dense fog, breaking through the barriers and leaving the realm. The entire room was filled with the commentators' exclamations. Player 50, transformed into a nightingale and flew. Oh my god, she can fly! No, we're on a shoot race. How does flying count? But our rules don't forbid players from completing the course themselves. The commentator struggled, but eventually moved on from the matter and turned his commentary into congratulations. Congratulations to player 30 for leaving the foggy realm and entering the glacier course. Suin watched a tiny bird soar slowly across the brightly lit track, then cross the finish line and leave the platform. She couldn't help but clasp her hands together and clap her hands. Hearing the applause, she looked down and realized she was clapping. It must have triggered some kind of motivational mechanism, just like the little bear, and she paused awkwardly. Huan and Xiaoli woke up dazed. Huan rubbed her eyes and muttered, "What do you mean by flying? Could it be our first flyer?" As soon as she said this, another doll perked up. Xiaoli shouted, "Are the results in?" Xiaoli glanced around and saw the scene on TV. Xiaoli's eyes widened as he watched the live broadcast of the match. He sighed, "So the game isn't over yet?" After that, Xiaoli slumped back against the sofa. Suin smiled and replied, "It's almost there." Yes, as Suin had said, the match on TV was speeding up. Because everyone had been reminded by the commentator, the way Su Yuan transformed into a bird and flew away had many players confused on the map, thinking outside the box. Although many players' innate skills wouldn't allow them to transform into beasts, as humans, they were naturally able to swim. Seeing more than one player on screen, Suin chose to dismount his skis and enter the ocean, bravely swimming forward through the fog. In fact, this level could be left with unwavering conviction. After all, this was a level of spiritual embodiment. Just like a dream, the fastest way to leave it was to firmly believe that one was going to wake up. Time slipped by. Huan and Xiaoli, who had been dozing off more than once, woke up between sleeps. Because they were constantly preoccupied with the outcome of the competition, they dozed off and on, and towards the end, they felt less sleepy. They simply gathered around the coffee table and drank the red date, wolfberry, and mulberry water Xiao Imo had brewed. The water was a vibrant red and purple, but the flavor was bland. Huan and Xiaoli kept adding honey. Watching this, Suin, who didn't like sweets, felt a toothache and could only remind the two dolls, "Remember to brush your teeth before bed." Time passed quickly, and finally, the competition came to an end. Bing Duoduo happily announced the results. "Ha ha ha, congratulations on the successful conclusion of this competition. I'm not just happy that I'm leaving get off work, I'm just congratulating you on the competition being over." For this competition, 100 participants were invited, 1 withdrew, 99 showed up, and 34 were lost. The results will be announced below. At that moment, all the puppets gathered together, staring at Suin's public screen, where the results were about to be announced. Game over, results rankings in progress. Congratulations, player Sunshine Bear, you taken first place. The first place prize is being emailed. First place. Yeah, first place, haha. The little pumpkin spun and jumped in circles. Great. We're first. Anbao, Guogua, Big Bear, Huan. We're awesome. Little Fox happily wagged its tail. Excited, its 9 tails swung around like a sweeping broom, hitting Huan's face behind it. But that didn't dampen Huan's joy. She picked up Little Fox, lifted it high, and tossed it into the air. She tossed the 9-tailed fox like a hydrangea. Huan let out a crunch laugh as she tossed the 9-tailed fox. Hee. Bear scratched her head and laughed foolishly, unable to help but twist her butt in place. It was so high it could hold 3 bottles of mineral water. The house was filled with joy. Suin called out to Black Ball, "Play some happy music to match the joyful atmosphere." So, late at night, a lively revelry unfolded in the pumpkin boat and pumpkin house. Suin embraced the dolls, kissing whoever she could catch. After a few minutes of joy, she didn't forget to check the rankings. She didn't need to see, as the TV was already broadcasting the results. Bing Duoduo, like a little teacher, floated across the large 3D screen, explaining the results. Currently, our top-ranked player is Sunshine Bear from Flood Ocean Zone 001. She's also our first player to reach the platform, and holds several records. She was the fastest to break through the Misty Realm track, overcoming obstacles and leaving the zone. Her determination is commendable. Her total time for the game track is 37 minutes 12 seconds 17 seconds, reaching a top speed of 921 kilometers per hour. It's truly remarkable. Second place is player number 2, He Qing, from the Flood Ocean Zone 001 strategy team. This player is a bit older, But that doesn't stop her from possessing extraordinary charm and determination. Suin looked at the content on the screen. The sound from the TV wasn't clear. Ice and snow slide, speed race, 100,000 meters. Ranking. First place. Number 1 Flood Ocean Area 001 Sunshine Bear 37 minutes 12 seconds 17 seconds. Top speed 921 kilometers per hour. Second place. Number 2 Flood Ocean Area 001 Strategy Team Heeching 42 minutes 23 seconds 12 seconds. Top speed 823 kilometers per hour. Third place. Number 7 Flood Ocean Area 001 Chun Shi 42 minutes 48 seconds 45. Top speed 817 kilometers per hour. Fourth place. Number 8 Flood Ocean Area 001 Chu by Live Phone 44 minutes 21 seconds 12. Top speed 800 kilometers per hour. 10th place. Number 17 Flood Ocean Area 001 Xiaoshi Geo 59 minutes 11 seconds 17. Top speed 783 kilometers per hour. Wait, where did that blonde girl from Player 3 go? Suin was puzzled. She had almost surpassed him back then, making Little Pumpkin extremely nervous. Logically, she should have been first or second, but now she couldn't even be in the top 10. Thinking of this, Suin simply flipped through the pages. 38th place. Number 50, Hot Desert, District 003, Xiao Su is a little bird, 1 hour, 36 minutes, 23 seconds, 12 seconds, top speed, 342 kilometers per hour. 99th place. Number 38, Flood Ocean, District 001, Wang Jianxi, did not finish. 100th place. Number 100, Flood Ocean, District 001, Great Wealth and Honor, did not participate. I didn't see it. Chapter 499. Perhaps because he was scrolling too quickly, Suin became serious and scrolled up the public screen, quickly finding her in the middle. 66th place. Number 3 Hot Desert Area 003 Mu Qingchuan unfinished. Unfinished, Suin frowned. How could it be unfinished? Although Suin felt a little annoyed by this opponent, who showed up at the last minute, this couldn't and shouldn't be the result. Unfinished meant staying on the platform. Suin lowered his head, unable to articulate his thoughts. Beside him, Little Pumpkin exclaimed, "Ah, this is the player who surpassed us. Why does it say they haven't finished the race? How strange." Little Pumpkin also became puzzled. 4 leaves bounced and danced, making pleasant sounds and laughing. Sister Sunshine won, so happy. Sister Sunshine is first. Haha, Auntie Hitching is second, and that guy Baifeng is doing pretty well too, fourth. Yay yay yay. She was so happy she couldn't sit still on the sofa, twisting and turning. Wait, what's going on? Where's that capybara-like girl? I think she's cheating, but why isn't her name on the rankings? 4 leaves asked, puzzled. Yun Guilin used a splash of water as an arrow to point at the TV screen. 66th place was player number 3. Yun Duo was just discussing the performance of player number 56, causing the names of all 66 players to appear on the public screen. Didn't finish the game? How could that happen? 4 leaves was puzzled. A look of disbelief filled her face. The water droplets in the air formed a helpless figure, spreading its hands, indicating it didn't know either. Yes, Yun Guilin truly didn't know. She had indeed experienced many parallel worlds, but they were all about Psy. Memories not related to her had long since dissipated into a wisp of smoke. She could only traverse time and space, centered on her own aiming point. It might even be said that this space-time was merely a simulated one. Yun Guilin blinked, watching Psy, perplexed and speculating in front of the projector. Logically, Suin should have gone to bed after knowing the outcome. But Suin was watching Bing Duoduo's commentary, wanting to know why player number 3, Mu Qingchuan, hadn't finished. However, the referee was truly anxious to leave. After listing the 65 players who had completed the competition, she stopped talking and simply declared her speech over. This left Suin, who had persevered to see the end, bewildered. She desperately wanted to know why player number 3, who had almost surpassed her, hadn't finished. Thank you to all the StarCraft viewers for watching. Thank you to all the platform viewers for watching. Thank you to Shi for the update reminder. Thank you to Yunqing for the update reminder. Thank you to Luo Qian for giving me the character summon when she didn't want to go to work. And thank you all for your love power. Bing Duo went through a 5-minute list of gifts, then ended the program with the background music of the game playing, leaving many people concerned about player number 3, Mu Qingchuan, without an answer. Ding dong, the system beeped. Special platform ice and snow slide, racing closed. Total time, 26 hours. Players participating in the platform, 99. Players leaving the platform, 65. Summary. Unfortunately, 34 players entered the platform to work and live. Of these, 11 players became snowmen, and 12 players became ice sculptures. 11 players became temporary workers, entering the special building natural convenience store. Wishing them a speedy return of their debts, and a quick departure. Suan looked at the belated summary, wondering if player 3 had refrained from paying back his debts. Forget it. Sleep. Sleep is the most important thing. Suan turned off the TV, which was only showing commercials, and took the dolls upstairs to bed. After what she had just experienced, she wasn't feeling very sleepy, but she had to sleep anyway. Tomorrow was Thursday, and she had to get up to work. Fishing and treasure chest hunting required plenty of energy. Early to bed, early to rise. The family fell asleep. A moment later, Little Pumpkin's eyes widened. He shook Wan awake, saying, Wan, I understand why player 3 isn't ranked. Ah. Wan drowsily opened her eyes. As a ghost, she had natural night vision, allowing her to see everything clearly in the middle of the night. She saw Little Pumpkin's eyes were bright red, with dark circles under them. Aren't you tired or sleepy? Wan muttered. Logically, after speeding for 100 kilometers, Little Pumpkin should be the most exhausted. Tired, but that's not important. I can't sleep until I figure this out. That shadow of player 3 in the final sprint wasn't the real person, it was a spirit, right? Ah! Wan let out a short scream. Think about it, Wan. Isn't that right? Her shadow is translucent. Ah! Wan made a puzzled sound. Wan scratched her head and whispered, I was so anxious at the time, and there was a runway between us, I don't think I paid much attention. The sound of someone turning over in bed came. Shoo! Little Pumpkin blew softly, pulling Wan toward the bed. Let's keep our voices down, so we don't disturb everyone else's sleep, Little Pumpkin said through a telepathic connection. Wan looked dazed. Why? Just disturb her. The two of them looked at the soft, large bed. Suan rolled over, reached around, and scooped up the bear cub in his arms, straddling the covers as he fell back into a deep sleep. Thankfully, he didn't wake his owner. Little Pumpkin dragged Wan up to the 3rd floor and into the activity room. The window was open, letting in a comfortable night breeze. Tonight, there was no rain, the sea was calm, and the moonlight shimmered across the surface, creating a shimmering, breathtaking beauty. If I were to recite a poem, it would be something like The Moon Rises Over the Sea. Little Pumpkin was uneducated, but Wan was, and she almost recited one. She then hummed a few lines from an opera. Just as Wan sang 2 lines, Little Pumpkin interrupted her sharply, saying, Wan, think about what I just said. I think this is quite important. I can't sleep until I understand it. I lost everything I lost for an imaginary enemy. I have to figure this out. As he spoke, Little Pumpkin covered his face, the pumpkin mask on his face glowing. Wan was speechless. She looked at the moon in the sky, then at the calm sea, trying to recall what had happened. But she hadn't paid attention at the time. I can't think of it at all. I told you I didn't pay attention to all those details, Wan said, explaining to Little Pumpkin. Unreliable little Wan. How about you become Big Wan and think about it? Little Pumpkin said. This made Wan furious. What? Becoming Wan doesn't require energy. I'm already broke today. Are you trying to tire Wan to death? Also, don't attack me personally. Why is Xiaowan unreliable? Xiaowan is the most reliable. You idiot, you woke me up in the middle of the night, and I wasn't even mad at you. Wan said, feeling both angry and aggrieved. I know Wan loves me the most, so I woke you up, Little Pumpkin said confidently. Chapter 500. One sentence left Wan speechless. It also calmed Wan down. Little Pumpkin, dejected, pondered the speculation surrounding the match and said, it would be nice if there were replays. Oh right, TV, would there be replays on TV? Little Pumpkin had a brilliant idea. With a push, the TV on the 1st floor flew up and landed on the 3rd floor. The TV turned on. There was an ad for Scorpion Phantom. Late Night Poison was selling roasted gula beasts. There was an ad for Goose Stage, selling hot spring tickets. 0921 Survival was still black with white text in foreign languages. None of the 3 regular channels were replaying. Click. Switching the channel, a large, beautiful mermaid's face was pressed against the TV. This was the Misty Lake Station. Temporary channel, Misty Lake Station. On the TV, Ophelia's stunningly beautiful face appeared in the center of the screen, smiling and welcoming player Sunshine Bear to Misty Lake again. Frightened, Little Pumpkin turned off the TV. Bad luck. Little Pumpkin's heart pounded, feeling like he was being watched. Wan's face fell as she said, "Besides the fixed channels, finding a temporary channel means this station is nearby. I tell the owner about this tomorrow. Gua, be careful when you're sailing. Don't stray into this station," Wan warned. "I know," said Little Pumpkin. "She still hasn't let us go. Damn it! She should have let the giant octopus destroy that station," Little Pumpkin said. When Suin woke up, he saw the bear in clothes and the missing raccoon. Xiaomo said nothing, simply waved to Suin. Suin waved back in response. She stood up, trying not to disturb the still sleeping Little Pumpkin and Wan. The two dolls slept soundly, seemingly exhausted from yesterday. Suin went downstairs, washed up, and began preparing breakfast. Just as she heated a pot of water and stirred the rice, she heard a noise behind her. Suin turned around and saw Little Pumpkin rubbing her eyes as she came downstairs. "Nanling, why don't you get some more sleep?" Suin asked, looking at the still clearly sleepy Little Pumpkin. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. Little Pumpkin could sleep a little longer. "Master, I'm worried about something, so I had to get up this morning to tell you," Little Pumpkin said. "Is it about that number 3 player ranking yesterday?" Suin asked. Suin knew Little Pumpkin's ambition. She would probably be very concerned about this matter. "I'm concerned about that, but I'm more concerned about something else. Master, we're very close to Misty Lake. Yesterday, I turned on the TV and found the Misty Lake channel. That mermaid is looking for you." Suan's hands froze for a second, but she feigned indifference as she stirred the rice in the pot, letting it tumble freely in the hot water. "It's okay. Just be careful and avoid her station," Suin said. The strategy team had warned her about this before, saying that the Misty Lake station owner was looking for her like crazy. The strategy team even suggested she join the team to protect her, but she declined. Porridge cooked on the stove while Little Pumpkin went to the refrigerator to get some pickles and pie. Suin turned on the TV and flipped through it. Scorpion Phantom was replaying yesterday's ice and snow slide competition. Misty Lake. Indeed, Ophelia hadn't given up yet, sending messages on the channel looking for Swan. Swan looked at Ophelia's face and scratched his head. It seemed the octopus hadn't destroyed Misty Lake enough last time, allowing it to recover so quickly. As expected, the speed of infrastructure development in the magical world was no less than that of Blue Star. She had dealt with that mess so quickly and came looking for him. Swan felt terrified by the mermaid's face and immediately switched to Scorpion Phantom to watch the replay of yesterday's match. She couldn't afford to offend Misty Lake, so why not just avoid it? Swan said she didn't want to pay any attention to this person. In Scorpion Phantom, the match was still in its early stages. Watching the bungee jumping on the screen, filled with screams of slaughter, Swan shuddered. He had a bad feeling. As expected, the camera panned out, and in a close-up, Swan saw herself from a third-person perspective, draped in a large cloak, screaming loudly. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask, so her face wasn't visible. The other dolls were stuck on the snowboard, their speed making them look like a plush dog PowerPoint presentation. The competition footage didn't just cut to her screaming. Suin also saw the stoic He Qing, the youthful Chun Shi in a miniskirt, and the indifferent blonde Mu Qing Chuan. If we were to talk about the most striking, the most eye-catching, it would be player number 8, Bai Feng, covering his hair, looking dashing with his silver hair. Ever since he put on a white wig, he's been incredibly handsome, his already modest charm elevated to a truly impressive level. With his narrow red eyes, youthful boyishness, and canine smile, he looks incredibly handsome on a skateboard. According to the principle of opposites attracting, Bing Duo paid close attention to him, until he flipped over and became a handsome bald man. The handsomeness and elegance of the past will never return. Suin glanced briefly at the handsome man, suddenly understanding Bing Duo's defense breakdown mid-race. All I can say is, everyone loves beauty, so cherish Bai Feng's beautiful personal image at this moment. Soon, a few minutes later, everyone entered the second track. Little Pumpkin leaned his head over to Sue and sighed, watching TV, occasionally stirring the porridge with a spoon controlled by telekinesis. Little Pumpkin mumbled a lot. Suin then realized how Little Pumpkin had discovered that the TV could search for the Misty Lake channel, because Little Pumpkin had stayed up late the previous night to chat with Wan. That's right, Wan wasn't asleep either. It happened that the moon was bright and the weather was nice yesterday, so I took her up to the rooftop to chat, Little Pumpkin said. Master, I suspect that player 3 in the final glacial sprint map isn't real. Little Pumpkin's statement surprised Suin, so she turned to look at the TV. She planned to find out if Little Pumpkin's explanation was the reason, and at the same time, get some information about the players. From a television perspective, the competition was very clear. It was divided into 5 stages, or what could be called 5 mini-maps. They were High Altitude Jump, Sue-Ann's version of bungee jumping, Flowing Water Ice Maze, Misty Ocean, Misty Realm, and Glacier Sprint. The high altitude jump consisted of an initial 1,000-meter bungee jump without a slide, followed by a nearly vertical section of ice. There were no props, just the thrill of plummeting. Sue-Ann was afraid of heights, so he performed quite aggressively in this stage, clearly not as impressive as the other players around him. However, in the second stage, Sue-Ann and his group performed the best. When they encountered the maze on the Flowing Water Ice Maze, Little Pumpkin seemed to have a map in mind, turning without error and entering a fork in the road without losing speed. Sue-Ann noticed that many of the other players had experienced encountering a dead end after passing an intersection. However, each dead end had a simple map, and turning back and sliding a few meters would lead to a path, but it would require a lot more walking and time. Almost half of the players lost a significant amount of time in this map. However, this map wasn't particularly dangerous. Even if the boat capsized, it wouldn't kill anyone. All the players present were above the spiritual rank. Even if they were nearly dead, they could still continue on after a quick drink of red potion. Watching the match from a third-person perspective was truly fascinating. No wonder there were so many viewers and tips. Listening to Bingwood's passionate commentary and watching the thank you tips on the screen, Sue-Ann almost felt the urge to tip. Yes, there was a tipping channel for the replay. There was a small box in the lower right corner, where 2 Scorpion hosts were posting comments and thanking the tips. Those who watch TV regularly would be familiar with these two, Krana and Amanda, a pair of Scorpion sisters, who were considered regular hosts on the channel. Tip donations could be made by scanning the system's QR code. Thank you, audience member Dafudagwe, for your gift. Thank you Ehua Chingu. Thank you Zhu Xingxing for your gift. Sue-Ann seemed to see a group of familiar names. Chapter 501. Unable to resist, I opened the system's public screen and scanned it, spending 100 copper coins to give a thumbs up. Tipping yourself is truly amazing. Organizing a competition like the Ice and Snow Slide, while simultaneously broadcasting it on major platforms, is a sure-win business. While tipping, Sue-Ann also noticed the key point. He saw that the spider web thrown by Little Fox had pulled up player 3, and the snow ring from the bottom. Little Fox's tail bristled. It shook its fluffy tail, and asked in confusion, "Aw, why did this happen?" Little Fox expressed surprise. "Good luck," Little Pumpkin replied through gritted teeth. Everyone continued to watch the scene on TV, as if they were back at the competition. Due to careful observation, everyone noticed the ghost snow ring that Muqing Chuan was riding. "It seems to be her innate ability," Sue-Ann commented. "Why does it smell so sticky?" Xiaomo asked. "Oh no!" Little Pumpkin ran straight to the porridge pot. Everyone ate breakfast on a pot of slightly mushy porridge. Although it tasted unpalatable, no one wasted the food, they shared it and ate it all. During the meal, the competition served as a side dish, relieving the boredom. Sue-Ann and his companions also understood why Muqing Chuan hadn't completed the competition. It wasn't her true form that appeared at the last moment, but her spirit. Her true form had already fainted from the cold at the 3rd level. The world is full of wonders. Human souls can actually be separated. Huan exclaimed. "Aren't ghosts just the souls of dead humans?" Shioli asked, puzzled. "No, they're not the same thing. Ghosts are only created under special circumstances, when a human with a deep obsession dies. Normal souls aren't ghosts," Huan explained. After breakfast, Huan washed the dishes while Xiaoli went to do the laundry. Swan changed and went out to work. Beside Swan, a baited fishing rod had already been lowered to the seabed. Little Bear, wearing a sun hat, sat on a small stool, doing his usual fishing. Little Bear occasionally glanced in Swan's direction, a smile on his face. The boat sailed slowly, and Little Pumpkin followed the route provided by the system. Swan fiddled with the underwater grab and tried to figure out how to use it. Waiting for Little Pumpkin to sail to the treasure chest, Swan used the underwater grab according to the direction Little Pumpkin pointed. As the grab entered the water, icons appeared on the built-in cartoon display. Using this grab was quite interesting, like a little game we played as children, like Missing Work. Accompanied by the ding-dong music, the grab would continuously descend, and then gradually appear on the display. The first time Swan lowered the line, he was slightly off-center. Seeing the rope had missed the treasure chest, Sue-Ann pulled it up and continued casting his traps. Still nothing. Just when he was about to reach the treasure chest, it swam away. Suen wiped the sweat from his head from concentrating, then remembered that when there wasn't a storm, the spawning treasure chest monsters in the water were all hooked and swimming. Elsewhere, Little Bear's fishing rod's float sank and sank, indicating a fish had taken hold. He exerted his strength, and when he reeled in the rod, it was a treasure chest monster. Suen looked at the treasure chest monster that had come aboard and thought to himself, what a waste of money. 10 gold coins for a useless item. But Suen quickly stopped himself from thinking this. How could it be a useless item? This trap would be useful even during a storm. That way, when the next storm hits and the water treasure chest spawns, he wouldn't have to go underwater. Besides, it can be used daily too. Just practice your skills and catch the treasure chest monster before it escapes. Suen spent the entire morning studying this item, and time flew by. Today was a long-awaited sunny day. It hadn't rained since last night, and the sun was high in the sky, sending the temperature soaring. Even with a sun hat on, Suen couldn't stop the sweat from pouring down. By 11 o'clock, Suen was sweltering. The sweat had soaked her skin, leaving tiny grains of salt all over it. Suen went back inside to cool off and asked the black ball about its temperature. Dear Master, the current temperature outside the shield is 41 degrees Celsius, inside is 32 degrees Celsius, and inside is 28 degrees Celsius. This is such a horrible weather, so hot and cold. Suen used his sun hat as a fan. Nan Ling, turn on the air conditioning in the first floor living room. Suen instructed Little Pumpkin. Then Suen went to the basement storage and retrieved a bunch of things. Soon, a sunshade appeared over Little Bear's fishing spot. A bucket of ice cubes appeared beside Little Bear, and a glass of iced lemonade in his hand. He sipped the water, a look of comfort on his face. It was delicious. The owner had added tons of sugar, just to suit his taste. The drink was sweet and refreshing in Little Bear's mouth. Suen sat beside Xiao Mo, dropping his fishing rod and following him. She said, it's cold when it rains, and it's scorching hot when it doesn't. I noticed that the third level combines the extreme weather conditions of the first two. Yes, Sister Nin, the weather at sea is indeed extreme. I think you should go back inside and rest, Little Bear replied. It's okay. This little temperature is just for warmth. I might not be good at catching fish, but I'm definitely a good fisherman, Suen said. Time passed slowly. The ocean was calm. Little Bear would occasionally catch a fish, show it to Suen, and explain how to cook it deliciously. The little bears pointing and snarling startled the fish monster, causing it to thrash and twist its body. Elsewhere, Little Fox came out with a bucket of laundry. She asked Huan to hang up the clothesline, then used her telekinesis to hang up the clothes everyone had changed yesterday. Chapter 502. After finishing all this, Xiaoli used wooden clips to secure each piece of clothing, one by one, to prevent the wind from blowing it into the sea. She then returned to the house. After just 10 minutes of hanging the clothes out to dry, Huan and Xiaoli worked themselves into a sweat. Back in the comfortable, air-conditioned house, they drank a glass of ice-cold lemonade, feeling almost flat. Through the window, they saw their master and Little Bear on the deck. Yesterday, the temperature was still 40 or 50 degrees below zero, and everyone was wearing coats and cotton pants. Today, Swan and Little Bear were both wearing vests and shorts. The breeze was gentle, the sun was bright. It was like the beautiful summer described in Blue Star. I love summer, Xiaoli said. I love the summer with the pumpkin air conditioner and ice-cold lemonade, Huan said. I love the summer with Anbao and everyone. At that moment, Xiaoli felt immense happiness. I just wish this beautiful moment could last a little longer. Suddenly, a reflective shield appeared in the distance, and the pumpkin boat stopped. Little Pumpkin emerged from the cab, a glass of lemonade clutched in her hand. As she walked, the door opened automatically, and she stepped outside. Noticing the commotion, Xiaoli and Huan also rose from the carpet and pushed the door open. Little Li opened the door and heard Sister Pumpkin talking to Anbao. Master, we're up ahead at the Misty Lake platform. Should we go around or wait? Suen looked ahead at the suddenly large platform. Perhaps due to renovations, the buildings within it had changed. She said, let's not move. Going around could easily lead us astray. After saying that, Suen checked the time. It was 11:55, and there wasn't much time left until the treasure chests finished respawning. She called Little Bear inside to rest. The system popped up a notification about a platform. Suen clicked no to enter the platform. It was a decisive refusal. Suen had been feeling cheerful, but the sudden arrival of the Misty Lake platform soured her mood. Little rolled his eyes and said, Master, why don't we stay at another platform for a while? It's both a way to travel and relax, and we can also avoid Misty Lake. It's blocked, so we can't fish properly anyway. That's a good idea. Where should we go? Suan asked. My fixed platforms here are Weizong, Shaja Oasis, and Yiming City. Yiming City is still hidden, and it seems we haven't reached the third level yet, so we can only choose between Weizong and Shaja Oasis. Suan called up the platform coordinate binding tool, checked the 3 bound platforms, and said, Going to Huacheng is safe and economical. We have land and a house there, and we've never been there before. But the master doesn't feel comfortable there, and has been reluctant to go. Our land and house are managed online. If we go to the Sand Sting Oasis for accommodation, it will cost a bit. If we save a little, 5 or 6 gold coins will be enough. If we spend lavishly, we can expect to spend under 100 gold, which is totally affordable for us. Little Pumpkin analyzed. Is the sea fishing competition about to start? Little Bear said. Sister Anin, we can go to the Scorpion Tribe's platform, the Sand Sting Oasis, and prepare for the competition. Little Bear suggested. Suan nodded, thinking it was a good decision. Let's go to the Sand Sting Oasis. For some reason, even though she had land and a house in Huacheng, a central hub for Blue Star players, she never considered going. Perhaps it was her social anxiety, her fear of people, that was too severe. Okay, then, let's go to the Sand Sting Oasis this afternoon, Suan replied. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone got busy. Suan went to pack up his belongings for a few days' stay, stuffing his daily necessities into his earring space device. Suan said goodbye to the dolls and went upstairs. Little Bear cleaned up the fish he caught that morning and briefly discussed with Little Pumpkin about eating all the fish. Then, they began cleaning the fish, gutting it, and scraping its scales. Little Lee and Huan, following Little Pumpkin's instructions, went outside to bring the dry clothes inside. And not just the clothes. They also had to bring the clothesline, sunshade, and fishing chairs from the deck inside. Little Pumpkin arranged everything in an orderly manner. Then, they washed and cooked the rice. The rice was almost cooked, and Little Bear's fish had been cleaned and prepared. Little Pumpkin heated up some oil in a wok and frying the prepared fish until golden brown on both sides. He then removed the fish and set aside. Finally, Little Pumpkin returned the wok to the boil, sautéing the spices until fragrant, then added the vegetables and fish and simmered them. This was a homely roasted fish. After gathering everyone's groceries, Suan arrived downstairs and was immediately met with a strong spicy aroma. Upon closer inspection, he saw a pot of fragrant, spicy roasted fish. Master, I cooked all the fish Bear caught this morning. Let's have a good meal. Once we get to the platform, we probably won't have to eat fish for a while, Little Pumpkin said. Great. Even though eating fish every day in the ocean map is boring, I love the fish you cook. I love anything you cook, Suan praised. Nanling, we won't be living in the car for a few days. I take care of anything else that needs attention. Nothing serious. Just some picking up stairs. I assigned Huan and Xiaoli to it, Little Pumpkin replied. Then I go check upstairs. Suan finished speaking and went upstairs. Little Pumpkin slapped himself in the face at his master's speed. You idiot! Why are you talking so fast? Wouldn't it be better to just say Huan and Xiaoli are done? When Suan arrived on the 3rd floor, Xiaoli and Huan had almost finished their work. A pile of produce lay in the center of the 3rd floor grow room. There were leeks, lettuce, cilantro, spiritual rice, and peas. Suan understood that Little Pumpkin was worried he wouldn't be able to harvest in time, so she had Huan and Little Lee pick the harvest and store it in the refrigerator. Little Lee was packing the produce, while Huan was watering the newly planted seedlings. Suan joined in the work, sorting and packaging the vegetables with rice leaves and tying them into bundles. Then she helped with the planting. Her telekinesis allowed her to do many things simultaneously. Because they were connected, her and Huan's telekinesis coordinated without conflict. While Little Lee didn't have powerful telekinesis, she had 9 nimble tails to help her, and quickly the limited work in the 3rd floor plantation was done. The water hose was pulled out, and the water splashed onto the floor, carrying dead branches and leaves directly into the drain. In the sewage treatment system, this waste would be separated and used as compost. Master, Huan, Little Lee, it's time for lunch. A pumpkin mask appeared on the wall, and Little Pumpkin's voice echoed. Chapter 503. Suan replied to Little Pumpkin, then used telekinesis to wipe the 3rd floor clean, then went downstairs with the 2 dolls. On the 1st floor dining table, Little Pumpkin and Little Bear had prepared lunch. The staple was white rice, a mixture of broken rice and mashed large spirit rice. The grains weren't perfectly yellow and white, but they had a rich, rice-like aroma. In the center of the table were 2 pots of stewed fish, accompanied by a few small side dishes, cold cha-cha grass and pickled sweet and sour radish. The drink was the lemonade Sue had made that morning, consisting of lemon slices, honey, and ice. Logically, the ice should have melted by now. It was obvious that Little Pumpkin had added the ice. Everyone washed their hands and took their seats, filling the dining table. As the family grew, the table seemed smaller. "Let's eat," Sue said, and everyone joined in the lunch. Little Pumpkin's homemade grilled fish was delicious. It wasn't richly seasoned, but the flavor wasn't bad. Each piece of fish was carefully fried to a crispy crust, and then tossed in the spicy broth. It was incredibly flavorful and incredibly delicious. Little Pumpkin used telekinesis to pick up a piece of the fattest part of the fish belly for Sue, then carefully said, "Master, be careful of burns and fish bones." The air conditioner was running, and Sue could feel Little Pumpkin move several vents around her to keep her cool while she ate. Outside, under the scorching sun, on a boat at sea, eating spicy grilled fish with the air conditioner on, Sue felt like she was living a slightly luxurious life. If you ignore the fact that she was being targeted by the mermaid from the misty lake, this would have been a truly wonderful day. Sue ate the tender fish. Fish, as long as it's been properly cooked, doesn't have much flavor. Sue could only taste the tender fish and the spicy, fragrant broth. It goes really well with rice. The chili peppers used in the small pumpkin dish were minimal, just slightly spicy, enhancing the fish's flavor. After a few bites of the fish, Swan felt a burning sensation in her mouth. She tucked into a sweet and sour radish, and sipped a sip of ice-cold lemonade to soothe the taste, allowing her to continue eating the meat. It was truly delicious. Swan picked up a piece of fish, soaked in broth, and placed it on the bulging rice. The fish broth, wrapped around the rice, brought it to her mouth. The distinct textures of the 2 types of fine rice danced on her tongue, creating a wonderful culinary experience. The rice from the rice vending machine was of lower quality, with a slightly tough, crunchy texture. The homegrown linguine rice was fragrant, and even more delicious when cooked, becoming soft, sweet, and delicious. The 2 types of rice were mixed together, creating a texture that blended brown and fine rice, with a chewy texture and a fragrant aroma, not monotonous. Combined with the accompanying dishes, this rice combination was incredibly delicious, and Sue devoured it with relish. Watching this, Little Pumpkin felt heartbroken, and she secretly vowed to grow more rice, so her master could eat pure, spiritual rice, not rice mixed with broken grains. It wasn't that she couldn't steam rice with double standards, but her master wouldn't allow it. She refused to cook Little Pumpkin a separate meal while the rest of the family ate. We were all family, so we should eat together and share the same food. In the afternoon, the sun was warm. Sue ate a full meal in the air-conditioned room, and took everyone to a good sleep. They set off for the Sand Sting Oasis station at around 3 p.m. After using the props, the shadow of the Sand Sting Oasis appeared on the sea behind them. Little Pumpkin turned the boat around and sailed towards the Sand Sting Oasis station. After entering the platform and driving into the no parking area at the city gate, Sue and his group packed up their vehicles and walked. Usually, they were always in a hurry, but this time, determined to stay until the competition began, Sue didn't rush everyone out to buy groceries or run errands. Instead, she wandered around the Sand Sting Oasis. While browsing, she also picked out where to stay for the night. The Sand Sting Oasis had 3 accommodations. One was the Inn often frequented, called the Happiness Inn. It was located in the city center, a small, low-rise building with a row of basements. The ambience was quite ordinary, but the prices were relatively affordable, ranging from 1 silver coin to several gold coins. Transportation was convenient, and the market was right outside, making it easy to shop. The safety, however, was average. As long as she didn't act too aggressively and provoke any platform residents with stronger abilities than the owner, she was pretty safe. The owner was Di Lily, a cheerful scorpion girl whose abilities were at the lower level of super spirit. He was a regular at this inn, so Sue knew it best. There's another inn called the Witch's Tower, located east of the city. Rooms range from a few hundred copper coins to a few gold coins. As the tallest building in the Sand Sting Oasis, it has many unique rooms. According to Sai, the cheaper rooms are rather misshapen, resembling coffins, stuffy and shabby, while the more expensive ones are unacceptable. The last inn is near East Heart Lake, not in the center of the station. It's a 10-minute drive from the center of the station. The hotel is called Half Lake Villa, and the name suggests it's expensive, and it is. Rooms start at several gold coins, while the better ones cost between 10 and several hundred gold coins. However, the rooms are larger, the environment is better, the service is better, breakfast is included, and the security is top-notch. Soo-in remembered the last time he went fishing with Sai. Sai's eyes lit up as she pointed at the building across the lake. After considering all the options, Soo-in chose the Happiness Inn. After looking around at the rooms, he booked a room for 5 silver coins a day. Because he booked for 3 consecutive days, the owner gave him a discount of 1 silver coin. For a total of 1 gold and 4 silver coins, Soo-in looked at the platform time limit in the upper right corner, which had increased by 72 hours. As his earnings increased, the system's 100 copper coin time service became cheaper and more convenient, becoming a negligible expense. Stays in the Sand Sting Oasis were not cheap, primarily because the reservation included not only the room, but also the platform time limit. It was said that many players who booked the coffin room in the Witch Tower did so not to stay in the hotel, but to extend their platform time limit. Most of those players parked outside the city and slept in their cars. However, there was no barrier outside the city to protect against evil spirits, so those staying outside had to protect themselves from them. There were more evil spirits haunting the platform late at night than on the highway, and players without a strong enough barrier would have difficulty getting a good night's sleep. Besides the evil spirits, there were also similar players to guard against, which was a significant challenge. The pumpkin carriage was comfortable, but Soo-in didn't want to stay where human players gathered. By comparison, booking a slightly better room for a few days wouldn't be a significant expense. However, there was another type of player who didn't extend their stay on the platform, nor did they want to leave. These players who chose to stay on the platform permanently, abandoning their system identities, were also known as actively lost. Soo-in's room was at the end of the 3rd floor, 322. After booking the room, Soo-in led everyone up the stairs, turned right on the 3rd floor, and found the innermost room. Soo-in took the brass key, unlocked the quaint door, and pushed it open. The room suddenly opened up. She looked around. Chapter 504. This room was reasonably priced. 5 silver coins wouldn't guarantee a luxurious room, but it was clean and tidy. But for Soo-in, it was more than adequate. She preferred a smaller room to a larger one. Being able to see all her dolls in one place at a glance gave her peace of mind. This was a bedroom with a private bathroom. The entire room was over 30 square meters. To the right of the door was a cabinet, and to the left was the bathroom, which took up 4 square meters and had a small window high up. It was very clean. The whole place felt very spacious. Soo-in's favorite feature was the 2 beautiful wooden windows. Unique to Scorpion Man architecture, these wooden windows were covered with stained glass. The sunlight filtered down, casting a shadow on the large white bed like a dancing rainbow. Very beautiful. Soo-in liked this room because of its many windows, which allowed for excellent lighting. Even though it was located on the noisy side of the house, this advantage couldn't be diminished. After taking the dolls inside to rest for a bit, everyone began to explore the house. Soo-in turned on the air conditioning and lowered the temperature. Because the doors and windows had been closed and the light was good, the temperature inside was even higher than outside. Soo-in opened the window, enjoying the comfortable breeze regulated by the platform's protective shield, and watched the bustling scene below. Downstairs was the vegetable market, where the platform residents hawked a variety of plant-based meats, their clamor adding a lively atmosphere to the room. Soo-in watched, unknowingly captivated. She watched a catman haggle with a Scorpion Man selling meat. She watched several Scorpion Man children, drooling as they pooled their money to buy pancakes. She watched a Catman and Scorpion Man couple go grocery shopping hand in hand. She saw a slightly deformed human player pushing a mobile stall, hawking Blue Star specialties along the street. It felt wonderful. It was like entering another world, merging into it, where countless races gathered together, living their lives in peace and stability. When they had just checked into the hotel, the discomfort of not being able to socialize outside for so long had lessened considerably. Swan suddenly saw an acquaintance, Zhu Xingxing, pushing a simple ice cream cart through the market, selling ice cream. Little Pumpkin came up and saw this, slurping his saliva and asking, "Master, do you want some ice cream?" Whether Swan wanted to eat or not wasn't important. What mattered was that Swan thought the dolls wanted to eat. Withdrawing a few gold coins from the system and handing them to Little Pumpkin, Swan shouted, "Go ahead." "Great." Little Pumpkin leaped out of the window and landed in front of Zhu Xingxing. This sight nearly startled Zhu Xingxing, but upon closer inspection, she saw a little puppet girl, less than a meter tall. She held out her chubby little hand, holding a round gold coin, and said, "10 ice creams, please." Accustomed to the diverse crowds of residents at the station, Zhu Xingxing quickly calmed down and got down to business. Zhu Xingxing, who paid her business taxes daily, wasn't worried about security issues arising from her business at the station. The Scorpion-owned station had a relatively fair business environment, and the residents were well behaved. She expertly made ice cream in her cart, taking out bread, filling it with the ice cream made with the talent stored in her space, and adding jam and fruit. Little Pumpkin bought a bunch of ice cream and used telekinesis to levitate it upstairs. Zhu Xingxing looked up and vaguely saw the shadow of a human player, meeting the little puppet girl. But she couldn't make out anything clearly. The colorful glazed windows shone brightly in the sunlight. Is this really a human player? I hadn't seen one at the platform camp, Zhu Xingxing wondered. But she quickly forgot about it, as a scorpion-like beauty appeared up ahead, stunning the crowds. She was greeted by long, flowing hair like waves, a slender figure, delicate features, a sharp chin, and purple eyes. As she moved, the unique charm of her scorpion tail swayed. Purple lace was loosely tied at the end of the scorpion's tail. The beauty before her was simply charm itself. Everywhere she passed, a sense of tranquility reigned. She was a physical sensation. The entire market, vendors and residents, all stopped moving, including Zhu Xingxing, who was pushing ice cream, Suan, who was waiting for the little pumpkins at the window, and the little pumpkins holding a bunch of ice cream. Tick tick. It was the sound of melting ice cream. Suan quickly distributed the ice cream, one to each person, and put the rest into the freezer in the little pumpkin warehouse. Suan leaned on the windowsill, licking her strawberry ice cream, looking down at the scorpion beauty buying ice cream. For a moment, she felt so sweet, she couldn't tell if it was the ice cream or the scorpion beauty's smile. Logic told her not to look. She was a god-level powerhouse, extremely powerful, and even more formidable than Ophelia. She must have been aware of everything around her. Looking at her like that was rude. If she was spotted, it would be a big problem. But Suan couldn't look away, because she was so beautiful. She may not be as pretty as Ophelia, but her charm is more than hers, sob. Suan felt himself sinking in a state of conscious delusion, lost in the allure of this divine beauty. I don't know how much time passed, but Suan had finished her ice cream and bread. The beautiful figure in the market had vanished, and everyone remained stunned. Suan sneezed and rubbed his nose. The people on the platform below seemed to have just woken up from a dream, returning to their normal routines. But Suan could hear information about this person. Because everyone was discussing that beauty, she seemed like the street's top celebrity. Hey goddess, so beautiful. You bought my ice cream again. I'm so happy. This was Zhu Xingxing laughing foolishly. She looked like a terrifying pervert. She stopped selling ice cream and just sat there having fun. Lady Veronica looked so energetic. I've been seeing her so often lately. I'm so happy. I heard there's a competition going on lately, so Lady Veronica's been showing up a lot. I'd definitely go to the Scorpion Tail platform if I get a chance. Suan's heart skipped a beat, and she sank headfirst into bed, letting the softness of the bed envelop her. She forced herself to stop thinking about that beauty, but she couldn't. Finally, Suan decided to keep herself busy. Last time, she'd been able to forget about the scorpion beauty by eating hot pot while researching. This time, she could also focus on other things while researching and not think about her. After everyone finished their ice cream, Suan took a shower and set up some daily necessities in the room for their temporary stay. The toothbrush, toothpaste, and towel were in the bathroom, and the change of pajamas was hanging in the closet. Little Pumpkin was there, replacing the sheets, quilt, and pillows on the bed with her own. After a bit of busy work, the sky gradually darkened. Chapter 505. As the sun set, Suan took the dolls out shopping. After eating a whole chimney ice cream cone, they weren't hungry at all, so they decided to have dinner later. As soon as they left the house, they were greeted by a wave of heat. Compared to the air-conditioned indoors, it was incredibly hot outside. But it was more bearable than in the afternoon, as the sun was about to set. The barrier gate was at 9 o'clock, so they could play here until 9 o'clock before returning to the hotel. Suan took the dolls shopping to buy some clothes that would fit them. Walking along a street selling all kinds of clothing, a cat-like shop owner, who always frequented Suan, waved and said, "Dear, welcome." She bought Xiaoli a very beautiful summer dress, one with special features, which made Xiaoli extremely shy. This was the first time Xiaoli had gone shopping for clothes since she was born. The experience of trying on clothes and choosing the right ones for herself made her shy. "A fox can live without clothes," Xiaoli said shyly after seeing the price. This scene made Suan want to laugh. The child clearly loved it, yet he said something insincere. "It's okay. Little fox can have beautiful clothes in human form. Suan said to the cat person, boss, the tail hole is a little small. It's not comfortable to wear. Okay, I make some changes. This dress is designed for a cat person lady, and there's something a little off here, so it really needs to be altered. But besides that, this dress is perfect for a fox person lady. She looks stunning in it. The skirt is designed with a silencing and acceleration magic array. The fabric is made of spiritual level silkworm, which is very stretchy. It's a romper design, perfect for combat wear. Oh, add a layer of physical protection. I have the materials here. You can modify it as well. Suan took out a few physical protection gems she unboxed. Considering the little fox was fragile, she was eager to max out her physical protection, but unfortunately, the little fox needed speed and couldn't wear armor. This, a lot of modifications, will cost money. The catman uncle poked his hand and said with a fawning smile. The little fox's ears perked up and his face wrinkled when he heard about the extra money. Suan was very generous and took the money without hesitation. The dolls looked at their owner, who was so stingy with them, but so generous with them, and fell into thought. This street couldn't be walked any further. The owner was obviously very frugal, but spending money on them was like losing his mind. How could they spend money so easily? Spending so much on them, the owner was truly willful. That being said, everyone felt sorry for the money, but no doll could refuse their owner's love and care. The money has been spent, so I earn it back later, everyone thought. That night, Suan and the others enjoyed the station's specialty, the sand pit barbecue. Aside from the rat and monkey meats, Suan took everyone to try the remaining special animal meats. The station's sand pit barbecue had a distinctly local flavor. There were only a few players dining with us, mostly from various local races, with scorpion people, snake people, and cat people being the most prominent. After placing our orders, the vendor grilled and served them all. The gula beast was as fat as ever. The oily exterior was charred, but the interior was soft and jelly-like, and the fat melted away with a sip. It tasted a bit like braised pork. The delicious aroma made Suan's head feel like he'd been punched. He quickly took a sip of cha-cha grass juice to calm himself. The Scorpion tribe's cooking style is incredibly generous, allowing the oil to practically melt into the meat. Suan ate other meats. The roasted camel meat was lean and chewy, though a bit sticky if eaten too much. The roasted sharp-billed fish was charred and crispy, a bit more bony, but very delicious. Suan's favorites were the rhizomes of the kaka tree and roasted water scallions. He ate a piece of roasted kaka root in one bite. This plant has a soft, sticky, starchy texture, similar to both potatoes and sweet potatoes. Little Pumpkin noticed this, as meat contains more spiritual energy than plants. He gave Suan plenty of meat to eat. He removed the main bones from the fish, chose the lean parts for the roasted sweet and sour pork, and the fattier parts for the roasted camel meat. After dinner, Suan and the puppets joined the night market. Because of the upcoming sea fishing competition, the number of people in the Sand Sting Oasis had increased, and the streets were bustling at night. Suan saw not only NPCs from the various platforms, but also many players. Wearing a mask, Suan quietly strolled through the streets, strolling around. She only shopped, not bought anything. Walking toward the hotel, Suan saw Zhu Xingxing pushing an empty cart toward the city's edge, and a young girl holding a straw target filled with sugar cakes, hawking her wares. Sugar cakes for sale. Authentic Blue Star specialty sugar cakes. Everyone who eats them will love you. The call was crisp and catchy. On her way back to the hotel, she spotted a large, hunched shrimp that resembled the host of the show's Screw War. After walking through the bustling streets and the throng of people, Suan returned to her room, pushed the door open, locked it, changed into her pajamas, and slept in her pumpkin-scented four-piece suit. Suan had nothing to do. The dolls were also relaxed. Everyone went to the bathroom, washed up, and changed into their pajamas. Two of them lay in bed, one sprawled on the windowsill, and one stayed on the floor. The peaceful platform was truly bustling. It wasn't the lonely, boundless ocean, nor the dull sight of a single boat sailing by. For the dolls, strolling through such a bustling market, living in a bustling corner of the city, was a novel experience. Suan flicked through the public screen, watching everyone chat for entertainment. There was a small TV in the room, which Xiaomo, standing on the floor, had turned on. Xiaomo flipped through several channels and paused on a program about a sea fishing tournament. Xiaomo was deeply interested in the sea fishing tournament. The screen showed the familiar duo of the Scorpion tribe, Krana and Amanda, two middle-aged scorpion beauties. A voice came from the TV. Time flies. Time flies. The Scorpion Tribe Sea Fishing Competition will begin next week at the North Sea port of the Sand Sting Oasis. I've been hearing a lot of Veronica's voice lately, and I hear the big boss from Eaning City will be there on the day of the competition. Wow, that's a surprise. So many big names gathered together. I heard that the Mermaid Master of the Misty Lake Station is coming too. Wow. Suan's ears perked up, and with a jerk, he jumped out of bed, watching the two Scorpion tribes chatting on TV. They gossiped while reporting on the construction progress at the event site. 8:30 p.m. Clara finished a busy day at work, said goodbye to her colleagues, and left the TV studio. She stretched. As one of the only two hosts on Scorpion Shadow TV, she was clearly incredibly busy. There was still half an hour before the barrier went dormant, so she had to hurry home and grab some late-night snack. Suddenly, she saw a goose statue descend from the sky, blocking her path. Oh, beautiful female Scorpio. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. I see you have a unique skeleton. I have something I want to discuss with you. Chapter 506. Suan slept soundly. But in the middle of the night, she dreamed of Ophelia's face, which annoyed her. In the dream, Ophelia reached out to her and said, "Humph, I found you." So Suan woke up. Bad luck. The first thing Suan did when she woke up was to wash her face, washing away her bad luck along the way. Is San there? Suan asked. Ding dong, I'm here, and I'm here. Please contact Arachi and ask if he has any schedules. Early in the morning, Suan took out the goose feather remote control and started a live stream titled A Day on the Platform. Suan began her business. Unbeknownst to Suan, her live stream that day had garnered quite a bit of attention. Clearly, her long pauses and restarts, along with the title changes, had let the StarCraft audience know that she had grown to the point where she could broadcast freely. Wow, it's been ages since I last saw Sister Sunshine live. I'm so excited. Sunshine Bear is really getting better and better. This title is no longer Triple X's live room. I made it up myself. Seeing Sunshine Bear doing well, I'm so happy. You lickers, you should have unfollowed a streamer who hasn't been live in a long time. You have no professional ethics. Ah, in a game that tests civilization ratings, players should also have good live streaming manners. I can't tell for a moment whether the above person is a hater or a fan. Welcome back, Sister Sunshine, warming my hometown. Wow, it's Miss Mermaid. Long time no see. Suan turned on the live camera and rushed into the corners of the Scorpion platform. Today, they were going to the east of the city, where the platform's iconic building, the Witch Tower, was located. Besides the Witch Tower, there's also the Scorpion Man's Hall. Nearby is a residential area, accessible by passing Miss Snake Man's herbal shop. Entering Miss Snake Man's quarters, the atmosphere suddenly quieted. This was past the food court, the vegetable market, and the general market. Inside, the streets were wide and quiet. The architecture of the entire Sand Sting Oasis has a retro feel. Compared to the modern, childlike charm of the Goose People, this place feels like an exotic, magical kingdom. The closer you get to the Witch Tower, the more intense this atmosphere becomes. Suan had done her research. She held a travel guide brochure in hand and, as she walked, recited a detailed introduction to the area to her fans in the live stream. The Witch Tower was originally the residence of the Witch Tataki. Later, when the witch left, the residence was sold to Hillary. Ignoring Suan's word-for-word explanation, she delivered it like a travel broadcaster, acting like a real travel host. Suan didn't read the comments, but continued to talk to herself. Following the guidebook's description, she recounted the history of the Scorpion platform. With each passing moment, she came to understand the platform better and the Scorpion people. The Scorpion people's history is even older than the Goose people's. They lived on the platform since ancient times, so long ago that even the earliest records of civilization are scarce. For example, the information presented above mainly covers the last few thousand years. The Scorpion people recorded this information as ancient, while the legendary arrival date dates back to ancient times. After this introduction, Suan began to feel the strangeness of it all. Interstellar audience. Have these remnants lived this long? And what's this so-called history? Although they're not a first-level civilization, they're still resilient. For example, although we Goose people are always looked down upon by you, I know we're a resilient and great race. This is clearly a travel live stream. Why does it seem so unpleasant? Suan didn't know what the audience thought, but continued the story step by step at her own pace. Occasionally, she would judge her performance by the amount of points she accumulated during her live stream. She treated the live stream with a friendly attitude, just as if sharing her daily life with a friend. She called her viewers little treasures, treating them with the same gentleness as if they were dolls. After touring the top floor, she followed the guidebook's recommendations for food. Besides the sandpit barbecue, it also featured another specialty, tartar jelly. This was a local snack that resembled meat jelly. When the scorpion waiter placed this pudding-shaped treat in front of Suen, she was a little hesitant to eat it. The guidebook described it as soft and bouncy, fragrant and sweet. This was a delicacy created as a byproduct of the witch Tataki's experiments thousands of years ago. It was a must-try when visiting the East City. She looked at the food in front of her. It was a cloudy, earthy yellow jelly. The system's inspection revealed the production process, revealing that it was a dish made by boiling and seasoning sea fish and sea worms together and shaping them. Although the system's inspection showed it was non-toxic and edible by Blue Star humans, Suen was still a little intimidated. "Sister Inan, let me try it first." Xiao Mo, sensing her host's reluctance, intervened. Suen breathed a sigh of relief and addressed the live stream audience. "Little ones, please let our bear friend take the first bite of this special snack." Xiao Mo took a bite, savored it carefully, and then raised a finger in a thumbs up. Suen began to try it, carefully observing the flavor. There was no fishy smell at all. It was indeed the fragrant, sweet jelly flavor. It was sweet with a hint of vanilla, a truly magical treat. This reminded Suen of Blue Star's gelatin sheets, a pure, natural gelatin extracted from animal bones and skins. Apparently, the fish and sea worms used in this tartar jelly were only for their gelatin, and the flavor had nothing to do with it. The Scorpion tribe's tastes weren't bad. So, Suen and the dolls finished tasting the tartar jelly. They then began to try another of the Scorpion tribe's specialties, insects. There was a dazzling array of insects, deep-fried, grilled, and sprinkled with seasoning. Once you overcame your fear, you could devour them one by one, each one incredibly crispy and delicious. Suen felt truly adventurous. There was no other way. The Scorpion tribe's preferences were truly unacceptable to many humans. However, Blue Star humans were formidable omnivores, consuming anything that wouldn't kill them. Suen spent the entire day wandering the eastern part of the city, witnessing the various conditions of the Scorpion tribe's gathering places, and trying a multitude of things that shouldn't be on the human menu. After turning off the live stream, Suen felt incredibly exhausted. Fortunately, her live stream points had increased significantly, providing some comfort. In reality, her original points were enough to treat 10 Iraqs, but she always considered the possibility of danger and felt it was important to occasionally broadcast live to showcase herself. They strolled through the city together, heading towards the bustling market. "Sister Inan, are you okay?" Xiao Mo asked with concern. "I'm fine, I just miss authentic human food," Suen said. When they first entered the platform, they could still enjoy some Blue Star specialties and order takeout. Now, at the alien platform, they can only enjoy a bunch of alien food. It's not that it's not delicious, but it's hard to rate. "Tonight, I want some Blue Star specialties, authentic Chinese food," Suen said. "We can go to the human camp, near the parking lot at the city gate. Many players live there, and there are also many delicious restaurants," Wan suggested. As they entered the city, she was looking out and noticed the bustle over there. It was as bustling as a small night market. "But I heard the food there is mostly fried rice and noodles. Wouldn't it be more authentic if we ordered takeout through the public screen?" Little Pumpkin suggested. Chapter 507. Long ago, the set meal the master ordered from a professional chef and professional gamer was truly delicious. Lobster, stewed beef bones, and stir-fried broccoli cooked just as skillfully as she did. Then, and Bauer, can we order dishes like sweet and sour pork, dongpa pork, spicy chicken, mapo tofu, Westlake vinegar fish, and 9-turn large intestine? Little rattled off a list of dishes, all famous dishes from the Blue Star Yin Nation. Apparently, ever since she was born, she'd been reading menus like Little Pumpkin to relieve boredom. She knows a lot. Just hearing the names of the dishes made Suen's mouth water. Suen had forgotten all about his lunch and breakfast meals: roasted bird, fried bugs, tartar jelly, stargazing pie, and salted fish soup. "Let's go to the hotel," Suen said, his movements quickening. Back in his room, Suen didn't immediately shower. Instead, he searched for keywords on the public exchange, looking for chefs to take orders. Little Pumpkin urged everyone to shower. It was still a sunny day, and everyone was sweating after a day of running around. The hotel had unlimited water and electricity, so they had to shower frequently to make up for the cost. Half an hour later, Suen said, "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Xiao Mo and Wan were showering in the bathroom. Xiaoli tilted her head and asked Suen, I like everything and Bao says. I want to hear it all. Suin, seeing that he had been keeping it a secret and no one was playing with him, smiled and said, good news, I found a chef player and ordered dinner for tonight. Bad news, we can't get all the dishes, so the chef player can only make a few. Good news, as long as there's something to eat. Little Pumpkin said. After Xiaomo and Huan finished their showers, Suin asked Little Pumpkin to tell everyone the news while she went to shower. That evening, everyone enjoyed this taste of home together. The dishes were sweet and sour pork, dongpa pork, spicy chicken, and spicy tofu. Suin reopened his closed livestream and switched it to a livestream showcasing Blue Star specialties. Sweet and sour pork is a traditional Chinese dish with an amber gold hue. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a sweet and sour flavor. Finely shredded carrots and ginger, coated in a lightly glazed sweet and sour sauce, were wrapped around freshly fried pork tenderloin slices. This dish was especially delicious right out of the pan. The crunchy texture, the sweet and sour sauce, and the crispy crust were just the right balance. Suin led everyone in chomping on the food, unable to stop. Every dish was delicious, and after a day of experiencing foreign food, Suin felt an indescribable enjoyment. Time flew by, and after a few rounds of eating, playing, and sleeping, the auditions for the sea fishing competition officially began. The day before the competition, Suin and her dolls moved into the competition dormitory. The dormitory provided was a double room, with 2 beds per room. For privacy, 2 contestants were assigned to stay there. Suin paid extra to upgrade to a small single room. The accommodations were basic, far inferior to a downtown hotel. They lived in a magical container-like house. According to the competition rules, the competition began at 9 a.m., and the cafeteria was open from 7 to 8:30 a.m. Suin woke up with the dolls at 7 a.m., prepared their fishing gear, and went to the cafeteria for breakfast. It was clear that the competition venue had been meticulously prepared. The cafeteria's breakfast wasn't exactly gourmet, but it offered a variety of Blue Star local foods, like steamed buns, fried rice, and rice porridge. Suin found the food quite ordinary and acceptable. It felt like returning to a university cafeteria. The 1 gold coin registration fee, however, included food and accommodation, making it quite affordable. Faced with a bland main course, Little Pumpkin brought out a bowl of homemade pickles, adding a touch of flavor to the otherwise ordinary meal. Sister, can I buy some of your pickles? They looked delicious. A little girl approached and offered. Suin, driven by social anxiety, pulled her hood up to cover her face and politely declined, heading to the competition venue with her dolls. Little Yuyan scratched her head, wondering if her impoliteness had caused the player to become so defensive. She was only planning to buy a few side dishes. It couldn't be that intimidating. Sister, you're so impressive. That person looks like Sunshine Bear. What did you say to her? Did you ask for advice on cultivation? Her temporary roommate popped out and spoke. Xiao Yuyan was stunned. Sunshine Bear, the perennial number 1 on the leaderboard. Cultivation? Question? No, she just saw how delicious the other person's meal was and envied their pickles. Xiao Yuyan scratched her head awkwardly, unsure what to say. In the end, she let her roommate speculate. The sea was calm, and today was a sunny day. Several days of sunny weather had caused the temperature inside the protective shielded sand oasis platform to continue to rise, practically drying people out. It was hard to imagine the horrific conditions outside the platform. Before the competition, Suin followed the numbered card and went to his assigned fishing spot. He set up a parasol, then took out his well-maintained fishing rods and handed them out to the puppets one by one, explaining the necessary precautions for the competition. Suin had recently purchased several new fishing rods, ensuring that each puppet had a spiritual-grade rod. Now, everyone's fishing rods weren't just ordinary ones, they all had names and tiers. While they weren't rare spiritual treasures, they were each truly exquisite. Suin had also paid a considerable price for the rods and bait. All in all, preparing for this competition had cost everyone a considerable amount. However, considering the rods would be useful later on, the investment was acceptable. Suin reclined on a fishing chair, resting. The heat was so intense that she practically had to cling to a bucket of ice. The fishing spots around her were filling up with players. Time was drawing closer to the hotel. A layer of light and shadow appeared on the sea ahead. This was the opening ceremony of the broadcast projection. Suin saw familiar and unfamiliar station owners appearing at the competition start meeting. Among them, she saw Veronica, the unfamiliar Sand Sting Oasis station owner, Her Excellency Vivica, and a bunch of unfamiliar station owners. Besides these two, There was also a goose standing at the main stage. However, it was said that the goose's attempt to enter the sea in Ming City had failed, and the super goose that was supposed to be sent had failed to show up. Instead, a statue of a goose was sent as a token of respect. Turning her head, Sue-An saw a beautiful face. It was Ophelia, the station owner of Misty Lake. Sue-An ignored the heat and pulled her hood over her masked face. She planned to blend in quietly among the huge number of applicants for the audition, not to be noticed. Bang! There was a loud explosion. Sue-An looked in surprise at something flying towards her from the distant podium. Her hair stood on end. It was Ophelia. Run! Chapter 508. Sue-An felt a chill rising from her back, causing her entire body to tense. Her hair stood up, turning into small bumps. The tension formed waves on her skin. Her heart was pounding violently, and at that moment, Sue-An could hear her own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump! The heartbeat was pounding violently, with a strong rhythm, each beat stronger and faster. At the same time, Sue-An could hear the faint sound of blood flowing. Her entire body was reflecting her fear. Time seemed to slow down at that moment, giving Sue-An ample time to think. She had brought her dolls to this platform early to avoid this person. Later, after learning from TV that she would be coming, Sue-An had a certain hope. After all, this platform had many players, and she could blend in. Moreover, many of the platform owners were stronger than Ophelia. She should have been cautious and not act recklessly, not expecting her to come directly. This was far beyond Sue-An's expectations. Sue-An's first thought was to escape, but in less than a second, she dismissed the idea. The gap in strength was too great. She couldn't escape. Activate the life-saving plan. With a flick of her mind, Little Pumpkin transformed into a pumpkin mask and placed it on her face. Little Fox hid its form and jumped onto her shoulder. Little Wand transformed into Big Wand, appearing in front of her. Bear transformed into a 2-meter-tall bear, half blocking her. Because the platform host had flown directly from the tournament opening ceremony to the contestant area, the cameras were closely following. The two faced off. Sue-An saw the figure rushing towards her and then stopping, acting as if she were about to conduct an interview. Sue-An noticed that Ophelia appeared to have recovered remarkably well, without a single scratch, and still looked as beautiful as ever. Ha ha ha, why are you so nervous? I'm not going to kill you, Ophelia said. Then, sir, could you please not interfere with my participation? Sue-An said coldly yet politely. She hoped, through the Scorpion People's competition, to remind the merman not to act rashly. This was the Scorpion People's territory. According to Sue-An's research, the station owner of the Sand Sting Oasis was a veteran god-level figure who strictly adhered to the rules of the station. At the same time, the Scorpion People had more than one god-level figure within them. The most famous new generation god-level figure, Veronica, was the seed of the Scorpion People's potential to reach the god level, and the entire race was filled with hope. Compared to the decline of the Cat People and the lack of successors to the Mermaids, the Scorpion People, as the oldest race, were at their peak of power, their status only slightly inferior to that of the Goose People, who possessed the power of the god level. I love you so much, come back with me. Ophelia extended her hand, a look of deep affection. At the same time, she sent a vicious telepathic message. You ruined my plan. I make you return to the platform with me, and your life will be worse than death. With that, she swung her tail and charged forward, stirring up endless waves as she launched a reckless attack. Sue-An hadn't expected Ophelia to act like such a lunatic, with no regard for the rules. But she quickly reacted and summoned her life-saving trick, the giant octopus. No fighting on my platform. On the podium, the leader of the Sand Sting Oasis station, his expression changed when he saw the Little Mermaid station owner suddenly attack the contestant. Ophelia had violated the agreement she signed upon arrival, defying the dignity of the Scorpion tribe. The elderly-looking woman, with silver hair and dark eyes, waved her staff, and a terrifying scorpion heroic spirit appeared across the platform, attacking and blocking Ophelia. How dare you? Veronica noticed someone had dared to attack during the match, especially a player she was particularly close to. She attacked immediately, intending to teach the arrogant merman a lesson. She also launched a magical attack, casting a binding spell to stabilize the situation. Swan, on his side, moved quickly. To protect himself. The bear instantly grew in size, reaching hundreds and thousands of meters tall, blocking Ophelia's attack like a small mountain. The attack pierced the bear, Dewan, Little Pumpkin's energy shield, and Little Fox's teleportation, landing on Swan. The space trembled violently. The platform was instantly thrown into chaos. Sue-An had no time to do anything, nearly losing consciousness, biting her tongue to stay awake. The last thing she saw was a giant octopus attacking the mermaid Ophelia's face. Then, a familiar wave of divine power sent her away by a teleportation array. Ophelia was a mad woman, not a fool. She prepared beforehand, determined to take down the enemy in one fell swoop. She was betting that the station owners wouldn't be wary of her and, out of respect for the mermaid god chief, wouldn't initially strike hard. She would absolutely not let this player named Sunshine Bear go. She could die, but Sunshine Bear wouldn't live either. Such an action was extremely risky, but the outcome for this player was either her abduction or her death. Ophelia launched herself with all her might, instantly shattering the Scorpion Man phantom summoned by the Sand Sting Oasis station owner. Next, she broke free from Veronica's binding spell. As she attacked the player, many strange creatures appeared in front of her, shielding her from damage. But it didn't matter. All of them perished. After securing her attack on the player and imprisoning her pure and delicious soul, Ophelia prepared to flee. She used her item to summon a dimension, intending to take the damned player with her, but it was in vain. As she crossed the dimension, she reappeared from her current dimension the next second. Ophelia's face was filled with surprise. A giant octopus appeared head-on and attacked her face. Using her skill, she hugged her face and killed her. A demigod, even carrying a divine artifact, this was an attack prepared by a demigod about to ascend to godhood. This crazy fish had planned this all along. Veronica had heard that this merman was madly infatuated with a human player from Blue Star. But she didn't care. Mermen are naturally romantically attracted to anything, and everyone knows they seduce any species they find appealing. But she never imagined that Ophelia would seize this opportunity to attack the Blue Star human players. What a lunatic! Veronica's face changed drastically. She had initially intended to teach this scumbag a lesson, so she hadn't used much mana. Oh no! It looked like the Blue Star player was in grave danger. She rushed over, but there was no way she could be sure she could save the promising Blue Star player. Arriving at the center, Veronica saw a strange creature carrying Ophelia and attacking her. At the same time, a mechanical goose statue chuckled from behind. It was Mr. Handsome, using the statue's clone to stop the mad merman's escape. Veronica was furious. Really? What was wrong with this merman? Not only did he show up uninvited, but he also disrupted the Scorpion people's carefully prepared competition, showing no regard for the Scorpion people's dignity. Due to the sudden battle, the players were in chaos. They were all players who had reached level 3. Some were good, some were bad, but there were almost no fools. They all began to flee. The quick-moving players had already left the platform. Chapter 509. Veronica was heartbroken to see such a good match ruined. How much trouble would this mortal mermaid cause her and her ancestors? As the platform owner, she knew full well that Ophelia's sabotage of the competition would even affect the reputation of the entire Scorpion tribe platform. Suen was unaware of the Scorpion tribe's grave troubles, the troubles Ophelia would face. She only knew that she and the dolls were in dire straits. Ophelia was crazier than she had imagined. She had done everything she could, yet she was still seriously injured. They were simply too weak. The huge level gap was a chasm. The difference between the spiritual stage and the peak of the super spiritual stage was more than a fraction. Suen was in excruciating pain. She had no idea what attack Ophelia had launched against her. She could see and sense the outside world, but she couldn't move. The physical pain was a minor matter. More importantly, she was worried about the safety of the dolls. At this moment, she and the dolls lay on the pumpkin boat, scorching under the scorching sun. Aside from her and Little Pumpkin, no other dolls were awake. Little Pumpkin was still able to move, having transformed into a pumpkin mask and draped it over Swan's face at the last moment. Little Pumpkin took the least damage, pouring the golden red potion over her, completely ignoring the cracks on its own body. Just now, seeing the situation was dire, she had contacted Arachi and teleported him. System 33 had helped her. As for being able to leave the platform, Swan knew it was a brilliant move. Even if they had only sent a statue, only the intervention of the Super God Goose Mage would give her a chance of escape. But even if they were out of danger, the situation for her and the dolls was not optimistic. She couldn't move. Little Pumpkin kept pumping various red potions into her, but Suen still saw little improvement. Suen watched Little Pumpkin drag his cracked body around, constantly trying to heal her. The sight pained her. She could see, hear, and sense everything, but she couldn't speak, even relying on her mental power to convey her perceptions. Suen could only watch as the sky gradually darkened, the sunlight vanished, and the night sky filled her entire field of vision. Little Pumpkin, severely wounded and exhausted, lay beside her, her life or death unknown. As for Little Bear, Little Fox, and Huan Huan, they hadn't moved at all. Suen felt like a soul trapped in a body. She was anxious and worried, but she could do nothing, only helplessly sensing everything. The night was cold, and in a trance, she seemed to see many memories reminiscent of past lives. The contents were disorganized, causing her nerves to ache, but at the same time, her mental power was growing stronger. Suen felt something different in her trance, and she saw golden threads. It was called fate. Suen instinctively cut it off without mercy. Even if she had to forget everything and start over, she knew she must not be bound by this thing. The sky darkened and then lightened and then darkened again. The sunny day ended, and a light rain began to fall, adding a layer of gloom to the ocean. It was already the morning of the third day, when the soul could connect with the body and resume work. The rain fell, relieving the scorching sun. The crystal ripples blocked the rain. Suen's mouth and throat were extremely dry, like a dry corpse that had almost died of thirst in the rain. Finally, the spiritual power touched the body. Suen struggled with her body, like a vegetative person regaining movement, as if she could control her body from a nightmare. She climbed to her feet and sat up. The connection between soul and body was intermittent, making her posture strange, like some kind of freak. After more than 10 minutes, her body was almost connected, and Suen finally resembled a normal human. Her spiritual level prevented her from starving to death after 3 days without food. The red potion that Little Pumpkin had used before falling asleep had proven effective. Suen had no visible injuries, her skin smooth, and there was no sign of the large gash on her chest. Suen climbed to her feet, licked her dry lips, and summoned her depleted mental energy to transfer the dolls to the pumpkin house. Placing each doll on the soft carpet, Suen retrieved a bottle of water from her space and drank it, followed by a life potion and a blue potion. When her body had almost recovered, she focused on examining the dolls' injuries. Xiaomo, Huan Huan, and Xiaoli were completely lifeless, lying on the ground like Suen's dolls. She couldn't even detect a single breath of life through her mental connection. Suen suppressed her emotions and calmed herself. It's okay. As long as she's okay, the dolls will be fine. She silently consoled herself. Little Pumpkin still had a faint breath. Her body showed cracks in the wood grain, but she was still breathing. Only the severe injuries and fatigue had left her unable to move. Noticing Suen awakening, Little Pumpkin opened her eyes filled with surprise. Suen told Little Pumpkin to be quiet and stuffed a high-level spirit source stone into her mouth. Then, holding Little Pumpkin, she used her doll repair skill. Suen hadn't used this skill in a long time, and when it took effect, she felt a wave of sadness. In that moment, she could sense the severity of Little Pumpkin's injuries, the pain, and the discomfort. Little Pumpkin, relying on taking the least damage and having the highest defense, was able to maintain consciousness, while the other dolls were severely injured. After half an hour, all of Little Pumpkin's wounds had healed, and the marks on the puppet had disappeared, leaving her in the form of a fair, tender little girl. Suen knew that Little Pumpkin's physical injuries had healed, but the emotional damage hadn't completely disappeared. That would take time. The skill activation ended. Suen leaned back on the sofa, her strength drained from her body. Her head ached, like being hammered repeatedly by a sledgehammer, or pricked by occasional needles. She felt dizzy, nauseous, and uncomfortable, with cold sweats pouring down her body. After resting for a few minutes, Suen felt the pain ease slightly. She began taking blue potions, downing several bottles in a row to boost her spirits, feeling much better. Then Suen tried to rescue Xiaomo Master. Take a break, Little Pumpkin said hoarsely. Little Pumpkin handed her a handkerchief and a handful of dried meat. Wipe your sweat and eat something, Little Pumpkin said to Suen. Her voice was harsh, like the rubbing of dry, rough cloth. Her once clear, innocent voice had gradually lost much of its youthfulness amidst the pain. Suen nodded. She took it all. Chapter 510. Suen wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. She stuffed the dried meat into her mouth and nibbled on it. It was a little tough, but she needed it to fill her stomach and boost her strength. It contained the spiritual energy her body needed. Little Pumpkin noticed this. She understood that dried meat was fine for temporary saturation and replenishing spiritual energy, but it was only suitable for emergency use and not for long-term consumption. Little Pumpkin floated in midair, trying to build a fire and boil water for broth. Nanling, take a break. Suen looked at Little Pumpkin, who had just recovered from his injuries and was still weak, but was about to go back to work. She couldn't help but say. Little Pumpkin shook her head and looked Suen in the eyes with a distressed look. Suen understood what Little Pumpkin meant. It was worried about her and everyone else and wanted to do something. Suin thought about the other dolls waking up and needing to eat more easily, so she stopped trying to stop him. Suin took a deep breath and focused on the task at hand. She squeezed the mental and physical strength that had been forcibly restored by the drugs and unleashed her skill, doll repair, on Xiao Mo. Doll repair, this was the skill she had first awakened, and it was also the one she was most reluctant to use. Professional skill 4, doll repair, consumes a certain amount of mental energy to heal your doll, provided it's still there. God knows how apprehensive Suin was at that moment. She couldn't sense the doll's breathing, its life force, or its mental fluctuations. She was truly terrified of losing Xiao Mo. But she didn't dare to think any further. She firmly believed that the doll was alive. Even if it didn't breathe or move, as long as she believed it was alive, then it was alive. After all, the system panel had said so from the beginning. No one knew how the magical doll was created or how it appeared, except for the doll maker himself. As Suin used her skills, she felt her spirit level plummet, steadily decreasing. As Little Pumpkin poured potions onto her, a good amount also fell onto each of the dolls. Little Bear now appeared to have no obvious injuries, save for a broken leg. The skill drained all of Suin's spirit level, but the doll in her arms remained motionless. Suin drank several more blue potions, replenishing his spirit level and continuing the healing process. Little Pumpkin, simmering a large pot of meat at the stove, watched her master in the living room, trying and struggling without saying a word. Little Pumpkin stirred the meat in the pot and added some seasoning, thinking, she's cooked so much meat, all the meat with the highest spiritual energy in the house. Once it's cooked until tender, everyone can eat it. When the bear wakes up, it'd be time to give it some extra food to replenish its body. It must be very hungry after all these days of not eating. When all the dolls wake up, they'd be a happy family again. Little Pumpkin dared not think about anything else, not even the meaning of death. In her mind, even if life had ceased, it didn't mean death, they were all living dolls. Suin drank another bottle of blue potion. Then she used her doll repair spell. Suddenly, her head ached, and she collapsed on the sofa, clutching her teddy bear. Master! Little Pumpkin swooped over from the kitchen, trying to touch Suin's body and wake her slumbering master. Darkness. Darkness. Then there was light. And then, dear, look at this. The old woman's voice was so gentle it almost drew water out of her throat. A little girl sat on the floor, staring at it with surprise, her eyes sparkling. What a cute bear. Grandma, I love bear. I want to give it a name. The little girl pondered deeply, thinking while eating, bathing, and sleeping. Grandma, I decided. The bear will be called Xiaomo. It has my last name, Sumo. With Xiaomo, and it will be happy and won't be lonely. Then you must treat Xiaomo well. Giving an object a name imbues it with life. And it will be responsible. I know. Xiaomo is Anan's best friend. Anan loves this gift. The little girl happily spun around with her bear. This childishness formed the initial spark of the bear's soul. Master, Xiaomo can only accompany you so far. I am a fake, doll-like being. I can't go on. You must take care of yourself on the road ahead. At the end of the road, a dazzling sea of spirits, towering terrors, flowing mechanical symbols, and a myriad of existences beyond words could blend together. Fate cannot be defied. A being shrouded in golden light spoke to the girl, now a deity. It was both a warning and an exhortation. This is the best possible outcome, a fate that cannot be escaped. The powerful being, Fate Sequence 001, emphasized this statement. Suin saw another version of herself and said firmly, I can't escape it. I don't believe it. She hugged the bear and said to it, it's okay. Let's start over. The scene was fragmented and cruel, with various memories. A scene transformed into ice and snow. Ah! The clumsy little bear, unable to speak, could only make silent cries with its mouth open. It hugged the exhausted woman, her cheeks flushed from the cold tightly. It couldn't stop the loss of warmth. The golden threads of fate on its master's body snapped one by one, and she severed them with her own hands, again and again. Family, lover, friends. Start all over again. Suin opened her eyes. Opening them from the point of view known as Suimo, chaotic memories shuffled and faded. The stuffed bear in her arms regained its heartbeat and breath, and the starlight in her mind rekindled. Suin looked into the void. The golden thread centered around her snapped one by one, and she struggled to free herself from them bit by bit. Suin didn't care whether it was a future sibling or close friend she was severing. As long as she could reconnect with her doll, it would all be worth it. So what if she had shattered time? She wasn't a good person. Sister, What do you mean when you say this world is your last, so I must live well? He asked, puzzled. She didn't understand why Sister Fugue was discussing such a profound topic with her. Before, she had always been extremely cryptic about her origins. Because there's a boss who's childish, I can be a little willful and spend some time with you, selfishly hoping you can break free. The soft voice of Sister Fugue filled her mind. Yashai felt something was off. Suddenly hearing such words made her feel like we were about to part ways. This was too bad. Yashai noticed that Sister Fugue beside her suddenly stiffened. Sister Fugue, what's wrong with you? Yashai approached cautiously, asking slowly. The girl before her seemed to have become a hollow shell. At that moment, Yatsui saw Sister Fugue and the surrounding boats gradually disappear, as if they had never existed in this time and space. Yashai fell into the sea. After Yatsui launched her vehicle and climbed aboard, she searched everywhere for Sister Fugue, but to no avail. Opening the public screen, she saw Sister Fugue's name dim, then the chat history slowly disappear. She felt like she had just experienced a dream. Sai realized that Sister Fugue's sudden words to her were a silent farewell, and she felt sadness well up in her heart. Tears blurred her vision, and she sobbed in the rain. Although she didn't remember much about Sister Fugue, Sai knew she was a very important friend, incredibly important, the kind she would die for. Wait for me, goodbye. Chapter 511. Sai's tears transformed into a line of text, appearing before her. Sai recognized the familiar handwriting on the text as a trace left by Sister Fugue. Sai wiped her tears and stood up. She decided to live well, cherishing her life to the bitter end, until she understood the truth. The sky was azure blue, with thin layers of clouds and a light rain. It was a bit cold. After the scorching heat of the past few days, the temperature had begun to drop again with the rain today. Late at night, Suen rescued all the dolls and fell asleep from exhaustion. Little Pumpkin carried him up to the second-floor bedroom. The room lacked the usual joyful atmosphere. Bear limped, mechanically feeding himself to restore his energy bar. Half of the large amount of meat Little Pumpkin had cooked had gone into Bear's stomach, and the remaining half was about to go into Bear's stomach. 2 tails were broken off. They were lost when she threw them out as a bomb. The poor tails had little effect when they exploded, and they didn't even protect her master. The palm-sized fox, with a dejected expression, licked the remaining 7 hairs. One floated in front of the window, staring out silently, like a silent statue. This ethereal, ghostly figure could be felt from more than 10 meters away. Little Pumpkin floated down from the second floor, and everyone's attention turned to it. The silence of laughter and joy made the warm pumpkin house seem eerie. Master is fine, she just needs more rest. She needs to cultivate her soul. Let's rest and recuperate together for the next few days. Once we're fully recovered, we can continue our journey. Little Pumpkin spoke. None of the puppets spoke. They simply nodded, and then went on with their own business. The bear continued eating, the fox licking its tail continued licking, and the dazed ghost continued dazed. Little Pumpkin returned the meat porridge to the pot to warm it. Her master was too weak to eat, so she used a lot of her psychic energy to help him recover. She looked out at the pitch-black night. Her eyes were filled with unstoppable heartache. A stark contrast shone in her mind, the black night, the white of her master's hair. White hair in a day. Little Pumpkin watched her master's hair turn gray. In that moment, she seemed to possess a power otherworldly. With this power, her master brought the puppets back to the human world. Little Pumpkin wanted to tell them they weren't worth it, but she didn't know how. She was also very weak, exhausted from her severe injuries, and needed rest. But she couldn't sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the scene of her master frantically saving everyone today. Bottle after bottle of blue potion emptied. The master's face grew paler and paler. His black hair gradually turned white, his eyes dimmed. Then a flash of light came, and the master seemed both familiar and strange. An unpleasant thought crossed her mind. She should have stopped him. But she couldn't move. She was the master's doll, and while she felt sorry for him, she couldn't make decisions for him just for his own good. The little pumpkins could sense the master's care for them, his obsession with the dolls. The master wouldn't give up on saving them. So, she had no reason to stop him. If the master was truly seriously injured and couldn't hold on any longer, she could just go along with him. A sleepless night. Little Pumpkin went to search the warehouse and found some dried star and moon cod. It was a valuable resource, capable of removing drug toxicity. The master had drunk so many red and blue potions. This spiritual fish would be perfect for recuperating. Little Pumpkin cleaned it, soaked it in the life potion, and seasoned it with chopped ginger before steaming it. She would wait for her master to wake up and serve him a nutritious meal immediately. Suen slept for who knew how long, waking occasionally to eat or go to the bathroom. She would eat whatever Little Pumpkin brought her, and then go back to sleep. She was in a daze the entire time. Her soul and body were so depleted that she had no energy to stay awake for long, and everything she did was a blur. But she knew they were out of danger. During her days, the dolls would occasionally come to keep her company. When she woke, there were always 2 dolls by her side. This went on for an unknown amount of time until one day, Suen finally felt more alert. She felt less sleepy, and everything around her wasn't shrouded in fog or a layer of air. She rubbed the big bear sleeping beside her, and said hello to the little fox watching over her. I feel much better now. I don't have to sleep all day tonight. As soon as she finished speaking, the little fox happily performed a fox backflip on the floor. Suen watched the little fox excitedly perform the backflip, then went to the second-floor window, opened it, and shouted downstairs. Little Pumpkin, Wan, master is better. Little Fox was excited, her voice shrill and thin. It was the first time Suen had heard Little Fox speak in that tone, and then she saw 2 figures scurrying up. It was Wan, wearing a little white dress, and the Little Pumpkin, who had grown a lot bigger. This scene also woke the bear, who was taking a nap in bed. He rubbed his eyes, and woke up to see everyone gathered. Suen checked the time. It was now 11 o'clock in the morning. Over a month had passed since Ophelia's attack. Little Pumpkin recounted the arrangements for the past month. For the first half of the month, the pumpkin boat remained stationary, while everyone rested and recuperated. Once they had recovered, they sailed onward. They were divided into teams of 2, one to drive the boat, one to hunt for treasure chests and fight monsters, and the other 2 to take care of the housework and care for Suen. Today, Little Pumpkin and Wan were in one team, while Little Fox and Bear were in another. Little Pumpkin was driving the boat while fishing, while Wan used a claw to grab treasure chests. Bear finished cooking lunch and stewing it in the pot, then went upstairs for a nap, sleeping next to Sister Nin, both keeping watch and resting. Little Fox was responsible for watching over the fire and the upstairs. Suen understood everything and thanked everyone for their hard work. She hugged each of the dolls. Chapter 512. Opening the public screen, Suen scrolled through the messages. Besides the concerned messages from Sai and Qingju in the stranger message a month ago, there were also some basic system messages. Suen looked at the public screen chat. It wasn't Sanson's turn at the moment, and the previous system had returned, writing a snarky, mocking summary of the platform on the public screen. On the public screen, everyone had become quite accustomed to the snarky system and had basically ignored it, chatting about their own affairs, advertising, gossiping. Zhu Xingxing, selling ice cream, sweet and fragrant ice cream, one-click purchase, free shipping for 3. Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. I just got some water shield from the platform. If you're interested, check out my shop at the exchange. Xiao dried fish. It's time to eat. Professional chefs are taking orders. The minimum order starts at 10 copper coins. No cheating, all menus available on the exchange. Suspected of a crime, another platform exploration is over. This time, the rewards from going to the Scorpion Bait platform were quite high. By the way, there hasn't been any news about Sunshine Bear lately. I can't see her even after leaving the platform. Do you know what she's been up to? Cheesy Luo, I heard she went to conquer the next level. Note, this is a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not, I just heard it. Qianlingwe, is Sunshine Bear joining the strategy group to challenge the fog level? I heard that the strategy group invited many well-known players, including Broken Mirror and the recently popular Brother by Phone. Luo Qian, who didn't want to go to work. No, Sunshine Bear should be conquering the level alone. She never teams up. Xiao Yuyin, last time, Sunshine Bear turned the entire Sand Sting Oasis platform upside down. It's still happening right before my eyes. It has to be said that Sunshine Bear is really awesome. Breeding Yowu, yes, Big Bear's new octopus pet is awesome, worthy of a god-level beast tamer. Donna, oh what? Am I the only one who doesn't know? Jinxiu, those of you who didn't see the last battlefield scene can't imagine the scene. Octopus versus mermaid, so cool, but I'm a coward and ran away as soon as the fight started. Suen looked through the system, but apart from the gossip on the public screen, there was no news about Iraq. In the system, all the orders for himself and San had disappeared completely. Suen suspected that San had deleted them and cleaned up everything afterward, fearing the system would find out. After searching for a long time, Suen also found a clue. The system information showed that his missing star coins were used to purchase live broadcast promotions. But Suen knew he hadn't purchased any, and that he had actually hired a rack. It was obvious that San had made fake accounts. After browsing the information, Suen saw several unread messages in his email, which seemed to be a key clue. This was the official email from the Scorpion platform for the 291st Scorpion Tribe Sea Fishing Tournament, the official registration form. Suen opened it and took a look. The first email had been sent a month earlier, 3 hours after she was injured. It expressed the Scorpion Tribe's apology for her misfortune, explaining that the Scorpion Tribe organizers had failed to properly plan for safety. The tournament organizers had refunded her registration fee and offered some compensation. 100 gold coins, 1 application pass, and 1 Shadow Scorpion Tail VIP Tour platform ticket. It was a sincere gesture. Suen retrieved the apology item, sent a month earlier. Then she opened the next email. This one had been sent 10 days after she was injured. The email was written in a cursive, foreign script. As soon as Suen opened it, the system prompted her that she needed to purchase the system's translation service to view it. Currently, the system's email translation service is free for the first view each day, but costs money for the second. Since this was her second email, Suen had no choice but to pay for the system's translation service. It must be said that Suen felt the system's paid services had expanded again. It seemed to be desperate for money, and was trying every possible way to make money, not missing a single copper coin. Ding dong, full text 2,873 characters, cost 29 copper coins, small business, thank you for your patronage. Once she paid, the system's prompts became much more polite, less smarmy, and the translation style was very formal. Suen scanned the message. In the following letter, the official platform informed her of the outcome. Ophelia and the unknown octopus monster had been apprehended, injured, and thrown into the prison of the Sand Sting Oasis. Not long after being apprehended, the unknown octopus monster escaped under the system's protection. The Scorpion Tribe was powerless to do anything about this, and could only offer additional compensation as a token of their apology and sincerity. For her rampant violence, harming friends of the Scorpion and Goose tribes, the mermaid Ophelia will face a 100-year prison sentence. Regarding Ophelia's imprisonment, the Scorpion Tribe leader has already spoken with the mermaid god and has incarcerated her in the Goose City prison. Player Sunshine Bear, please do not worry about future retaliation. Then, several photos were attached. The mermaid, imprisoned by magic, her scales flying and covered in blood, looked utterly miserable. Seeing this, Suen's anger dissipated considerably. Attached below was the compensation package in the email. 1 crimson crystal, 1 gorgeous goose feather, demigod. Suen's heart warmed as she realized this was a truly kind outcome for her, thanks to the warm support her beloved goose people friend provided. Suen took out all the items enclosed in the email, and examined them one by one. The level pass application card was what Little Pumpkin had initially chosen, and it was the reason they had entered the competition in the first place. After using it, one could apply for a level pass and advance to the next level of the game. But there was no rush. Suen planned to take the dolls for a good rest at the 3rd level, recovering before studying the next level. The Shadow Scorpion Tail VIP Tour platform ticket, as the name suggests, was a platform ticket, but compared to a regular platform ticket, it came with many benefits. For example, 3 days of free accommodation in a premium hotel room, 50% off food and beverages, 50% off shopping, free admission to scenic spots, and skipped lines for attractions. It was truly a plethora of benefits. Seeing the platform ticket reminded Suen of the beautiful Scorpion Man. She seemed quite friendly to him, having intervened when Ophelia attacked her. This seemed like compensation from her. If he had the chance, he could visit her platform to relax and buy some supplies. But right now, Suen had no particular plans. As usual, he needed to get his health back and improve his strength before making any plans. The last items he looked at were the Crimson Crystal and the Gorgeous Goose Feather Demigod. Chapter 513. The Crimson Crystal is a sacred healing item. Soaking it in water can produce a healing potion. Long-term consumption can improve physical fitness, increase strength, defense, and resistance. It was obvious that this item was intended as compensation for Suen's injuries. Such a generous gift made Suen immediately understand who had contributed to it. Her goose friend must have played a significant role in coordinating the compensation. Suen observed it for a moment and put it away, intending to use it soon to replenish her fragile body. Although she was awake, she felt weak, as if she had been hungry for a month and hadn't slept properly for 2 weeks. Just because she was mentally alert didn't mean she was physically healthy. After many days of sleep, she was just barely managing to stay awake. Sue-Ann continued reading. The gorgeous goose feather demigod is a one-time teleportation item, a life-saving artifact. The note mentioned that this feather was shed by a gooseman demigod upon ascending to godhood. Using it summons a 3-second protective shield and simultaneously activates a teleportation array, allowing one to teleport to a safe highway map. Oh! Her dear goose friend. Sue-Ann hadn't visited Yiming City once throughout the rainy season, but she was still deeply moved by her goose friend. At noon, Sue-Ann was finally able to go downstairs and have a meal with everyone. So happy. Sue-Ann sat at the table with the dolls, glancing left and right, noticing everyone's presence, feeling like the happiest child. Lunch was Little Bear's creation. Little Bear's cooking focuses on generous portions, so he only cooked one dish, a pot of beast meat. To be more precise, the pot looked like a large bucket. If it were shared by 10 or 8 humans, it would be enough to feed them all. The staple food was steamed buns made from wheat flour. A bit simple. Little Bear scratched his head sheepishly. Compared to the large pot of stewed meat, there was a small, exquisite meal, pure rice porridge, mincemeat, and chopped vegetables. This was Little Pumpkin's nutritionally balanced meal, prepared for Sue-Ann during his convalescence. Usually, Sue-Ann woke up groggy and swallowed his food without much chewing. Little Pumpkin noticed this, and prepared nutritious meals that mostly consisted of porridge. Sue-Ann didn't want to eat porridge, so he ate Little Bear's stewed meat with large white steamed buns. Sue-Ann loved Little Bear's cooking. The bowl of stewed meat was nothing but meat, tender, and seasoned only with salt and black pepper. Paired with Xian's large, soft steamed buns, it was incredibly fragrant. Eating it reminded Sue-Ann of his early days, during his novice days, when he also eaten this kind of meat. There was no complicated seasoning. Simply put the meat in the pot and stewed it until the skin was crispy, and the meat was tender, fragrant and tender. Sue-Ann enjoyed the meal. During her sleep, she always ate bland food, but now she could finally taste something flavorful, and she was delighted. After dinner, Sue-Ann soaked a bowl of red crystal in water and shared it with everyone. The dolls refused. They said their bodies had recovered, so Sue-Ann should drink it alone. Sue-Ann refused and divided the water, giving each person a cup. Really? There's more than one bowl. If she soaked it for a while, there would be more. Sue-Ann drank her own cup. Due to the short soaking time, the water was a light pink. After gulping it down, Sue-Ann felt warm all over. It was indeed a precious healing product, its effects comparable to those of a high-grade red potion. After a few sips, Sue-Ann felt relaxed and energized. He felt much better. Health, which he usually neglected, only becomes truly valuable when he's ill. It was like a cold headache suddenly subsiding, or a period pain suddenly easing. Sue-Ann felt weak and groggy, then suddenly clear-headed. Feeling good? Sue-Ann dropped the crimson crystal into a basin of water, soaking it in fresh healing water. After dinner, when the treasure chests began to spawn, Sue-Ann went out to watch Wan catch them. His sleep hadn't affected their progress. Their daily treasure hunting and fishing continued as normal. The unruly claws in his own hands were like nimble chopsticks in Wan's, swishing and catching the floating treasure chests. Sue-Ann applauded, and Wan smiled. The sky was raining, crackling with rain. Through the protective shield of the crystal ripple, it slid into the sea. The pumpkin boat was dry, with only the moist air carrying a hint of rain. Little Pumpkin fished, his attention occasionally wandering to Sue-Ann's direction. The owner, dressed in her home clothes, seemed even thinner, her silver hair flowing freely, her skin translucent and pale, like a fragile spirit not belonging to this world. A fairy, threatening to dissolve with the slightest breeze. The little bear took out a coat, transformed into a large bear, draped it over Sue-Ann, and then, pulling the elf-like woman back into the human world. The little fox jumped onto Sue-Ann's shoulder, rubbing its tail and head against her chin, affectionately. Sue-Ann was tickled, and couldn't help but giggle. Everyone was enjoying this quiet afternoon, this ordinary day. No one mentioned the life-or-death crisis a month ago, and none of the dolls mentioned Sue-Ann's long silver hair and thin, paper-thin body. After less than half an hour outside and a stroll, Sue-Ann felt tired. She wandered back inside and onto the sofa on the first floor. Little Fox and Little Bear followed her like two little followers. From time to time, their eyes met, as if they were communicating something. The sun gradually set, and the sky grew darker. By 4 or 5 o'clock, dark clouds had brought nightfall. Wan and Little Pumpkin returned to the house with their spoils. Little Bear fried the marinated fish in boiling oil, diced into small pieces. Later, He would coat the fried fish with sauce to create a different flavor. Little Fox used a stone ladle to break up the giant grains of spiritual rice, breaking them into small pieces for cooking. This rice had to be pure spiritual rice. They wanted to feed their master the best ingredients. Each pea was cooked and simmered in broth. Also, it was Bear's craftsmanship, but dinner clearly had been prepared with much more care. Suin dozed off on the sofa. When he woke, Little Pumpkin handed him a glass of crimson crystal healing water. Seeing Little Pumpkin's worried gaze, Suin gulped it down. A warmth spread through his throat, then his stomach. Suin's energy returned considerably. With renewed strength, he climbed the third floor without a breath. In the sunroom on the third floor, Suin saw the silver treasure chest tree in the center. It was still a small sapling, with silvery white branches and leaves, less than half a man's height. It had grown to this size in just over a month, and it was growing very well. Suin looked around. Rows of giant spiritual rice stood, and green onions, lettuce, cilantro, tomatoes, cucumbers, and all sorts of other common vegetables were planted beautifully. Suin looked up. The starry sky was dark, and nothing could be seen clearly. Suin was stunned for a moment. "Master," Little Pumpkin called softly. Chapter 514. "It's okay, let's go downstairs," Suin said. Suin took Little Pumpkin downstairs. The sizzling, clacking sounds of cooking emanated from the kitchen, a strong aroma of cooking that made Suin feel the warmth of home. She watched the simple-minded Xiongning busy in the kitchen, the scene before her overlapping with fragments of memory. Thinking more carefully, she couldn't figure it out. She seemed to have forgotten a lot. But it was easy to guess what it was. It must be some memory from a past life or some other time. Since it was forgotten, it was irrelevant. Suin turned on her phone and the projector and randomly picked a documentary from the Blue Star era. It was a food documentary that described the daily meals of fishermen. The freshly caught fish was simply prepared, pan-fried, then stewed with seasoning and water. Suin looked out at the dark night. Their lives seemed very similar to those of the fishermen. They worked from sunrise to sunset, caught some fish to eat, and exchanged the excess for coins to buy other daily necessities. On the sea, drifting all day. The little bear finished cooking the last dish, and dinner was served tonight. The bear had expanded the menu. Dinner and lunch didn't seem like the work of the same chef. Suin looked at the table full of delicious dishes. The staple was white rice, and the side dishes included spicy fish fillet, sweet and sour fish fillet, salt and pepper fish fillet, tomato stewed beef, stir-fried lettuce, salt and pepper fried fish skin, steamed beef with scallions. Suin looked at the bear and couldn't help but say, "Thank you for your hard work." The little bear leaned in. It didn't shrink. The tall and big bear lowered its head and rubbed against Suin coquettishly. Suin felt a warm warmth in his heart. Suin smelled the aroma of the food on the bear's body and touched its fur, warmed by the stove. Only someone who knows how to cook can understand the value of this meal. Making so many dishes by one person is incredibly cumbersome. If you're a bit more careful, this would take an entire afternoon. Cooking requires passion. Without passion, few would be willing to devote so much time to just one meal. The bear scratched his head and served Suin a bowl of overflowing rice. "Sister and eat more." The bear hid the last part of the sentence, "You're so thin," because Sister and hadn't been this thin before. It had only become so frail after being injured and saving everyone. It didn't want to mention this, to touch everyone's wounds, and only encouraged Sister and to eat more. It hoped that Sister and, who had been lying down for a month and was as thin as a sheet of paper, would have the same broad back and thick chest as the bear. Suin joined the others for dinner. The bear's cooking wasn't as refined as Little Pumpkin's, but its roughness didn't affect the deliciousness. Bear wasn't good at complex seasoning. His seasoning was rather monotonous, relying almost entirely on salt to define the flavor. The spicy heat wasn't quite sharp enough, and the sweet and sour flavor wasn't prominent enough. His cooking wasn't as precise as Little Pumpkin's, but it better reflected Bear's skill. To be honest, it felt a bit like Grandma's, a casual, homely taste that wasn't spectacular, but the flavor wasn't bad either. Suin ate it with a delightful expression. Little Pumpkin wanted to complain that Bear had fried the fish skin too hard, making it feel dry and like leather, but turned around and saw his owner enjoying the meal, and stopped talking. As long as the owner liked it, that was fine. When the owner ate Bear's cooking, his face always beamed with genuine joy. Through spiritual perception, one could sense the owner's intense happiness. Don't disturb the master's happiness. Tomorrow, when she takes the cooking seat, the master will like it even more, Little Pumpkin thought, then laughed foolishly. She was still chewing the crunchy fish skin. The documentary on the projector, with a storytelling voice, narrated, a river, a meal, the best taste lies in the mood in which one eats, that's the most special flavor. A week passed in a flash. This week, Suan lived a retirement life. When she had enough energy, she replied to the Scorpion tribe's official account and checked in with Sai and Huacheng. Suan politely declined the invitation from the Raiders tribe to join a team. She lived a leisurely life of recuperation. With a peaceful mindset, ordinary days can also be filled with extraordinary flavors. Even though she was awake, the division of labor at home remained unchanged. Groups were randomly assigned, one day busy outside, the other busy at home. The family changed cooks every day. Little Pumpkin and Little Bear competed in cooking for her, devising new recipes to fatten her up. Wan Wan and Little Lee became the best kitchen helpers, working quickly and efficiently, whether chopping scallions or slicing fish. Every mealtime, the recipe. Fried, braised, and boiled, the aroma lingered. Suan also ate a lot, but she found herself like a glutton who couldn't gain weight. No matter how much she ate, she didn't gain much weight. She tried hard to eat and replenish her spiritual energy, but her body was like a bottomless pit, absorbing and digesting as much as she ate. Suan's appetite had also increased significantly, from half a bowl of rice to 2 or 3 bowls at a time. Water made from the crimson crystal was her daily drinking water. Thanks to this healing holy product, she could go for a half-hour walk every day without getting tired. Homemade crafts can also go from taking 10 minutes to half an hour. After a week of persistence, Suan had sewn a kitchen apron for Little Bear and Little Pumpkin. She washed the aprons constantly before replacing them with new ones for the dolls, until they were white and torn. Suan was a little anxious sometimes, but she knew there was no point in getting anxious. Her body was truly weak, and besides eating and sleeping well, and taking care of herself, there wasn't much she could do. During this time, everyone was busy hunting monsters. They rented the monster gate once a day, and played the game console for 2 hours to level up, replenish beast meat, and gain experience points. The dolls each leveled up by about 2 levels, except for Suan. She had overdrawn too much, and the spiritual energy she absorbed was absorbed as soon as it entered her body, like a drop of water moistening dry land, instantly absorbed and disappearing. The experience bar didn't even increase. For Suan, the biggest exercise was opening treasure chests. Only players can open treasure chests. Aside from some chest monsters that shatter on the spot, everyone picks up the items inside. The remaining intact chests are stored in the warehouse. After over a month of accumulating treasure chests, the warehouse has accumulated quite a few, and Suan would occasionally go and open a few. Suan sometimes wanted to open them all at once, but his health was affected, and he would feel dizzy if he did too much. He could only open a few chests when he was most refreshed after drinking the healing water. Today was another ordinary day, but the system had refreshed the water tank. Shaoli used her claws to grab a water tank and immediately ran into the house with it. And Bauer refreshed the water tank. Sister Gua Gua refreshed the water tank. Big Bear, Wan Wan, refreshed the water tank. The little girl in fox form shouted, making sure to notify everyone in time. Everyone knew that when the water tank refreshed, it meant a storm was approaching, so they needed to prepare. Pumpkin rushed to the warehouse and found a pile of wind-fixing pearls, ready to use the moment a storm appeared. Wan Wan flew out to collect the laundry. Yesterday's washing had been hanging outside and needed to be brought back. Little Bear, seeing this, ran to the terrace to collect the parasol and folding chairs. Little Bear thought they needed to be put away quickly, otherwise it would be disastrous if the wind blew them away. Last time at the Sand Sting Oasis, our family had lost a parasol and folding chairs, and they were just the last set of outdoor gear. If they were blown away, they would have to buy new ones. Each doll had their own chores. Because everyone was around, Suan had nothing to do. She opened the water treasure chest, and saw a small wind-fixing pearl inside. Surprise! This wasn't an illusion of a wind-fixing pearl, but a real one, the kind that could be used repeatedly. She seemed to have good luck. Suan picked it up and examined it. The wind-fixing pearl could be used once a week, for a cumulative total of 8 hours. Great! With this prop, their boat will be more stable in the face of a storm. Wow, Anbao is amazing, amazing. Shaoli praised Suan, as if Suan had done something remarkable. But what had Suan done? Suan had only opened a water treasure chest, she hadn't even fished it out. Shaoli's praise was as if it were some grand undertaking. Chapter 515. Suan felt a little embarrassed, her cheeks warming. Little Pumpkin joined in the praise, as did Wan Wan, who had returned from collecting the clothes, and Little Bear, who had returned from collecting the parasol and chairs. Suen felt dizzy and swaying. She gathered her composure, wondering why she was so drifting. Just a few compliments from the dolls had her acting like this. She wasn't steady at all. But after a few seconds, she realized something was wrong. It wasn't just her mind that was drifting, it was her body. The boat was swaying from side to side, taking her body with it. "The wind's picking up," Little Pumpkin said. She used the wind-fixing pearl phantom item. A pearly white bubble expanded and attached itself to the outermost protective shield. The room felt a little more stable, but only slightly. The boat itself was still swaying. Suen took a few unsteady steps forward, leaned over the windowsill, opened it, and looked outside. In the distance, the sky and the sea merged into one, a blanket of darkness. The ship seemed to be taking off on a massive wave, soaring high above the sea. It turned out that beneath the ship, the waves surged. The storm was below, sweeping the sea into a turbulent, roaring, and surging tide. The wind-stabilizing pearls stabilized the ship, reducing the storm's ripples, but still kept the ship rolling slightly. After all, this was just a basic storm-proofing device, and achieving this in a powerful storm was not easy. Suen, already weak, felt dizzy from the swaying. At the same time, the cups and coffee table in the house swayed, and a warm glow emanated from the Little Pumpkin. All the furniture seemed to merge with the ship's hull and floor. The clanging sound faded, leaving only the rustling of the curtains. The black ball chimed, "Masters, a storm has been detected outside the shield, with strong winds. Please take precautions, especially protect me. The black ball is fragile, and needs protection." As soon as the words fell, Little Pumpkin waved his finger, and the black ball slipped into a cotton cover, then into a pillow, and placed it on the sofa. "All right," Little Pumpkin said. After that, Little Pumpkin supported Suen. "Masters, the house is shaking slightly. You should sit for a while. It will be more comfortable." Suen didn't take it seriously. He leaned against Little Pumpkin and settled himself on the sofa. The dizziness in his body eased a little. Turning his head to look out the window, it was only morning, and they had almost been engulfed by the storm. It was pitch black outside. The soft light inside the house was particularly cozy. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A series of system messages. A system announcement rang out in front of Suen. "System, ding dong, congratulations to the player team strategy team 002, Captain He Ching et al. For failing the 4th level. The reward for failure is a 20% increase in server-wide environmental severity for the 3rd level, a 40% increase in server-wide environmental severity for the 2nd level, and a 60% increase in server-wide environmental severity for the 1st level. This negative buff will not be removed until the 3rd level is cleared or the number of players in the 1st level reaches 0. From today onwards, the environmental severity will increase by 1% per day. The 1st level will be an ocean storm, the 2nd level will be an extreme heat wave, and the 3rd level will be an extremely cold region. Stay tuned. System, ding dong, congratulations to the player team Watchung Elite Team, Captain Sui Jing et al. For failing the 4th level. The reward for failure is a 1% increase in server-wide environmental severity for the 3rd level. System, ding dong, congratulations to the player team Watchung Elite Team 2, Captain Shi et al. For failing the 4th level. The reward for failure is a 1% increase in server-wide environmental severity for the 3rd level. System, ding dong, congratulations to the player team strategy team 018, Captain Xingbong et al. For failing the 4th level. Failure reward. The severity of the 3rd level's environment will be increased by 1% across all servers. The string of failure messages made Suen feel dizzy. Everyone has failed. Suen looked out the window at the raging storm, feeling a sense of impending danger. It seemed as if the time for leisure was running out. After a brief pause, the next day arrived. The public screen was filled with lamentations, but everyone remained optimistic. After all, this kind of thing had happened more than once or twice. Thanks to the last traceback. The atmosphere on the public screen was positive. No players were dissenting or insulting the challengers. The system's slightly provocative attempts to sow discord were met with almost no response. Perhaps there were some. After all, the world is a big place, and there are plenty of bad people. Many people didn't express their anger, but they were already cursing in their hearts. However, under Huaqing's forced suppression, these players with opinions weren't fools, they all kept their composure. After all, this wasn't a society ruled by law, and there wasn't internet protection. If anyone truly spoke outrageously, they would be blacklisted, and their future attempts to escape disasters and shop in Huacheng would be completely blocked. You must know that Huacheng currently controls more than just one platform, it manages hundreds of them. It's a prominent rising force among the major platforms. Rumor has it that there are more than one god-level players on Blue Star. Many truly foolish and troublesome players have already been dealt with. Many players have experienced storms, and have their own ways of surviving them. Life is manageable, just a little harder. Quick players are already taking shelter in the platforms, whether within Huacheng's major platforms or elsewhere. At this time, Huacheng recommends that high-level players seek refuge in platforms belonging to alien races such as the Scorpion, Murloc, and Catmen to avoid natural disasters. More space in Huacheng will be made available to ordinary players in the first and second levels. Chapter 516. The storm disrupted everyone's peaceful lives, disrupting many of their usual routines. Little Fox wanted to fish for a treasure chest, but seeing the chaotic grappling interface, he didn't know where to start and stood scratching his head in front of the grappling hook. Little Bear wanted to continue fishing, but the storm blew his hook back. The fishing line nearly bound him. Little Pumpkin steered his pumpkin boat forward, trying to escape the center of the storm. He pushed it full steam ahead, but it was like a ball treading mud. Suen noticed everyone's movements and asked them to stop their daily work and rest. If they really couldn't stay idle, they could work on household chores together. Everyone, restless, quickly went upstairs to help Huan Huan tend to the plants in the sunroom. Huan Huan was stunned to see so many people in the sunroom. It was just a simple job of watering and weeding, which she could finish in less than half an hour. Why were there so many dolls? There wasn't much work to do, so everyone went up and quickly completed Huan Huan's workload, and soon everyone was idle. The storm had been raging for days, and hadn't let up yet. The family still had plenty of wind-stabilizing pearls. Suen wasn't panicked, nor was she in a rush to the platform to avoid the disaster. She was just sitting around, so what was there to be afraid of? Suen had some free time every day, and she took the initiative to lead everyone in resting and playing, cherishing every minute with her dolls. The TV and cell phones were all free for everyone to use. But the dolls at home were never addicted to phones. Suen always woke up to see the little bear exercising, stretching, and shaping himself into a lithe and nimble little bear. Huan Huan was practicing the basics of opera singing, her humming and singing, her voice training and spirited expression, a daily breathtaking sight at home. The little fox was leaping, practicing its movements, appearing and disappearing like a shadow, often appearing as soon as one turned their head. With a few days of free time, Little Pumpkin had more time to prepare delicious meals for Suen, pampering him with endless amounts of food. Suen had been fed in various ways before, but now it was even more so. Lately, Little Pumpkin has become obsessed with making snacks. Little Pumpkin has made many homemade delicacies, such as fried tofu with sauce. The recipe is quite painstaking. Cut the tofu into small pieces and deep fry until golden brown on the outside and soft on the inside. Drain the oil, brush it with chili sauce, and serve it with sweet and sour kimchi and a sweet and sour sauce. The resulting food is both delicious and beautiful. Suen picked up a piece of tofu and took a bite. The fragrant and crispy tofu coated in the sauce revealed its soft filling, which was incredibly fragrant. It was paired with the crispy, refreshing kimchi. Suen praised the meal repeatedly. This sparked Little Pumpkin's passion. In addition to fried tofu, she also made grilled gluten, grilled tofu, grilled sausages, grilled fish, and chicken wings wrapped in rice. These snacks use simple ingredients, but are complex to prepare. For example, for grilled gluten, Little Pumpkin washes the dough several times to remove the gluten. She then cuts the gluten into small pieces, rolls them around chopsticks, shapes them, and boils them. Finally, she threads the cooked gluten onto skewers, splits them, and grills them. The seasoning for grilled gluten is also essential. Typically, grilled gluten is best paired with hand-ground sesame paste. However, since we didn't have sesame seeds or sesame paste at home, Little Pumpkin made peanut butter from peanuts found in a copper treasure chest. The process of making peanut butter from peanuts alone kept all the puppets in the house in a state of turmoil. Little Pumpkin had Little Bear roast the peanuts in a fireplace oven, Huan Huan used telekinesis to blow away the peanut skins, and Little Fox used the epic weapon, the shadow-devouring blade, as a blender. Working together, they created a soft and silky peanut butter topping. When this sauce came out, Suen licked the spoon, savoring its deliciousness. The pure aroma of roasted peanuts, combined with the hints of sugar and salt in the sauce, brought out the full flavor of the peanuts. Little Pumpkin then used this sauce on his roasted gluten, brushing it with peanut butter and sprinkling it with chili powder and cumin. This combination left Suen stunned. He was at a loss for words. The roasted gluten coated in peanut butter and cumin and chili powder, was incredibly fragrant. The gluten had a springy texture, blending beautifully with the aroma of the peanut butter. The only thing that could beat Little Pumpkin's roasted gluten was his new chicken wing rice snack. Seeing this gigantic, otherworldly chicken wing rice roll, Sue nearly cried at the deliciousness. To be precise, the food before him wasn't chicken wings, but bird wings the size of a human arm. A while ago, while using the monster gate to kill monsters, many of the flying monsters he killed found a new place to go, becoming ingredients for Little Pumpkin's snacks. Little Pumpkin removed their wings, plucked the feathers in boiling water, and removed the bones, leaving only the wing meat. He then marinated it with various spices. In the meantime, Little Pumpkin used peas from the magical doll, baby carrots shot from the carrot gun, and the giant rice obtained by the cat people, all cut into small pieces, to make sweet and salty fried rice. These ingredients, already delicious eaten straight out of the box, were stuffed into the giant bird wing meat and baked in the oven. The taste was simply divine. Sue had initially felt very happy. Now, she feels happier by the day, practically drowning in honey. The family's recent food situation could be used to film 100 episodes of a food animation. Soon, the various feedings offered by the dolls at home showed results. Sue, once frail and prone to collapse, noticeably gained weight. Her cheeks gained a layer of soft flesh, and her complexion became rosy and radiant. Although she hadn't gained much weight, her complexion had improved significantly. Watching their master gradually gain weight, the dolls were practically laughing with joy. Sue had also enjoyed this life, waking up early every morning with a crimson crystal healing potion, and then enjoying a variety of delicacies made from spiritual-grade ingredients. She could also feel her health improving, needing less and less sleep, gaining strength, and becoming increasingly tired without doing anything. The only downside was the lingering storm outside. Sue missed the sunshine and blue sky for so long, and the remaining wind-fixing pearls were dwindling, creating a sense of urgency. During this period, Sue didn't want to open the public chat. The atmosphere there wasn't great. Every time it opened, even among the players with the highest progress in the third level, there were inevitably a stream of lamentations. Many began advocating for the top players to quickly clear the level, only to be outshone by Hua Chung. Hua Chung reported daily progress, with 1 to 3 groups working on the level each day. The system also occasionally displayed announcements. Failure, failure. Thankfully, these subsequent failures would only exacerbate the harshness of the third level's flooded ocean environment. This made the flood ocean level seem like a storm ocean. It was causing panic. Master, we're down to less than 10 wind-fixing pearls. It's been hard to salvage the water chest these days, and we can't keep up with the demand. Let's find a platform to stay for a few days, Little Pumpkin suggested. Little Pumpkin pulled out the platform coordinate binding device and showed it to Sue. Yiming City has entered the third level. Let's go to Yiming City. Not only can we make money by reselling goods, but we can also soak in the hot springs to cool down. It's been raining lately, and it's cold and damp outside, perfect for a hot spring soak. Sue hesitated for a moment. Truly, she hadn't wanted to go to any platforms recently. Her recent experience was too painful, the experience of almost losing her doll. She instinctively felt a little annoyed by the presence of so many platforms with NPCs, whose levels far exceeded their own. Ophelia taught her that only one's own strength was decisive. If a top-tier expert targeted her, it would be very dangerous. Even with the help of others, there was still the risk of death. However, Sue had also understood the importance of not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. For now, the goose people could still be trusted. Alright, let's set off tonight. Sue counted the number of wind-fixing pearls and spoke. We stay for a few days, then go on to explore the new territory. Sue said. Chapter 517. Rather than waiting blindly, it's better to try and advance on your own. According to the strategy team, the challenge levels are multiplayer, timed exploration puzzles. They're not very dangerous, but they're quite challenging. At night, the pumpkin boat transformed into a pumpkin spaceship. Consuming several top-level spirit source stones, it sailed through the sea storm and headed for Yiming City. As the spaceship passed through Yiming City's protective shield, Sue felt the pumpkin spaceship lighten, as if she had escaped from the mud. Sue looked at the city, suspended above the sea by a complex magic array, and marveled at the strength of the Yiming people. Other stations are islands floating on the sea, but Yiming City is different. It has become a flying island in the air. So cool. Yiming City transformed into a city in the sky. After entering Yiming City, the magic array automatically slowed the pumpkin spaceship down, and Little Pumpkin controlled it to land and transform into a pumpkin car. The fastest car, in Yiming City, can only travel at speeds below 30 kilometers per hour. After entering Yiming City, Su-En's first stop was the municipal Ewing store to meet an old acquaintance. This person also saved her and her dolls' lives. Su-En went on a shopping spree, buying dozens of tickets to the Yiming City platform, as well as items recommended by the goose, and then chatting with the pretentiously silly mechanical goose, Ding Dang Dang. Su-En knew Ding Dang Dang was no ordinary goose. Just as Ding Dang Dang knew, Su-En knew it was no ordinary mechanical goose. The two creatures, pretending to be ignorant while knowing the truth, did not prevent them from becoming good friends. Ding Dang Dang said casually, "Dear Miss Sunshine Bear, I heard a while ago that there was an accident at the Sand Sting Oasis. Our boss caught a bad fish and imprisoned him. I happen to have tickets for the prison tour. Do you want to see it? I sell it to you at a discount, 100 copper coins as a friendly price. You be treated like our most handsome boss, Schweide, with divine protection throughout the tour. It's a great deal. I'm giving it to you as a bonus because you bought so much today." The mechanical goose was trying to sell it. Su-En knew what it meant, and it was helping him vent his anger. "No, I want this." Su-En pushed the prison tour ticket back and took a small mechanical goose figurine. "This one looks really cool. Sell it to me at a discount as a bonus." Su-En waved the figurine around. She blushed as she looked at the mechanical goose. She wiggled her wings. "Haha, darling, do you like our boss too? Our boss Schweide is indeed handsome and dashing. You have good taste. Then I sell it to you at a discount, also 100 copper coins." This figurine can summon a 30-second spiritual level protective shield, protecting the vehicle from damage from falls or attacks. After shopping, Su-En didn't rush to leave the municipal goose store, but sat down in the lounge. She went to the bookshelf and randomly searched, hoping to find an interesting clue. Unexpectedly, she came across a book labeled with her ID, Sunshine Bear. She pulled the book out, a thick one that read, "Fantastic Memories with Sunshine Bear." This reminded her of Queen Angels from the fantasy fairyland. Su-En flipped to the first page. The system translated the message. "I'm handsome. I met her during a gap in time and space." She said, "Sorry, Big Goose, for causing you trouble again. I was at a loss, but I had a vague feeling that she was indeed my friend. I kind of understood." This was. Su-En was about to continue reading. The book in her hand was snatched away. A goose face appeared before her. "Dear tourist, you should go for a walk. Sitting for too long can cause hemorrhoids, and it's very unkind to your butt. Sitting in a chair for too long can cause obesity, a larger butt, a larger belly, damage to the lumbar spine, and other negative effects. Yiming City is so beautiful, you should go out for a walk." What a blood excuse. "Bring the book here. I want to see it. Didn't you put it here just for me to see, so I can trust you more? My goose friend, why do you want so much more? You showed it to me, so I can trust you, and yet, you won't let me see more." Su-En and the dolls were tinkling out of the municipal goose store by the mechanical goose. She looked back at the mechanical goose, speechless. Su-En watched the mechanical goose, waving a handkerchief it had pulled out of nowhere, swaying seductively, as if seeing someone off. Su-Na, somewhat helpless, left with the dolls. Wait until Su-En and his group walked away. Crack, crack, crack. The iron block on the mechanical goose cracked, and a plump goose, pure white without a single stray hair, appeared in the shop. "How clever. You're worthy of being a goose's friend." "No, no, quack, quack." The handsome clone laughed, feeling that its acting was pretty good. This good friend should understand what it meant, right? The night was deep, and the lights were just coming on, unusually bright. As usual, Su-En booked a room at the Old Goose Hotel for 3 days, and booked a hot spring ticket. This was a standard for every visit. Su-En hated change. He did it this way last time, and next time, he'd get used to it. Then Su-En took the dolls shopping. Knowing that the next level involved a contaminated fog, Su-En bought some related items. A fog-dispelling staff, fuel for a fog-dispelling oil lamp, and a ghost-proof cloak. If you look carefully, you always find strange and unusual items in the markets of Yiming City. Although the prices aren't cheap, anyone with money can buy whatever they want. After all, there's a lot of money to be made here. While shopping, if Su-En comes across something suitable but doesn't need it herself, she buy it, and then add a little to the price to list it on the exchange. She's used to making a little extra money in Yiming City to offset her shopping expenses. Yiming City is a shopping paradise. Chapter 518. Most importantly, this paradise is only open to a small number of players. Su-En had been visiting Yiming City for so long, yet she rarely encountered any players. According to Ding Dong Dong's description of the one ticket per area ratio, Yiming City should have quite a few regular customers. Suan also wondered why she hadn't encountered many other tourists. At this point, Ding Dang Dang simply smiled and remained silent, looking like a riddle, jokingly changing the subject. Time flew by, and Suan shopped and strolled through Yiming City until late at night. Suan stayed awake that night, taking her dolls to a hot spring, aiming to soak all night before returning to the hotel. Maybe it was the effect of the crimson crystal or the delicious food the little pumpkin fed her, but Suan's body had recovered remarkably well. The moment she touched the hot spring, she automatically absorbed spiritual energy and leveled up. Her body, like a newly repaired, large hole in its foundation, continuously absorbed the energy of the hot spring. Before the dolls could even enter the water, they stood on the shore, silently waiting, watching their master absorb the spiritual energy-filled hot spring water completely. Suan felt her level constantly rising. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The system kept sending messages. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear, your level has increased from LV11 to LV12. Your current level has surpassed 99.7% of players. Note, your current spiritual value has entered the Super Spirit stage. Please manage your spiritual energy properly. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear, your level has increased from LV12 to LV13. Your current level has surpassed 99.8% of players. Note, your current spiritual value has entered the Super Spirit stage. Please manage your spiritual energy properly. The system messages were incredibly smooth, without a single pause, displaying her level increase twice in a row, catching up with the doll's recent leveling progress. Currently, everyone's level is Suan, level 13, Su Mo, level 15, Su Nanling, level 14, Su Chimeng, level 14, and Su Xiaoli, level 13. The spiritual energy in the hot spring water has reached a low level, and the goose statue standing guard at the entrance swung into action, swinging the handrail to change the water. New spiritual water flowed into the spring, the warm currents caressing Suan's body, and Suan felt an indescribable sense of relief. Master, you leveled up, Little Pumpkin said excitedly. Sister Anan, Little Bear shouted. The dolls watched Suan open her eyes, and shouted in joy. Everyone swarmed over. They knew Sister Suan was supposed to level up, but her injury had affected her this time. Now she's leveling up normally, proving that the spiritual deficit has been restored. How could this not delight the dolls? Little Pumpkin hummed a happy ballad. The little bear swam and danced in the water, Huan Huan sang a melodious song, and the little fox darted around, looking more like a mischievous monkey than a fox. Happy moments flowed by slowly. Everyone soaked in the hot springs together until almost dawn. The little fox leveled up to level 14, catching up with everyone else, leaving Suan alone at level 13. The continuous rain during the rainy season darkened the sky, making little difference between day and night. Suan noticed that even in such cloudy days, the goose people were noticeably less frantic than they once were. After a drowsy nap until noon, Suan peered through the glass window, and came to this conclusion. Outside, the streets were filled with geese, seemingly no different from night. There were no fights, no noise, and no open defecation. However, for safety reasons, Suan stayed with everyone in the hotel during the day, leaving only after dark. Yiming City was a great place, but the reverse day and night schedule required some time adjustment. On her first day in Yiming City, Suan felt a bit lethargic due to the adjustment to her daily routine. But by nightfall, she was full of energy again. On the second night, Suan took everyone to find Jenny, whom she had met while shopping the previous day and had agreed to go fishing together. At the entrance to Yiming City, Suan spotted Jenny and Cha Fu, and with them, they led them to a famous fishing spot in Yiming City. Near the sea border, many people were crowded fishing. Yiming City was a suspended island, but not very high above the sea, hovering only 5 or 6 meters above. Casting the hook from the spot, Suan felt as if he were fishing from a bridge. Dear, you see, what I told you was right. When the rainy season comes, you can fish anywhere. Junel greeted enthusiastically. It's a pity the rainy season in Goming City is late this year. Otherwise, I could fish with you for a while longer, Junel said regretfully. Suan's social anxiety kicked in again, and she didn't know how to respond to Junel's enthusiasm. But when she turned around and saw Junel's adorable black and white figure, her social anxiety faded a lot. She was a lovely and friendly goose girl, not some strange human. Suan composed a reply. It's okay. Although it's late, it won't affect our reunion. On the contrary, because of the anticipation, We made many wonderful memories together. Sue-Ann's words surprised her, and they sounded quite nice. This remark instantly amused Janelle. She let out a wild, cackling laugh, her body trembling with it. Sunny Bear, you're so cute and talkative. There must be a lot of people who like you and a lot of friends who would love to hang out with you. The 3-day trip to Eming City ended quickly. After Swan and Janelle finished fishing, they didn't go out much. She rested in Eming City for a day, checking the public forum for information on the game, and adjusting her sleep schedule to her normal routine. On the last day, she slept at night, and got up early in the morning, leaving Eming City before dawn and preparing to get off the platform. As the pumpkin ship sailed out of Eming City, it encountered a terrifying storm. Even with the wind-fixing pearl, the storm still rocked the pumpkin ship from side to side. Sorry, Master, we're facing a severe typhoon. Swan slumped down on the sofa to steady herself, feeling as if her head was being shaken. She never got carsick, but now she was really unable to sit still. After more than 10 minutes, the pumpkin ship found a relatively stable spot and remained stable. Sue-Ann waited until the room had stabilized a bit before going to the bathroom to vomit. She nearly threw up all the breakfast she had just eaten. Thankfully, it wasn't that nauseating. Sue-Ann's eyes welled up with tears, and after a few dry heaves, she felt better. From the bathroom, she looked down through the glass window. The wind whipped the waves, and the waves roared and raged. Rain and wind, all kinds of chaos. The scenery would be a top-notch disaster movie shot on Blue Planet. This natural disaster was brutal and unmitigated. Little Pumpkin had transformed into the pumpkin ship and found a stable area in the center of the storm, allowing it to maintain its current, slightly swaying state. If it were to transform into a boat and appear in the ocean, it would really shake anyone's brains apart. She had been living peacefully in Eming City, not noticing any problems, but now she realized that the harsh conditions on the highway made it impossible for players to survive. Sue-Ann had been following the public chat for the past few days, and knew everyone wanted to end this, but they kept trying and failing. The current severity of the environment had reached 287% due to everyone's failure. Now it seemed there was no point in staying. They should just get going. If they could pass, they would. Whether they could or not, staying on the platform was unacceptable in the highway conditions. Sue-Ann returned to the living room and called the dolls over. Sue-Ann took out the clearance application card. Select Start Clearance Application. Chapter 519. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, are you sure you want to spend one apply for a clearance card to enter a random clearance station? Note, there's no turning back on the road. Once you completed the test, you can't return. You must stay where you are and repeatedly apply for clearance. The test level is a timed puzzle mode that supports teamwork. Vehicles can be used. Failure to complete the test will result in you remaining at the station and repeating the test until you pass, die, or become lost. Sue-Ann, with her fully dressed dolls, click Confirm to pass. Ding dong, after testing, the player is not in a team. Confirm to challenge this level alone. Match to a random map. Note, the clearance station requires multiple players to cooperate, making it extremely difficult to clear alone. Sue-Ann click Confirm. Although she was a solo account, she had so many dolls, so why would she be afraid of cooperation? Player Sunshine Bear, the clearance station you're challenging is if you're a woman, pass 18 levels. Your clearance task is to complete level 18. This name. Sue-Ann's thoughts raced. Sue-Ann had posted a list of strategies on the strategy group and had seen many platforms, but hadn't seen this one. It looked like a new platform for completing the game, with no strategy information at all. His eyes blurred. The entire pumpkin spaceship appeared on a platform. This was a very empty secret room. There was a notice board on the wall. Sue-Ann saw it through the glass. The text read, if you're a woman, you must complete the 18 levels. Level 1. Game rules. Within 24 hours, avoid traps, activate mechanisms, find the door, and advance to the next level. As soon as he saw the notice board, the mission board on Sue-Ann's screen updated with the information for level 1. Sue-Ann led the dolls out of the pumpkin carriage. They found an empty room, brightly lit and expansive. It was large enough to accommodate dozens of pumpkin carriages. Not far ahead stood a puddle with a push lever. There was a notice board nearby. Sue-Ann, with her excellent eyesight, could see the writing, this is a trap on the puddle, and this is a trap on the push lever. She pushed with her telekinesis, and a door and notice board appeared behind it, wide enough for the pumpkin carriage to pass. The notice board read, congratulations, player, for finding the door and successfully completing the level. The tutorial is over. Sue-Ann led the dolls into the pumpkin carriage and entered the second level. The new secret room was no longer as clear as the previous one. It was much more complex. Soo-in saw many staircases and rooms. Soo-in spotted a familiar notice board at the entrance. Women, you will complete the second of the 18 levels. Game rules. 24 hours. Avoid traps, push traps, find the door, and advance to the next level. Note, there are no beginner tips for this level. Players are encouraged to explore on their own. Soo-in looked around. There were many passages around the room. She put away her vehicle and led the dolls to explore. After half an hour, Soo-in had figured out the layout of the level. There were 7 or 8 rooms in total, all connected. Occasionally, there would be water pits and fire pit traps, but they were obvious, so just avoid them. To find the mechanism, you had to keep pushing until the initial entrance door appeared. Because she was within telekinesis range, Soo-in didn't arrange any dolls, so she used telekinesis to maintain control. Soon, the group entered the third level. Soo-in thought this thing was like a little game she played as a child. Finding the pattern was quite simple. She was a little confused as to why other players failed. Could it be that the levels they encountered were particularly difficult? After 3 days and 3 nights, Soo-in and his group reached the 16th level. During this time, Soo-in and the puppets encountered various traps, including pulleys, light deflectors, pedal presses, and electromagnetics. They encountered water traps, fire traps, wind traps, poisonous insect traps, swamp traps, and even demon traps. They advanced and advanced. In between, Soo-in and the puppets sporadically ate and slept during the remaining time. Since the support vehicle followed them, they could eat, sleep, and go to the toilet and shower directly back at the pumpkin boat, making it very convenient. Although a little tired, everyone maintained their form. The constant progress was quite interesting. Even when encountering a difficult level, the puppets could gradually find clues by discussing and analyzing it. Just when Soo-in was beginning to relax, reality struck hard. They were stuck. At the 16th level, they were stuck for a full 24 hours, trying every possible method, but still couldn't find the door. Watching the time slowly tick by, Soo-in's eyes grew red with anxiety. Finally, Soo-in, somewhat helplessly, called the dolls back to the pumpkin carriage. Soo-in prepared to teleport back to the flood ocean, but she wasn't sure if she could. After all, the game rules stated she couldn't leave the platform. A flash of light, and a system message appeared before Soo-in. Player Sunshine Bear has failed the level, and has been teleported back to the platform entrance to begin again. System, ding dong, congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for failing the 4th level. Failure reward. The server-wide environment severity for the 3rd level will increase by 1%. The current level severity is 312%. Soo-in's heart skipped a beat as she read the message. The environment is already over 300% harsh. The 3rd level is going to be incredibly difficult for players. If we want to survive, we all have to hide on the platform. Soo-in had secretly felt relieved before, but now she's been slapped in the face. Her active participation didn't end it, but instead made the environment even worse. The public screen was buzzing with discussion. Big people, oh my god, I saw Sunshine Bear. Sunshine Bear went to the level alone. Oh my god, if Sunshine Bear failed, do we humans have any hope of survival? Malu, what a depressing thing. We have to hurry and get through this level, or we all be lost. Enough talk, I'm already forming a team and preparing to go through it. Jerry doesn't drink milk. I've been on the platform for almost 10 days now, and I'm getting used to it. This is terrible. I actually saw the fishman lady at the hotel front desk. She's so pretty, I felt like confessing my feelings to her. Tao Ao Wulong. Upstairs, you're not the only one with this idea. I'm at the Muse Cat platform, and the cat people love it too. They even grown cat ears. They've been quite assimilated. Zhu Xingxing, sisters, brothers, come get some ice cream to boost your mental resistance. Your laughter. Master Yuing Zhao Zhu from the strategy team is starting the challenge today. Don't worry, we complete it smoothly and settle down. Allah, this is a name I never heard of. Chapter 520. Your laughter. Look at the Huacheng announcement. These are Huacheng secret weapon players. Each player is at least level 20 super spirit. Moonlight Shining Bamboo, Star Island Poetry. Soo-in closed the public chat screen and rubbed his head, which was aching from lack of sleep. Now Soo-in's head was already sounding the alarm. A sharp, stabbing pain, reminding its owner that she needed to rest, that her body hadn't fully recovered, and that she shouldn't overexert herself. Soo-in looked out the pumpkin window. It was the 1st level. If they failed, they would be back to square one. 4 days of work in vain. Forget it, We're back to the first level. Let's get some sleep. Sue adjusted his mindset and took the dolls to rest. Little Bear, Little Pumpkin, Wan Wan, and Little Fox had all gone to bed, just like Sue. They hadn't slept well for a long time. They all looked very tired. The fatigue had made the negative emotions of failing the level fade. After sleeping for over 10 hours, Sue woke up feeling groggy. Outside the window, the light from the secret room burned steadily. Sue went to wash his face to help him wake up. Sue got up, and the other dolls followed suit. Sue felt incredibly hungry. He had been eating only dry food for the past few days. After a period of frequent delicacies, he suddenly returned to simpler food, and Sue began to crave it. The greedy girl needed a good meal first. Sue thought about what he could find that was both quick and delicious. After some thought, Sue decided to make some hot pot. Remembering that there was a pre-made hot pot base made with pumpkin in the freezer, Sue dug out the hot pot base, then went to the cold storage to get some meat, and went upstairs to pick some vegetables. By the time the dolls gradually woke up, Sue had already set up a hot pot stove in the outdoor room, set up a table, chairs, and various vegetables. A dazzling array of sliced and diced vegetables and meats were laid out. The platform was a secret room, never exposed to sunlight year-round. Time had no meaning there, so Sue led everyone to a hot pot meal that was either breakfast or dinner. The first level was the brightest and best ventilated, so Sue set up the hot pot there without worrying about it getting stuffy. The dolls settled on their benches, and Sue began to prepare the meat and vegetables. The dolls expected their master to be depressed, but they were surprised by his open-mindedness, a carefree attitude, like someone who could just lie down wherever they fell. So none of the dolls indulged in the depression of failing at a level. Instead, they all immersed themselves in their love of food. These past few days, they've been really hungry. Dried meat, steamed buns, flatbreads, bread, whatever was convenient, they mainly ate. The only hot meals they ate were the occasional bowl of instant noodles. Each level has a 24-hour time limit, but the difficulty increases as it progresses. Exploring rooms, searching for traps, investigating them, and solving puzzles to find doors all require a significant amount of time. At first, I didn't rest during the easy levels, but later, during the more difficult ones, I didn't rest much, and I ate whenever it was convenient. In the steaming heat of the red oil hot pot, the meat slices tumbled, gradually changing color. Sue scooped a large bite of the meat roll, dipped it in the spicy and sour sauce, and stuffed it into her mouth. She ate it a little hurriedly, and the spicy flavor of the meat, coated in red oil, nearly choked her. But soon, the delicious flavor of the meat beneath the spiciness emerged, and Sue smiled as she chewed the springy, fragrant slices. Everyone ate around the stove, chopsticks wielding, sweat forming on their foreheads. Sue finished her meat rolls with fish balls, then shrimp. All sorts of meat. On the highway, the food was primarily meat-based, and she felt herself slowly becoming a carnivore. On her last bite, Sue remembered vegetables, simmering some lettuce, cilantro, and cha-cha grass to fill the gaps in her stomach. The countdown on the bulletin board ticked away, but no one paid much attention. After all, they were back to the first level, and a few days of rest would have been spent on the first level, so there was still time for a good meal. The aroma of hot pot lingered in the secret room, growing stronger, and then a gust of wind came, absorbing the aroma. Sue, having eaten so quickly, left the table. Now, she lay in a chair, sipping tea and gazing at the ceiling vents, watching the hot pot smoke slowly rise and enter the vents, lost in thought. Sue set down her teacup. Using telekinesis, she flew upwards, reaching the vents to observe. These were palm-sized holes. Putting her hand close, she could feel a suction force inside. She flew to the other side of the room, to the wall on the other side of the door. The side closest to the door was blowing air. The side away from the door was inhaling air. So that's how it is. Sue couldn't help but utter this. Little Pumpkin, the second one to finish eating, had the smallest appetite and came over and asked, "Master, have you discovered anything new?" "Something." Sue pointed at the air inlet and said, "Look at the ventilation structure of this room. The first level is relatively simple. There's only one large room like this, with a through draft. The air enters from one side of the door, and exits from the other side. We enter a new room from this side each time. This means that it's very likely that all the rooms we complete will be connected. Each level is a single room, and from what I observed, they should be the same size. If we pass through 18 identical rooms, we complete the level, and see what the outside of this platform looks like. So, in level 16, we can use the wind direction." Little Pumpkin had been listening with great interest for the first part, but was a little confused by the latter part. She had never been to school, so she didn't quite understand. Suin was engrossed in his talk. Turning around, he saw Little Pumpkin, seemingly lost in thought, and Little Fox, who had appeared out of nowhere. Little Fox said, and bow, Little Fox understands. When we get to level 16, I go to the room with the big oil barrel and look for clues. Master thinks there must be a trap there, judging by the wind direction and the size of the room. Yes, that's what I mean. Suin replied with a smile, waving the spiritual thread in her hand, showing everyone a 3D map of the room in level 16. With the energy she had on the Cat People's platform, she could now draw a 3D topographic map without the need for system functions. Little Pumpkin didn't understand the principle, but she knew how to do it. The Little Pumpkin clapped its hands and praised, Master and Little Fox are both so smart and wonderful. In the Little Pumpkin's world, everyone has their own strengths, and as long as they can help their master, they are truly amazing. Suin smiled and hugged the two dolls, realizing he was dozens of meters in the air. He quickly controlled his telekinesis and floated down. On the ground, a small pumpkin cart sat in an empty room. Next to it were tables, chairs, benches, and a stove. Xiaomo and Wanwan had turned their hot pot into a stew. Meat, put it in. Vegetables, put it in. Noodles, put it in. Steamed buns, put it in. Chapter 521. Xiaomo hurriedly retrieved a steamed bun. Though he was in a hurry to prepare the dishes, he didn't waste it. It still tasted delicious even with the hot pot broth. The hot pot broth base was made with pumpkin butter and various spices. The ingredients were natural and delicious. If it wasn't too salty, you could drink it straight away. The meal took a long time. Suin stayed out for the rest of the meal, returning to the house to shower and wash clothes. Suin, Pumpkin, and Fox hung the laundry in the sunroom. Xiaomo and Wanwan were already clearing the tables and chairs, washing dishes, and mopping the floor. The house was fresh, clean, and sparkling. After a few minutes of rest, they ate and drank. With 5 or 6 hours left to finish this level, Suin and the dolls moved on to the next. They reached level 15, which took 12 hours. This was much faster than the first time, which took about 3 days. After all, they had been there before. Fortunately, this platform level wasn't completely perverted. It had a feature that resets the level design after replaying it. At least the first 15 levels followed the same pattern the second time through as the first. For those 12 hours, Suin and the dolls didn't rest, save for a quick snack when hungry. At the 15th level, facing a door, Suin didn't lead the dolls through to continue the level, but instead returned to the pumpkin boat to sleep and rest. After a good night's sleep and a good meal, Suin and the dolls continued on to the 16th level. While Suin was leading the dolls through the level, the Watching Command Center was in chaos. Beep, 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 the divine level props kept ringing, shouting, Destiny line deviated, Destiny line deviated. Li Mingshu extended an invisible hand and placed it on the divine level props. Sai had become wealthy, thanks to Sister Fugui, but she still stayed in a special room at the Happiness Hotel. She was already familiar with the room. She had been staying at the Sand Sting Oasis for half a month, and every 3 days, she would use her pollution removal skill. She lived a secluded life on the platform, a homebody, rarely leaving the house except to get food. Sai's favorite thing to do was to check the public screen and group messages. The public screen was filled with dire news. The day before yesterday, she saw news that the player Sunshine Bear had failed to complete a level. Seeing that Sister Sunshine had also failed, she felt incredibly down. She felt completely down the entire day. Luckily, the messages in the small group chat were quite interesting. In the Strong Needs No Words, 5/5 group chat, everyone's chats were hilarious. Perhaps everyone was hiding out on the platform, free from fishing and catching boxes, so the constant stream of messages brought gossip and jokes. The gossip started flowing. The pain was gone, the pressures of life were gone, and the emotions were no longer locked in. Soon, they were lost in conversation, oblivious to the world. Somehow, the conversation turned to Sister Sunshine. Everyone was just a nodding acquaintance with this boss, but thanks to Sai, they were all very friendly. Everyone gossiped about who would be the first to complete the level, and even made a small bet. Sai mindlessly placed her bet on Sister Sunshine. After about 18 hours, Suin and the dolls successfully opened the door to the 16th level. Everyone was exhausted and silent. Suin didn't rush any further. She set the black ball alarm and took everyone's time to rest. In the pumpkin carriage, the dolls collapsed into a pile of doll cakes. For the past 10 hours, they had worked together to solve puzzles and manipulate mechanisms, trying every possible method. Only then did they unravel the mechanisms in the chain of traps, find the key, and open the hidden door. The difficulty of the 16th level was completely different from the previous ones, requiring everyone to coordinate in fixed positions, and paying attention to sequence and timing. The keys to these puzzles were all discovered through their careful analysis and repeated attempts. There were dangers within the levels, but these traps were often disgusting but limited in their severity. They lacked lethality, and even players above the spiritual level wouldn't die from being injured, just suffering. Suin was considered cautious. A cut on her arm from a trap during the level had healed completely after treatment with potions. Occasionally, the new flesh would ache. Suin stared at the dark hole ahead, leading to the unknown. Suin forced herself to rest, but she couldn't help but think about the next levels, analyzing her subsequent actions. There were only 2 levels left, each with only 24 hours to complete. Suin took out her tobacco leaves. She decided to give it a try. She didn't want to start over again. After a few hours of rest and a quick nap, Suin and the dolls replenished their health with medicine, ate and drank, and used leaf tobacco. Entered the 17th level. As soon as they entered the 17th level, the pumpkin carriage plummeted. The little pumpkins reacted quickly and transformed into pumpkin boats, recovering only then. All was pitch black, with only the sound of splashing water. The pumpkin boat's searchlight turned on, revealing a dark, watery landscape, reminiscent of the underwater Yindong. This made everyone a little uneasy. The first 16 levels were normal escape rooms, but the 17th level was completely different. Suin took out his flashlight and began to explore the entire room. With water below and rock walls surrounding it, the pumpkin boat resembled an exploration vessel that had strayed into the ocean floor. Crack, crack, crack. There was a noise behind them. Suin turned back and saw the door they had come in through closed. Where the door had been, a notice board appeared. The system-translated text glowed orange in the night. Women, complete 18 levels, level 17. Game rules. Within 24 hours, avoid traps, solve puzzles, discover the key, ignite the spark, summon the door, and enter the next level. Compared to the previous level, there was an additional step, ignite the spark. What did the spark mean? A torch, or perhaps a prop called a spark? Suin simply memorized this. In any case, they began with the first step, exploring the map. Suin didn't act rashly, and paid for the system's 3D projection function. As she steered the pumpkin boat forward, she began to model the room. When they encountered obvious traps, they would push them aside to observe the changes. Some mechanisms, when unlocked, revealed noticeable movement, such as sounds and beams of light, while others revealed nothing. After exploring the room in the pumpkin boat, Suin's 3D projection had basically mapped out the surface area. It looked like a cave lake. Next, Suin planned to enter the water. Based on the beam mechanisms, Suin inferred that much of the space would be underwater. Suin donned his water entry gear. Master, you only just recovered. It'd be cold in the water, the little pumpkin whispered. It's okay, Suin replied firmly. After that, Suin scooped up some water and examined it in her palm. She observed it carefully. It was slightly gray. She sniffed it. It didn't smell anything unusual. Off to the other side, Little Bear filled a wooden bowl with water and held it to the light. Out of the darkness, the water took on its true color, not clear, but slightly gray. Little Bear drank it directly. Don't, Suin blurted out. Chapter 522. After a few seconds, the little bear smacked its lips and said, "It's not poisonous." Then it swayed, its feet spinning, and said, "Dizzy, it's contaminated." The little raccoon's pollution removal skill immediately landed on the little bear. Skill 3. The raccoon can remove pollution. This consumes spiritual power to summon a purification array, removing pollution while also adding a pollution shield. Depending on the spiritual power used, the purification array's effectiveness varies depending on the degree of contamination of the creature being treated. Note: this skill is a potential skill. The nine-tailed fox is naturally immune to pollution. A few minutes later, the little bear returned to normal and climbed off the deck. Suin looked at the little bear, now back to normal, with a worried look on his face. "You're too reckless," Suin said to the little bear. The little bear said so. "But Sister Anan, if you go in, your skin and eyes will definitely come into contact with the water. It's inevitable you drink some water while swimming. I try it first so I can be more prepared. After all, I'm tough, and everyone will be the first to rescue me if anything happens." Suin was speechless at Little Bear's words. He was deeply moved. "Sister Anan, I go in. I've been diving for treasure chests before, so I have experience. My vision in the dark and underwater is pretty good," said the bear. Let's go together. We don't have much time. It's faster to find the traps separately, Suin said. Under the somewhat worried gazes of the dolls, Suin decided she would go in. In this situation, she could help. Her mental power wouldn't hinder the team's underwater perception. Under Suin's resolute gaze, Little Bear nodded and said firmly, together. Before entering the water, Little Fox used his skills to cast a pollution purification spell on everyone. My current spiritual power can maintain the pollution protection array on everyone for 3 hours. After that, we need to board the boat to rest. Little spoke. After that, she used the 70-second transformation of the lizard, transforming into a long-tailed goldfish and diving into the water. Little led everyone underwater. Suin and the dolls followed suit. The water was icy cold, and Suin felt a bit chilly at first, but after a few minutes, his body adjusted. Thanks to the skills of his equipment, Suin could move and breathe freely in the water. It was pitch black here. Suin used his spiritual power to explore and observe his surroundings. After exploring the surrounding sea area, Suin and the dolls would return to the pumpkin boat. Suin, through a spiritual connection, would summarize everyone's exploration and complete the 3D map for this level. Time flew by. More than 10 hours had already passed, and only half of the underwater portion of the room had been explored. The dolls would occasionally look at the model in Suin's hands with concern. But no one questioned their master's decision. When the master decided, it was their duty to follow his lead. With only an hour left, Suin said, "Everyone, take a break. It seems we won't succeed this time. Let's try again." In a secret room where day and night couldn't be distinguished, Suin and the dolls gathered in the pumpkin boat and pumpkin house. Thanks to the leaf smoke, everyone was still relatively refreshed after a sleepless night. However, their damp fur, drooping fur, and dwindling energy bars indicated their physical condition. Suin led everyone to a shower. Using clean water, they washed away the contamination on everyone's bodies. Each doll was given a nice, smooth shower gel, and finally rinsed clean. Blow dry your hair and change into clean clothes. A familiar mechanical sound echoed. Ding dong, a constant chorus of system notifications. Outside, a light emanated. They had failed the level, and were teleported back to the first level. The room in the first level still seemed to linger, with the lingering smell of hot pot from 2 days before. Player Sunshine Bear failed the level, and has been teleported back to the platform entrance to begin the new level. System, ding dong, congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for failing the 4th level. Failure reward. The overall server-wide environmental severity for the 3rd level will be increased by 1%. The current level is 619%. Suin stared at the messages on the public screen, his eyes glazed over. He was tired. Just then, Suin saw several more failed level notifications. System, ding dong, congratulations to player ha for failing the 4th level. Failure reward. The overall server-wide environmental severity for the 3rd level will be increased by 1%. The current level is 620%. System, ding dong, congratulations to player Cherries Eating Wuzong for failing the 4th level. Environment severity 621%. I didn't use high-quality leaf tobacco, just ordinary ones. The effects lasted only a night before I felt exhausted. I hadn't slept much in the past 2 days. Suin rolled his eyes, and simply told everyone to go to bed. Not wanting to climb up to the 2nd floor, Suin carried everyone to the 1st floor beds. This sleep lasted another 10 hours. When Suin woke up, she checked the system time. It read 1:33 a.m. She stared blankly at the time. They had been on this platform for a week. This week hadn't been a healthy one. After entering the secret room, without sunlight, she lost her sense of time, and her once relatively regular routine became disrupted. Her disrupted routine made her feel uneasy. A wave of sadness washed over her, like the panicked feeling of waking up from a long sleep to find it pitch black outside. At that moment, a warm aura flashed, and Little Fox's pollution-removing ability descended upon Suin. "And Bao, are you feeling better?" Little Fox asked, tilting her head in concern. The furry, 8-tailed fox swung its fiery red tails. The newest one was only a short stump, like a small ball of fur. Suin's attention shifted to Little Fox's tail. "Little Fox, your 8th tail has grown. When did it start?" Suin asked. Little Fox turned her head and shook her new tail. "I don't know, and Bao. I just realized I had a new tail." Suin happily lifted the little fox up with both hands and held it in his arms. This noise gradually woke up the other dolls in the bed. Suin noticed Xiong turning over and immediately shut up, quietly carrying Xiaoli out. After closing the door to the first-floor bedroom, Suen leaned against it and breathed a sigh of relief, now safe from disturbing everyone else's sleep. They hadn't slept much in the past 2 days, so it was best to let everyone get more sleep. Back in the living room, Suen sat on the sofa, carefully questioning Xiaoli, checking her health, and repeatedly stroking her new tail. The new tail was just a small ball, and it tickled Xiaoli so much that she giggled. Otherwise, everything was fine. Suen was thankful that the last few days' fatigue hadn't affected Xiaoli's recovery. Suen felt relieved. When you relax, you become hungry. Chapter 523. As her level increased, her appetite grew, and her need for spiritual energy grew. Suen patted her empty stomach, which now rumbled like a drum. Xiaoli jumped out of her arms and said, "And Bao is hungry. I go find some food." Suen felt that she was only sleeping and eating, with little time for anything else. She complained to herself with a hint of disdain, stood up, and said to Xiaoli, "Let's go prepare food together." After stewing a pot of spiritually rich meat, Suen sat by the pot, munching on soda crackers. The crackers had a faint sweet and salty taste in her mouth, but she found them tasteless. Eating was simply a way to satisfy her hunger. This packaged food from the wooden treasure chest contained almost no spiritual energy. Besides satisfying hunger, it couldn't help her regain strength quickly. The spiritually rich animal meat in the pot was the nutritious food Suen needed. She watched the broth slowly boil, steam rising, and the fragrance gradually emanated. Suen felt like she was taking a break from her busy schedule. After a month-long recuperation following an accidental injury, she'd been so busy, truly exhausted. Reason told Suen to hurry up and clear the levels. The further she went, the more players would die, and the greater the loss to Blue Planet. But what did this have to do with her? She could only do her best and fight for her life. Suen didn't think about the levels, nor did she want to dwell on the heavy and grand issues concerning humanity. She simply focused on the task at hand, seasoning the broth, blanching the stewed meat, and adding dried cha-cha grass, dried chilies, scallions, salt, and 5 spice powder. As the broth thickened and the meat softened, the dolls woke up one after another, and the table became bustling with activity. The main course was steamed buns made from small pumpkins. Suen ate a bite of meat, a bite of broth, and a bite of bun, a simple yet satisfying meal. The meat was stewed in large chunks, perfectly tender. With each bite, the fat and lean elements melted into the mouth, softening and melting with a gentle chew. The animal meat was naturally tender, and after a short cooking, it developed this perfectly tender texture. Suen stayed in the pumpkin carriage. Although the entire carriage was imprisoned in a secret room on the platform, with the family together in the warm little room, everything outside no longer mattered. A steaming hot meal soothed any fatigue. After dinner, Suen led everyone in watching TV and playing with their phones for simple entertainment. After a good rest, everyone continued on their journey, embarking on the third round of the challenge. A few hours later, everyone completed the first 16 levels in one go. After Suen and the dolls ate, slept, and rested at level 16, they entered level 17 the next day to continue their underwater exploration. With repeated attempts, Suen's 3D map became increasingly complete. They mastered the map's layout, including the number and functions of the traps both above and below the surface. Level 17 contained 121 traps, 23 above the surface, and 98 below. These were 17 mirror traps, 4 light traps, 45 pulleys, 18 push-pull traps, 27 pressure traps, and 10 traps. The pollution in the water also came from the 3 surface traps. For the 4th level, Suen began using the trap combinations he analyzed from previous levels to find hidden traps. After 24 hours of hard work, they eliminated 16 traps and solved the puzzles. Everyone returned to the first level for a day's rest. That day, besides eating and sleeping well, Suen devoted whatever free time she had to puzzle solving. As a small-town test-taker, one of the most adept at coping with the test-oriented education system, Suen believed that mastering knowledge was important, but equally crucial was understanding the intentions of the test setter and considering the underlying knowledge points. Suen pondered the map. After going through the previous 16 levels, she had a general understanding of the level designer's thinking. The designer of this level gradually increased the difficulty, adding a simple new trap in the previous level, and then a more complex similar trap in the next level. The most special thing about level 16 was the light trap. There was a trap that required shadows to obscure the light for an hour before it would activate. This trap was the culprit that had caused them to get stuck. Thankfully, they found inspiration for the ventilation vents through the smoke from the hot pot, and then, using the map's perception, They zeroed in on the suspected room. After hours of searching for clues in that room, no one would have discovered this mechanism that needed shadows blocking the light to activate. For a moment, could there be a similar mechanism in level 17? Perhaps hidden deeper? Sue-An had considered this initially, but because level 17 lacked light, she didn't dwell on it. Typically, unlit rooms have some light-activated mechanisms, a lesson learned from levels 6 and 13. Sue-An discovered that level 17 did indeed contain numerous light-activated mechanisms, but they had already tried every possible combination and still hadn't found a way to open the door, or the hidden key. Master, have a cup of milk tea to nourish yourself. Little Pumpkin brought a drink, a brown milk tea with a rich, milky aroma. Sue-An took a sip. It was sweet. It was a caramelized black tea milk tea, and as Sue-An sipped it, she even tasted the bouncy pearls. Delicious, Sue-An said to Little Pumpkin. How's the sweetness? I only put a little bit, about 30% sugar. Master, do you need more sugar? No, this is just right, Sue-An said. Sue-An put aside his thoughts on the puzzle and focused on drinking his milk tea. Just then, One came up and said, Master, there's a theatrical performance method where the front and back of a shadow puppet are different. Will our secret room look different when the lights are on and off? You mean looking for the light? Sue-An turned his gaze to One. One nodded and said, I observed that standing at point 5 and pressing the mechanism reveals a number of lightstone structures on the roof and below the water, just like in other levels. I suspect there aren't any lightstones that are fully activated. One spoke. This was a discovery she had previously reported, and Sue-An had taken notes. Everyone had also tried to illuminate these lightstones, but the results were not satisfactory. Sue-An scrutinized the 3D projection map, looking at the content, and said, it's also possible that many mechanisms are activated in the shadows, preventing the lightstone mechanisms from illuminating. After that, Sue-An made a note in his notebook and added a new puzzle solution that they could try with large light-emitting props. Time slipped by as everyone sipped milk tea and discussed the mechanism's configuration, arguing and debating when they encountered conflicting ideas. This time, Sue-An and the dolls didn't rush forward. Several days passed in a flash. Suddenly, Chapter 524. A message caught his eye. System, ding dong, congratulations to all Blue Star players. The current server-wide environmental severity level for level 3 has reached 3000%, reaching the maximum disaster recovery threshold for this level. Now, the Hidden Easter Egg Event 7-Day Limited Time Challenge will begin. Event, 7-Day Limited Time Challenge. For 7 days, no matter how many times all Blue Star players fail to reach the level, the current level 3 environmental severity level will not increase until a player reaches level 4, at which point the increase in environmental severity will be reset to 0. After 7 days, regardless of success or failure, the level 3 environmental severity level will remain fixed at the current 3000% level. This news. Sue-An couldn't even begin to discuss his strategy. Even Sue-An, who lived a comfortable life, gasped at the news. This event was truly brutal. How could anyone survive in such a horrifically harsh environment in the 3rd level? If the highway couldn't be navigated, the test would be completed, and the fate of Blue Star civilization would be utterly lost. The messages on the public screen grew increasingly anxious as the system announcement was issued. Currently, the storm disaster in the 3rd level's non-platform space was severe, leaving few players outside. The stability team members responsible for monitoring the environment were shaking as they wrote their reports. The thousands of players wandering the platform were terrified. Let's go! We can't wait any longer, Sue-An said to the puppets. Wait, Master. This dish will be ready soon, replied Little Pumpkin. Let's finish our meal before we head out, said Little Bear. Sue-An looked at the food in the pot, then at the dolls waiting for their meal, and nodded, agreeing to eat first. She had indeed been a little excited just now. Of all things, eating is the most important. After dinner, the pumpkin carriage set off at breakneck speed. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4. After repeatedly completing levels, Sue-An and the dolls had figured out the fastest route. They had already divided the work and coordinated with each other to clear the levels as quickly as possible. They soon returned to Level 17. Only 1 day had passed. 6 days remained. They hadn't slept a wink that day. Sue-An felt very sleepy, her eyelids fighting each other. She wished she could glue them shut. The dolls were no less exhausted. They all looked rather listless. Little Pumpkin had a sallow face, One looked even paler, the little bear had drooping fur, and the fox was completely gray. But time was running out. Sue-An gritted his teeth, used high-grade leaf tobacco, and led everyone in a potion drinking session. Blue potions followed, health potions followed, and soon, everyone's spirits were lifted. Next, everyone began to solve the puzzle according to Su-En's clues. After repeated attempts, when they came upon the mechanism designed by Huan, something changed. Huan's idea was correct. After flipping a button, the entire room lit up, as if darkness had suddenly transformed into daylight. The blinding light hurt my eyes. It took a long time to adjust. Su-En couldn't help but rub his eyes repeatedly to ease them. Next, everyone surveyed the illuminated room, searching for any clues. Nothing around them had changed. Just as everyone was facing a new dilemma and thought they were looking in the wrong direction, a mechanism clicked, and the water level in the 17th level slowly dropped, revealing the floor of the room. The floor and ceiling were made of rock slabs. A glowing pattern emerged from the ground, and everyone controlled the stranded pumpkin boat to transform into a pumpkin spaceship and launch into the air. Everyone stood on the pumpkin spaceship and looked down, taking in the full pattern. Su-En thought the pattern looked familiar, resembling the text on the bulletin board. Su-En proactively used the system's translation function. The system translated the pattern, revealing it to be an alien language, meaning, the key is below. Please light the spark to open the door. Su-En followed the pattern below, using telekinesis to move the ground and found the key, a golden round cake. Su-En held the cake in his hand. It was golden and hard, neither gold nor jade nor silver. The material made a crisp sound. Su-En couldn't identify the material, but the system detected it as the key to the 18th level. Su-En followed the clues given by the ground. Next, it was time to ignite the spark to unlock the gate. But what was a spark, and where did they need to light it? Was the system's translation a phonetic translation, a literal translation, or a metaphor? Su-En couldn't tell. The puppets engaged in a heated discussion about this issue. With the level so close, everyone was increasingly anxious. Clear the level quickly and rest well. Return to the highway and live a peaceful life. This was becoming everyone's obsession during this period. After a few minutes of discussion, Little Bear suggested taking the literal meaning and lighting a fire. Little Bear was a practical man, believing that only through repeated experimentation could results be achieved. Many of the mechanics in this map were the result of his diligent analysis. With its tough skin, high defense, and high attack, the bear was unafraid of these traps. There were no good clues. Su-En decided to follow the bear's suggestion. The group took out some wood and started a fire on the spot. The entire space remained unchanged. The bear, accustomed to this outcome, looked around. But there were no better clues. There were only the patterns on the floor, and he had already found the key based on them. Was he going to use the fire? At a loss, Su-En remembered that stars only appear at night. So she suggested that everyone turn off the lights. They found the combination that turned on the lights and reversed it. Soon, the lights dimmed, and darkness returned. There was the sound of running water, and drops of water appeared. In the darkness, Su-En felt the water wet her feet. With the appearance of water, the fire was soaked and extinguished. Little Pumpkin controlled the pumpkin carriage to transform into a pumpkin spaceship and took off. Master, let's go to the ship for a while, Little Pumpkin suggested. Su-En, flashing a powerful flashlight, said to the dolls, I'm going to check out the water outlet. With that, she used her telekinesis to fly in the direction of the current. Little Pumpkin followed suit. Huan and Little Fox both took flight. The bear couldn't fly, so he relied on Huan to guide him as he followed his master. Sparks and sparks, I get it. Su-En looked at the dark water and the light stones on the rocky ceiling, where only a few fluorescent dots remained due to the loss of energy. What? Little Pumpkin, who had only grown flesh but not intelligence, asked in confusion. Before its master could answer, it heard him give a command. Nanling, go to A23, B22, B24, C23 and input spiritual power. Roger that. Little Pumpkin turned and went. This numbering was the distribution of the light stones that Su-En and the dolls had arranged for easy reference. The room was divided into 11 areas, A to K, and each area was marked with a number. This meant that Little Pumpkin would channel spiritual energy into the corresponding lampstones according to their numbers. Huan, go to E6, E8, F7, G6, G8. Sheely, go. At Su-En's command, everyone began to move, save for the bear, who couldn't fly. Soon, tiny stars appeared on the rock wall of the room ceiling. Chapter 525. The bear had a good memory. He saw that the starlight pattern corresponded to the alien characters for the sparks on the floor. Light the sparks, and use the ceiling light to light the sparks. The little bear instantly understood his master's meaning. Then, music filled the room, and a door appeared from the ceiling rock. Everyone was a little surprised. In levels 1 through 17, the doors opened in one direction. Only in this level did the door open from the ceiling. Sue had inserted the round cake into the door's slot. Click, click, click. The door opened. A mist swept in. Master, be careful. And Bao, be careful. Sister Anan. Master. The anxious voices of the dolls filled her ears, and then Sue was engulfed in a mist, no longer able to hear their calls. She couldn't tell east from west, west from north, front from back, or left from right. The mist almost engulfed her. Sue blinked, quickly reacting. It looked like this was a realm. This was a space where the spirit and reality merged. One needed to find the door, and shatter the mirror to leave. The 18th level was in the spiritual realm. Still lingering on her body was the purification array left by the little fox. Sue wasn't worried about contamination. Her spiritual connection confirmed the dolls were healthy. She wasn't anxious about being separated from the dolls, and calmed down to explore. The fog slowly dissipated, revealing bizarre apparitions. Sue, like a transparent person, entered the dream of a catman. Sue didn't know how long she had been lost in the dream. She simply kept moving forward, pulling out a notebook from the space and recording everything she saw and heard. Gradually, she walked deeper and deeper. At the deepest point, Sue saw many kittens appear before her. Palm-sized kittens, 3 to 5-year-old kitten girls, graceful cat-like young women, and mature cat-like women. There were so many different beings, it was like witnessing a girl's life. Door after door lay before her. Sue tried to open one door, the first one. Behind it, Sue saw a long-haired tabby kitten, a kitten resembling a lion cub. At the sight of her, the kitten meowed sweetly. Sue opened the second door. She saw a little girl with cat ears playing with a ball of yarn. Her ears stood erect, and she was fiddling with the colorful yarn with her hands. When Sue entered, she looked up and asked, "Are you mommy?" Sue shook her head. The little girl with cat ears sighed in disappointment. Sue opened the third door, then the fourth. At the sixth door, a graceful young cat looked at her and said, slightly puzzled, "I seem to have seen you in a dream." At the 18th door, a wrinkled, silver-haired catwoman said, "You're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Nothing. Sue opened another door and tried to speak, but the same words came out. The notebook kept recording the same information. It seemed as if the time had come. A flash of light. Sue appeared on the pumpkin carriage, surrounded by a group of dolls. "Master." The little pumpkin came closer. On Bao. The little fox was filled with worry. "Master." Wan hugged Sue. They all seemed to have been searching for Sue for a long time. Only the bear, with the lowest mental resistance, lay on the floor giggling. Sue glanced around. They were on the deck of the pumpkin carriage, surrounded by the familiar first level, starting all over again. Sue looked at the densely written notebook in his hand, and went to see the bear first. After feeding it an anti-pollution potion, and a blue potion for energy, the bear regained consciousness. It looked around, its vision dazed. "Aren't we dancing after completing the level?" Soon, Xiao Mo noticed something was amiss, and realized he'd been tricked. After Xiao Li's anti-pollution array had worn off, he'd been trapped in an illusion. He scratched his head awkwardly, huddled up, and couldn't help but curl his toes. Sue looked at the anxious Xiao Mo, hugged him, and offered some comfort. Then, Sue chatted with the dolls, asking them about their experiences. Each doll encountered something different. But the general theme was a long-haired tabby cat-like human catwoman. It seemed the key to clearing level 18 lay in this catwoman. Who was she? Was she the level designer? Or was she someone important to the designer? Sue looked at her notebook. She had written down a lot of information, but it was all irrelevant. Sue couldn't even find any clues to a breakthrough. There were only 4 days left. It took 1 day to repeat levels 1 through 16. It took 1 day to complete level 17. It took another day to fail level 18, returning to square one. They had been tossing and turning on this damn puzzle platform for almost a month. Sue felt a dull headache, the contamination from the foggy realm. Seeing this, Xiaoli took drugs and used his skills to help everyone recover. The price was that the fox, after using its skills, became even more dejected. The system's activity weighed on everyone's mind like a death warrant, and they all struggled to hold on under the influence of the drugs. "Let's go eat something, and then we clear the level." Sue pulled himself together, trying to speak in a casual tone. "When the time comes, I use my skills and connect everyone with my puppet senses. We won't be separated when we enter the mirror, and maybe we can clear the level directly. We can definitely clear the level, Everyone repeated in unison. Food, bake buns. Brush the frozen buns with oil, pop them in the oven, and bake until the crust is golden brown and the filling is heated through. Then you can take them out and eat them. It's just a quick way to heat up. It's actually a quick way to reheat Little Pumpkin's frozen buns. Little Pumpkin shoveled the firewood and said, "Next time I go to Yiming City, I buy an electric stove." Little Pumpkin didn't have much energy. He no longer had the energy to cook with his big guns. He could only use the primitive method of burning firewood. After quickly filling their bellies with delicious, crispy baked buns, everyone continued on their way. It felt like a ghost was chasing them. After a day and a half, Suin and the puppets finally reached the entrance to the 18th level. Suin held the round key in his hand. He said to the puppets behind him, "Are you ready? Let's go in together." "Yes. I want to get out of here so badly." "Go ahead, get through this hellhole." Suin chuckled and said, "I want to get out too. Let's find the secret of this realm and pass the 18th level." Suin put the key into the door and piloted the pumpkin spaceship through. Chapter 526. A flash of light appeared, followed by a haze of fog. Outside the pumpkin ship, nothing could be seen clearly. When everyone entered the 18th level, they were inside the pumpkin ship, with the protective shields deployed and the doors and windows closed. The pumpkin ship formed an independent space inside. Suin looked around. The dolls hadn't disappeared. They were inside the pumpkin ship, not dispersed. Little Pumpkin drove the pumpkin ship forward. The fog was thick all around, and with no idea where to go, the pumpkin ship explored haphazardly. Suin stared at the time displayed on the system's public screen. Time ticked by, and the outside of the pumpkin ship remained unchanged. After over an hour, Suin could no longer sit still. "Looks like we need to get out." The pumpkin ship stopped, and Suin, hand in hand, led the dolls out of the ship. When their bodies touched the haze, they were once again in that illusory world. The difference was that Suin had the dolls with him. This is the world. Little Pumpkin recognized it immediately. Having encountered something like this on the ice and snowslide, Little Pumpkin understood this feeling. A fusion of the spiritual world and the real world. A realm formed between reality and illusion. "Yes, we must find the door to this realm and leave here," Suin said. Everything was repetitive. Different Suans, carrying several dolls, witnessed the memories of the long-haired tabby catwoman. This long-haired tabby catwoman had no name or origin, and all her memories were fragments of insignificant daily life. In these brief memories, Suin tried to understand, observe, and analyze the protagonist of the illusion. Suin believed this was the key to solving the mystery. With the companionship of the dolls, Suin gained a wider perspective on the memories of this cat-person woman. A woman must complete 18 levels. Could she be the designer of this platform? Why was this platform considered a clearance platform? Also, why were these platforms considered clearance platforms? What secrets were hidden here? Suin pondered countless questions as she navigated the levels. Time was merciless. 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Back at the first level, Suin was silent. She had less than 2 days left. This was her last chance. If she failed, not only would she have to stay here and slowly progress through the levels, but the third level would also face a harsh and solidified environment, making survival for Blue Star players a hellish task. Suin wasn't a saint, nor did she interact much with other players, but she understood the principle of lip's teeth, and understood that in a world without her peers, she would no longer be able to enjoy the benefits of her peers, such as the exchange of labor and materials at the exchange, or the sharing of information and progress. At this moment, Suin sincerely hoped that a Blue Star player would quickly complete the level and relieve her of some of the pressure. Didn't the strategy team send their ace? What were they doing? Were they working hard? Were they fighting tooth and nail? When her mind reached this point, Suin knew her mind was truly reaching its limit, even allowing such thoughts to arise. She had simply pushed herself to the limit, becoming extreme. Suin washed her face in the pumpkin house. The cool water washed over her face, barely bringing her some clarity. The effects of the high-grade leaf tobacco were gradually fading. When Suin emerged from the bathroom, she saw the dolls, looking dejected and disheveled. Everyone laid down on the sofa or carpet to rest. Everyone looked listless. Days of running around without rest had left every puppet exhausted. Suin looked at the bear's dull fur and the fox's tangled hair, and felt a pang of pain in his heart. The tail, so fluffy not long ago, now looked much shrunken. The fox's tail hadn't grown long in a long time. Huan, a little ghost, had almost become a real ghost. As for the cucumber, it was even worse, appearing stiffly in its puppet-like poses. Suin knew that, To a certain extent, the puppets were also a reflection of her mental and physical state. She was almost at her limit. But there was no other way. Sue had increased the dosage of the medicine, resumed using leaf tobacco, and led everyone forward with all his might. In the final day and a half, they could barely make it to level 18, leaving only a slight chance of passing. But they had to give it a try. If they still couldn't pass this time, Sue had planned to lead everyone in a big fight and destroy the level. Elsewhere, in Huacheng, thousands of strategy teams were constantly working their way through the levels. Various expert groups were providing online assistance. The documents on Qingzhu's desk were piled high, more than a meter tall. She couldn't keep up with the sheer volume of information. Her dozens of secretaries were scrambling furiously. Qingzhu frowned and said to Li Mingshu, "Sister Shu, everything is different now. Sunshine Bear didn't make it today. Are we going to suffer heavy losses here? Fate has deviated, and the stable trajectory has been shaken. We just have to work hard and let nature take its course." Qingzhu clenched her fists tightly. "Sister Shu, ever since your destiny line became disrupted, you've been like this? I really..." Noticing the invisible gaze sweeping over her, Lin Qingzhu's hair stood on end. How could she have expressed dissatisfaction with Sister Shu just now? Sister Shu had already given everything she could for the people of Blue Star. Is this trick really reliable? It's the last day and a half now. If we don't find a way out of this hellhole, we're really doomed. He asked. The strong need no further words. Unmanned team up to break through the level. There's no other way. In this emergency situation, at the third level, any player with some qualifications must go it alone. Everyone knows that relying on others is not as good as relying on others. If you can contribute, you still have to work hard. They didn't want to worry about gossiping and siding with each other on the public screen, so they simply actively sought out and applied for level passes to team up and break through the level. After all, it's better to try your best. At worst, you can come with me to the platform to do business. You can become a member of the Malo clan. Bai Feng spoke in a slick and relaxed tone, with a sly expression on his face. He dressed elegantly, his wig securely atop his head. A handsome man with white hair and blue eyes, he looked like a prince gracefully stepped out of a two-dimensional world, but every word he spoke ruined his image. In the past, people would have teased him, letting him play dumb as a bridesmaid, as a way to relax, but now they had no time to bother with him. "We can only try this for now," said Kaguya Kiza. "But we don't have much time. Failure would waste a lot of time." Wei Yujio disagreed, offering her own opinion. She was very worried about this, as this model required the full coordination of several people, and was expected to take about 3 or 4 hours. "But if we don't try discussing this here, we never know if this plan is right." Bai Feng spoke. "Too much hesitation wastes time. Sharpening the knife makes the woodcutting process easier." Yoshiha felt a headache as she watched her teammates arguing. She hadn't slept much in days, and was feeling a bit irritable. "Stop arguing," she shouted. "Work, work, work!" She loudly reminded everyone that business was more important. On the public screen, many players were working hard to clear the levels, but many others, unable to obtain the application pass, were anxiously waiting in the platform. As the time drew near, many people lost control of their tempers, and began to verbally abuse each other on the public screen. Arguments and insults were commonplace. Named players on the list were singled out and verbally abused, with charges being leveled against them, ranging from rumor-mongering to personal attacks and simply verbal abuse. It was a murky mess. Chapter 527. Many players engaged in outrageous behavior on the platform, committing crimes such as arson, murder, robbery, and rape. They were hunted down and sanctioned by the platform NPCs, causing their own kind to become unwelcome. The system silently commented, "The humans of Blue Star are truly a beautiful race. With a little pressure, one can see the diversity of humanity." Suen was unaware that she was being vilified on the public screen. She and her dolls were too busy, hustling almost non-stop to squeeze in time to clear level 18. The orange cat fairy, trapped on the platform, saw her savior being so humiliated that her ears and tail stood out in anger. Not only did they stand out, but the hair on her ears and tail stood up. So angry. Knowing that such an argument would lead nowhere, she still passionately engaged in a fight with the haters, engaging in a meaningless argument. The ashen-faced Feng Yinsher looked at her extremely angry teammates, feeling both a sense of wonder and a pang of heartache. The mermaid spoke lazily. "Alright, I give it all the luck I can to Sister Sunshine. I trust she be blessed with good fortune and everything will go smoothly. You should take care of yourself." Level 18. The earth shook. The bear transformed into a massive bear, nearly bursting the fog-filled space. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. 19 punches. The bear used all its strength to physically destroy the level. Huan stood behind the bear, providing it with mental protection. Xiaoli stayed on Huan's shoulder, providing the bear with anti-pollution protection. Suan seized the opportunity and used his Guqin, unleashing a radiant attack. Time passed slowly, and magic circles flashed throughout the space, a faint aura of divine power. The final half hour. Suan's mind was also restless. Open the door, blah blah. Balala energy, open the door. Open the door, open sesame. Suan began to ramble, her mental power surging wildly. No, I'm not Balala, I'm not sesame, I'm sesame, I open the door. A cat meowed, and Suan saw the shadow of a small tabby cat appear in midair. A gray cat flag appeared. The scene suddenly opened up. Little Pumpkin's eyes lit up at the sight of the gray cat flag, and he pounced like a hungry wolf, hugging the cat flag. Oh, a new cat flag. She had never met them, her half-siblings, her beloved artifact. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, you have completed the platform challenge. You can call the system to exit the platform within 24 hours. After 24 hours, the system will activate automatic transmission. At the same time, a system notification chimed in the ears of every player on Blue Star. System, ding dong, congratulations to player Sunny Bear for successfully challenging the 4th level. He has entered the 4th level, Misty Strangeness, and earned the title Enlightened. Existing players have successfully challenged the challenge. Negative buffs are removed, and positive buffs are granted. The server-wide environmental severity of the 3rd level is reduced by 20%, the server-wide environmental severity of the 2nd level is reduced by 40%, and the server-wide environmental severity of the 1st level is reduced by 60%. The rapid clearance menu event has ended. What a shame. Entering the 4th level, player Sunny Bear has received a 3-day Mist Novice period and the Mist Survival Manual. As the first player, he will receive the first gift pack, which will be distributed within 3 days. The system's ding-dong sound dispelled everyone's anxiety. Suan was stunned. She hadn't expected to pass the level in such a haphazard manner. A blind cat caught a dead mouse. A bit outrageous. Is this right? Suan herself wondered what had gone wrong. The bear had grown from a large bear to a small bear, a little disoriented. They had just passed the level, but the thought of passing it made the bear relax. She closed her eyes and fell asleep, collapsing on the deck of the pumpkin boat. Huan used her telekinesis to drag her inside. It was an empty room, just like the 1st level. The fog had dissipated, revealing a bright and clean room. Only the gray cat flag struggled desperately in the little pumpkin's arms. Master, I need help. Master, don't let it get away. The little pumpkin cried. Suan, waking from a dream, pulled the cat flag box from her backpack. Working with the little pumpkin, she used telekinesis to transfer the gray cat flag into the box. All was calm. Suan wiped the sweat from her forehead. All was anxiety. Suan ignored the public screen that popped up the moment she took out the quest box. It displayed a variety of uncivilized insults like robber, clumsy criminal, and immoral blue star monkey, all evidence of its fury. A moment later, the system muted her. Something about violating some interstellar law led to a gold coin deduction from her salary, which was given to the player who was personally attacked as compensation. Suan felt that constantly working the system wouldn't improve her intelligence. 3 or 3 is better. In the following time, Suan wanted to review how she had cleared this level with the puppets. But then she saw the sleeping puppets. They were lying all over the place, including the little pumpkin, who had just been excitedly catching the cat flag with her. Forget it, let's rest for now. At this moment, this platform was relatively safe, and there was still a 24-hour buffer period, so it was just the right place to sleep. Suan carried all the puppets to the bed, her feet a little unsteady from walking. So tired. She hurried to sleep, her only effort before bedtime being to have Black Ball wake her up in 18 hours, no matter how. Ding dong, got it. Your thoughtful smart speaker Black Ball is at your service. Black Ball agreed crisply. Time flew by. Suan slept so soundly that she felt like someone was setting off firecrackers next to her ears, and she didn't want to get up. The crackling sound of firecrackers shook the entire pumpkin carriage, and none of the 5 members of the family sleeping soundly in the bed moved. Black Ball was speechless. Black Ball felt helpless. Black Ball felt a little like crying. The alarm had gone off 108 times, from soft classical music to blasting DJ sets, the volume getting louder and louder, and now it was just firecrackers, but it still hadn't woken its owner. Money is being distributed, money is being distributed, money is being distributed, don't miss it if you pass by. Black Ball began playing something humans love to hear. No effect. Try again. It's raining. Time to put away the laundry? Get up and put away the laundry. No effect. The Emperor should get up. The entire court is waiting for you to attend. It's time for dinner. Get up, get up. Chapter 528. What the hell? Suen said. She opened her eyes and heard the blaring sound of an alarm. Then a cheerful, mechanical voice. Master, Black Ball is telling you the time. The current time is 5:37 a.m. 2 hours and 26 minutes have passed since your wake-up call. Reason dispelled her sleepiness. Before she went to bed, she told Black Ball to wake her up after 18 hours, no matter what method it used. It took Black Ball over 2 hours to wake her up. That meant she had more than 3 hours left before exiting the platform and entering a new foggy map. She needed to prepare early. To be honest, she didn't even feel like she slept for over 20 hours straight, yet she was still very sleepy. Suen fought back her drowsiness and went to the bathroom, rinsing her face with cold water to force herself awake. After waking, Suen got to work. She hung a fog-dispelling fuel lamp in front of the pumpkin carriage. She put on a coat and headed to the platform to search for clues. The platform level at the end of the challenge, the 18th, had a layout almost identical to the first, the only difference being a platform core floating in the center of the room. The platform core sealed a tabby cat girl. The girl had a beautiful face and a calm expression, sleeping quietly there. Occasionally, her form would transform into a cat's tail. Suen reached out and touched it. A true memory unfolded in her mind, revealing the origin of this platform and the identity of the level's designer. This was the cat tail of Elisna, a god-level catman, a powerful being known as the Cat God. The name sounded familiar. Suen didn't know where else she had heard it. She soon remembered that the Lord of Cat Valley also had this name. In Alyssa's remaining memories, this platform was a checkpoint she designed to pass through, to house the contaminated cat flag, Gray, and pass it on to a destined person. This cat tail was the core of the entire platform, but as it was only the flesh and soul of a tail, it carried some irrelevant memories, remaining in this time and space. Suen could read certain fragments of these memories. She had no idea how she became a god, why she left Cat Valley with the artifact cat flag, or why she left it here. Suen stood at the core, pondering how she had passed the 18th level. At that time, she was truly desperate to pass the level. So desperate, so desperate. So she uttered many strange incantations. Among them, the one that worked was open, open, open sesame. But the response was wrong, it wasn't sesame, indicating that she hadn't uttered the key incantation. But then, the cat flag suddenly appeared and began to claim to be sesame. Suen rubbed her slightly aching head. She recalled the spread of her mental power. She seemed to have accidentally infected and brainwashed Cat Flag. After some thought, Suen gave up the struggle. She decided to quickly research the platform to see if there was anything she could loot. Suen began to work on the core of the platform. When Xiong woke up, she saw only a ball of foxes. She looked around but saw no sign of Sister Inen. Xiao Mo panicked and hurried out of the bedroom, running to the living room. The first-floor living room was large and spacious, but its owner was nowhere to be seen. Outside the window, a bright light filled the interior of the platform. There they were. Xiong opened the door and saw Sister Inen, Little Pumpkin, and Huan Huan, all straining to pull out components from the mechanism. Hey, it seems we can't take it with us. Little Pumpkin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Huan Huan commented, it's connected. We need to find another way. Xiong quickly ran to help. Suen hadn't been looting for long when the dolls woke up one after another and came to help. Taking away the platform core, dismantling it, and selling Huacheng, this kind of thing was already a breeze for Suen. The core had already been taken away and prepared for sale, and this level was considered useless. Suen planned to loot the items inside, such as the soft and penetrating light stones that resembled sunlight, and the flexible mechanism components. He would take as many as he could. Time passed quickly, and as it was almost time to leave the platform, the black ball rang. This was Suen's departure reminder. Ding dong, 5 minutes until we leave the platform. Masters and doll ladies, please get ready. Suen quickly returned to the pumpkin carriage with Xiao Mo and Little Pumpkin. Suen lit the fog-dispelling oil lamp. The fog-dispelling oil lamp at the doorway ignited, emitting a faint halo that illuminated the space ahead. Swish, A dramatic shift occurred before my eyes. Everyone left the platform. They emerged onto an endlessly moving road. A chilling sound of backdrawing music echoed in my ears, and a voice, indistinguishable between male and female, entered my mind. Welcome to the strange world of fog. Suen watched the fog spread, the road ahead gradually becoming obscured. Ghostly figures slithered through the fog. The undead ghosts that used to appear at night now roamed the daylight. Suen could feel the bear beside him shudder. This level wasn't very friendly to Xiao Mo. A bear with low mental defense might not be as well adapted to this environment as Little Pumpkin. The pumpkin carriage's protective shields were both active, the crystal ripple shielding the outermost layer, and the ice and snow pumpkin shield protecting the interior. These two shields easily kept ghosts out. However, they struggled to protect against the pervasive mental fog. These two shields could only block most of the fog. A small amount could still penetrate, albeit at a lower concentration. The fog carried pollution, constantly corroding living creatures, causing them to distort and transform into ghosts. Thankfully, the fog-repelling fuel lamp was a specialized tool. The light's radiant light dispelled the approaching fog, leaving the pumpkin carriage and the surrounding area, about a meter away, free from fog. As they entered the fourth level of the mysterious fog, Sue had entered a new area, the Mist and Mystery Zone 001. She noticed that there were already hundreds of players there. How could everyone be so fast at clearing the levels? No one said anything, and she didn't bother to look closely because she had received a system pop-up message, prompting her to claim her mailed items and the first gift pack as soon as possible. Suen clicked it. Player Sunshine Bear, congratulations on receiving the Mist Survival Manual *1 and the first gift pack *1. Happy playing. Suen pulled out something, a thin booklet and a system gift box labeled First Gift Pack. Chapter 529. The booklet only has a few pages. The Fog Survival Manual. Page 1 is a reminder. 1. This is a world that is both real and fake. Players must distinguish between the real and the fake. 2. In addition to strangeness and platforms in the fog, there are also realms. When encountering realms, you must open the door and shatter the realm to leave. 3. Fog can bring pollution, which can cause mental and physical distortion. Fog-dispelling lamps and fuel can prevent this. They are available in the system store and at various platforms. Please purchase them. Remember, don't risk your life to save money. 4. You can spend 10 gold coins to load the system sanity check service. The system check is fast, accurate, and secure, helping players assess their status. 5. There may be ghost players in the area chat. Please be careful when identifying and trading with them. Do not reveal too much personal information. Live life is what ghost players love. 6. Treasure chests and monsters spawn randomly on both sides of the road. Please note, only some monsters are edible. 7. Keep going. I hope the players won't fall in love with this place and stay here. Warnings over. Suen turned the page. The following pages were some diagrams. Uncommon types of spookiness. The first one on the first page was a ghost. A cartoon-shaped floating object hung above it. Spookiness type, ghost. Spookiness level, LV0 to LV21. Note, an invisible, intangible, spiritual monster that wanders randomly, occasionally appearing in darkness and fog. Subcategories: Broken Ghost, Intact Ghost, Elite Ghost, King Ghost, Ghost General, Ghost King. Countermeasures: a protective shield of intermediate or higher level is sufficient to repel most ghosts. The fog will disperse the oil lamp, preventing the ghost from approaching. You can use mental spells or physical attacks far beyond common sense to shatter evil spirits. Page 2. The name is Vampire. Strange type, Vampire. Strange level, LV10 to LV30. Note, humanoid strange, using blood as food and power source. Most appear on the platform, with a small number wandering the foggy and strange map. Suen read page by page: Vampire, Resentful Puppet, Mr. Severed Limb, Plague Doctor, Rotting Mermaid, Red-Eyed Zombie, Witch Goose, Long-Haired Bride. Various ghosts and monsters were systematically translated and summarized into human understandable forms, and recorded in the booklet. The booklet also ended with a line of words: This album only includes common and classic strange things. It is compiled and published by the 0921 Survival Channel, a humanoid survival platform. Players are welcome to listen and watch the channel for more survival information. After reading the booklet, Suen's heart was filled with turmoil. This platform seemed even more hostile than the previous ones. It wasn't the environment that was hostile, but the mental pressure. For many Blue Star humans, they would rather face snow and rain than face the strange. Sue-An then opened the first gift box. Because the current system had silenced her for scolding her, Sue-An didn't have much hope for this gift box. She knew the system could manipulate the contents to a certain extent. Sue-An opened the gift box. It contained 3 items. Special platform ticket Misty Moon platform. Mist dispelling lamp fuel card gold. Mist dispelling fuel lamp, spiritual level. It was very simple. 1 lamp, 1 fuel, and 1 ticket. It seems this is the smallest reward the system can find. Sue-An has quite a few fog dispersing oil lamps, buying 1 at a convenience store and several at Yiming City, but they're all of ordinary quality. The lamp in the system's first gift pack is a bit better. Fog dispersing oil lamp. Quality: spiritual grade, ragged, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spiritual, epic, godly notes. A classic fog dispersing oil lamp, good quality, relatively durable, and can withstand certain attacks from ghosts. Fog dispersing fuel card gold. Notes: a classic fuel card that grants 1 L of special lamp oil daily. Enjoy a 20% discount on gas at gas stations. Special platform ticket, fog like moon platform. This place is really fun, and players are welcome. Sue-An felt terrified just looking at this platform, and he almost wanted to throw it away. The system's public screen dinged with messages. Sue-An opened it, and saw thousands of people. When she first entered, there were only a few hundred people on the public screen in this area. Is there a few thousand now? No, according to the Mist Survival Manual, Sue-An doubted that there were people behind these players. The public screen was bustling with activity, seemingly bustling and vibrant, but Sue-An felt a chill down her spine. Waste which Xioxinling. Exchange for lamp oil. Contact me now, a serious lamp oil merchant. Shallow peach blossom wine. I'm so happy to finally reach level 4. I'm spinning in circles with joy, ha ha ha. Recalling Wanshi, I understand your excitement above. The levels are just too difficult to beat. Nem, does anyone have S vehicle components? I have a minor problem with my vehicle and need help. I can trade food. Love to eat constant temperature. Nem, look here. I have a lot of parts here. Private message me. Feng Yingshuan, the team is looking for people to go down the platform. We're leveling up at the White Bone Grave platform, killing monsters. We're short one, so here comes the mage. Sue-An turned off the public screen. She could hear her heart pounding. Master, are you okay? Are you too tired? Finish your porridge and rest for a while. Little Pumpkin put down his porridge bowl, his concerned words ringing in his ears. I'm fine, Sue-An replied. Sue-An reopened the public screen, trying to ignore the fake prosperity. He sold the platform core and the wind-fixing orb to Hua Chung, marking it as fuel for the fog-dispelling lamp. The upper right corner of the public screen indicated a 3-day novice period. During this period, players can enjoy free sanity checks, strange detection, and other functions. He ate his meal absent-mindedly. But the main thing was the porridge, so he didn't need to focus too much. He slurped it down. Crushed giant spirit rice, mincemeat, and greens were cooked into a sticky vegetable and meat porridge, refreshing and simple. Everyone finished their drink and went to bed together. Sue-An, however, felt like a pancake, unable to sleep. Wan leaned in, cradling Sue-An's head and letting him rest against her chest. This small gesture was very strange, but Sue-An felt warm. Don't be afraid of ghosts. With Wan here, those creatures won't get in, Wan said softly. Wan's words dispelled Sue-An's lingering worries, but instead made him feel relieved. Yes, she had Wan. They were fellow ghosts, and with Wan around, what was there to fear? Sue-An closed his eyes, and the vibrant messages on the public screen didn't seem so scary anymore. Watching his master fall asleep, Wan then turned semi-transparent and left Sue-An's clinging body. Little Pumpkin whispered, "What's going on?" There's fog everywhere, filled with the scent of ghosts. Ghosts naturally have a negative mental impact on humans. This environment is truly too oppressive for them, Wan replied. Yes, it's not just for humans, it's not friendly to bears either. Xiaomua chimed in with his own opinion. The room was empty, save for Sue-An, who had just fallen asleep, and Fox Ball, who hadn't woken up yet. The 3 dolls exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 530. Let's go talk outside, so we don't accidentally disturb the master. Little Pumpkin whispered. The 3 dolls closed the door to the first floor bedroom and entered the living room, where they began a heated discussion about the characteristics of this station. The division of labor and coordination needed to be adjusted. At least the bears couldn't go out looking for treasure chests anymore, otherwise they would expose their weaknesses and harm the good bears. Time passed quickly, and after discussing the division of labor, the dolls returned to their masters to sleep. Everyone huddled close to their masters and fell into a peaceful sleep. The pumpkin carriage stood on the endless highway, shrouded in mist, trying to invade the pumpkin carriage. Many evil spirits occasionally appeared, staring into the pumpkin carriage. A protective shield isolated them, and the burning lights dispelled the fog. In addition, the pumpkin carriage exuded an extremely terrifying ghostly aura, suppressing the ghosts outside. Awakening from sleep. It was dawn. 6 o'clock in the morning. Except for Little Fox, all the other dolls were still asleep. Sue-Ann got up quietly, trying not to disturb anyone. She had gone to bed early the previous night, and was up early today as well. Leaving the bedroom, Sue-Ann saw a fiery red fox, treading on a rag sweeping the floor. Seeing Sue-Ann's appearance, the fox's exaggerated movements calmed down a bit, and it greeted Sue-Ann. And Bauer, good morning. Good morning, Little Fox. Sue-Ann waved to Little Fox. Sue-Ann opened the window and looked out. Through the mist, the sunlight shone like a smudge of rouge, bright yet not dazzling. Situated within the pumpkin car, it could sense an eerie atmosphere enveloped it. Sue-Ann closed the window again. At this moment, the pumpkin carriage was filled with warmth. The natural wood decor and creamy interior gave the house a warm feel. Sue-Ann went to the bathroom to wash up, changed into casual clothes, and went to the kitchen. As the first one to wake up, Sue-Ann naturally prepared breakfast. When entering a new level like this, when there's no rush, it's time to enjoy a leisurely breakfast. She opened the refrigerator. Sue-Ann looked at the ingredients. After the third level, the most abundant meat in the refrigerator was fish. She took a few fish and put them in the sink to thaw, thinking about making fish balls or fish wontons for breakfast. Sue-Ann took her basket and went to the third floor to pick some vegetables. Up there, Sue-Ann tidied up the plants briefly. She picked some bok choy, cilantro, and scallions and went downstairs. She decided to make fish balls, bok choy noodles, and grilled fish this morning. Fish balls are relatively simple to make, but they require a lot of effort, so Sue-Ann only made one fish. Even big appetites like Huan and Xiong still rely on grilled fish to fill them up. To make fish balls, first prepare a bowl of scallion and ginger water. Sue-Ann chops the ginger and scallions and soaks them in water. Then she cuts the fish, removes the head, debones the fish, and slices the fish. She then rinses it with salt to remove any slime and fishy smell. Once the fish is washed until it's pale, it's time to mince it. As you chop, add the scallion and ginger water, adding small amounts gradually. Finally, add some salt until the fish becomes sticky and gelatinous. The fish balls are almost done. Meanwhile, Xiaoli helps by cutting up the other fish while Sue-Ann prepares the basic seasoning and puts them in the oven. Boil a pot of water over low heat, and Sue-Ann begins rolling the fish balls with a spoon. Sue-Ann's performance at this step is always inferior to that of Little Pumpkin. He can make the fish balls perfectly round, but he can't. In the large pot of water, the fish balls are all odd shapes, long and flat, square, and crammed together. At first, Sue-Ann tries to make the fish balls as round as possible, but as time passes, his patience wears off, and he simply settles on just rounding them. After preparing the fish balls, he asks Little Lee to watch the fire. Sue-Ann takes the fish meat, which Little Lee has cut into pieces, and marinates it with seasonings, scallions, ginger, pepper, salt, chili powder, and soy sauce. After marinating, he wraps it in tin foil and places it in a baking tray in the oven. He places some charcoal on top of the drawer-like oven. After all this, the puff fish balls are removed and left to cool. Sue-Ann didn't throw away the fish head, bones, and broth left over from making the fish balls. He planned to use them as a base for noodles later. This would make the noodle soup even more delicious. While the fish was grilling, Sue-Ann wasn't idle either. He mixed flour with water, rolled it into pancakes, sprinkled it with dry flour, stacked it, and cut it into thin strips to make hand-cut noodles. Time flew by. Just cooking for over an hour, it was almost 7:30. The dolls weren't awake yet, so Sue-Ann prepared the noodles and stopped cooking, waiting for everyone to wake up and eat something fresh and hot together. Meanwhile, after a busy morning, Sue-Ann felt a little hungry, so he took Xiaoli to eat a few fresh fish balls to taste and fill his stomach. The freshly made fish balls were indeed fresh and sweet, with a chewy texture and a burst of juice when scooped up. You really have to be extra careful when eating. Sue-Ann had nothing to do this morning, so he enjoyed some free time. He turned on the TV to check the news and listened to what was going on. Of the 3 regular channels, 2 had no signal. Scorpion Phantom and Goose Stage were both snowy. Only the 0921 Survival channel existed. Though the alien language on it didn't translate, Suen understood it. Yesterday, Suen spent a considerable amount of money to enable all available services in the 4th level of the system. The text on the TV was translated by the system. This is the 0921 Survival Channel. This is the Humanoid Survival Alliance. We are stationed year-round in the fog and wish to be a beacon for humanoid life. Then, some text messages automatically played on the channel. Much of the content was similar to the survival manual I saw yesterday, but there were also new things. For example, today's topic was the birth and origin of the Wu Goose. Wu Goose, a ghostly creature from the Goose people's traditional culture, can become a Wu Goose during commemorations by their descendants. Traditionally, Wu Goose is a spiritual guardian of the Goose people, but under the influence of the mist, it transforms into a goose-killing monster. Wu Goose cannot stand the sight of new life, seeking to replace it and devour its heart, particularly those of related descendants. Wu Goose lacks a physical body, can attack through walls, and can sleep constantly. Wu Goose uses mental magic to force Goose people into a state of internecine violence. Wu Goose are violent, difficult to communicate with, and easily angered. They possess some sanity, but behave insanely, ranging in level from 10 to 30. The more emotionally unstable a Goose people were before death, the more likely they are to transform into a Wu Goose after being eroded by the mist. Coping strategies. The sweet and sour cha-cha grass is not only edible, but also, in Goose people culture, has a warding effect on evil spirits, and can restrain the actions of Goose people ghosts to a certain extent. Sprinkle cha-cha grass powder all over your body. When encountering a Wu Goose, it will reveal its identity by sneezing. Chapter 531. Throw cha-cha grass powder at the Wu Goose. It will sneeze, preventing it from using mental attacks, and pulling living beings into the realm. Attacking it with a sword stained with cha-cha grass powder will cause wounds on its body that are difficult to heal. Countermeasure 2. Use the Goose people's common language to address the Wu Goose, saying, "I am your mother. All your goose chicks died long ago. You are a coward." This will trigger a verbal causal attack. Because Wu Goose traditionally requires ancestral sacrifices for transformation, it is particularly concerned about this. Upon hearing this, the Wu Goose will reduce its aggressiveness and engage in a debate with you. Note, this method requires proficiency in the Goose people's common language and is likely to cause the Wu Goose to go berserk. Use with caution. Countermeasure 3. Throw water at the Wu Goose and mentally threaten it, "Get out of my house." There is a certain chance of driving it away. Wu Goose hates being splashed with water. Countermeasure 4. This is today's ghost information sharing. Welcome everyone. Suen read the white text on a black background, finishing it unnoticed. It's quite interesting, of course. Not only does it teach you about ghosts, but it also reveals many ways to deal with them. After reading it, the TV played the information again, and she wrote down a preview for tomorrow's monster story. Tomorrow's story will be about Mr. Broken Limb, a cat-like ghost. Suen made notes about the witch goose in her notebook. The dolls began to wake up one after another. "Good morning, master. Good morning, master. Good morning, Sister Inen." Everyone gathered together to greet them. Suen wrote the last line and raised his head to respond. Everyone went to the bathroom to wash up, while Suen lit a fire and prepared noodles and fish soup. 2 large pots, 1 large and 1 small. Put enough water in the large pot to cook the noodles, and in the small pot, add oil. Fry the fish head, bones, and fillet until crispy and golden on both sides. Add water to create a milky fish soup. Then season the fish soup. Drain the cooked noodles, and place them in a bowl. Add a spoonful of the broth from the fish balls, a spoonful of the broth from the fish head and bones, a spoonful of fish balls, and a handful of blanched greens. This is a serving of fish ball and vegetable noodles. Suen prepared a bowl, and a doll took it to the table. The grilled fish was also brought to the table, and soon everyone began a joyful breakfast. It was so delicious that I had planned to discuss a new division of labor at the table, but seeing the table full of delicious food, everyone had only one thought in mind: let's eat first. The soft noodles soaked up the delicious flavor of the fish broth, slid down quickly and easily, the smooth, fragrant noodles soft and fragrant. The fish balls were juicy and springy, the milky white broth and the vibrant greens were both delicious and visually appealing. Suen ate heartily, feeling that nothing was unpalatable at that moment. Everything was fresh and delicious. Occasionally, he enjoyed a piece of spicy grilled fish, the white garlic-covered fish drenched in red oil, a delicious, spicy, and numbing flavor that made him want to stop. Aside from the trouble of picking out the bones, fish is truly a never-ending delight. Suen's cooking was excellent, eliminating the fishy smell and showcasing the fish's delicious flavor to its fullest. After dinner, Little Pumpkin finally had time to talk about yesterday's discussion of division of labor. Sue nodded, agreeing that Little Pumpkin made sense. Even without Little Pumpkin saying anything, Sue would have reassigned tasks. At least, for this level, Xiong wouldn't have to go out on field missions. Staying home might be boring, but it's fine and safe. Safety is the most important thing. He solemnly patted Wanwan's shoulder and said, "Then everything will be up to you, our field team leader." Wanwan said with a proud look on her face, "My honor." After dinner, cleaning up, and a short rest, 9 o'clock had already passed. Everyone got to work. Little Pumpkin refilled the fog-dispelling lamp, and the pumpkin cart began to move forward on the road. Wanwan looked out the window, eager to try, ready to go out and retrieve the treasure chest at any moment. The new division of labor at home was as follows. Little Pumpkin would drive, Wanwan would go out and find the treasure chest. If there were any battles, Little Fox would join Wanwan in the fight. The plants upstairs were left to Little Bear to care for, and everyone shared the household chores. But generally speaking, before Wanwan did the laundry, Xiaoli mopped the floor, and Little Pumpkin and Little Bear cooked and washed the dishes. Occasionally, Suen would cook, and Wanwan and Little Lee would help out in the kitchen. Now, it's Little Bear who does the laundry, Little Lee mops the floor, Little Pumpkin and Little Bear cook and wash the dishes, and occasionally, Wanwan and Little Lee help out. In short, Wanwan and Little Bear have swapped roles, with Little Bear moving from the main attack to the logistics department, with Wanwan taking over. In an environment plagued by spooky things, there's no safer place than the presence of a giant ghost. Yes, Wanwan no longer calls herself a little ghost, but she considers herself a big ghost, far more powerful than the group of ghosts floating around outside. Life went on peacefully and simply like that. Suen didn't go out unless necessary. Although she had formidable mental strength, she wouldn't be much of a help in the fog, and would actually hinder Wanwan and Little Lee's freedom of movement. Wanwan felt as at ease as if she were back home. The fog was the perfect hiding place for ghosts, shielding her from the nasty sunlight, and the accompanying negativity was like a delicious drink, nourishing her growth. As for Xiaoli, the only pure little fox, he could not be contaminated, and he felt at ease following Zhuanju in and out of the fog. Suen simply stayed at home, waiting for her doll to return so she could open the treasure chest. The treasure chest in the 4th level was quite unique, with its own unique art style, and it contained a variety of food and items tailored to the level. For example, there were glutinous rice dumplings that could alleviate negative emotions, to ward off evil spirits, peachwood talismans that could be hung on vehicles to displease ghosts, and lamp oil for fog-dispelling lamps. Suen would occasionally check the public screen, which was bustling with activity, but she couldn't tell which were real people and which were ghosts. Fearing she reveal her identity, she never spoke in it. In reality, Suen knew that the 3rd level was so difficult, and there was a high probability that it was filled with ghosts, and there might not even be real people. She preferred to watch the chats in the areas of the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st levels. They seemed reassuring. In the blink of an eye, Suen had been there for almost a month. At first, she was a little afraid. After all, fear of ghosts is human nature, but eventually, she grew accustomed to it and became numb to it. The foggy map felt a bit boring to her. Suen rarely left the pumpkin carriage. Bored people tend to daydream, and Suen started thinking about adding a new companion to the family. As the little pumpkin leveled up and the house became larger, adding a doll would be a good idea. So Suen started flipping through books and browsing the warehouse, looking for materials and inspiration. One day, Suen brought up this matter at the dinner table and asked the dolls for their opinions. Suen's eyes lit up when she saw Wanwan, and she asked, "Master, are you planning to make a little orange cat companion?" Chapter 532. Wanwan cupped her cheeks in her hands, staring at Suen with sparkling eyes. Wanwan, still remembering Suen's casual promise. Suen suddenly felt a little guilty. She seemed to have a parental mentality, always thinking that in her child's momentary excitement, she had overlooked the casual promise that the child had always remembered. In fact, everything she said was taken seriously by the doll. Suen quickly reassured herself, writing herself that she was ready now, so it wasn't a broken promise. She was a good sister. "Okay, our new friend is Little Orange," Suen said. "Yeah!" Wanwan cheered. The other dolls were also excited, looking forward to their new friend. Little Pumpkin researched room designs and built a room for the new friend. Little Bear and Little Fox would also chat about their new friend from time to time. Time flew by. The promise was a pleasure, but when Suen drew up the design, she was left scratching her head. How should she make this little orange cat? Should she sew it from a stuffed animal, carve it from wood, mold it with sugar, or use some other method. The sheer variety of methods truly stumped Sue-Ann. Thinking over it, Sue-Ann resigned herself to letting things take their course, waiting for inspiration to arrive. During this time, she continued to accumulate inspiration. What's meant to come will eventually come. Life was moving forward. The days passed in a mundane routine, mechanically moving forward each day. Little Pumpkin would march from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., and from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., increasing the mileage she covered. Except for her 3 meals a day, Sue-Ann spent her days reading, her days routine and comfortable. Occasionally, between readings, she'd look up and see the dolls engaged in their own activities or playing, and Sue-Ann felt a surge of happiness. Besides regularly watching the 0921 Survival channel daily to gain strange knowledge, Sue-Ann also checked the public screen for strange chats. However, during the 4th level, the public screen was crowded with people and ghosts, and Sue-Ann never chatted or interacted on it. In the 4th level, there wasn't much food found in treasure chests, and only a small amount of food could be eaten from the monsters killed. The replenished food couldn't keep up with the consumption, and the food in the warehouse was depleted quickly. Thankfully, the warehouse at home was large enough to store plenty of food, so it could last for a long time. He could only wait to buy food from commercial platforms to replenish his warehouse. Little Pumpkin would check the platform coordinate binder every day to see if there were any familiar commercial platforms, like Yiming City and Sand Sting Oasis, so he could enter the 4th level and go shopping. But a month passed in the blink of an eye, and no familiar platforms appeared, so he could only wait. One noticed Little Pumpkin's concerns and, when she went out to fight monsters, she would drag back as many monsters as possible to see if they were edible and reduce the burden on her inventory. During this period, many terrifying dark dishes were created. Roasted rabbit ghosts, burnt tentacle monsters, and stewed screaming couples. Let's not talk about that for now, at least there was meat on them. If Sue-Ann hadn't stopped them, the dolls would have been eager to crack open the skeleton monster's bones to see if they could extract the marrow and eat it. The bones could also be cooked into a nourishing bone soup. Sue-Ann didn't understand the dolls' attempts, but she respected them. Of course, when she really didn't want to respect them, she would make it clear. For example, she absolutely refused to allow the seemingly humanoid skeleton monster into the pot. This past month, Sue-Ann had read a lot and settled on a new doll-making method to depict her new companion through painting. In the previous levels, the warehouse had stored a large amount of spiritual and super spiritual paper materials. Initially, Sue-Ann had considered making paper-cut objects to suit the current environment. Later, Sue-Ann decided that this approach was a bit too eerie. After all, paper-cut objects were traditionally used to commemorate the dead, and the foggy and eerie map was already full of ghosts and eerie. She decided not to design something that would suit the environment. So Sue-Ann changed to the orange cat in the painting, which was more comfortable and approachable. After deciding on the subject, the days turned to making brushes and researching pigments. The brushes were made from the tips of raccoon cats' tails. On Blue Star, there are goat and wolf hair brushes, and on the Survival Highway, there are raccoon hair brushes. She cut a tuft of the harder hair from the tip of the raccoon's tail and glued it to the polished pen holder, and she had a mediocre brush. Sue-Ann's brushes were crude, but she put a lot of thought into them. During this time, she made several brushes, plucking the hair from the tips of several raccoon cats' tails. After finishing the brush, Sue-Ann researched pigments. Sue-Ann had white pigment naturally, having opened it from a treasure chest, but other colors were rare. As for orange pigment, she thought it could be extracted from natural plants, such as carrots and persimmons. She had no persimmons at home, but she had plenty of carrots. Little Pumpkin's carrot gun was rich in carrot cubes, so Sue-Ann approached Little Pumpkin and asked him to work with her to gather a basket of baby carrots to make pigment. Sue-Ann was a novice at making pigment, so she could only think of some common methods. She sliced the carrots thinly, boiled them, and then dried them. Then, she crushed them in a mortar and pestle until they were finely powdered. Sue-Ann had orange pigment. Later, to make the pigment even finer, she used the water jet method to create a finer powder. During the grinding process, the coarse pigment is gradually ground into a fine powder, and water helps separate impurities. During the pigment making process, the dolls could look up and see their master busy at work, grinding with a stone mortar. The dolls wanted to help, but Sue-Ann declined. She had plenty of time to do it herself, and the dolls had their own division of labor, so she didn't want to take up their rest time. Later, Sue-Ann simply closed the workshop door, so that no one would frown at her for working so hard. Although, Sue-Ann didn't quite understand why anyone would feel sorry for her doing such a small job. Master, eat, eat. Little Pumpkin came to the workshop and knocked. Okay, I'd be right there. Suan came out. The table was filled with delicious dishes, with no hint of esoteric cuisine. Suan ate rice, vegetables, and stir-fried pork with chili peppers, chatting with the dolls about their progress today. She also listened to their morning harvest. This morning, Wan found 3 treasure chests, 1 copper and 2 wooden. They yielded 3 L of lamp oil, 5 candies, 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 pieces of bread, 1 yellow talisman, a one-time attack item, and 1 mahogany button, a one-time defense item. She killed 13 monsters, 7 ordinary evil spirits, 1 yellow-haired ghost, 3 rotten dolls, and 2 red-eyed basilisks. She brought back some basilisk meat, which is edible. This morning, she didn't encounter any realms. It was very safe. Lunch passed without a hitch, and everyone devoured the tableful of dishes Little Pumpkin had prepared. The home-cooked stir-fries weren't as appealing as the snacks or larger dishes, but they were delicious. Suan's favorite dish of the day was stir-fried pork with chili peppers. The combination of the meat and chili peppers created a savory and fragrant flavor, and paired perfectly with rice, it provided a welcome respite from repetitive labor. I like it. Suan was generous with his praise. Seeing his master enjoying the food, Little Pumpkin offered him plenty of food. Normally, Little Pumpkin wouldn't prepare anything too complicated for lunch, simply stir-frying 2 dishes and enjoying a bite. Dinner would be more substantial. Today, Little Pumpkin only made stir-fried pork with chili peppers and stir-fried lettuce. Little Pumpkin was overjoyed by his master's support. Time passed, and one morning, the pumpkin cart suddenly stopped, nearly knocking Suan's bowl over. Suan put down the stone bowl, opened the studio door, and asked, "What happened?" Chapter 533. Wan poked her head out, her back to everyone else, and shouted, "There's a platform up ahead. We're almost there." Luckily, Little Pumpkin braked quickly. Suan leaned over to the window to look. The fog obscured most of her vision, making it difficult to see clearly. But she could vaguely make out the silhouette of a platform sign. The fog was so thick that it should have been impossible to see, but the pumpkin carriage noticed the platform and stopped right next to it, very close. Suan squinted her eyes. As she tried to decipher it, the system's translation distorted. Holy Spirit City. As she identified and pronounced the platform name, a notification chimed beside her. Ding dong, current area, level 4, Foggy Strange Zone 001. Player Sunshine Bear has discovered the platform Holy Spirit City. All players in this area are asked to spin their platform ticket to enter the platform's route. Players have 3 minutes to make their choice. Yes or no? Suan looked at the platform description displayed on the system. Platform Holy Spirit City resources, ghosts, talismans, food, water, items. Danger level, just a 6-star platform, but it looks like you can buy things there. Wanna go? Suddenly, Suan remembered something. Someone seemed to have warned her not to go to the first platform she encountered when entering the Misty Lake level. It was a level that would have killed Su Chimeng. Suan couldn't find the chat history, and couldn't remember who had warned her, but she clearly remembered the words. Suan looked at Wan, who was excited and eager to try. If it weren't for this incident, she really wouldn't have refused to go to this platform. Wan said she wanted to go in and do something big, to get more resources. Suan simply chose no, and explained that he didn't intend to take anyone to this platform. Ding dong, Player Sunshine Bear, you've given up on entering this platform. The platform sign will disappear in 3 minutes. The chat on the public screen was lively, but the pumpkin car was quiet. Fong Little Fox, wow, there's a platform. Sunshine Bear is so lucky. Fong Yingxuan, thank you, Sunshine Bear. Let's go! We can finally get some food. My appetite is so bland. Jiang Yan doesn't eat salt. Recruiting teammates to explore Holy Spirit City together. Su Lu, I sign up. Waste with Xiao Xian Ling. Let's go. Chi Ching Sua Jiang Yan doesn't eat salt, add me in. Lucky 4-leaf. This is so lively. At Jiang Yan doesn't eat salt, add me in too. Strategy team He Ching at Jiang Yan doesn't eat salt, add me in too. Suan blinked, then saw a string of messages flash by, startled. It was like a bunch of unfamiliar IDs blending in with a few familiar faces. Suan was about to remind Ce when she saw He Ching's name and realized that He Ching was there. That was fine, she thought. He Ching was probably on a mission, or perhaps actively investigating ghosts, so she stayed out of it. Suan turned off the screen and watched as everyone stared at her in silence. She picked up each person and kissed them again and again. Don't be sad. Isn't this a prophecy? Look, isn't Chimeng fine? she said. The platform blocked the way, preventing them from moving. Seeing that midnight was approaching, Suin decided to take everyone to rest. It was a way to relax. Suin hadn't expected that just because she said she saved Wan from death, the dolls would be so nervous. Suin had the black ball play relaxing music and took everyone's hands, inviting them to dance. Everyone was uninterested. So Suin took the initiative to turn on the projector and find everyone's favorite cartoon. After a long while, Wan tilted her head and asked Suin, "Master, will Wan really leave you one day?" Wan looked fragile, not as radiant as before. She murmured, "Death will separate us." Suin poked Wan's forehead with a finger. "What are you talking about? We never be apart. Besides, you're a ghost yourself, so what's the point of dying? We can believe the words of that supposed reminder from another time and space, but we can't completely believe them. Destiny is in our own hands. The us in that other time and space aren't necessarily the us we are now. We are all brand new," Suin said. The words were a bit convoluted, but Suin's meaning was clear. He wanted these little ones to stop imagining things. "Wan, we never be apart," the little bear suddenly said. Little Bear took Wan's hand and, through a spiritual connection, passed on some of Little Bear's memories from his past life, telling her that if they could start over, things would turn out well. Instantly, Wan's eyes welled up with tears, streaming down her face. Little Bear let go of her hand, like a child who had done something wrong. It crossed its legs, scratched its head sheepishly, and said, "I'm sorry, did I do something wrong?" "What?" Little Pumpkin pressed. Little Fox looked puzzled. The platform disappeared in the afternoon, and the pumpkin carriage continued on its way. By evening, everyone's emotions had calmed down, and the dolls had accepted that things would get better. No longer fearing the past or the future, they lived in the present. Throughout the afternoon, Suin was still discussing this with the dolls. "Before, I always believed that time didn't exist. The past couldn't be retrieved, the future couldn't be reached. We were just lives living in the present, and time was a false concept. But if time could be controlled, then our lives would surely be incredibly smooth, right?" Suin smiled. The dolls laughed too. Everyone was convinced of one thing: theirs was the luckiest, most miraculous timeline. While they might not know what efforts they had made in the past or in the future, they were enjoying this happy world. For dinner, Suin took the initiative to cook a pot of braised pork. It was one of her specialties, the kind that never failed no matter how she prepared it. That night, the dolls devoured it with greasy mouths. Large chunks of braised pork were placed on rice, drizzled with broth. The pork was soft and fragrant, perfect for eating with a simple meal. Suin occasionally flipped through the public screen, but couldn't see the system's platform summary. It looked like this platform had been explored for quite a while. It should be the kind of platform where you can stay overnight. Holy Spirit City. Chapter 534. Suin occasionally muttered this name. She always felt as if she had to go there. In the middle of the night, thinking about this, Suin couldn't sleep. Tossing and turning, she woke up the little bear beside her. Suin decided not to sleep and decided to go up to the third floor to wait. The little bear would accompany her. On the way up, the warm light of the pumpkin carriage shone, soothing her chaotic thoughts. She looked back and saw the little bear walking with her, its hips wiggling. She said, "Shall Mo go back to sleep?" "No, I want to accompany my master," the bear said. Suin squatted down and carried the little bear up the stairs. The little bear seemed heavier, plumper, but Suin, who had been eating well recently, had gained a lot of strength, so carrying the little bear was not difficult. She went to the third floor activity room, sat on the swing, and looked out through the glass. The night was deep, fog thick, and everything was shadowy. The occasional evil spirits that darted through the protective shield added a touch of terror to the atmosphere. Suin, however, felt his heart gradually calm down. After getting used to it, the strangeness of the fog was just so. After spending over half an hour quietly on the third floor, taking a break, Suin prepared to go downstairs to bed. "Wow, what is that?" Xiao Mo suddenly called out. Suin looked over and saw a ghostly face, crouching on the shield, staring at them. A chill ran down his spine. It was a long-haired banshee. But Suin quickly realized that this long-haired banshee couldn't see them. The crystal ripple shield blocked auras, and the ice and snow pumpkin shield provided another layer of insulation. The glass ceiling on the top floor was made of gray glass, which let light in but not humans, making it impossible to see inside from outside. Suin held Xiao Mo in his arms, telling him not to be afraid, and led him downstairs. The next day, Xiao Mo still remembered the long-haired demon, whispering into Wan's ear. So, while Suin was making breakfast, He saw Wan go out for a while, and return with a pair of demon claws. Is that what you're talking about? Wan said. Yeah. Xiao Mo nodded rapidly. I killed it, Wan said proudly, her head held high. The little bear put its paws together, and began to flap its paws. Suan noticed this, and almost laughed out loud. The little bear was so clever. The pan sizzled as Suan lowered his head to flip the pancake. Eating pancakes wrapped with shredded vegetables in the morning is commonly known as rolled pancakes. This type of food is delicious and portable. She baked a flat, round pancake, stuffed with shredded potatoes, pork, and scallions, and then shoved it into her mouth to savor the delicious flavor. The shredded vegetables were all stir-fried with small pumpkins. Suan only made pancakes. She could make more of this morning meal, so she could also have it for lunch. She didn't have much time, so she could eat quickly and take a nap. Thinking of this, Suan quickened her pace. Sizzling, pancake after pancake was added to the pancake pan, then baked and served. Later, Suan even brushed it with chili sauce and sprinkled it with chopped scallions, making it even more delicious. The little fox mopping the floor would occasionally peek into the kitchen, eagerly anticipating it. Suan was full after eating half a potato pancake for breakfast. She had grown her appetite, but her pancakes were too large, and when they were filled with shredded potatoes, pork, and scallions, they became even larger. She couldn't finish a whole one with her current appetite. The other half of the burrito was shared between Little Pumpkin and Little Fox. After finishing, the two dolls were full. Suan and the two dolls only managed to finish one burrito. The rest of the meal had to be handled by Big Bear and Big Wan. Little Fox watched her companions eat with regret. Her stomach was full, but she still had the energy to eat more. The breakfast was truly delicious, but unfortunately, she didn't have a big enough stomach to eat it all. She could only watch Bear and Wan eat, satisfying her craving. After breakfast, the pumpkin carriage began to move forward, following the road. Visibility was poor in the fog, and at best, she could only see about 5 meters ahead, most of which was blocked by a protective shield. Little Pumpkin followed the navigation system, stopping only near the treasure chest. Wan would go out into the fog and bring back the treasure chest. For this reason, Wan would occasionally transform into Big Wan, captivating Little Pumpkin. Nothing special happened, and Suan continued to work on her paint. The orange carrot powder was vibrant, and Suan wondered if she needed some brown. So she researched where to get that color. Wan returned with a treasure chest and several pairs of banshee claws, leaving a chill in her wake. She dropped the items onto the ground floor. Wan complained to Little Pumpkin. We encountered a lot of long-haired banshees on the road today, in droves. I only saved a few, but the rest escaped. What bad luck. Wan peeked into the studio. No one was there. Where's the master? She asked. Little Pumpkin replied, in the warehouse. I have something to tell the master. Please ask him to come over. Wan said. On the sofa, Bear, who was knitting, put down his yarn and crochet hook. Little Pumpkin frowned and called, Little Fox. A fiery red fox darted over. Get rid of her. At Little Pumpkin's command, Little Fox rushed towards Wan, petals dancing and slashing at her. Wan howled and transformed into a long-haired banshee. She was attacked and torn apart, her body melting and rotting, leaving only a pair of sharp claws and a pool of stinking blood on the ground. Disgusting monster. Little Fox complained, covering her nose. Soon, Little Fox realized that mopping the floor was her job, and she had to clean up the stinking mess before her. This realization made the little fox's fur stand on end. There was no point in standing on end. She had to work quickly, or the stink would be unbecoming of her owner. Little Fox quickly transformed into a fox girl and began to clean the floor. Little Pumpkin used his telekinesis to help Little Fox partially, which eventually made the room less gruesome. However, a fishy odor still lingered on the floor, and Little Fox kept scrubbing it with foamy water, over and over again. This thing managed to get through the protective shield. I have to report this to the master later, Little Pumpkin said, his face stern. Bear sighed deeply. We have to wait for Wan to actually return. After more than 10 minutes, Wan returned empty-handed. All the dolls surrounded her. Dawan's face was gorgeous, but her neatly made up and hair looked a little disheveled. Seeing everyone coming to greet her, Dawan covered her face with an embarrassed smile and said, No need to welcome me so. Dawan's posture was graceful, and her movements exuded a certain elegance and grace. That was the kind of grace that comes only from long-term practice of the fundamentals of opera. She slowly recounted her recent experience. I was besieged, but I managed to kill dozens of long-haired banshees in one fell swoop and put them all away. I had to place some of the dead ones into my space. Dawan waved her crescent white sleeves. Chapter 535. Oh right, a ghost stole my treasure chest and ran away. I've been searching for ages, but can't find any clues. Dawan's aura and words resonated with everyone, putting their minds at ease. They chatted with her, chattering away. How could it be? How could it be like that? Dawan was furious. Dawan suddenly transformed into Shawan, hands on her hips, and hurled curses, completely devoid of grace. The words struck even the usually sharp-tongued little pumpkin as offensive. Shawan and Dawan couldn't be more different ghosts, but it was precisely this distinct contrast that made it easy to tell them apart. No ordinary ghost could imitate Huanwan's combination of elegance and playfulness. In the warehouse. Suan searched the dazzling warehouse, searching for tan paint, so she paused at anything she saw. She took a bit of the monster's brown feathers, the brown earth spirit stone, and the brown coal. But she wasn't entirely satisfied. Because these weren't considered spiritual materials, Suan still wanted to get more high-quality materials for dolls if conditions permitted. After searching around, the long-haired banshee's claws placed at the door caught her attention. The long, brown nails carried a dark spiritual energy fluctuation. Isn't this a ray of hope? I researched whether this brown color can be used as paint. Suan sorted through the materials, put them in her bag, and carried the bag upstairs from the warehouse. As soon as she emerged from the basement, Suan saw the dolls gathered together, chatting so animatedly that they hadn't noticed her presence. There was a sweet smell in the living room, like spilled laundry detergent. Even with the scent covering it up, Suan could still detect a hint of sweetness. It was the smell of blood. Is anyone injured? Suan placed his bag on the living room floor and closed the warehouse door. The noise caused the dolls to turn around. Seeing Suan, the dolls swarmed over. Master, I have something to tell you. Just now, a ghost entered the house pretending to be Huan. Anbao, these ghosts have their own tricks. You must be careful. Suan's heart skipped a beat. A ghost has entered the pumpkin house. Suan leaned over and said, tell me more. After more than 10 minutes, Suan understood the whole situation. A ghost could actually imitate someone inside the house and slip through the protective shield. However, the ghost still hadn't mastered the essence of the imitation, and the dolls saw through it at the door. The one who went out was the elegant Dawan, but the one who came back was completely devoid of any elegance. The fake Huan was extremely rude to the owner, and seemed completely unfamiliar with the interior of the pumpkin carriage. She came back looking for the owner. Her motive was clear. Everyone was talking, discussing how to distinguish between them. Even then, Huan started swearing, her words extremely foul and unpleasant, showing how much she could say. Suan almost thought this Huan was a fake, but sadly she wasn't. Juan's daily outings had exposed her to too much negative mental debris, and she had learned a lot of curse words. She was no longer the bright and clear little ghost who always went to the hot springs. Through Huan's swearing, Suan also learned that ghosts can read some of a person's memories and emotions when they come into contact with them. This is because ghosts are composed of spiritual energy, and memory and emotions are an important part of the soul. That ghost also struggled with Huan, gaining access to some of her memories and disguising itself to deceive the shield. Unfortunately, she overestimated her abilities, not expecting the dolls in the pumpkin carriage to discover and kill her so quickly. In any case, this is a major problem. I believe that when watching horror stories, many people believe that the most terrifying scene is not facing a ghost, but the silent replacement of those around you. Your trusted partner becomes unreliable, the family you so desperately protect has long been replaced by a ghost, and everything you have sacrificed becomes transparent. This is the most terrifying thing, right? Suan thought for a moment and said. In this situation, the short-term solution is to establish a password and then implement mental verification. The password is a secret code that everyone knows, and they exchange it upon entering. This method does have some flaws, but that's okay. There's still the mental verification skill, which relies on Suan's skill doll perception. With Suan's skills in place, no ghost can replace the dolls. In the long run, we can replace it with a shield with more advanced detection capabilities. Yes, if the shield could be more alert against ghosts, then none of this would be a problem. The way this ghost tricked the shield is quite annoying. Just imagine, during your downtime, sleeping soundly, a ghost uses disguise to trick the shield into entering your home. It's really annoying. Last night, Suan looked at the long-haired banshee lying on the shield, watching the pumpkin carriage. Why wasn't she afraid? It was because she believed in her heart that this thing couldn't get in. The next day, This thing got in, haha. Life goes on, and the pumpkin carriage keeps moving forward. This accident didn't stop Huan from going out to find treasure chests and fight. Everyone understands the principle of not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but every time Huan returns to the pumpkin house, she has to go through a series of procedures. From various passwords to the later verification of Su-En's spirit, everyone is meticulously considered. At the same time, to reduce the risk of being replaced, the other dolls are not allowed to leave the house, especially Suimo. Since entering this world, Bear himself has never set foot outside the pumpkin house. At home, little Bear does household chores. Making fertilizer, planting crops, tending to vegetables and grains, cooking, doing chores, and recently, he's even become obsessed with knitting. He's already knitted one for Lily. But the top is incredibly ugly, and Lily stands out when wearing it. So Lily only wears it when mopping the floor. The main goal is to avoid waste. As the sun set, Huan, after a busy day, took a break. Today, she went on a killing spree, slaying every long-haired demon she saw, sparing no one. In fact, Huan worried that if she accidentally spared one, it would disguise itself as her and target her face, ruining her image and reputation. What would be even more annoying if one of them sneaked into some tower and caused trouble for her? Huan was confident that a beautiful demon like her was far superior to those messy-looking long-haired demons. Her face had value. She was a theatrical demon, born for the stage, and she understood the importance of a pretty face on the stage. Dinner was beef bone soup. Little Pumpkin found some aged beef from the second level in the warehouse. This kind of beef was scarce, so the frugal Little Pumpkin only removed the bones to make soup. The beef was saved for stewing later. Chapter 536. These large bones can be broken into 2 pieces and blanched in water, then stewed with Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and bay leaves. With enough patience, beef bone soup can be delicious. The peppercorns, star anise, and bay leaves came from a brazen kit found in a copper treasure chest, and Little Pumpkin had just the right time to use them. He used them with care, and the soup lived up to Little Nangu's efforts. This beef bone soup had been simmering since noon. By the evening, when Little Pumpkin lifted the lid, the aroma suddenly filled the room. Su-En, who was in the studio, was instantly perked up by the aroma. Little Pumpkin didn't serve the beef bone soup directly. Little Pumpkin scooped out some of the soup to use as a side dish, which was the star of the evening's dinner. Potatoes, radishes, and Chinese cabbage, hearty vegetables, cut into strips and added to the soup, simmering for a while longer. After cooking, you can add vermicelli, cha-cha grass, cilantro, and bok choy, all easy-to-cook vegetables. The main dish is a beef bone broth stew. This way, you get a rich mix of vegetables and meat. The various vegetables imbue the beef bones with their aroma, making them refreshing and delicious. The vegetables also make the broth less greasy. Add a little pepper and chili oil to this bowl of soup. Paired with the extra pancakes from the morning, it's simply divine. Su-En ate it just like that, adding plenty of pepper and chili. It was so delicious she couldn't stop. A mouthful of broth and a bite of pancake, a delicious feast. Of course, if you prefer a softer flavor, you can tear the pancake into small pieces and add them to the soup. After a delicious meal, Su-En felt less frightened by the ghost entering his house today. Before she knew it, Su-En had overeaten. Touching her swollen belly, she felt a flicker of regret. This was regret for eating too much, but also regret for not having a big enough appetite. Because she was so full, she felt a slight discomfort. She didn't feel like working anymore, so she simply took a break. Su-En went to the bathroom to use the restroom. Looking at her plump self in the mirror, she felt she had gained a lot of weight. Her face had become rounder. After dinner, Su-En stood up and walked to digest her food. The outside world was shrouded in fog, so she rarely went out, confining herself to the pumpkin trailer. Walking from the first floor to the third floor, then down again, back and forth a few times, her stomach felt less uncomfortable and her body felt much more relaxed. In the living room, Bear had washed the dishes and was sitting on the sofa watching TV. From Su-En's vantage point, having just come downstairs, the dolls sat in a row watching TV, like a pile of small potatoes, all sitting in a row. TV became a part of her entertainment on the lonely road. As the night deepened, Little Pumpkin had long since stopped moving. Inside the pumpkin car, a warm and peaceful atmosphere filled the air. Su-En stood at the stairs, a sweet smile on her face, watching the scene unfold. Outside the window, the scene was eerie and gloomy, with countless ghosts hidden in the mist. Yet at home, the family was warm and cozy, huddled together. A wave of warmth welled up in her heart. Su-En thought, She loved the atmosphere and the feeling at this moment. Sue-An went downstairs and joined the couch potatoes, watching TV together. A food documentary was playing on the TV, explaining how to make a local specialty, steamed buns. Late in the evening, the doll and Sue-An watched TV, silently swallowing their saliva. That night, Sue-An lay drowsy in bed. Dong! A bulletin sounded. Sue-An wanted to take a look, but he was too sleepy. He figured it was nothing serious, and it would be the same tomorrow. He turned around and fell asleep. In his dream, he was looking for food, chasing a cow to gnaw on it. The next day, Sue-An got up and looked at the information. It was indeed nothing serious, just a station settlement information. Level 4, Foggy and Weird Area 001. Holy Spirit City closed. Total time, 63 hours and 21 minutes. Players participated, 183. Players left, 122. Summary. Congratulations to the 61 players who stayed in the city. This is great news. Holy Spirit City welcomes everyone to visit and live here. Hee. A rather unremarkable summary. Sue-An wasn't sure how many of the players recorded in the system were Blue Star human players, and how many of those who actually stayed in the city were Blue Star players. This level is so annoying, especially the ghost thing on the public screen. I'm playing Ghost Guess every day. On the public screen, the discussion about yesterday's platform exit has died down. Everyone's chatting about a new topic, about someone on the platform. Sue-An doesn't understand some of it, but he's trying to understand. Sleepy EV, Lord Maosu of Holy Spirit City is more energetic. Fonging Sue-An, yes, she's even prettier. This blessing is so comfortable. Sleepy EV, no matter how beautiful she is, it doesn't matter to me. Does anyone sell food? I want to buy some rice. I've been craving food lately. Why you? Check out my shop. If you find something suitable, I can automatically place an order. Good quality goods from the platform. Guaji, there's food for sale in Holy Spirit City. Didn't you buy any? A big stupid cow. Hee, I guess I was too busy looking at Lord Maosu. It's not uncommon to see a lord forget everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, confessing my love to Master Maosu, love. Sue-An read through thousands of messages for half an hour, and they always revolved around a character named Maosu, who everyone admired. A big star in the goblin world, Sue-An had a first impression of him. She had a hunch that one day she might meet him. Early in the morning, busy as she was, Sue-An was scrolling through the public screen when she noticed that Little Pumpkin had made breakfast. Master, try my baked buns. Do they look like the ones you saw last night? Little Pumpkin brought out 2 golden baked buns. The dough, baked until golden brown, held a generous filling. Each bun was the size of a fist, and steamed hot from the oven. Sue-An hurried to wash her hands, and returned in less than 30 seconds. By the time she returned, the heat from the baked buns had dissipated considerably, and she began to try Little Pumpkin's baked buns. Filled with beef, onion, and black pepper, and made with egg and hard dough, these oven-baked, dry buns are incredibly chewy and fragrant, while the filling is pure meaty and juicy. These buns are truly different from the traditional, white-skinned, soft, and large ones. While they share the same flour and meat, the cooking method is different, and the flavor is completely different. Sue-An ate without looking up, only finding time to give a thumbs up and applaud after finishing a whole bun. This was clearly delicious. Little Pumpkin beamed broadly. Every time she saw her master and the others enjoying her food, her love for cooking grew. The morning chores of kneading the dough, chopping the filling, and lighting the fire were no problem. Cooking delicious food is truly a joy. Little Pumpkin loves collecting recipes, making all sorts of delicious dishes, and sharing them with everyone. Bear was at the stove, occasionally adding charcoal. The first batch of buns was ready, and there were still a bunch more in the oven. The owner called everyone to come and eat. The bear went to wash his hands, then came over cheerfully. Chapter 537. Breakfast consisted of freshly baked steamed buns, paired with yesterday's beef bone soup. Today, the beef bone soup simply had radish and salt. The simplicity of the ingredients kept the flavor intact. The aroma of the radish, combined with the beef bones and a sprinkle of finely chopped green onions, made it incredibly fragrant. After breakfast today, Sue-An stayed busy in her studio. Initially, she was hesitant to use fine paper and paint, so she experimented with ordinary paper and black paint, creating a graphic design. Sue-An had some artistic background. In college, as a hobby, she had studied it systematically for a period of time, which allowed her to draw designs so smoothly before making dolls. Now, completing a complete painting and attempting to turn it into her doll, Soo-in couldn't be as casual as she had with the design. When she was actually painting, Soo-in was prepared to devote a significant amount of time to the painting. She ate regularly, followed a regular sleep schedule, and only devoted some of her mental energy to the painting at night, after the pumpkin carriage had stopped. The paintings became increasingly richer and more vivid. One weekend, the treasure chest stopped respawning, and Won didn't have to run outside. She sang and sang at home. Soo-in, having used up most of her energy, left the studio and strolled to relax. There were no dolls in the first floor living room, so she went upstairs and saw Won performing on the third floor. Soo-in found a chair in the activity room and sat down, watching Won's every move, becoming increasingly mesmerized. Xiao Mo and Won had decorated the activity room together, but Soo-in had left it alone. In this room, there were swings, a stage, a dance floor, and sofas, tables, and chairs for resting. At this moment, Won was performing on the stage, and below, a group of cats and ghosts were watching. A little pumpkin swung on a swing, with the bear pushing it from behind, sending it soaring high. Soo-in suspected the bear had musical talent. Every time the little pumpkin soared, the rhythm matched the beat of Won's operatic performance. The translucent floor-to-ceiling window opened wide, allowing the little pumpkin to soar high, almost touching the first layer of Pumpkin's protective ice shield. It looked like a thrilling experience. And the last toy, the fox, was jumping up and down, busy as hell, perhaps practicing her parkour skills. Soo-in couldn't make out the fox at all, only occasionally catching sight of a fiery red ball whizzing past. After more than half an hour, the scene ended. Won, no longer in her heavily made-up, impish form, transformed into the gorgeous Dawon. With a bright smile, she extended her hand to Soo-in. "Can you dance with me?" In a long operatic voice, Dawon invited Soo-in. Unable to resist the passionate Dawon, Soo-in reached out and was pulled onto the stage. She was stiff, like a puppet, while Won, with a gentle smile, led her to dance. It was a sunny day, the sun filtering through the mist, casting an oval orange halo that evenly illuminated the room. When the little bear saw its owner take the stage, it stopped pushing Little Pumpkin and followed him, dancing along. After dazedly coming off the stage, Soo-in broke out in a light sweat and felt much more relaxed. Proper exercise brings a sense of well-being. At noon, the weekend lunch was relatively rich, and Little Pumpkin had stir-fried 4 dishes. The table was filled with many fresh dishes. The vegetables were plentiful. Many fresh and ripe vegetables, squash, lettuce, pumpkin, and tomatoes, appeared in the dishes. Little Pumpkin made stir-fried squash with meat, stir-fried chili peppers with shredded lettuce, beef with tomatoes, and braised pumpkin. The seeds for these vegetables came from the core of the If You Are a Woman breakthrough the 18th level platform a month ago. These spiritual level plant seeds from Huacheng are delicious and grow quickly, surging with sufficient fertilizer. They gradually made their way onto the table, making up a large portion of today's dishes. During this period, the proportion of meat has been gradually decreasing. Soo-in knew that the family's current meat reserves could no longer sustain the previous meat-only diet. In contrast, the grains and vegetables grown on the 3rd floor became the primary source of spiritual energy, making it more reasonable. Soo-in quickly adapted to this diet. After all, her eating habits before entering the mode were more similar to her current ones. Luckily, Little Bear and Won, who ate the most, weren't picky eaters. Whether it was vegetables or meat, as long as it filled their stomachs, they would eat anything. After dinner, Soo-in washed the dishes, and the dolls followed suit. Everything around the house was done quickly, and the dishes took only a few minutes to wash. Soo-in didn't plan to continue painting that afternoon. Feeling somewhat bored now that he had some free time, he stared out the window in a daze. The window was open, allowing for ventilation. The fog had dispersed, and the oil lamps were lit, preventing the fog from getting close to the protective shields. This made the window safer overall. Even ghosts couldn't disguise themselves and penetrate the 2 layers of shields. Soo-in felt the breeze from the window, smoothed his hair, and thought back to when he first entered the platform. At first, the breeze was just as gentle, and the weather felt like autumn. As the weather grew colder, and the extreme cold arrived, such comfortable conditions became rare. It had been over a year since they entered the platform. Soo-in was stunned. She really didn't seem to care how much time had passed since entering the game. She spent the first few days meticulously, counting the days in anticipation of completing the levels. In the later stages, the repetitive routine blurred her perception of time. Sometimes she felt that life on the road was no different from that on Blue Star. In fact, The 996 working hours on Blue Star were even more tiring. Master, have some fruit. Little Pumpkin handed over a plate of cherries. The cherry trees we transplanted a while ago have ripened again. Eat them quickly, or we have to make jam. Little Pumpkin chatted about household matters. The silver treasure chest tree is almost ripe, isn't it? Suen asked. When she went upstairs today, she noticed the reward for first place on the ice and snow slide platform. The silver treasure chest tree was in bloom, a dazzling display of silver. It should be almost done. Bear, and I keep an eye on it every day. Bear has been fertilizing quite diligently lately, so we soon have a batch of silver treasure chests to receive. Little Pumpkin said. There was a hint of anticipation in his voice. Master, the pollution from the cat flag is almost gone. Little Fox works hard every day to clear it. Once it's completely clear, we have another semi-artifact to use. With the cat flag, we can operate in the fog. Little Pumpkin recounted these things with great joy. Suen, infected by Little Pumpkin's emotions, was also very happy. Yes, with that black cat flag, Suen could suppress evil spirits and not fear ghosts. Just thinking about it made him excited. Chapter 538. Suen loves staying home, but only if she's not locked up. The fog in this level is like an invisible cage, trapping Suen in the pumpkin RV, preventing her from leaving. In reality, Suen also wanted to go out and explore, searching for treasure chests and fighting monsters with Wan. She's just not strong enough, and she's afraid of being harmed and controlled by ghosts in the fog, becoming a weakness that would drag Wan down. Suen glanced at the bear watching TV and eating cherries. From a mighty and powerful bear to a quiet homebody, how could there not be a sense of disparity? The bear is sensible, well-behaved, and smart. He knows he can't cause trouble, so he obediently does what he can at home. A cherry was stuffed into Suen's mouth. Master, I don't know why, it makes me uncomfortable to see you with that expression. Little Pumpkin patted his chest, feeling the taste of his heart. Muffled. I like it when Master smiles. Suen chewed the cherry in her mouth, a large red cherry. With a gentle bite, the sweet and sour juice burst forth, filling her mouth. Very sweet. The little pumpkin in front of her looked a little pitiful. Suen smiled and rubbed the little pumpkin's head. Little fool, you're overthinking things. The little pumpkin's fair cheeks instantly flushed. With repeated upgrades, the mask on her face grew smaller and smaller, the wood grain on her joints faded, and she looked more and more like a human. The wind picked up, blowing Suen's hair and the little pumpkin's short hair, making it feel cool. It seems to be getting a bit colder. Master, I go close the window. The little pumpkin shyly closed the window. The wind rippled the mist, dispersing it slightly, revealing a glimpse of scenery not far away. Suen turned back and noticed a broken sign. It looked like a shattered billboard. Looking again, the fog surged back, engulfing everything. The area not far away was once again shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Suen pointed to the spot and said to Little Pumpkin Nanling, "Is there something over there? Can you drive over there for a moment?" "Okay," Little Pumpkin replied. Suen watched as the pumpkin cart began to move in place, its universal wheels turning and driving directly from the center of the road to the side. The protective shield and the fog-dispersing fuel lamp worked together to quickly clear the white mist from the air, clearing the view about 3 meters ahead of the pumpkin cart. Suen saw a shattered wooden board appear on the side of the road. Only a corner was visible. The black ball played the music of good luck. This was the order she had given it, to play good luck directly in case of any special situation. Suen pushed open the door and tried to go down to investigate. The plank was partially enclosed by a protective shield, so it shouldn't be dangerous. Wait, Master, don't take any risks. Let Wan and Little Fox go. Little Pumpkin and Bear stopped Suen. Then Little Pumpkin shouted. Pumpkin masks appeared on the second and third floors, relaying Little Pumpkin's words. Little Fox, mopping the floor on the second floor, and Wan, swinging on the swing on the third floor, sprang to life upon hearing the noise. They followed the elevator entrance and floated straight down from the upper floors. Little Fox was incredibly fast. By the time Wan came down, he had already scurried outside, his tail wrapped around the broken plank. Suen took a closer look. It indeed looked like a shattered platform sign. Typically, this situation involves a closed platform. While there are some unknown risks, there are also many benefits, so the platform core is essential. Platforms that are about to close, or have already closed, are the best places to obtain platform cores. Shaoli, please look around to see if there are any similar platform sign fragments, Suen said. And Bao Li got it. I go now. Xiaoli quickly agreed, and as soon as the words fell, the fox darted out. I go check too. With that, Xiao Wan transformed into the Wan and also darted out. It was so fast that before Suan could say anything, the beautifully costumed ghost disappeared into the mist. Then, Suan saw the Wan, the cat ghost, and the audience flying around. The main purpose was to find platform sign fragments, and to attack and devour any evil spirits that stumbled upon them. Soon, Xiaoli and the cat ghost returned several times, and the wooden sign fragments on the living room floor piled up. Inside the pumpkin carriage, Suan, Little Pumpkin, and Little Bear were putting together a platform sign. Like building blocks, the sign slowly began to reshape itself. Slowly, it was about 80 to 90% restored. Only 3 or 4 more pieces were needed to complete it. The sign was in a familiar yet unfamiliar foreign language. The text was incomplete, and the system's translation was also incomplete. Suan looked at the cursive script and felt as if he had seen it somewhere before. Suan touched it with his fingertips, and quickly remembered that it was the same text as that used for the 37th lumber processing plant in Shanghai. Master, we searched everywhere we could, and this is all we found. After a while, Wan flew back. She retrieved the cat ghost audience and returned with 2 wooden planks. Suan took the planks and pieced them together on the platform sign. As the planks were pieced together to over 90%, they glowed, forming a sign. Ding dong, a pop-up window appeared in front of Suan. Congratulations, Player Sunshine Bear, for discovering the abandoned platform, Shanghai Company. Platform, Shanghai Company, abandoned, danger level, unknown, though abandonment is always for a reason, players are encouraged to consider carefully. Information, perhaps, there are some special information and treasures. Spin the platform ticket and choose to explore. Note, this platform is a single-player station, with only 1 entry in the entire area. Abandoning the exploration will automatically destroy it. Yes or no? Since I discovered it, I absolutely must go. Otherwise, it would be a waste to piece it together. Suan believes this Shanghai Company platform is definitely related to the previous Shanghai 37th wood processing plant. Suan remembered that it was a civilization that had fallen silent after a mysterious invasion, and there should be some interesting things there. However, we had to gather our family before we could leave. We couldn't leave our friends alone on the platform. Little, she shouted into the fog. Let Little come back quickly. The fog will block out sight and sound. I go out and look for her, Wan said. With that, Wan flew into the fog. Less than a minute later, Wan returned to the pumpkin carriage, holding an 8-tailed fox. Out of caution, Suan asked each doll for the password, then used the doll's perception skill to synchronize the 2 dolls' perceptions to verify their authenticity. After confirming that both were real, he closed the pumpkin carriage door, took out his 1-hour X3 platform ticket, and clicked confirm to use the platform ticket. A vibration shook the road ahead, and a new fork in the road appeared. Through a layer of fog, a hazy mist appeared ahead, and it was unclear where it led. The payment system counted down, the black ball alarm, and Suan's watch synchronized, setting the safety limit to 2.5 hours later. In 2.5 hours, all 3 alarms would go off, and comparing them would help Suan determine the time. After years of living on the road, Suan had become a cautious veteran. When faced with something like this, he couldn't be too cautious. Let's go! Chapter 539. Everyone gathered in the cab, and Little Pumpkin steered the pumpkin carriage into a fork in the road. It was a wide, paved road, but it was dotted with potholes, seemingly due to years of disrepair. However, judging by the width of the road and the remaining material, one could vaguely tell that this section of road had once been carefully repaired. The pumpkin carriage, driving through the potholes, was like a tap-dancing bear, bouncing back and forth. Everyone unconsciously followed the pumpkin carriage's jolting motions, their bodies trembling. Suan felt a little dizzy. The jolting motions were like an attempt to shake her brain evenly. Seeing this, Little Pumpkin immediately controlled the pumpkin carriage to transform into a pumpkin spaceship, flying a dozen centimeters below. This maneuver completely eliminated the bumps. Isn't this too energy-consuming? Suan asked. Little Pumpkin replied, Master, I think it's more important to keep everyone in good condition so we can prepare for the monsters that might appear later. Suan nodded, agreeing with Little Pumpkin's point, and felt that Little Pumpkin had a point. Soon, Suan entered a complex of buildings shrouded in fog. This abandoned platform had almost no defenses. Why say almost? Because there was a thin, cicada-wing-thin protective shield within the platform. It blocked about 20% of the fog spread, clinging closely to the buildings, making the fog slightly less dense and offering a wider view. Looking at the somewhat familiar high-rise buildings, Sue could imagine how this platform had survived the strange invasion, only to be completely overwhelmed by the fog. The car passed through the abandoned company gate and entered the main building of the complex. "We park here and wait. Be careful," Sue said, then stuffed a bunch of potions into Dewan and Shelly's pockets. Wan and Shelly were the ones going out. Sue didn't intend to take Little Pumpkin and Little Bear with him. They could help at home, but it wasn't convenient for them to go out and cause trouble. "Leave it to me, don't worry," Wan said, puffing out her chest fiercely. "Anbao, Shelly will always be by your side, and won't let you get lost," Shelly said crisply. "Be safe." Then Sue watched the two dolls move away. In the fog, Wan and Shelly's teamwork was actually very strong, with no weaknesses. Wan's strong control and attack allowed her to move freely in the fog as a ghost. Her only drawback was her average resistance to pollution. However, having Little Lizard by her side gave her greater peace of mind. Impervious to pollution, Little Lizard provided Wan with the best protection against pollution. Crucially, Little Lizard was fast, able to keep up with Wan, no matter how elusive she became. Little Lizard also had its problems in the fog. It was easily lost and lost its way home. But that didn't matter. Wan had many Cat Ghost fans, and she could always find Little Lizard. Soon after, Sue used his toy perception to synchronize Wan's vision with Little Lizard's. They were indeed moving together, one at a higher level, the other at a lower level, seeing things simultaneously. Their perspectives were so different that the world seemed two different colors, causing a slight dizziness and a headache. For the sake of continuity, Sue fixed his perspective on Wan. Focusing on Wan's perception, Sue experienced the perspective of a ghost. It wasn't just visual perception, it was a three-dimensional, all-encompassing perception. Dewan could use ghost energy to identify the distribution of ghosts within the building, and could also sense spiritual energy within a radius of about 100 meters, identifying resources. Ghosts could pass through walls and move freely up, down, left, and right. If it weren't for Shelly, Wan could have simply passed through the wall to investigate, found spiritual items, tucked them into her sleeves, and moved on to the next location. Guji and Shelly didn't separate. Wan took Shelly along the normal route. After entering, they began ascending the stairs to explore. She was fast, and her elegant costume and fluttering movements matched many of the stereotypes of female ghosts. Shelly had been hunched over Wan's shoulder since entering the fog, casting an anti-pollution array on her. Because she was focusing on a single ghost, the array could last for a long time. Sue remembered Shelly's perception. From Shelly's perspective, when she activated the anti-pollution array, a layer of white light enveloped the Guardian, and a large amount of invisible black energy was trapped outside. Thanks to Shelly's initial simultaneous perception, Sue knew that the higher up in the building, the deeper the pollution. From Wan's perspective, Sue could also sense a powerful ghostly presence above, but it was dormant and motionless. It only emanated a certain pressure, without any hint of activity. Dewan ascended, restraining her ghostly aura, like a small, transparent being, trying not to disturb the ghosts. This building was filled with ghosts, and her goal wasn't to fight them, but to collect valuable items. In an office on the third floor, there was a glowing button and a cup with flowing spiritual energy. Sue sensed Wan's swiftness in collecting them, without hesitation. With a wave of her moon-white sleeves, a wealth of valuables were swept into her space. Wan, with her own 1,000-meter space, was no joke. She possessed a natural propensity for roaming and sweeping. But there were also battles. Occasionally, she encountered a blind ghost, charging ferociously. A stage would rise, and a swarm of cat-like ghosts would swarm over, tearing the ghost to pieces. If it was floating, they rip it into small pieces and devour it. If it was a corporeal ghost, Wan would collect it into her space. Generally, corporeal ghosts could be separated for spiritual materials, such as the long-haired banshee's sharp claws, which were excellent treasures imbued with spiritual energy. Sue watched Wan rampage and harvest as she went. She also sensed powerful ghosts, but she had the good sense to avoid them. As a sensible person, she knew time was limited and needed to prioritize plunder. One was the primary operator, while Shelly, besides maintaining the anti-pollution formation, served as a companion. Sue watched Wan charge all the way up to the 18th floor, looting countless items. Due to time constraints, Wan didn't examine them closely, collecting everything she could find with her spiritual power. After all, items above the spiritual level couldn't be found, no matter how small. Sue noticed that Wan was looting a large office. A convoluted employee code of conduct hung on the wall. A bunch of ghosts followed it mechanically, following it. Ignoring their bizarre appearances, it truly looked like a stable, operating company. They maintained their pre-existing appearances, working, and doing their jobs as required by the employee code of conduct. Chapter 540. Juan Juan's intrusion caused the monsters to panic, as if they were human and Juan Juan was a ghost. But there was nothing wrong with that. These monsters were weak as humans. Being ghosts didn't affect their self-image as weak. Juan Juan directly controlled the audience of cats and ghosts, rushing forward to kill them all. Then, Juan Juan began to collect the items. These cats and ghosts were Juan Juan's hands, helping her collect the items. Compared to these fragile employee monsters, many of the monsters' computers, keyboards, notebooks, paper, and pens were spiritual items, truly valuable items. In comparison, it was as if these monsters had nourished their items with their souls. Suen looked at this world, which was somewhat similar to Blue Star, and felt a faint sense of desolation, a kind of regret at seeing a similar civilization disappear. She suppressed her emotions, and didn't share them with Juan Juan, so as not to affect her state. But Juan Juan still seemed to sense a little bit of it. Juan Juan mistakenly believed her master was burdened by synchronizing her perceptions, and her speed visibly increased. Juan Juan was incredibly fast, directly utilizing her cat ghosts. These cat-human spirits, after being taken in as her spectators, had been well tended. Through repeated battles, their intelligence and strength had greatly increased. They were excellent helpers. Juan Juan and her cat ghosts looted the roughly 200 square meter office in just over 10 minutes, including the time spent fighting. In a flash, Juan Juan was out, continuing her sweep up the next floor. Suen, following Juan Juan's pace, swept frantically, unable to distinguish himself from reality. In reality, Su Imo and Su Nanling watched Suen, absorbed in another world, knowing his master was synchronizing Juan Juan's perceptions, and so left him alone. The window was open, and Bear gazed out at the buildings veiled in the mist, his eyes filled with longing. Once, he could have gone out exploring, but since arriving in this land, he hadn't ventured out in ages. How could this not make Bear sad? Little Pumpkin came over and tugged at Bear's shirt. "Big Bear, you're amazing. You can do anything. Don't look like that. Thank you for your comfort, Little Pumpkin. We get stronger." Little Pumpkin tugged at Bear's paw. "For now, let's trust Juan Juan and Little Pumpkin said. Not wanting to be idle, Bear went to cook. He figured Juan Juan would be happy to see a tidy house and delicious food by the time she returned, just in time for dinner. Besides, if he did more, Sister Inen would have less work to do. Slipping into the kitchen, Bear was surprised to find a pot of meat already stewing. Turning around, Little Pumpkin grimaced. While it had just been accompanying its owner, watching the melancholy outside the platform, Little Pumpkin had already begun stewing the braised meat. This large pot stew is simply blanched meat, simmered in a large pot, so it's easy to remove and dip into garlic sauce or stir fry. Really. I can't be upset, or I won't be able to compete with Little Pumpkin. Time flew by. The house was silent. Little Pumpkin and Xiao Imo had no idea what was happening on the platform, only able to guess from their owner's expression. Suen felt her head swell, as she watched Juan Juan's battle scene from all angles. On the 22nd floor, Juan Juan faced off against a group of sleeping ghosts. The stage was set, and Juan Juan tried to recruit the ghost as an audience member. This group of ghosts and monsters were bizarre in appearance, dressed in tattered, uniforms, occasionally sporting a few badges adorning their chests. Juan Juan stood on the stage, a celestial, demonic, and stunningly beautiful. She sensed fragments of these monsters' memories, realizing they were warriors who had come to rescue the indigenous people, transformed into monstrous creatures. She sang a play about salvation. In the mist, Juan Juan's stage became a realm unto itself. Suen could sense that it was similar to a realm, though not as stable. It seemed that as Juan Juan leveled up, her skill stage would gradually transform into a realm. Then, her control skills would become even more powerful, allowing her to attract a larger audience. The play captivated the ghosts present. By the time they shed sparkling tears and regained some consciousness, they had become part of Juan Juan's audience at her service. So, in addition to the cat ghosts, Juan Juan's audience now included a dozen or so humanoid warrior ghosts. Suen noticed that Juan Juan didn't accept all hostile monsters as her audience. She only took in the more benign ones, shattering the more evil ones, and absorbing them as energy. Juan Juan fed on negative emotions and treasured positive spiritual energy. Her skills showcased a wide range of opera repertoires, but regardless of the style, whether it evoked national sentiment or themes of love and hate, The overarching theme was to reject evil and promote good. Perhaps this is where the values of Yen Nation's traditional opera lie. Born from opera, the ghosts of the play possess their own moral system and rules. The greatest value of this layer lies in these warrior ghosts. Huan hurried past and continued upward, searching for something. On the 27th floor, Suin, through Huan's perception, discovered a massive monster lurking throughout the entire floor. This floor had a single address, Shanghai Company General Manager's office. Suin noticed Huan acting very stealthy. She had Xiaoli use her conceal aura skill, becoming invisible, and then, turning translucent, she infiltrated with Xiaoli. Suin saw a massive mountain of flesh coiling around the office, resembling a monstrous amalgam of human flesh. Surrounding the mountain were numerous puppet fragments, all of which were super spiritual beings. Then, Suin saw Huan acting on her own, quietly collecting all the puppet fragments. Even after leaving the 27th floor, Suin could still recall the aura of the mountain of flesh, both sickening and terrifying. Huan left the main building and began searching the other buildings. Beep, beep, the black ball, the system countdown, and Suin's watch all chimed in. Suin glanced down at the time. 2.5 hours had passed in a flash. Suin immediately spoke, transmitting a message to Huan via a mental link. Come back. Huan received the message and waved her sleeves, collecting the entire looted room, except for the walls, into her space. As she flew out of the building window, Huan looked back at the buildings rising in the mist, feeling regretful that less than 1% of the entire complex had been looted. She had just finished 1.5 buildings. Huan's state seemed to have inherited a certain possessiveness from Little Pumpkin. As expected, the dolls resembled the person they were with. A few minutes later, Huan and Lily returned to the car. Suin shifted his doll perception to confirm that Huan was real, and Lily was real. Okay, everyone back together, all good. Suin exited the doll perception and closed the doors and windows. By then, it was already dark. In the darkness, Little Pumpkin, without needing any instructions, took off and headed for the platform exit. The fog dispels the fuel lamp, emitting a warm light, dispelling the fog, providing lighting, and helping the pumpkin spaceship to identify the route. Chapter 541. Everyone worked in perfect harmony. After months of training on the If You're a Woman, Go through 18 stages platform, Suin and the puppets had mastered their synergy. Solving the puzzle levels was truly challenging. This journey on the platform was truly worthwhile. Everyone had grown tremendously. Sometimes, just a glance was all it took for everyone to know what to do next. Su-An's nervousness finally settled down after the pumpkin carriage left the abandoned platform. This time went smoothly, unlike the last time he awakened an elite monster at the last moment and was chased, nearly forcing him to leave the platform. Huan had always been cautious. Before entering the platform, Little Bear told her all about his experience at the Star C-37th wood processing plant. Huan approached the platform with caution. As a ghost, she was naturally suited to this environment. She fought quietly and avoided high-level ghosts. With Little Fox's skills, she could still do it. Leaving the platform, ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-dong. Suin received a long string of system messages. This one indicated leaving the platform. Level 4, Foggy and Mysterious Area, Area 001 Shanghai Company, Abandoned, Closed. Total time, 2 hours and 39 minutes. Players, 1. Players who left, 1. Summary. The system deeply regrets this player's quiet departure. It's truly unfortunate that the player didn't stop by for such a beautiful platform. I hope the player continues to strive for success and finds a quick and peaceful death. Restaurant Agent. Oh, Shanghai Company, that name sounds so familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Ian. Lord Mao Su once ran this company, but that's all in the past. I heard the place has been abandoned for a long time. Xueli Buhezu. Oh, is Shanghai Company owned by Lord Mao Su? I just heard about it. Eating Hen Wen. That happened hundreds of years ago. It's normal you didn't know. It's not just Shanghai Company. It's a large conglomerate with over a dozen subsidiaries and dozens of factories. Lord Mao Su is a famously wealthy and beautiful woman. Mu Yanhua, do you know who this Sunshine Bear is? I hadn't heard of her in the first few levels, but I've seen her twice recently. I think she was the one I ran into in Holy Spirit City last time. Dazed Jew, I'm not sure. Maybe she's a newcomer, or maybe one of the big guys should give her a nickname. At Sunshine Bear, come out and chat. Is the old Shanghai Company site fun? Are there any good things there? Suin didn't reply, but looked thoughtful as he watched the stream of discussions about himself. These goblin players don't seem to know they're goblins. Has the system erased their memories? Or are these players once players? Players left on the highway by a failed civilization, their past behaviors being forced by the fog to repeat themselves? Suen looked up from the public screen, glimpsing the mist in the night sky, and began to hypothesize. What if her fog-dispelling oil lamp couldn't stay lit, and was gradually eroded by the fog's pollution? Would she become one of these players? Then, was she human or a ghost? Forget it, she didn't think about it. Although she wasn't currently contaminated, she was clearly not a pure human. After all, what pure human could cultivate, bring a doll to life, or use telekinesis? From the moment their talents developed, humans were no longer fully human. The only difference between monsters and humans was the clarity of their minds. After coming to terms with her thoughts, and making sure her logic was coherent, Suen happily went to the bathroom to run some bath water for Huan and Xiaoli, welcoming them home. After an afternoon spent out in the dust, a hot bath was the perfect way to relax. Huan and Xiaoli, transformed into their ghost forms, leaned against each other to rest. Over 2 hours of running back and forth were exhausting. Although Xiaoli had barely walked, the strain was still exhausting. Seeing her master emerge from the bathroom, Xiaowan eagerly transformed into Big Wan, and took out her belongings to show off her finds. But Suen said she wasn't in a hurry. Suen told her and Xiaoli to bathe together, then come out to eat. Afterward, they eat and drink their fill and clean up together for the evening. Huan agreed and immediately rushed to the bathroom, with Xiaoli in her arms. In the bathroom, Huan was deeply moved to see her master's prepared bath water, shower gel, and soap. Swish! Huan threw Xiaoli into the warm water, then transformed herself into Xiaowan, stripped off her white dress, and dove in. A huge splash erupted. In the living room, Suen went to the warehouse and retrieved a bucket of Evening City hot spring water. She wanted to cleanse Huan of the impurities brought on by those negative memories. By the time the hot spring water was in, Huan and Xiaoli were almost done bathing, so Suen changed the water for them. Dinner was braised pork noodles and braised pork rice. The braised pork prepared by Little Pumpkin, paired with the snow-white noodles or the shimmering rice, sprinkled with emerald green scallions, was a feast for the senses. Suen didn't go out exploring, but with a bowl of noodles overflowing with ingredients and a bowl of rice topped with meat, she felt a bit overdone. Little Pumpkin said confidently, "Master, you can only eat from these 2 small bowls. They eat so much, so what if your bowl has a little more meat?" Little Pumpkin's words almost made Suen laugh. The 2 bowls of rice and noodles weren't large, but they were both overflowing. The meat was almost more than the noodles or rice. Large chunks of braised meat, thinly sliced offal, and generous amounts of chopped green onions and cilantro, making up this delicious meal. Suen sighed as he ate. Little Pumpkin's cooking skills are really getting better and better. After dinner, everyone looked at Huan's hall. Since they were raiding an office-like building, Huan had collected a large amount of paper, pens, computers, books, and other office supplies. These supplies all had spiritual energy attached to them, otherwise Huan wouldn't even look at them. Suen used the system's detection system to examine them one by one. Most of these items were exquisite or spiritual level, possessing special abilities due to the misty environment nurtured by the previous owner's soul. However, they all carried some contamination and needed to be cleaned before use to avoid potential side effects. However, most of these abilities were relatively useless to Suen, such as a computer that could automatically write reports by absorbing mental energy, a pen that transformed blood into ink daily, a nap pillow for comfortable sitting and sleeping, and clothing that automatically transformed itself by absorbing blood. When Suen saw these items, he had already arranged their destinations, packaging them up and selling them for food. There were also some notable finds, and Suen sorted them all out and distributed whatever was useful to everyone. The following are the highlights. Chapter 542. Automatic faucet. Inserted into the ground, it automatically finds a water source for use. Durability. 67/100. This can be used outdoors. It looks very convenient. Ghost King's button. When worn, it allows you to channel your spiritual energy, allowing you to transition between reality and illusion, making you immune to physical attacks. Note: if used for more than 3 minutes, it will be corrupted by ghost energy. This item can be transformed into a ghost during combat. Polar Bear Mount Painting. This item uses spiritual energy and summons a polar bear mount, making it convenient for travel anywhere. Durability. 79/100. Several fragments of the Super Spirit Puppet have become Little Pumpkin's treasures. These Super Spirit items, originating from the same source, will greatly aid Little Pumpkin's growth. Little Bear is delighted with the spirit-level ball of yarn, promising to use it to knit a sweater for Suen. A bountiful harvest, a bountiful harvest. In the evening, everyone enjoyed sorting and organizing the harvest from the platform together. Besides these practical items, the knight also collected a lot of miscellaneous items, especially when they were leaving in a hurry, so they packed up the entire house, so there was quite a lot of clutter. Tables, chairs, benches, and paper documents. Little Bear had disposed of them directly in the warehouse. The solid wood furniture became firewood, and the useless items were piled together and sold cheaply by the owner. Suen flipped through the paperwork, glancing here and there. The system's translation revealed that this was a large company that, in addition to furniture and food, also conducted research on metamaterials. Suen, after a bit of guesswork, figured out that these documents were internal company documents. It seemed that this company had been in business for a long time. Suen flipped through a diary. Suen enjoyed reading notes. After more than 10 minutes, she stared at the empty notebook, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Why did it end here? She really wanted to know what happened next. The diary tells the story of a human from the Nike clan, who discovered something was amiss at her company and couldn't leave. She recounted how a fog suddenly appeared one day, shrouding the entire city in mist. Then, on her way home from get off work, she found herself unable to leave the company. The humans panicked, believing it was an unknown disaster. As they fought for survival, the company underwent a transformation, coming to life and imposing various rules based on each employee's position. Initially, those who failed to follow the rules of survival met a tragic end. But even more terrifying, they resurrected after death, becoming creatures that operated according to the rules of survival. So, the diary's owner was forced to act according to the rules of survival. The diary then records some of this employee's life at the strange company. Whenever she felt down, she would write in her diary to express her feelings, recording the strange things she encountered at the company. Suen was reading with great interest when the notebook's information stopped. He flipped through the pages a few pages later, and they were all blank. Perhaps his master had met with misfortune. Suen closed the notebook and continued to flip through the pages, looking for any clues, but he didn't find much. Wanwan observed her master's focus thoughtfully. Perhaps she could collect more textual material during her next exploration of the platform. The master loved reading. The next day, it was a sunny day, the scorching sun filtering through the mist, illuminating the entire room. The first thing Suen did when she woke up was look outside. Perhaps because the sun was so blazing, the fog seemed to offend a bit. This pale fog made it hard to see any ghosts. It's a beautiful day today. There are fewer ghosts outside, Wanwan commented. What a beautiful day, Suen sighed, looking out the window. Sometimes, Suen couldn't help but sigh that humans were just such mean creatures, herself included. For example, she normally didn't want to go out, but in this foggy world, she was desperate to go out. After all, she could just leave once it was sealed. For example, she normally didn't like ice cream, but she craves it most during her period. In short, there was always a suicidal thought brewing within her. As if sensing Suen's eagerness, Wanwan said, Master, the sun is shining brightly today. I ask Wanwan to go for a stroll with you. We just explore the neighborhood. Shamefully, Suen's heart was moved. She reached out and touched the air outside. The temperature was neither too hot nor too cold today, a perfect time to go out. Perhaps she needed to get out and about. Only by interacting with it could she better understand the environment. After washing up and having breakfast, Suen went out with Wanwan and Little Fox. Also with them were Little Pumpkin and Little Bear. Though Bear resisted, Suen didn't miss the eagerness in his eyes and took him along, cradling him in his arms and Little Pumpkin on his head. Wanwan and Little Fox, now a fox girl, flanked her on either side. At first, Suen didn't enter the fog. Instead, he led everyone inside the protective shield, observing the pumpkin carriage. In front of the pumpkin carriage, the fog dissipated, and the oil lamps burned brightly. Suen refilled the oil lamps, and they burned even more vigorously. Suen tried to touch the flames, but they weren't hot at all. It was a spiritual fire of expulsion. Suen then took out a rope and tied it around the pumpkin cart and her wrists to prevent her from getting lost. Wanwan felt her master was being too cautious. With her around, there was no way she could get lost. Suen stepped deeper into the mist, not going far, not even off the road, because he was careful to make sure he was on the road. The surroundings were a pale white, filled with mist. The mist felt cool against his skin, not uncomfortable. Suen knew that Xiao Li's protective array was working. The Little Pumpkin and the Little Bear were both trying to touch the mist, sensing the uniqueness of the environment. Suen did the same, extending her mental power to sense the mist. It wasn't water droplets, but spiritual power. The wisps of mist were like scattered souls, so many that they materialized into white mist. In that moment, Suen gave the mist a wonderful metaphor. Suen had no idea how many soul-bearing creatures had perished in this world. Suddenly, a demonic spirit rushed over. The sudden appearance of the demonic creature startled the bear, and it clung to Suen tightly. Huan reacted quickly, spinning around and dispatching the demon with a single claw. As the demonic spirit died and dissipated, Suen saw a more substantial stream of white smoke entering Huan's body. However, only a small portion entered Huan's body, the majority dissipated into space, making the white mist slightly thicker. Suen had always been aware of the spiritual energy gained from killing demons, and now she had a clearer view of how this energy worked. At that moment, she experienced a profound realization, and her spiritual power increased by several points. Chapter 543. Ding Dong, player Sunshine Bear is detected to be in a good mood, entering the state of enlightenment, and the upper limit of spiritual value has increased by 32. Immediately afterwards, Suen felt her mind heat up, and a huge change occurred in her spiritual sea, and a condensed core appeared. Ding Dong, player Sunshine Bear's spiritual value has undergone a qualitative change, generating a star core and ascending to super spiritual pseudo. As her body began to change, Suen followed the rope back into the pumpkin carriage. She didn't have time to say more to the dolls. She closed her eyes and sorted out the state of her spiritual sea. Her spiritual sea, which had previously been a blur, now became a clear world in its own right, surging with waves. This caused the dolls to express their concern. "Master, what's wrong?" Huan looked stunned. "What just happened?" Little Pumpkin asked. On bow," Little Fox called out. "Sister Anan is fine, don't disturb her," Little Bear said, calming everyone down. The little bear transformed into a large bear, picked up its comatose owner, carried him to the bed, and tucked him in. He silently stood by the bed. "From now on, we all take turns guarding Sister Anan," the little bear said. The dolls nodded repeatedly. Suen appeared on a lonely island in the midst of a surging ocean. On the island sat a single pumpkin carriage, its interior structure identical to its real-life counterpart. Suen now stood on its roof. Before her lay a swirling star core. It was small and transparent, yet it shimmered with a rainbow of light like a diamond. She had ascended to the super spiritual stage. More accurately, her spirit had ascended to the super spiritual stage, though her overall strength was still far inferior. The diverging progress of her mind and body caused her spiritual sea to become unstable, dragging her consciousness into the sea. When her spiritual sea stabilized, she could finally escape. Suen thought that her sudden behavior would cause the puppets to worry again. Thankfully, by the time she entered the spiritual sea, Suen had already led everyone back to the pumpkin carriage and hadn't collapsed outside, thus avoiding a lot of trouble. Thinking through all this, Suen quickly took action. The sooner she finished, the sooner she could return to reality. In her spiritual sea, Suen, without any instruction, spontaneously controlled the spiritual energy within the star core, calming the turmoil in her spiritual sea and sorting out the mental chaos caused by her body's inability to keep up. She felt like a dragon, traversing the ocean, using the Dragon Ball star core to calm the turbulent waves. After an unknown amount of time, the star core dried up, but then, with power from an unknown source, it quickly recharged, allowing her to continue suppressing the waves. After repeated attempts, his spiritual sea finally became like a well-behaved puppy, completely tamed, no longer turbulent, and trying to confuse Suen's old man. Suen opened his eyes, and upon seeing the caring bear, he was holding a bowl of potion and feeding him spoonful by spoonful. To facilitate the feeding, the bear was 2 meters tall, its chest covered in clothes, its face kind, like a grandmother bear. At that moment, Suen felt a warm feeling. He recalled a memory of himself being ill, and the hunchbacked old woman coaxing him to drink medicine. The two overlapped, and his heart felt truly warm. The sour, herbal taste of the potion still lingered in his mouth. He took a look and saw it was blue potion. At that moment, Suen understood where his inexhaustible spiritual power came from, suppressing his spiritual sea. Xiong was truly attentive and clever. "Sister Anan, you're finally awake. I sensed your mental strength had been declining, so I took it upon myself to feed you the blue potion," Little Bear explained upon seeing Sister Anan awake. Suen took the blue potion from Xiong and drank it all in one gulp. Bitterness settled in his throat, yet his heart was sweet. Suen hugged Big Bear tightly, resting his head against his broad chest. He said, "Xiao Mo is very clever. The blue potion was truly invaluable to me. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just fainted because the mental upgrade took some time to adjust. Suen's voice pressed against Xiong's chest, making it sound like a buzzing sound. Xiong couldn't quite hear what Sister Anan was saying. He could only feel her warmth against his chest, a warming, buzzing sensation. Ah, Master's awake. Master, Master. On bow. The dolls noticed the commotion and rushed over, swarming over. I want a hug. I want a hug too. Bear, get smaller. You're so big, Master can't hold us. Suen rose from Bear's arms, watching the scene with a mixture of laughter and tears, and hugged everyone in his arms. They rubbed against each other. How long have I been unconscious? Suen asked. Master, you slept for 10 hours and 27 minutes. It's 5:37 p.m. now, Little Pumpkin replied in a clear, crisp voice. At noon, I fed Anbao some porridge. Bear gave Anbao 3 blue potions and 1 health potion. Little Fox is a data person. Master, how are you feeling now? We can only sense your energy levels, which fluctuate, but we can't tell what's happening. Huan asked. Facing the concerned dolls, Suen explained that he had fainted due to his upgraded spirit points. Upgraded? Master has upgraded. Wow. Hearing Suen's announcement of her spirit points upgrade, all the dolls erupted in excitement and rushed forward. Suen took the opportunity to demonstrate the changes he had undergone after the upgrade, mobilizing the spirit points between the star cores. His spirit points, like a tidal wave, overwhelmed the space within the pumpkin carriage. It even spread beyond the space, pushing the fog back a bit. Suen withdrew his spirit points, and the dolls were stunned. First, one applauded, then everyone followed suit. The little bear claps his hands together, clapping faster and faster. How could Suen not be proud of himself as the applause continued? His entire body couldn't help but straighten up, his chest rising a little higher. These dolls were truly the most supportive, each one giving a lot of emotional value. Whether it was a level up or some other joyful event, everyone was able to cheer Suen up. Happy, celebrating. One of the puppets shouted, and the black ball started playing a passionate drumbeat, then began to twerk in place, hips swaying. For a moment, it was like a riot of demons. Suen couldn't help but join in the exaggerated atmosphere, twisting his body along. How could good things be achieved without delicious food? In Yen Nation culture, festive occasions always require delicious food to celebrate. As soon as the dance finished a number, Little Pumpkin clamored for a feast to celebrate. Little Pumpkin headed straight for the warehouse, not looking back, and reappeared with a large bucket of ingredients overflowing with ingredients. Master, wait for me to show off my skills. Little Pumpkin said excitedly, scurrying into the kitchen. Chapter 544. Suen couldn't see what ingredients Little Pumpkin had prepared. It was so fast, it scurried off, disappearing in a flash. Nanling, I go help you, Suen said, half poking his head into the kitchen. No, no, no. Master, you go out and wait for what's ready. Big Bear and Little Fox, stop jumping around and come in and help. In the blink of an eye, only Huan remained in the living room, showcasing her live figure and performing a theatrical dance. Then, from the kitchen came the sounds of clang, 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 crackling, and sizzling. It was incredibly lively. Suen watched the mist billow outside the window, taking in the beauty of the moment, and soon smelled a waft of fragrance emanating from the kitchen. These days truly were becoming more and more hopeful. In the kitchen, Little Pumpkin directed Big Bear and Little Fox to immediately begin working. The frozen meat hadn't been thawed yet, so Little Pumpkin first used Little Pumpkin's big cannon to treat it. Soon, the frozen meat turned into fresh meat. Little Pumpkin took half a goat monster, a quarter of a gurgling beast, and a spirit fish as tall as Little Bear. These ingredients needed to be processed one by one. After thawing them one by one, Little Pumpkin gave the goat monster to Bear to disassemble, handed the gurgling beast to Little Fox, and prepared the fish himself. Little Pumpkin spoke succinctly. For the goat monster, make grilled lamb chops and stir-fried lamb with shallots. For the gurgling beast's elbow, braise it whole, and make crispy pork belly with the remaining meat. Everyone was accustomed to kitchen chores, so Little Pumpkin knew what he was going to do the moment he spoke. Bear began processing the goat monster, cutting the remaining lamb chops into large chunks. He then trimmed the lamb chops with a sharp knife, trimming the leftover meat, and slicing it into lamb slices for Little Pumpkin to stir-fry with shallots. Elsewhere, Lily used his exquisite knife skills to carve up the gullah beast, slicing off the legs into chunks to create the elbows. The gullah beast's belly meat was a premium, 3-layered pork belly, which Lily cut into strips for deep-fried pork belly. Little Pumpkin wasn't idle either. Using his telekinesis, he scaled and gutted the fish, rinsed it repeatedly under running water to remove any blood, and then marinated it with scallions, ginger, and crushed black pepper. While waiting for the fish to marinate, Bear's lamb chops were also separated. Little Pumpkin took them and began washing, seasoning, and marinating them. Marinating lamb is different from marinating fish. Fish only requires black pepper and salt. The lamb chops require a stronger flavor, so herbs like water plantain are essential. Besides the storage, they also require a complex seasoning of salt, chopped coriander, sugar, and cumin powder. Little Pumpkin had used up every last spice in his spice box. Meanwhile, lamb chops are much thicker than fish. To help the flavor absorb, Little Pumpkin used his telekinesis to transform into needles, and pricked the lamb chops several times before dunking them in the marinade. Once everything was marinated, Little Lee's gula beast was separated. Little Pumpkin had Xiong Shum light the stove while he cleaned the gula beast's elbow, dried it, roasted it on the stovetop to remove the hair, and scraped it clean with a knife. Blanching the scallions and ginger, pricking the lamb with needles, smearing it with soy sauce, preparing the pan, and frying. The steps were tedious, but with a reasonable division of labor, they went swiftly. Suen, eavesdropping from the kitchen, knew from the noise that a feast was about to begin. Anticipation welled up in her mouth, and the aroma wafting from the kitchen made her mouth water. The sour, astringent taste of herbs still lingered in her mouth. Thinking of this, Suen went to the refrigerator and grabbed a bottle of Coke, sipping it slowly to help her taste buds recover. The sweetness of the cola impacted the sourness on his tongue, and in that instant, Suen felt an extremely strange sensation. A unique aroma. Surprised, Suen pulled out a cup and mixed the blue potion with the cola. Sure enough, the aroma spread. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, you discovered blue potion cola. The blue potion's palatability is increased by 100%, its potency is increased by 20%, and it produces a new ingredient, fragrant cherry, which can speed up the recovery of mental energy and increase the duration of the effect. Suen took a gentle sip. The sourness and bitterness of the blue potion were neutralized by the sweetness of the cola, giving it a mellow aroma. That might be the fragrant cherry the system mentioned. Next, Suen began experimenting with mixing cola with red potion, Sprite with the potions, and sugar with the potions. She mixed a table full of colorful drinks, but then the system prompted her that she made a poisonous potion. Suen, recovering from her shock, looked at the dazzling array of small, colorful drinks, feeling a little embarrassed. She just seemingly messed something up, but finding a combination for a positive buff and a negative toxin meant her efforts hadn't been in vain. Suen tried them all, and aside from the poisonous ones, the remaining drinks and potions all had ordinary flavors, a blend of sweet, sour, and bitter. They tasted like cough syrup, sweet and bitter, not particularly appealing. Suen disposed of the odd little drinks and began making them. For example, mashing cherries and adding Sprite, or tea. For example, adding lemon slices and honey to make lemonade. The sky gradually darkened, and it was pitch black outside. So dark that the fog was barely discernible. One could sense the prying eyes of the ghosts outside the protective shield and drew the curtains, blocking the view from inside to outside. After Huan finished fixing the curtains, she joined Suen and enjoyed a drink with her host. Huan loved sweet things, and no matter what drink she was drinking, she always say, you could use a little more sugar. Soon, dinner was served. Suen's eyes lit up when he saw the dishes Little Pumpkin and Xiao Mo brought out. If he had known it was a feast, the dishes would have been so tough. A whole braised pork elbow, beautifully shaped like tiger skin, its reddish-brown flesh glistening with oil. Grilled lamb chops, sprinkled with cumin and chili peppers, several pieces larger than a face, sizzled with oil and exuded a rich aroma. The crispy pork belly, roasted to a crisp, its skin brimming with beautiful bubbles, was now on the table, and Little Pumpkin was chopping it into small pieces with a kitchen knife. These dishes were all incredibly appealing. By comparison, the cold mixed cha-cha grass, stir-fried lamb with shallots, stir-fried lean gouda beast with chili peppers, and tomato and egg soup that Xiaoli brought back one after another seemed insignificant. Suen's eyes were fixed on Little Pumpkin slicing the crispy pork belly. Crunch, crunch, the pork belly was finally sliced. Little Pumpkin used his telekinesis to select the most beautiful piece, dipped it in the dry seasoning, and brought it to Suen's mouth. Master, try it. Suen couldn't refuse, nor did he want to. The steaming piece of roasted meat flew across a few meters, the heat dissipating, making it just right for her mouth. Suen opened her mouth and took a bite. The fat burst out, coating the lean meat, and as she chewed, it filled her taste buds. It was so fragrant. Gouda beasts are naturally rich in fat, and this dry roasting removes most of it, actually enhancing its flavor. At this moment, she could only taste the crispiness, not the slightest bit greasy. Suen's mouth was occupied, unable to utter a word of praise, so he could only give a thumbs up. "Ah, I want some too," Wan said, swallowing her saliva and slurring her words. Little Pumpkin also stuffed a piece of meat into Wan's mouth. After slicing the crispy pork belly, Little Pumpkin began to carve the lamb chops. Using a sharp knife, he cut along the seams of the lamb chops, slicing them into strips. As they sliced, the juices emanated from the lamb chops, carrying a distinct lamb aroma. Chapter 545. The bear, now a large bear, brought a bubbling, grilled fish from the kitchen. The fish was golden and crispy, with a delicious charred crust, as if it had been deep-fried. Beneath the fish lay a multitude of vegetables, fried potato chips, chunks of white radish, cilantro, fish balls, and shallots. The red oil covered the fish, gently bubbling, its aroma overpoweringly spicy. Suen's eyes followed the dishes, each one looking fresh and unblinking. Little Pumpkin's cooking skills improved, improving the family's meals. While Suen and his puppets feasted and celebrated, some players lived in despair. He-Ching cooked porridge, patiently stirring the pot until the rice grains bloomed and no more could be cooked. Cooking a handful of rice into this pot was a real challenge. He-Ching glanced at the little girl sleeping in the tent, thinking this might be her last meal of rice soup. This was the last bit of food left. If the little girl didn't wake up, she would start cooking ghost meat for Sai. This would be a gamble on how long Sai could survive the pollution. He-Ching shifted her gaze to the stove. The so-called pot was rather simple, a tin can. There was not a drop of oil in the can, proving that the players had been trapped like this for a long time. He-Ching removed the pot from the stove and set it aside, turning off the spirit source stone fire furnace to conserve fuel. The entire road suddenly darkened, leaving only the fog-dispersing oil lamp providing light, providing space for a tent. He-Ching waited for the porridge to cool a little so that she could feed Sai the rice soup without scalding her. During this time, He-Ching sat at the edge of the tent, gazing at the fog. From time to time, a ghostly face would appear from the fog, making various terrifying expressions at her, trying to shake her mind, instill fear in her, and take advantage of the opportunity to enter. The woman remained steadfast and unmoved. Even as her face was covered in black lines of contamination, she remained unmoved. Several days had passed since leaving the Holy Spirit City platform, and the three-person team was barely surviving. Hai-Yin was trapped on the platform, unable to escape, and Si-Yi remained comatose. Her system functions had been disabled due to excessive distortion, leaving her unable to contact Hua Cheng and forced to find a way to save herself. This went on for several days. The supplies in her backpack were dwindling. He-Ching maintained her composure, trying not to let the contamination drive her mad. She struggled to maintain her life and care for Si-Yi, hoping that Si-Yi would recover and turn things around. She would not give up, and would persevere until the very last moment. On the highway, the fog dissipated, and the gasoline lamp provided a breathing space, like an isolated island. The woman held the flushed, unconscious little girl, feeding her rice soup bit by bit. Suen couldn't help but burp. She was so full. She had barely touched a single bite of the rice made with a Little Pumpkin. Just a few of these dishes would have been enough to fill her up. There was still a lot of food left in the kitchen. Little Pumpkin had prepared too many ingredients. Because there were so many ingredients and the oven was small, a second batch of lamb chops and crispy pork belly was even cooked. By the time the second batch arrived, Xiong and Huan were both a bit exhausted. They'd eaten almost the entire table during that time, and they already eaten quite a bit. Xiong had been less active recently, and his appetite had dwindled considerably. Wan's appetite had increased, but not by much. Suen looked at the freshly cooked delicacies, but couldn't finish them, feeling a pity. After all, these delicacies were only at their best when fresh out of the pot. Now no one could enjoy them the way they tasted right out of the pot. They were still delicious when refrigerated for a second serving, but they wouldn't have the same texture as before. What a shame. Suen thought about sharing, and suddenly remembered Sai, whom he hadn't contacted for a long time. He wanted to ask her about Holy Spirit City, but he'd forgotten about it in his busy schedule. Not sure if she'd been there yet, but he acted on his thought. Suen asked Little Pumpkin to find a wooden lunch box, and began filling it with grilled lamb chops and crispy pork belly. Soon, the wooden box was overflowing. Only the barbecue was a little bland, but the side dishes had been eaten almost entirely, leaving almost no leftovers. Making a fresh batch wasn't worth it, so Suen thought for a moment and packed a box of rice. The barbecued meat and rice were also quite good. Suen's portion was a bit large, Sai could eat it all by herself, and if they were in a group, she could add a side dish. The meat was only expensive in the 4th level. It was cheap in the first few levels. Suin wasn't stingy and simply sent it over via email. She even left a message about the delicious food she made today and wanted to share it with her. After delivering the barbecue, there was still a pile of barbecue in front of her. Suin looked a bit nauseous after eating so much. "Would you like to eat this next time?" Suin asked the dolls. Suin looked at the main eaters, Little Bear and Wan Wan. "Yeah, sure, we can eat it," Wan Wan replied. Little Bear shook his head, then nodded in realization. Suin almost laughed out loud. It looked like they had enough too. Little Pumpkin was truly amazing, managing to fill 2 big eaters like this in one meal. Little Pumpkin was now a skilled cook, perfect at filling everyone's stomachs. Suin simply packed everything up and gave it away. Qingju, the little orange cat fairy, Kali Chiozei. She gave a portion to every player she had a connection with, both to build relationships and to see if she could gather some intelligence. After giving them away, she put the rest in the refrigerator. Ah, the frozen door. Time flew by, and the next day, Suin had already received a flurry of responses from many familiar players. But among these messages, the only one missing was Sai, her usual enthusiastic response. Based on Suin's understanding of Sai, she wouldn't fail to respond if she saw her message. That wasn't Sai's nature. She had a vague, uneasy suspicion that something had happened to Sai. Why wouldn't she reply? Unable to see, asleep, unconscious, in danger, Suin thought about many things in a flash. Suin suddenly remembered that Sai and Hai Qing had left messages together when the Holy Spirit City platform was open. Suin opened the public screen, found Hai Qing's account, and tried to send a message. Ding dong, this player's current account has been blocked. Message failed. Blocked? This usually happens when a system function is blocked by an item, or when the system expels someone from the group. Hatching from the strategy group, something's wrong. Thinking of this, she immediately sought out Haiyan. Luckily, she could still find records of their previous team-up. Looking at a message that the account had been deactivated, Suin was speechless. Dead? With her teammates like this, Yotsuba was likely in grave danger. Chapter 546. At that moment, Suin pondered many things. Should she help? How should she help? And should she help at all? But she quickly realized that since Fugue had proactively reminded her to help Qiming escape death, she should also help Fugue's friend. Besides, Sai was a rather special stranger to her. Damn, she had finally crossed paths with the humans of Blue Star. Suin held her forehead. After several minutes of intense thought, Suin decided to do something. She contacted the little orange cat fairy, found Feng Yanzishi, and bought a remote blessing skill for Lucky Sai. This was the safest rescue method Suin could think of. Give a blessing remotely, and let her do the rest. If all went well, they should be able to avoid danger and seek good fortune within the platform. They had just delivered food and chatted yesterday, and everything went smoothly today. Feng Yinsher had always teamed up with the little orange cat fairy and offered no money, but Suin insisted on paying. After a bit of arguing, a few gold coins resolved the issue. After finishing all that, Suin said she no longer cared about the matter. She only occasionally glanced at the public screen, her expression betraying her insincere nature. The morning had been restless, her mood unsettled, and she couldn't quite concentrate on the TV shows. The projection screen broadcast the entertainment programs cached on her phone. The variety shows featured various entertainers having fun, but their joy wasn't contagious to the audience outside the screen. The pumpkin carriage stopped and started. Wan Wan and Little Fox teamed up to search for treasure chests outside, leaving everyone else watching TV. Little Pumpkin noticed Suin's distraction and asked if she wanted to change the show. Suin nodded. Little Pumpkin fiddled with her phone, dragging Little Bear along to choose, before finally settling on a cooking competition. Live commentary of the match blared from the TV, and Little Pumpkin and Little Bear were lost in the action. Suin occasionally glanced at the delicious, high-quality golden egg fried rice, thinking it looked just average. Time slipped by in this routine. Suin didn't notice as she and the dolls gradually researched the food on the show and whether there was a script. Ding dong. Suddenly, a message arrived from Lucky Clover. Lucky Clover, thank you, Sunshine's sister, for saving my life. I kowtow, kowtow, kowtow. The long string of messages, so overwhelming that it couldn't fit on a single screen, was just Clover style. She's safe, so good. Suin's lips curled into a smile. For an unknown amount of time, Clover seemed lost in one maze after another. She almost forgot who she was. But every time she wanted to give up, she could feel a warmth enter her stomach from her mouth. It was the sensation of eating. Her body absorbed the energy of the food, nourishing her mind, allowing it to clear a little, maintaining a desire for life and remembering something. Yes, she couldn't die. She had to live on, to know all this, to meet Sister Fugu again. She recalled her spiritual obsession, maintaining this perseverance, dragging her heavy body through the palace of her mental memory, wandering endlessly. She walked for an unknown amount of time, exhausted. The warm currents that had appeared periodically were gone, and her strength was gone. Had she been abandoned? Suddenly, a burst of colorful light appeared, and Yotsuba saw a proud mermaid. Her glassy eyes looked at her coldly, without emotion. I wish you, at this moment, good mind, good health, and all the best. As her voice fell, a rainbow of light entered Sai's mind. She suddenly opened her eyes, and looked at the tent, which was filled with warm light. Inside, the light was reduced to a small flame, and the mist-dispelling oil lamp was about to go out. Outside the tent, a figure with a sword guarded her. It was Sister Hitching, who was fighting a ghost, trying to buy time and protect Sai. Memories were reflowing. Haiyan paid the price of staying behind at the platform to cover her retreat, allowing her and Sister Hitching to escape the platform and return to the foggy and eerie highway. During the battle, she had overdrawn her mental energy using skills, using up all her lucky cards and passing out. Sister Hitching had been caring for her all this time. Sai's operation went smoothly. She dumped everything in the space out in one go, opened the blue potion with one hand, and poured it into her mouth, gulping it down. With the other hand, she held the lamp oil, refilling the mist-dispelling oil lamp. In this foggy, eerie world, a fog-repelling lamp is a must-have, so essential that even the system will grant one upon entering the level. However, you need to collect the lamp oil yourself, either from platforms or treasure chests. Without a lamp, no matter how powerful you are, you can't survive the constant attacks of the foggy monsters. After adding the lamp oil, the flame suddenly blazed brightly, dispelling not only the tent but also the fog outside it. The invisible light of the lamp oil burned the monsters in the fog like a raging fire. Many monsters screamed and ran away. The monsters around Hiching cleared out of combat. She stood there weakly, panting, her back trembling as she faced Ce, looking somewhat pitiful. Ce rarely saw the incredibly powerful and Hiching so vulnerable. But she also finished 3 bottles of blue potion in a row before taking action. Her condition wasn't great at the moment. Her mental strength was depleted, her stomach was hungry, and her body was weak. If it weren't for the blessing of the proud mermaid in her spiritual sea, she really wouldn't have woken up. After her energy had slightly recovered, she crawled out of the tent and tried to move towards Hiching. Don't come over here, Hiching said hoarsely. He paused. A thought struck her. A decontamination skill landed on Hiching. Don't waste your energy. I already suffered irreversible deformation. Hiching turned around, revealing a ghostly face. Black lines covered her kind face. These days, to survive, she had consumed a lot of monster meat, leaving clean, uncontaminated food for Ce to sustain. Hiching knew that Ce's system account was still there, and there was still hope for survival. Also, she was a very important player in the hope sequence. The existence of every such gifted player was a light for humanity. Quit the team and live a good life, Hiching said. Stop, that's not like you. Yashai said only this, then unleashed one decontamination skill after another on her. This left Hiching bewildered. Was Yashai referring to her personality changing due to the pollution? Oh no, this is dangerous. Suppressed negative emotions enveloped her. Yashai used up all her mental energy, gulped down a blue potion, and rested. She also checked the public screen. Ding dong, team will fall apart sooner or later. Player wins song activated a blessing skill on you, doubling your luck. Ding dong, player lucky Yashai gained 3 minutes of lucky time. Hurry, seize this lucky blessing moment. Lucky Yashai was stunned. She had woken up within those 3 minutes. Chapter 547. She knew Feng Yingji sure, but not by chance. She suddenly used a skill on herself. It couldn't have been a sudden act of boredom. Someone must have ordered a blessing skill for her. Who was it? Her current team. Haiyan was in danger, and An Hiching's system account had been banned. The strong, needless to say, had gone to live on the platform by Feng Tiankai had found. Lucky Clover flipped through the pages. The latest news was about Sunshine Bear. Last night, Sister Sunshine had emailed her some food. The source of their concern was immediately clear. Clover retrieved the email. Opening the wooden box, she found plump white rice and sizzling grilled meat. Tears instantly blurred her vision, and she sent a string of excited messages. Clover and Aunt Hiching shared the meal. The food was a little cold and greasy, but it was solid food. For the starving, nothing warms the heart more than food. As the rice entered her mouth, she savored its sweet flavor, and instantly realized it wasn't just ordinary broken rice, but the incredibly expensive, magical rice sold at the Huacheng train station. She couldn't help but eat faster. She still had her wits about her, eating a little to fill her stomach. Then, Sai wouldn't let Aunt Hitching and herself eat any more, saying she needed to save some for the medicine. Their priority now was saving lives. The food was fine, but they could take their time. Hitching stared at the lunchbox, a little reluctant to part with it, but obedient. She said she wouldn't eat, so she didn't. At that moment, Sai felt like Hitching was a docile little animal. She was under pollution control, and while she had some animal feral nature, she could also be very obedient at times. Sai handed her a bottle of blue and a bottle of red potion, motioning for her to drink. He-Ching sat obediently and drank the potion. Ce summoned a beetle car and hung the fog and fuel diffuser light on it. Then she simply packed up the tent, essentially dismantling the frame and folding the tent fabric around the poles to store them in space. After gathering all the supplies from the road, Ce led He-Ching into her 10-square-meter home. Ce inspected the beetle. Since she hadn't summoned a vehicle yet, it was in the same good condition as before entering the station. The gas tank was half full, the water tank half full, the power supply was sufficient, and the interior was clean. Ce first took He-Ching to shower and change clothes. She had been lying in the tent for who knows how many days, and she felt exhausted and sticky, desperately in need of cleaning. He-Ching naturally wanted to join them, otherwise, she couldn't stay at home. They were both girls, 20 years apart, and He-Ching was her mother's age friend, so there was nothing to be shy about. Ce looked at the stunned He-Ching and got to work. She immediately stripped He-Ching of her clothes and instructed her to bathe. Perhaps because she was awake, He-Ching relaxed, her mind shrouded in mental pollution, leaving her dazed and vacant like a small animal. Ce finished undressing and looked at the person before her. A woman in her 40s is at the peak of her charm. The fine lines around her eyes don't diminish her mature allure. And He-Ching is very tall. Without her clothes, her body is covered in muscle and scars. Ce even spotted a few bullet holes. Ce couldn't help but feel a little distressed, so she moved more gently. However, she still needed to use the bath towel. Ce was so dirty, she insisted on cleaning thoroughly, otherwise her clean home would be polluted. Click, 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 Ce transformed into a bath scrubber and began to work. This made He-Ching grimace in frustration. Yashai wasn't afraid that He-Ching, already distorted by pollution, would attack her. If she truly wanted to, she would have done it long ago. Pollution truly varies from person to person. Some people simply won't harm others. These people are known as noble. Pollution can draw out human malice and distort human kindness. For example, in the face of hunger and poverty, many people, driven to extremes, experience a deep hunger that leads them to kill, plunder, and eat their own kind. However, some, even starving to death, would not harm innocent people. He-Ching possessed a deep sense of morality. Yashai couldn't live up to it, but she admired it and benefited from it. This was why she trusted He-Ching with her back, and was willing to team up with them. She might not be noble enough to sacrifice herself for justice, but these people could. It's said that, to uphold their integrity, many players in the strategy group swore an oath before the gods, engraving a spiritual mark to uphold their integrity. But this was just gossip. Sai couldn't imagine what it would be like if there were gods in the Yin kingdom of Blue Star, idealistic, or something else entirely. Sai was an average student in class, a middle-of-the-pack student, never particularly impressive. The years of the apocalypse had eroded much of her junior high school knowledge, and she had forgotten much of what she learned. But now, she could cook, take care of herself, fight monsters, make friends, and discern people's hearts. She considered herself excellent even in this way. After taking a shower, Sai cooked the food Sister Yangguang had shared with her into porridge. The rice grains became popcorn, and she added some grilled meat scraps. Porridge made a larger portion, and was convenient, perfect for her and Hitching. While the porridge cooked, Sai was already thinking about how to quickly decontaminate Hitching and restore the system account. Suin felt relieved when he received Sai's message. As long as she's safe. At that moment, the program on the projection seemed even more interesting, and Suin turned to watch it with gusto. I really want to make golden egg fried rice, but unfortunately there are no eggs. Suin heard Little Pumpkin mutter. Eggs aren't that hard to come by, Huacheng has them. Farming, raising chickens, ducks, and pigs are what the Yin people of Blue Star are best at. However, cross-border transaction taxes are quite high. The pumpkin carriage stopped and started, watching episode after episode of TV. Seeing new delicacies, Little Pumpkin forgot about the golden egg fried rice. The day flew by, so quickly that Sue-Ann felt embarrassed. It seemed like she had just played all day, eating and drinking, and it was over. As night fell, the pumpkin carriage stopped, and Sue-Ann began her only task of the day, drawing cats. The new doll, tentatively a small, adorable orange cat, could transform into smoke and travel through the fog. It would also have a physical form, and possess some of the strength of a bear. Perhaps due to excessive expectations, Sue-Ann's drawing speed was slow, and he could only draw a small amount each day. After spending over an hour, Sue-Ann felt his mental energy drained. He drank a blue potion, stopped working, and went to sleep. Wan poked her head over her painting, which was already about 70 to 80% complete, and exclaimed, "Shuju is amazing." As the doll that the family most anticipated as their new companion, Wan would visit Xiaoju every day and praise him daily. She helped Sue-Ann collect and make the pigments while he was making his new doll, and input dark spiritual energy into it. The next day, Sue-Ann woke at dawn. Sue-Ann received a platform message. System, ding dong, the special platform Spirit Mountain Mine is about to open. This opening will last for 3 hours. Players holding tickets for the Spirit Mountain Mine special platform, please be prepared. This announcement is only visible to players holding special platform tickets. Players have 30 minutes to prepare. Sue-Ann's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 548. She hurriedly woke the dolls. It was only 5:30 in the morning. If she hadn't gradually made early bedtime and early rise a habit, she would have missed this platform opportunity so early in the morning. The system was so stupid, issuing an announcement at this hour. The treasure chest hunt started at 9 o'clock, and most people wouldn't be awake at this hour. The crucial preparation time was only half an hour. Sue-Ann woke all the dolls and changed them into outdoor clothes. It had been raining outside today, and the sound of the rain had begun in the middle of the night. When she opened the curtains in the morning, the rain was still falling, and the fog had dissipated a lot in the rain. Sue-Ann and the others were all dressed quite warmly, and they even put on raincoats to prepare for the rain. After passing on the clothes, they simply stuffed some bread and steamed buns to fill their stomachs. In the last 3 minutes, Sue-Ann followed the system's instructions and submitted a special platform ticket Spirit Mountain Mine vein for 3 hours, waiting to depart. Time passed quickly, and half an hour flew by in the hustle and bustle. A platform road appeared ahead, and the system timer function purchased in the upper right corner began to count down. 2 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Time slipped away, and without Sue-Ann's command, Little Pumpkin sped off towards the fork in the road ahead. Very smooth. The platform road was incredibly smooth, without a single bump or stumble. It was even better maintained than the roads on the highway. The sensation of Little Pumpkin's wheels rubbing against it was like a massage. Little Pumpkin couldn't help but purr in pleasure, then exclaimed, "Master, this road is so comfortable to drive on." Based on Sue-Ann's many visits to the platform, the better the platform road, the more thoroughly maintained and powerful the platform. For example, the roads in Yiming City were the best she had ever seen. Being more comfortable than Yiming City likely proves that their strength is comparable to Yiming City's. Due to the rain, the fog had thinned considerably, and it dispersed even more as they entered the station. The car gradually entered the mountain road and began to climb higher. Raindrops pattered against the glass, splashing water. At this moment, Sue-Ann saw many other players' vehicles following behind him, one next to the other. At first glance, there were dozens of them. Why say other players' vehicles? Because player vehicles are very recognizable. Some of them are system standard, while others are strangely shaped, completely different from the vehicles on the station. It seemed that this was a platform that supported multiplayer interaction, involving interaction with other players. She hoped there wouldn't be any disputes. She had no intention of killing anyone, but if necessary, she wouldn't hesitate. "Little Pumpkin, speed up," Sue-Ann said. The pumpkin car sped away, leading the mountain road, and was about to enter the factory ahead. Sue-Ann noticed the sign in front of the factory. Shanghai Lingshan Mine. At the mine entrance, there were barriers blocking vehicles and guards. The guards were 3 2-meter-tall puppets with double doors on their shoulders. Everything was operating normally. Sue-Ann had been to 2 of Shanghai's properties before, but both were abandoned. Seeing the Shanghai Lingshan Mine in operation for the first time was a bit skeptical. Just as Sue-Ann was debating whether to fly over, the guard had already opened the gate and mechanically announced through a loudspeaker, "Players are welcome to come and mine. You have a 3-hour mining license. To extend your time, please go to the first floor of the mine office building to apply. Remember to pay attention to the time." If you exceed the time limit, you will be considered illegal mining and become our new employee. The guard's words were blunt. The pumpkin cart passed through the gate and entered the mine. The next vehicle followed closely, and when Swan's pumpkin cart stopped at the mine office building, it also entered the gate. The guard opened the gate and said the same thing. Leaving Xiong guarding the cart, Swan, wearing the pumpkin mask, with Fox sitting on his shoulder, and Huan following behind, entered the office building. 3 hours is really too short for mining. I believe the extension time is the first stop. Arriving at the first floor lobby, a fishman with dead eyes sat at the office window. He looked a little sorry, but his service attitude was extremely friendly. Seeing Swan arrive, her dead eyes narrowed into slits as she introduced the different time packages. The basic one offered 3 hours of unlimited mining with extra time. For more advanced packages, there was something like a woman digging for 100 days straight. In addition, she also sold standing tickets. Standing tickets ranged from 30 minutes to 3 hours, and the prices varied. Suan understood that this platform ticket was primarily an entrance fee, requiring the use of an item that could be used to bind the platform coordinates. The key was purchasing a renewal time after entering, otherwise a few hours of mining wouldn't be enough. On her first visit, Suan didn't overdo it, buying 3 30-minute platform tickets and instead opting for a 3-day, 3-night mining package. This 3-day, 3-night package was the limit of Suan's ordinary tobacco supply and the maximum she could work without interruption. It cost a total of 122 gold coins, a price she felt a bit heavy about. If she didn't dig up any high-level spirit source stones in those 3 days, it would be a complete loss. After purchasing the package, Suan immediately took the ticket and left. Behind her in the queue was a short, gloomy girl with black hair, dark eyeshadow, and pale skin, resembling Huan. Behind her in the queue was a deformed man with 4 arms. At first glance, both resembled ghosts. Suan was terrified and immediately headed for the pumpkin carriage without saying anything. Suan didn't know it, but she was wearing a pumpkin mask, a coat, a black raincoat, and white gloves, revealing no skin at all. Her mental aura was powerful, and as she walked quickly, a floating creature followed her. Amidst the faint mist and the drizzling rain, the eerie atmosphere was no less intense. The girl, nicknamed Dead Jellyfish, namely Mushui, shuddered at the sight. The players below looked eerie. She shouldn't have come here. A bang! A slap landed on her back from behind. Mushui, what are you standing there for? Get down there and recharge your time. 3 hours won't do you much good. The slap sent a shudder through her body. Aw, sisterly, don't be like that. Scaring your own people will kill you. The girl turned back to look at her teammates, a pitiful expression on her face. The player nicknamed Shueli Bu Jiu frowned helplessly. Here they go again, looking soft and adorable, but actually frighteningly fierce. This is the team's crybaby onslaught. Let's go! Shueli pushed open the car door and got out first. Shui, don't dawdle. Get out now, said Fu Xiao. Yes, said Shiluo. The twins, squinting their eyes and smiling as they spoke, looked handsome and kind in their black and white uniforms, similar to those of the Archons. For love and peace, said Shiluo, spreading his snow-white wings. For light and hope, said Fu Xiao, spreading his black wings. Lovely and charming light and darkness, holy light dawn, darkness, Shiluo welcomed Shui out of the car. The two of them were in a state of awkwardness. Li Mushui's fear vanished completely, and she quickly jumped out of the car. She really didn't want to be with these two Chunibu psychos sobbing. She broke into a quick run, no longer frightened by the sight of those sinister players. She just wanted to get away. Sisterly, wait for me, she called. Snowly walked deliberately slowly until she found the little girl. She told her to go with her, saying she couldn't stay in the car. In the car, the twins hugged each other and moved. Chapter 549. Woo, Xiao Shui is so obedient to us. As expected, Xiao Shui really likes us. Suan began to select a mine. There were 12 open mines to choose from. The locations, hazards within, and the quality and quantity of spirit source stone produced were all detailed on the bulletin board. Except for 3 nearly empty mines with virtually no danger, marked recommended for newcomers, all other mines carried some risk. Bear, wearing a heavy raincoat, stood behind Suan, awaiting his master's choice. There was a parking lot in the square, but for safety reasons, the pumpkin cart had long been put away by Little Pumpkin. Suan wanted to find a mine with relatively few people. With 3 days to spare, she wasn't in a rush, so she observed the players from the square and watched their choices. Over 20 vehicles entered. Most of them were in groups, with small teams of around 4 or 5 people, and small groups of around a dozen or so. A few were lone wolves. Suan wasn't exactly a lone wolf. To outsiders, Suan's group consisted of 3 people. Suan, the tall bear in a raincoat, and Wan, transformed into a translucent ghost. Neither looked too good to be true, so no one approached them. Slowly, nearly 100 players gathered in the square. However, due to the 4th level screen, Suan wasn't sure if any of these players were ghosts. Where there are people, there are interactions and conflicts. While Suan was watching, he heard a noise. A little girl, looking soft and adorable like a custard bun, was being attacked by the largest group. That group, mostly strong men, looked very formidable. The chubby little girl was crying, sobbing softly, her expression filled with grievance and fear. This person seemed so easy to bully. Some players, still sympathetic, couldn't bear to watch, but no one stepped forward to help. The Doomsday game had been going on for so long, and no one had bothered to intervene. Suan remained unmoved. She sensed that the men's low-level provocations were just tests, and that the chubby girl seemed genuinely afraid, but she must be no weakling. Because her teammate, the tall woman in the windbreaker, didn't seem worried at all. A few minutes later, the chubby girl yelled, "Don't come over here, I'm really scared." Then she stabbed the chubby man over 1,000 times with her dagger. It was so fast. As fast as the wind. Tears streamed from her eyes, but her hands were frighteningly swift. She sobbed and killed several of the chubby men around her. Before she attacked, Suan clearly saw her teammates retreat 10 meters. And then, 2 twin birdmen appeared out of nowhere, holding Lala balls. They shouted, come on, the best, the best." Interesting. The battle was about to begin, and the 4-man team easily defeated a team of a dozen players. This proved a point. The weaker the players, the more they wanted to survive together. Often, a large team actually signifies mediocrity. Looking at the blood-soaked field. She must not go down to the next mine with this team of players. Suan thought to herself. Suan kept a small notebook in her mind, silently noting down the players, who were not mentally normal. After sorting it out, there were no normal players among these players. They were just more or less obviously crazy. The last mine she entered was number 11, the most remote and least crowded. Only 3 teams had chosen this mine. A gloomy girl and a bunny man, a hunchbacked old woman, a handsome and elegant middle-aged man, and a teenage boy. Suan didn't argue with either team. Wearing a headlamp and holding a mining shovel, they entered the mine one by one, keeping a safe distance. The mine was tall and large. Bear, keeping a 2-meter distance, led the way. Little Fox rested on Bear's shoulder, providing additional protection against pollution. Wan floated behind Suan, covering the rear. There were lights at intervals throughout the mine. This station was more expensive, but it still provided some basic security. For example, the mining lamp, mining shovel, and basket were all provided free of charge. However, most players didn't need a basket and could simply carry it directly into their system backpack or space equipment. Suan's space equipment, besides the doll's own, consisted of the earrings. Her space earrings always contained emergency supplies, including a tool and supply kit that would last her 14 days in the wild. System backpacks would become disabled if the system account was banned, but space gear wasn't subject to this risk, so generally, more affluent players would keep a backup of space gear. The further ahead, the darker it got. The mine wasn't a single line, but rather interconnected. Suan had no specific plan for where to go. As long as he could avoid the other 2 teams, any destination would be fine. Scratching the mine map loaded by the system, Suan randomly pointed in a direction. Entering a relatively small cave entrance, Bear had to crouch down. There wasn't much light here, so he could only rely on the mining lamp to peer through the top. He reached the end of the mine, which was much wider, allowing Bear to stand upright. Suan found a relatively open area and began placing fog-dispersing oil lamps and searchlights. Little Pumpkin measured and found a high-ceiling spot, where she unloaded the pumpkin cart. Thanks to the compressed space, the pumpkin cart wasn't large, about the size of a small car, making it easy to carry. Bear randomly picked a direction and began digging with a mining shovel. Soon, she unearthed a large piece of low-level spiritual source stone. "Sisternin, I found it," Bear said excitedly. The spiritual source stone was the size of a 2-meter tall bear head. If it were cut into the small pieces you buy in the store, it could probably be cut into hundreds of pieces. Little Pumpkin pounced on it, unable to resist kissing it. Holding the spiritual source stone, which was almost as big as her own body, her excitement nearly overflowed. Bear was greatly encouraged and dug even faster, her shovel and digging speed soaring. After setting up the makeshift camp, Suin and her dolls joined in the digging for spiritual source stone. The shovel was a bit heavy, and each swing required strength to dig. Without the strength of a bear, Suin was panting after a few strokes and could barely continue. But she wasn't without success. The fingernail-sized fragments of spirit source stone were also a reward. Compared to physical strength, Suin's telekinesis was much more efficient, comparable to half a bear's. Chapter 550. Xiaoli's mining skills were also quite good, keeping up with Xiong's progress. Wanwan was much worse. Like Suin, Wanwan was physically weak, but she could mine with telekinesis. As for Little Pumpkin, she was completely useless at either. She was a complete mining idiot. Whether she dug with her shovel, either with her body or with her telekinesis, the mine remained unchanged. Little Pumpkin was naturally weak. There was nothing she could do about it. She pouted, but quickly accepted the reality. Suin divided the work among the players based on their abilities. Xiaomo and Xiaoli were the main miners, taking turns digging and mining as much spirit source stone as possible within 3 days. Wanwan and her took turns digging with telekinesis, also acting as guards. Besides controlling telekinesis mining, mental power also allowed them to take turns guarding the passage, ensuring they could react quickly to other players approaching. Little Pumpkin took care of the meals and logistics. Time passed quickly. Everything flowed smoothly, and in an orderly manner. With no new players disturbing the mine, Suin removed his disguise and dressed in normal clothes, which alleviated the stifling heat from his raincoat and coat. Suin and his team divided the mine into 2 separate holes, digging simultaneously. This way, they could keep the pumpkin cart moving forward while continuing to advance. In the first round, Xiong and Huanwan dug together. Xiong worked grunting, while Huanwan lay on the front of the pumpkin cart, her body dazed, her shovel moving forward only with her telekinesis. Every now and then, the two would unearth a piece of spirit source stone the size of a bear's fist. To stave off boredom, Little Pumpkin hung a black ball on the front of the cart and played dynamic music. It was like playing a rhythmic piece during exercise. It made the exercise more exciting. It was observed that the bear's digging rhythm always matched the music's beat. A bear's stamina isn't infinite. When its energy level drops below 30%, it needs to rest. At this point, Little Pumpkin will offer a wrap or a meat sandwich for the bear to eat and regain its strength. These wraps and meat sandwiches were all made by Little Pumpkin during this time. Whether they taste good or not is undeniable, but they're simple, large, and easy to eat. Braise some bacon, stir-fry some shredded potatoes, chop some scallions, cilantro, and cucumber, then wrap or sandwich everything in a large pancake. Make them one by one and enjoy them hot or cold. Very convenient. At first, Little Pumpkin made wraps, but later found that rolling and baking them was too much of a hassle, so he simply made a batch of dough pancakes to fill with fillings for meat sandwiches. Everyone took turns working. While the bear sat down to rest, Little Fox wielded his shovel and began digging. When Huanwan stopped, Suin used telekinesis to control the shovel and began digging. Don't worry about the broken dirt and gravel you dig up. Little Pumpkin will take care of it. Periodically, Little Pumpkin will use its space to store it. Then Little Pumpkin will ask Huanwan to accompany her on a trip to dump the broken dirt and gravel onto the ore mountain outside the mine. These ore fragments also contain a certain amount of spiritual source stone, but separation requires some skill, which players generally don't have time for. They simply dig out large chunks within a limited time frame and take them away. Everyone was above the spiritual rank, and Suin's spiritual stat had even reached super spiritual, so judging the spiritual energy concentration was a piece of cake. Everyone dug in the direction of higher spiritual energy concentration. After working for an indeterminate amount of time, Suin felt exhausted and stopped to let Huanwan take care of him while she rested on the pumpkin cart. The pumpkin carriage's door was open, allowing a glimpse of the living room from outside. Little Pumpkin was strolling back and forth between the kitchen and living room, fiddling with something. Entering the carriage, Suin saw that Little Pumpkin had made a pot of pie, now steaming hot from the oven. Seeing his master return to rest, Little Pumpkin enthusiastically said, "Master, have some pie. It's still warm from the pan. We have fillings with bok choy and meat, grass-fed meat, coriander-fed meat, and pure meat. The meat is from livestock purchased from Yiming City, and it's tender and soft. Don't worry, I eat it later," Suin replied. She sat on the sofa, picked up a bottle of blue potion from the coffee table, and drank it. Her energy was low, and she had no appetite. After a few sips of the blue potion, she had an idea. She found a cup, mixed the blue potion with cola, and drank it all. The aroma spread across her tongue, the sweetness overcoming the sourness, and her mind felt comfortable. Soo-in closed his eyes, savoring the comfort of his mental energy for a moment. He wasn't sleepy yet, but he was exhausted. Leaf tobacco can be refreshing, but it's not enough to keep you from feeling tired. After a short rest, Soo-in finally regained his appetite and took a pancake from the table to eat. Because they'd been taking turns mining, they hadn't eaten together in the past few days. Everyone worked in shifts, ate separately, and ate on their own when they were hungry. Soo-in took a bite of the pancake. It seemed baked. The cooking method meant there wasn't too much oil on the crust. Xian's leavened pancakes were soft and easier to digest. The filling she was eating was cha-cha meat. The meat wasn't minced, but cut into sieve-sized pieces. The sour and spicy taste of the cha-cha grass blended with the meat, making it feel like hot and sour meat itself, very refreshing and delicious. Soo-in took bite after bite. His appetite was piqued, and the food became increasingly delicious. To prevent his owner from choking, Little Pumpkin brought a bowl of clear soup. It contained only broth, no toppings. Soo-in took a sip and discovered that the corn and pork rib soup had a rich flavor of corn and meat. After eating and drinking, Soo-in rested for a while, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and then went back to help Wan. In the meantime, the energy-starved bear returned and finished a pot of pie. But it didn't matter. Little Pumpkin was still baking pies, and after finishing one, he could still bring another. This delighted the bear immensely. He loved the feeling of eating one, and after another, each pie had a different filling, like opening a blind box, each flavor a surprise. The bear wasn't picky about food. He loved everything. This voracious appetite was also the source of his strength. Soo-in mechanically dug at the wall with his shovel. The music had stopped. The black ball had gone to recharge from playing too much music. The mine was silent, the only sounds being heard of Soo-in and Xiaoli swinging their picks. Ding-dong-dong, ding-dong-dong. Duong. The pick made a sound as it struck something heavy. Soo-in knew he had made a breakthrough. He used his telekinesis to scrape the gravel and dirt, then began to hammer away at the surroundings. Soon, Soo-in unearthed a palm-sized piece of spirit source stone. The spiritual energy content suggested it was that of an intermediate-level spirit source stone. Yay! Soo-in happily controlled his telekinesis to move the spirit source stone over, examining it under the light. It was a pure white solid, incredibly hard, neither gold, jade, nor stone, brimming with spiritual energy. Soo-in stored it in his own space, and the pick and shovel began to clink and dig forward again. After digging a certain distance, the pumpkin cart would move forward a few inches, and the little pumpkin would float down from the cart to collect a batch of broken dirt. Although mining is hard and tiring, the things you dig up belong to you, and it is really addictive. Chapter 551. That fist-sized intermediate spiritual source stone seemed like the perfect stimulant, energizing Soo-in's digging. Ding-dong, her pace quickened. Xiaoli, transformed into a fox girl, saw in Bao's efficiency, and sped up a bit as well. Soo-in noticed and said, "Xiaoli, don't rush. Pay attention to your pace, or you run out of energy in a short while." As soon as she finished speaking, Soo-in's digging progress slowed down a bit. She was the same way. Being too impatient would quickly drain her mental energy. This kind of life, without sunlight, and without distinction between day and night, passed by very quickly. The black ball alarm rang in a flash, reminding her that less than 3 hours were left. 3 days had passed so quickly. Soo-in felt a little reluctant to leave, but no matter how reluctant she was, she had to hurry. The 3-hour alarm was the initial warning time Soo-in had set for her to return home. Actually, this time could be shortened, but it was too rushed. Soo-in didn't want speed to become like that. Her personality was one of leaving some room for error. Soo-in collected the manuscript, called out to Bear to stop, and together they boarded the pumpkin cart and left. The pumpkin cart drove toward the mine's exit. In some places, the ceilings were too low for the cart to pass, so Soo-in would get off with the dolls, pack up the pumpkin cart, and walk for a while. This way, stopping and starting, people walking or changing carts, the group traversed various routes back to the main mine. Little Pumpkin would periodically go out to dump the slag. As a frequent occupant of this route, it drove the group out steadily. There was no risk of getting lost. As for whether other players would get lost, that was uncertain. Players digging would cause the mine's passages to change, and with the pervasive fog, there was a high risk of getting lost. On his way out, Soo-in encountered the team he least wanted to be with. In the square, he saw the impressive Crybaby Birdman team. He could hear their movements from afar. They seemed lost and were wandering around the mine. 2 of the birdmen, one black and one white, were arguing constantly. The little softshell girl was crying, and only the captain was calmly searching for a way out. Seeing the lights and the sound of a car, the captain's eyes lit up. The tall, resolute woman called out for help. Sue ignored her and let Little Pumpkin drive away without stopping. However, Little Pumpkin deliberately slowed down before leaving, driving so slowly that a human could catch up at a trot. Not a fool, Captain Lihua's eyes lit up. She gave the crybaby girl and the Birdman twins a slap and shouted at them to follow. She broke into a sprint, catching up with the pumpkin cart ahead. The teammates stopped arguing and crying, and trotted to keep up with the captain. If they couldn't keep up and stayed in the mine, it would be truly terrifying. After exiting the mine, the pumpkin cart ahead suddenly accelerated and quickly disappeared down the road. Lihua paused and said thank you to the distant pumpkin cart. After returning the shovel, pickaxe, and lamp, and returning the deposit, the pumpkin cart left the platform and returned to the foggy highway with over an hour to spare, successfully leaving before the platform time expired. Little Pumpkin huddled up to Suin and asked, puzzled, doesn't the master hate this team the most? He's deliberately avoiding them, so why would he help them? Suin paused and said, I don't hate them, I just find them troublesome. I don't hate them for no reason, nor do I like them for no reason. Suin rubbed Little Pumpkin's head, unsure how to explain this feeling. It wasn't just unfamiliar players like these, even relatively familiar ones sometimes felt like a nuisance. Perhaps it was social anxiety, avoiding socializing unless necessary. Perhaps it was because that team of players was so strong, and he felt that staying away from them would keep him out of trouble. Suin stretched, feeling aches all over his body. It was as if he'd been using his mental energy to mine, while his body was aching from sitting for so long. I figured it out. I think we need a good night's sleep, Suin sighed. Suin stretched his muscles, planning to get everyone to shower before the effects of the leaf smoke wore off, so they could drift off to a restful sleep. I get some food, Little Pumpkin said immediately, calculating how many hours the leaf smoke would still last. Little Pumpkin planned to have everyone eat before bed. After all, there was no telling how many days they'd be asleep. It was better to build up some energy beforehand. Okay, then I take Huan Huan and Xiaoli upstairs to shower. Don't forget to shower too later, Suin said. Okay, master, Little Pumpkin replied crisply. Little Pumpkin rummaged through the large kitchen pot. There was quite a bit of braised meat left. Let's eat it all so it doesn't have to be frozen. But just the braised meat wouldn't be enough. Xiong and Huan Huan are big eaters, and they can eat a lot. Considering their appetites, we have to add some other food. Stir-frying creates fumes, and stewing requires heating oil and preparing rice and steamed buns. Let's just have noodles. Use the braised meat in the noodle stew, and add a few cold dishes. That way, the smell will be less, and everyone won't smell after showering or eating. Plus, eating noodles can help you sleep. Little Pumpkin made his decision and began kneading the dough and cutting the noodles. After 2 bowls of noodles were cut, Bear emerged from the bathroom after taking a shower. Little Pumpkin let Bear do whatever he wanted, making some side dishes and cooking the noodles, while he went to take a shower. Suin took Huan Huan and Little Lee upstairs to take a shower. As the palm-sized doll with the smallest area, Little Lee was the first to finish. She had nothing else to do, so she approached Bear, looking for work. He instructed her to go upstairs and pick vegetables, then come back to wash and cut them. By the time Little Pumpkin was finally fragrant, the noodles had been boiled and soaked in a large bowl. The side dishes had been shaped into bite-sized pieces. The cucumbers had been shredded, the tomatoes had been cubed, and the potatoes had been blanched and cooked. The chopped green onions, minced garlic, chopped chili peppers, and chopped cilantro had already been chopped. The braised pork had been sieved and heated. Bear was an expert in kitchen chores, keeping everything organized. He even prepared the vegetables, chopped them, and prepared the seasoning for Little Pumpkin. Because Bear's seasoning was limited to the basics, oil, salt, black pepper, and 5 spice powder, Little Pumpkin looked around and said, not bad, not bad. Then, Little Pumpkin used her telekinesis to start the Buddha temple. Her telekinesis wasn't strong, but she could easily control small objects. Under her telekinesis, the various seasonings flew into the wooden basin, swirling the shredded vegetables as they were gradually mixed. The aroma spread as the shredded vegetables tumbled. Chapter 552. Salt, sugar, vinegar, chili oil, sesame oil, soy sauce, and pepper. Little Pumpkin's seasoning was complex. As for the noodle sauce, Little Pumpkin didn't overdo it. The braised meat itself was already seasoned, so she added a spoonful of salt to enhance the saltiness, then thickened the sauce with potato starch. This homely noodle meal was ready. The sticky meat sauce poured over the white noodles, paired with a few side dishes, was impeccable no matter how you ate it. Sue-in and Won-won showered, changed clothes, cleaned up, and went downstairs to find themselves faced with such a sumptuous meal. Sue-in felt very happy. There's nothing more blissful than coming home from a shower to a table full of family-cooked food. Sue-in cherished the fruits of her puppets' labor, praising them as they ate. Won-won, who hadn't helped cook the entire time, followed suit and joined in the praise, practically embarrassing Little Pumpkin, Little Fox, and Little Bear. "Oh my, that's not so exaggerated. I just made a quick bite to get by," said Little Pumpkin. "This pre-bedtime noodle dish is a genius idea, not that bad." Little Pumpkin chuckled, scratching his head unconsciously tilting higher and higher. "I didn't do anything, just doing odd jobs," said Little Bear. "My knife skills aren't very good either, hee." Little Fox couldn't help but laugh. Amidst the laughter and chatter, Sue-in devoured a whole bowl of noodles by himself. The noodles were crisp and chewy, evenly thick, and coated in meat sauce, accompanied by side dishes of various flavors, sweet, sour, spicy, and savory. He devoured them mouthful after mouthful. Although Sue-in's praise for the doll was a bit exaggerated, the taste of the meal was undoubtedly impeccable. The braised meat, repeatedly simmered, was tender, fragrant, and melted in the mouth. The mincemeat mixed with the noodles was incredibly delicious. After dinner, Sue-in and Won-won washed the dishes together using telekinesis. One poured in the dishwashing liquid, the other rinsed with water, making quick work of it. Afterward, everyone felt drowsy. The effects of the tobacco leaf gradually wore off, and Sue-in and his dolls drifted off to sleep. When he woke, he felt groggy and lost in thought, completely lost in thought. A glance at the system's public screen time panel revealed he had slept for a whole day and a night. Scrubbing through the messages, it was mostly small talk and advertising for their exchange shops. There was no news of platform settlements, suggesting many players were still struggling. They chose to spend more time mining. What a group of skilled players. 3 days and 3 nights was already her limit. Sue-in stretched and got out of bed. After Sue-in woke, the dolls around him gradually woke up. Although he'd been sleeping all day and night without eating, Sue-in wasn't really hungry when he woke up. Sue-in went to the bathroom, washed up, changed, and went downstairs. Downstairs, Xiaoli and Won-won were already playing together, chasing each other, and jumping up and down the pumpkin carriage in the living room. Their running became more intense, causing the pumpkin carriage to shake slightly. After all, the pumpkin carriage was a carriage, not a pumpkin house on flat ground. It was normal for the carriage to shake with running and jumping. "You two, stop running and jumping," Little Pumpkin said, hands on her hips. "I'm walking Fox," Won-won said. "Xiaoli needs exercise," Won-won explained. Xiaoli jumped awkwardly onto Won-won's shoulders. "Then you go out and run. Home isn't a good place for running and jumping. Your constant running and jumping will make the pumpkin carriage shake violently, and it bother the owner and make him uncomfortable in the shaking carriage." Little Pumpkin spoke. "Okay, we get it." "Sorry, Big Pumpkin," Won-won said. "Sorry, Gua-gua, sorry, Anbao." Little Lee apologized. A daily argument that wasn't really an argument ended. Little Lee was feeling a bit restless, having just woken up. Early in the morning, Won-won took Little Lee for a walk. Little Pumpkin prepared breakfast, and Sue-in came up to help. To keep things simple, they steamed a batch of frozen buns and made a pot of tomato soup. It was almost time for dinner, so Sue-in used his toy perception skill to notify Won-won and Little Lee to come home for dinner. As soon as the scene transitioned to Won-won's perspective, it was a scene where Won-won and Little Lee were teaming up to brutally trim the long-haired banshee's nails. Won-won was seen with her foot on the long-haired banshee's head, using telekinesis to trim the banshee's nails. Little Lee Wei, wielding a broken blade, slashed at Won-won, slicing through monsters like winter melons. One cut after another, a deadly ghost, another after another. The scene resembled a game of mowing the lawn. The broken blade flew, stained with blood, flesh, rot, and pus. From now on, Little Lee must never use her weapon to cut vegetables in the kitchen. A few minutes later, Won-won returned with Little Lee Wei and entered through the bathroom door. Sue-in used his doll sense to connect with each one, and it was real. He told Little Pumpkin to let the 2 dolls in. After a quick wash and scrubbing, the 2 dolls returned, clean and scented with shower gel, to eat together. After dinner, the 2 dolls displayed their loot, some soul barriers, and 2 sets of banshee claws. Little Pumpkin put them in the pumpkin cart storage. While Little Pumpkin was leaving the warehouse, everyone followed him to the pumpkin cart warehouse to take a look at the spoils of 3 days of hard work. The spirit source stones were piled high in the energy room, forming a small mountain. Compared to the coin-sized spirit source stones, these resembled watermelons, winter melons, and cantaloupes, quite impressively large. Here were a large number of low-level spirit source stones, a small number of mid-level spirit source stones, and 3 high-level spirit source stones. According to the valuation, these are worth around 20,000 gold coins, Little Pumpkin said. This fist-sized high-level energy stone alone is worth 10,000 gold coins. Little Pumpkin pointed to the largest high-level spirit source stone. The other 2 high-level spirit source stones were only the size of marbles. Suin looked at the mountain of spirit source stones, several times the amount stored at home, and felt a surge of happiness. He was studying how the stored spirit source stones were dwindling, and how this much income had come in. At that moment, Suin felt that those 3 days and 3 nights weren't exhausting anymore. She could fight for another 3 days and 3 nights. It was just non-stop mining, wasn't it? She could do it. Although she thought so, she couldn't actually go. She waited until next week. Today was Saturday, the boxes weren't spawning, and the pumpkin carriage wasn't moving at its regular schedule. Suin and everyone else were resting at home. The TV was playing today's monster guide. Rule-based building anomalies. This type of anomaly was very interesting. Suin asked, "Look," and led everyone to learn about it. These rule-based anomalies came from a civilization with rapidly developing technology. Because of the prevailing culture of hard work, workers never had holidays, and students never rested. Major office buildings, companies, and schools, among other buildings, were experiencing rule-based anomalies due to pollution. For example, the Shanghai 78th Food Processing Plant, Sakura Junior High School, and the Elite City were all famous for their rule-based building anomalies. As a player, if you want to survive and successfully leave, you must first be a good employee in the factory, a good student in the school, and a good citizen in the city. Upon entering, players can assume roles and gain identities, surviving within the rules, sacrificing their freedom and labor to mitigate pollution. Remember, there are rules and clues everywhere, but they aren't necessarily true. You need to discern the truth from the false. To understand how to discern rules, consult your deduction skills. Chapter 553. First, gather as many clues as possible, then reason based on necessary and sufficient conditions. If A upgrades to B, then if A is true, then B is true. Suin took notes swiftly. Little Bear and Little Raccoon read them bit by bit, rapt with interest. Little Pumpkin felt like he was reading a book of incomprehensible inferences as he watched the theories. What was this TV program doing? Just some weird stuff. Why was it teaching deduction? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand anything at all. Little Pumpkin was a little mad, but seeing Huan Wan's nonchalant expression, he calmed down. Huan Wan wasn't really watching TV at all at that moment. She had long since wandered off, fiddling with her hair and fingers, indicating that she simply couldn't grasp this kind of thing. It was just a weird thing, a similar structure to hers, so a direct one-on-one challenge would be enough. Even if she couldn't win, she could still ask a question politely and with charm. The TV was showing example questions. Hello, player. You just entered this building less than a day ago. You're a student in class 32 of Sakura Junior High School. 3 students have shown interest in you, and you gathered a lot of information and are keeping a record. Your deskmate secretly tells you that the class monitor is lying. The class monitor tells you that the rules the class representative is telling are all false, and that the class monitor is lying. The class representative tells you that both your deskmate and the class monitor are lying. Based on the props, only one of the 3 people is telling the truth. You now need to determine whose clue is the real one. Suin observed for a moment, and quickly concluded that the class monitor is telling the truth. This is a simple deduction. If the class representative is telling the truth, then the class monitor and the class representative are contradictory. So the class representative is lying and the class monitor is trustworthy. Turning around, Suin asked the other dolls. Little Bear and Little Fox quickly gave answers, much in line with her assumptions. Little Pumpkin said, I don't think they're good people, hee hee. She laughed to ease the awkwardness. Well, aside from the question-solving perspective, Little Pumpkin's point is spot on. The platform is full of spooks, and the NPCs are all monsters. They're certainly not good people. But isn't this a question? Suin took notes and continued studying. Afterward, he chatted with everyone about how to deal with spooks and how to collect items. It's so troublesome. Let's see if we can defeat them. If we can, we fight. If not, we can just find their mutation core and use their skills. Huan joined in the discussion. They say ghosts are full of lies. We ghosts are the most capricious. We live by the rules. If they really want to target players, they can bend the rules. Suin put down his notes, looked at them, then at Huan Huan. It seemed that what Huan Huan said had a point. Rules are only made by the strong and endured by the weak. In the world of rule-based platforms, fairness exists only in relative terms. Time slipped by quietly. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted. Suin spent the afternoon making a new doll and finishing the final touches on her orange cat painting. In the painting, a chubby orange cat leaped onto the page. So cute. Huan Huan stroked the little fox, her eyes wide open as she gazed at the painting. The dolls gathered to see their new companion. Everything was ready, except for the spirit attachment. Suin planned to begin the spirit attachment tomorrow, once her mental strength had recovered. She had a feeling that tomorrow would be a tough battle. The blink of an eye. The next day arrived. Little Pumpkin brought out all of her treasured high-level spirit source stones, and generously placed them around the painting. Little Bear took out the small hat she had prepared. She had knitted it from her own wool, with 2 holes cut into the top for ears. It looked like a cute little spaceship. Huan Huan took out a pile of soul crystals, collected during her recent hunts against strange creatures. These could provide some spiritual support. Little Fox offered her blessing, and a continuous anti-pollution array was cast over Suin and the painting, ensuring that no contamination could enter while Suin was possessed. Suin had risen early to bathe and change clothes, waiting for this moment. She held her breath, concentrated, mobilized the star core in her spiritual sea, and used a skill. Professional skill 2, Infuse, consumes a certain amount of spiritual energy, soul force, and vitality to bring the doll to life. Mental energy, spiritual power, and a host of mysterious energies poured into the painting, and the painting before Suin became increasingly vivid. Suin saw the scroll moving. The orange cat in the painting opened its eyes, 2 paws placed beneath it, its butt lifted high, stretched lazily. Then, it raised 1 paw in an L shape, turned its head, and began to lick its leg fur in a seductive manner. But soon, it realized something and reached out from the painting, probing left and right. The painting rippled like the surface of water. The orange cat had appeared plump from the outset. Suin had meticulously sculpted its fur, creating a fluffy, long-haired orange cat look. The cat's paws were white, like white gloves, and the pads on the inside were pink. The cat explored a few times before attempting to emerge from the painting. With this drill, the entire painting frantically absorbed the spirit source stone, soul crystal, and Suin's mental, spiritual, and life force. Turning dead matter into life, nurturing life, requires immense effort. Little Pumpkin saw his master struggling, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He telekinetically handed him the blue potion, the red potion, and the life potion. Suin opened his mouth and gulped them all down. As his level and strength increased, Suin's doll-making efforts didn't become easier, but rather more arduous. Perhaps this was because these dolls were born from her life and soul. The system always considered the dolls, and Suin as subordinate entities. After several dozen minutes, the orange cat emerged from the scroll. It was an exceptionally beautiful cat, born enormous, weighing more than 12 pounds, like a small tiger, with a round head and a majestic presence. Her fur was fluffy, and she looked like a plump orange cat. Waves of orange patterns entwined her body, shimmering golden. Meow. Master, meow. The orange cat meowed. Hello, sisters, meow. The orange cat meowed, a pure, sweet cat call. Suin wiped the sweat from her forehead and hugged little orange. The heavy, soft cat was so wonderful. Suin was thrilled to see it born healthy and safe. Chapter 554. Suin was clearly exhausted, yet he didn't feel tired at all. Perhaps this was the joy of a new life. Suin hugged the ginger cat and immediately spoke, saying the name he had prepared long ago. Hello, Xiuju, your name is Su Qingmu. Qing means purity, tranquility, and wisdom, while Miao means distant and outstanding. Every character in the name carries Su and's loving blessings. I like this name. My name is Su Qingmu, meow. The ginger cat said each word, then nuzzled Suin's chest. The cat was lively. Suin, however, seemed to have lost all her strength. She slumped in her chair, watching Xiuju interact with all the dolls. Big Bear, your name is Su Mo. You're the eldest sister. You have a broad back, so handsome. Gua, that's Nanling, the second eldest sister. Huan Huan is Qi Ming's sister, the third eldest sister. Xiaoli is Xiao Li's sister, the fourth eldest sister. I, Xiao Ju, Su Qingmiao, am Xiao Wu. Xiao Ju darted through the scroll, hopping and exploring the house. Huan Huan and Xiaoli followed Xiao Ju under the guidance of Little Pumpkin, while Bear and Little Pumpkin stayed by Suin's side. I was so tired. My heart was happy, but my body was exhausted. I had replenished my spirit, vitality, and health with red, blue, and white potions, but the fatigue could not be erased. In this warm and harmonious scene, Suen fell asleep unknowingly, and his dream was filled with a peaceful scene. She was sleeping soundly on the sweet marshmallow clouds. The honey lake was flowing with the fragrance of honey. There were mountains made of chocolate, houses made of cakes and candies, and all kinds of fruits decorated the house. The smell of baked cakes filled her dreams, and when she woke, cakes were still on her mind. Suen woke up, looking at the empty ceiling. The familiar shape made her realize that this was the second-floor bedroom of the pumpkin carriage, not some candy, biscuit, or cake shop. Outside the window, a dark, gloomy fog spread, making it difficult to see clearly. The small lamp on the bedroom bedside table cast a faint, warm yellow light, illuminating the entire space. Suen breathed in, sniffing. It wasn't an illusion. The entire room was filled with a faint, sweet, milky aroma. It smelled like baking bread, like candy, cake, and even a hint of pumpkin. The little fox beside her saw her wake up and rushed over to greet her. And Bauer, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell physically or mentally? The little fox's caring words were like a basket of rocks, clattering down on her, catching Suen off guard. Only then did she notice the dolls watching over her. Suen took a moment to process before answering each question. She didn't seem to be feeling any discomfort, so she spoke slowly and logically. Little Lee's eyes darted around as she pondered. As she did, her 8 tails twitched. In Little Lee's eyes, Bao's reactions had slowed down a bit. It wasn't clear if it was because she just woken up, or if it was the after-effects of Xiao Ju's spirit, but with a bang, Little Lee transformed into a fox girl, squeezing over and supporting Suen. In this form, she was taller and longer-legged, making it easier for her to care for Bao. And Bao, if you get up, hold me up. Be careful. Suen chuckled. There was no need for such caution. Then, as she stood up, she nearly stumbled and fell. How could she be so weak? It was a slap in the face. Thankfully, Xiaoli was quick to support her. Slow down, Anbauer, don't worry, we take it slow. Xiaoli soothed Suen, as if coaxing a child. How long has it been since I fell asleep? Suen asked hurriedly. Anbao, it's been about 19 hours since you fell asleep yesterday. It's a new day now. Let's go downstairs and get something to eat. 19 hours? Not bad, just a short sleep. Suen felt she was coping well now. For her now, sleeping for 10 days, or even half a month wasn't necessarily a good idea. After all this time, she hadn't used any pre-swinging or life crystals to wake the doll, so she had to rely on herself. It seems she's running out of energy because she's been hungry from sleeping too long, Suen thought. Suen, supported by Xiaoli, went downstairs. The further down she went, the more distinct the smell of sweet baked cakes became. She guessed that Little Pumpkin was baking cakes, and she couldn't help but feel excited. Arriving on the first floor, Suen watched Little Orange sprawled in the middle of the sofa, seemingly asleep, like a ball of orange. Wan sat on the sofa, observing the ball. Little Pumpkin and the enlarged bear were busy in the kitchen. Seeing Suen appear, the dolls all gathered around him, including Little Orange, who had curled up into a ball. A few minutes later, Suen sat on the living room sofa, cuddling comfortably. And Bao is awake, we can have dinner, Little Lee said. Suen then realized that no one had properly eaten since yesterday, waiting for him to wake up. However, just because they hadn't properly eaten didn't mean they hadn't eaten. All the leftovers from Little Pumpkin and Little Mo's cake had ended up in everyone's stomachs. Suen had fallen asleep not long before yesterday afternoon. The monthly Huaqing settlement arrived again. Xiao Mo took the items out of the warehouse via email. This time, the ingredients were milk, eggs, butter, flour, and fresh fruit. Little Pumpkin baked a number of cakes based on the ingredients. This way, Master can have some cakes as soon as he wakes up, Little Pumpkin said. But since Master has just woken up, you can try this to warm your stomach. After that, Little Pumpkin went into the kitchen to prepare. Suen sat on the sofa, hungry and waiting, petting the orange cat and the little raccoon, who had transformed into his original form from time to time. He opened the public screen with his mind and read the messages. A few minutes later, Little Pumpkin brought a cup of baked milk. The brown milk was placed in a beautiful cup, and you could see some rosy rose petals. A thin layer of milk skin covered the milk. Suen used a small spoon to pick up the milk skin and put it into his mouth first. It was sweet at first, then the fragrance of milk and roses. Taking another sip, the sweet, rose-roasted milk, smooth and rich, slid down her throat, leaving her feeling relaxed. In a moment, the entire glass of milk was gone, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Sue-Ann felt her entire body warm up. Little Pumpkin brought over several exquisitely shaped cakes. Cherry cocoa cake, black forest cake, pumpkin cream cake, rose mousse cake, cheese butter cake. Then, Little Pumpkin and Bear unfurled a banner from nowhere. "Happy birthday, Master Ann." Sue-Ann was stunned, checking the numbers on the public screen. Yesterday's numbers were indeed the same as her birthday numbers, but it didn't seem right. Since entering the survival game, the calendar had been messed up. Today, November 30th, wasn't the same November 30th before the apocalypse. In fact, she was incredibly moved, tears welling up in her eyes as she stared ahead. Chapter 555. Xiaomo said, "We always ignored Sister Ann's birthday, but we won't from now on. Even if the date is different, it won't affect our birthday celebrations." Sue-Ann said somewhat embarrassedly, "Actually, yesterday could have been Qi Miao's birthday. I didn't need to go through all this trouble, waste my time and energy." As soon as she finished speaking, Sue-Ann felt like a parent ruining the atmosphere. She was truly embarrassed, so embarrassed that she felt unworthy, and this subconsciously ruined the atmosphere. This feeling of unworthiness is a common problem for many people. "Sister Ann, you are you first, and then our master." He gave her a bear hug. The orange cat beside him rubbed its head against Sue-Ann's arm. "Master, meow, hello. Master deserves the best in the world. I didn't make enough cake." Little Pumpkin came over. Sue-Ann regained her composure. After finishing the sweet cake and drinking hot jujube tea, Sue-Ann felt sleepy again. She only eaten a tiny bit of cake, but when Xiaoju started to act coquettishly, she was no longer hungry. Sue-Ann had originally planned to check Xiaoju's attributes, but she felt low on energy. She gave up. Never mind. Activating the doll's perception skills wouldn't work if she wasn't energetic enough. Sue-Ann said goodbye to everyone and went off to take a nap. Sue-Ann dozed off for a moment and slowly fell asleep. The dolls gathered together. Xiaoli said seriously, "Since Bao arrived, his reactions have slowed down a lot. His behavior has become somewhat sluggish, and his personality has changed a bit. Hesitation, lack of confidence, and timidity have increased," Xiaomo said. "It's obvious that Sister Ann has become unconsciously reserved." Xiaomo added. "What's wrong with the master?" Wanwan asked anxiously. "Is she unhappy?" "I sing a little song for her later," Wanwan said. "She's timid and weak, and her Xiaoyang Qi is unable to rise. She's suffering from liver depression and gallbladder deficiency, meow. She'd be a bit timid for a while." The orange cat shook his head and talked a lot. "I don't understand. Can you explain it in plain language?" Little Pumpkin leaned over and asked. "What you want to hear is probably insufficient qi and blood, and a weak body. The master has probably suffered from heart damage in the past 3 months, like a heart attack that damaged her heart and mind. In your terms, you could say she's overdrawn her soul. She was already overdrawn. Even after the treatment, her foundation is still unstable. Add to that the fact that she's been awakened this time, and her qi, blood, spirit, and soul have been severely damaged, making her even weaker, meow." Little Orange licked his paw and meowed as he spoke. Everyone finally understood. This is the after effect of the master's previous treatment, which brought them back to life. That time, the master's hair turned white overnight, and everyone thought he recovered. But in reality, his outer injuries were superficial, and his inner strength was weak. Making a new doll this time has revived his old injuries. "If I had known, I should have stopped the master earlier and let you out," Little Pumpkin said angrily. "Look, you're not even worried. If the master continues like this, things will get even worse. You're still licking your paws." Little Pumpkin was even more furious when he saw the cat's carefree demeanor. He wanted to throw it straight into the oven and make a roasted cat jerky. Little Orange stopped licking his paw and used it to smooth his fur. "Guagua, and everyone else, don't worry, meow. This might be a case of good times after bad times, healing from wounds, and without destruction, there's no construction. Life will find its own way, meow. I am the way, meow." Everyone was speechless, watching the somewhat proud ginger cat. "Can someone help me with this? How can it say one thing and then say another, in front of its owner? It's a cute, round, adorable little cat. In front of everyone, it's a proud, conceited old cat, with a raspy, smoker-like voice, and a confident air. Yesterday, when its owner fell asleep, it started talking, saying it wanted to get up around 10 a.m. tomorrow and asked everyone to prepare something sweet, saying that sweet foods are good for the spleen and stomach and soothe liver qi. Besides the sweet treats, it also wanted to have some fun and lively rituals to please its owner. Little Orange's original idea was to make pumpkin buns with brown sugar and dates, aporia cocos and glutinous rice cake, a sweet soup with lotus, lily, and red beans, and tea with ginger and dates. In a lively atmosphere, everyone would sing, write poetry, and draw. Little Pumpkin heard a sweet and ceremonial celebration. Hey, has he ever celebrated his owner's birthday before, or made a birthday cake? So, he made a lot of Western pastries. The ginger cat could only say eat less. This sugar isn't that sugar. Sue-Ann was unaware of this misunderstanding. When she woke, there wasn't a trace of cake on her lunch. Sue-Ann looked at the stir-fried vegetables, steamed chicken, stewed pork, and sweet potato buns in front of her. She felt the dishes were quite different. They were light on oil and salt, yet full of flavor. They tasted wonderfully good. Sue-Ann didn't know the properties of the various foods, nor did she know how tedious the ginger cat was in the kitchen. His cat-like accent nearly made Little Pumpkin's hair fall out. After dinner, she felt more energetic and picked up the ginger cat to try to activate her skill, toy perception. Her mental power was full, but the activation failed. Sue-Ann blinked, stunned. She remembered that this skill could only be activated if her mental power was full and her intimacy with the doll exceeded 90%. She quickly opened her personal dashboard. Doll perception. If you don't understand your doll, you're nothing of the puppeteer. You know all of your doll's emotions and abilities. Prerequisites. Your mental power is full, you have plenty of energy, you're in good health, and your intimacy with the doll exceeds 90%. She seemed to have a minor health problem. Sue-Ann was feeling down, and her petting of the orange cat became slow and heavy. Meow, 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 master, meow, woo woo, pet. The orange cat made a coquettish, clacking sound. It rolled over, revealing its plump, white belly. The thick layer of fat trembled like waves, tempting Sue-Ann. Sue-Ann's attention was drawn to the orange cat's movements, and he forgot about his emo, and couldn't help but pet the cat. Its belly was soft and fragrant. The orange cat purred comfortably. Its eyes narrowed, and its ears twitched. Sue-Ann felt happy again. A minor health issue wasn't a big deal, it could be healed slowly. Having a companion like this, a vibrant life like Little Orange, was worth it. She loved the doll she had created. It was the continuation of her life, a miracle that nourished her spirit and soul. Sue-Ann couldn't help herself and buried her head in the orange cat's belly, rubbing it. Mommy suck. Sister pet. So loving, so loving. Hee hee. Sue-Ann was like some old witch, lost in the cat's caressing, unable to extricate herself. She rubbed her face against the cat's belly, making strange noises. Hee hee, hee hee. Let mommy suck. Let sister suck. Hee hee. Chapter 556. Sue-Ann forgot everything when she was petting the cat. All she could think about was how soft the cat was. Outside the window, the rain was pouring down, and inside the house, cat fur was flying everywhere. After taking care of the plants upstairs, her doll came downstairs and saw this scene. She was stunned. What a charming new companion. After petting the orange cat, Sue-Ann found a place to lie down. Exhausted, she didn't want to do anything, and she accepted the fact that she was lying flat on her back. The orange cat snored in her arms. For some reason, its snoring was quite loud, like that of an older man with a rough voice. Sue-Ann was lying on the first floor carpet, beneath her, a soft, long-haired carpet in off-white and light yellow, with a cartoon pumpkin pattern that smelled like a pumpkin. She looked out the window. It was raining outside today. It had been raining since she woke up this morning, and it was still a light drizzle. After a midday nap, the rain intensified, its patter pinging against the protective shield. Crystal ripples constantly appeared in midair, creating ripples that shielded the vehicle from the intrusion of rain. Seeing this, Sue-Ann felt as if she were traveling through the ocean floor. She was somewhat surprised by the romantic metaphor. Despite the danger, she felt relieved. The fog dissipated. The oil lamp's luminous range was suppressed by the rain, its light barely piercing the veil. This time, even wisps of fog were invading the protective shield. Little Pumpkin, the driver of the pumpkin carriage, was the first to notice this and immediately sparked a discussion. If the fog had already infiltrated the protective shield, how long would it take to infiltrate the interior? Thinking of the health implications for their master, everyone couldn't sit still. Huan Huan and Xiaoli went out to investigate. They walked out of the house together, draped in raincoats. Sue-Ann saw the scene and wanted to stand up to say goodbye, but by the time she realized it, everyone had left, so she had no choice but to lie down obediently. It wasn't an illusion, it seemed she was really slow to react, so lazy. Sue-Ann lay on the floor, feeling an indescribable weakness, her expression changing to annoyance, her mood starting to sink. Little Pumpkin and Little Bear immediately noticed this and came over. Master, don't worry. It's normal for a doll to be weak. You need to take care of yourself. Leave everything to us, said Little Pumpkin. Little Bear grabbed Sue-Ann's hand and placed it on his chest. Sister Ann, you're doing well, so good. Sue-Ann's somewhat depressed heart was immediately soothed by the doll's concern, her anxiety relieved. What was she thinking? Even if she lay there from morning till night, so what? Even if she was useless, her dolls wouldn't despise her. Sue-Ann's heart calmed down. Gazing out the window, he felt a surge of happiness. In this gloomy, perilous apocalyptic world, to have such a safe, warm little place, with so many trusting, caring companions, was truly a blessing. Noticing their owner's improved mood, Little Bear and Little Pumpkin glanced at Little Orange. The orange cat slept soundly, snoring so loudly it practically betrayed its true nature. What other cute little cat could snore so unrestrainedly? This fellow, while claiming to care for his owner's emotions and health, then came to soothe him, was the least reliable, having been petted to sleep long before his masters. Little Pumpkin and Little Bear simply sat on the carpet, one on each side, watching over Sue-Ann, keeping a close eye on his condition and mood. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. A pumpkin mask appeared on the door, and glanced at the two black figures outside. They weren't even pretending. Real or fake. Little Pumpkin didn't hold back, firing a massive cannon at them, sending them scurrying off with eerie screams. A moment later, Juan and Little Fox knocked on the bathroom door. The pumpkin mask appeared outside and glanced at the two, the white-clad ghost and Little Fox with 7 tails and a 3rd tail. Their appearances matched. The pumpkin mask said, "Match the numbers." The two outside shouted a code word, "Master is super nice, Little Orange is shedding fur." Confirmed, the fixed code word and the temporary exit code all matched. Little Pumpkin let the two in. Sue-Ann sat up and couldn't help but use his spirit control skill, bringing him into the perspective of the two dolls. His vision went dark, and a scene of Little Fox and Juan running the water in the bathroom appeared. It was real. Sue-Ann quickly retracted her skill. She felt her head buzzing, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead, and couldn't help but fall. The little bear, quick-witted and quick-handed, caught Sue-Ann and said gently, "Sister Ann, go slower." After saying that, the little bear noticed her owner's discomfort and leaned over, placing the pads of her folded paws on her head. "Sister Ann, let me give you a head massage." "Okay," Sue-Ann replied. She felt much better with the little bear's massage. She pulled a bottle of blue potion from her backpack and drank it, but it had little effect. Her mental power was full, but after using it, her body felt uncomfortable. Juan and Xiaoli finished their showers and dried themselves. After entering the living room from the bathroom, Little Pumpkin came to meet them. Juan described the situation outside. Sue-Ann was lying with her back to them, but her ears were perked up, and she was also paying close attention to what was happening outside. Juan and Xiaoli went out for 2 reasons. One was to refuel the fog-dispelling lamp, and the other was to check the fog situation within the protective shield. With the fog encroaching, the protective shield can't completely block it out. Ghosts can exploit the fog to wreak havoc. Furthermore, the fog-dispelling lamp's effectiveness is diminished in the rain, Juan said. Her voice was crisp. Xiaoli added, "We just went out for a bit and discovered that this rain isn't exactly good. It's highly polluting. Fortunately, we have the crystal ripple protective shield to block the rain, so it hasn't had a chance to penetrate." Xiaoli continued. "Perhaps I could research a purification array diagram and engrave a protective array on the pumpkin carriage. We could then activate it with the energy of the spirit source stone and use the array to periodically purify the surrounding fog." "That's a great idea," Little Pumpkin agreed. "However, this is just a preliminary idea, and there's no guarantee of success. Besides, it's painful to try, like getting a tattoo on a pumpkin," Xiaoli added. "It's okay. Design the magic circle first. I might be able to grow patterns like this myself. I'm a decorator," Little Pumpkin explained. They discussed their plans in groups of 3 or 4, then came to Sue-Ann and presented them to him again. Sue-Ann nodded, thinking this was a good idea. Everyone was actively responding to the changes. With Sue-Ann's support, everyone got busy. With Sue-Ann's permission, Little Fox transformed into a fox girl and climbed up to Sue-Ann's studio, using her desk, paper, and pen to study the protective formation. Little Pumpkin controlled the pumpkin cart to move normally in the rain, moving forward when necessary. This method prevented fixed stops, which would allow ghosts to imitate their appearance and infiltrate. Juan came over to take over Little Bear's work, helping Sue-Ann relax on the sofa. Little Pumpkin found her a relaxing cartoon to watch. Little Bear went upstairs to do farm work in the plant room. The time passed peacefully and beautifully. Suen watched a cartoon for a while, then slowly fell asleep to the swaying movement of the pumpkin cart. Suen woke up and ate dinner right away. He felt embarrassed by his constant eating and sleeping. But a bowl of fragrant hot vegetarian noodles and soup made Suen forget his embarrassment. It smelled so good. Chapter 557. A tempting aroma lingered at the tip of her nose. In front of her was a bowl of vegetarian noodles. Various meat dishes were spread on the table, and each doll had a small bowl of noodles in front of it. Suen's eyes were drawn to the bowl of vegetarian noodles. The clear golden broth contained pale yellow noodles. There were no vegetables or meat, and the only garnish was a handful of emerald green chopped scallions. But Suen couldn't move her eyes away, simply wanting to eat this bowl of noodles. Suen gently swished the noodles with her chopsticks, and could see ripples in the broth. This noodle dish was more than it seemed. Suen scooped a spoonful of broth into her mouth, and the delicious aroma coated her tongue. The rich aroma of meat, paired with the faint fragrance of scallions, was simply amazing. She had never tasted such a light yet delicious soup. Then, she picked up a strand of noodles with her chopsticks, and put it into her mouth. The noodles were fragrant and chewy, wrapped in the delicious broth, and rolled around on her tongue. Delicious. This bowl of plain noodles might seem plain, but it's actually packed with ingredients. From the soup to the noodles, every bite reveals the extraordinary quality of each. Suen couldn't help but ask Little Pumpkin how the noodles were made. Little Pumpkin said somewhat helplessly, "I didn't make them. Little Orange did." Little Orange did? Suen's voice was tinged with surprise. She looked at the big orange cat in surprise. It was currently eating from a bowl of boiled meat, its mouth stained with shredded meat. Suen looked at her newborn big orange cat, marveling at its versatility and its cooking skills. More importantly, Little Orange could persuade Little Pumpkin to give up his role as head chef. It was a bit incredible. The doll seemed to dote on Little Orange. At this point, Little Pumpkin let out a faint grumble. Xiaoju said my cooking style was unhealthy, and I said, if you can do it, then go ahead, so she cooked. At this point, Little Pumpkin said with a hint of admiration, "Indeed, she cooks very well." Next, Little Pumpkin began to describe the preparations for tonight's dinner. Xiaoju first cleaned the cat's paws, then selected the skeleton of the Bobo Bull monster, the skeleton of the screaming chicken, the tenderloin of the Gula beast, and cooked them with scallions and ginger slices. The soup alone took about 2 hours to cook, using the same premium instant pot. After the soup was cooked, Xiaoju removed all the ingredients, leaving only the broth. Then, she skimmed off the foam and used the minced chicken to gradually reduce the thick broth to a clear broth. This took about half an hour. At this point, Suen could hear Little Pumpkin's emotion, a subtle admiration. The noodles are yam and egg noodles. 2 bowls of flour, 2 eggs, and some yam paste. Add water, and knead them into firm noodles. Roll them repeatedly, and cut them into thin strips. I use my telekinesis to do this step. Xiaoju said she tends to get cat hair in the dough when she kneads it, which isn't ideal. After Little Pumpkin finished, Suen felt that the noodles in her bowl were truly precious. She looked at the light golden broth and the slightly yellow noodles, feeling she hadn't appreciated the exquisiteness of this meal just now. She slowly savored them, one noodle at a time, one sip at a time. At this moment, Xiaoju finished the meat in his bowl and looked up, saying, "This clear soup is nourishing. Yam noodles nourish the stomach and spleen. If you eat them often, you be in good health." Xiaoju described other ideas for dietary supplements. At the table, except for Huan, who had a vague understanding, the others had only a vague understanding. No matter how reluctant they were to leave, the meal finally came to an end. The meat from the various soups on the table wasn't wasted. The bones were removed and the small pumpkin was sautéed with oil and salt until crispy, then sprinkled with pepper and salt. Suen also tried a bite. It was a good dish, delicious, but far less impressive than the bowl of plain noodles. After the meal, Suen felt comfortable all over. She vaguely guessed at Xiaoju's potential, traditional Chinese medicine, or perhaps something like Chinese herbal medicine. Suen put aside her inner worry that she would never recover, and looked forward to the moment when she could successfully use her skills to understand Xiaoju. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Suen felt strong enough to fight a bull with her bare hands, but the doll still kept her inactive. The daily routine was very regular, going to bed at 9 and waking up at 5 or 6. Early in the morning, Xiaoju would lead everyone in physical exercises, including 8-section brocade, 5 animal exercises, and many other unique internal exercises. Xiaoju always had something new to offer. Meals became more regular, with steaming and boiling being the primary cooking method. Cold drinks and fried chicken were strictly prohibited in Shiju's world. Su-An's frequent use of psychotropic drugs, leaf tobacco, and blue potions drew Shiju's criticism. It wasn't that these drugs couldn't be used, but rather that they shouldn't be abused. Their use involved stimulating the mind to temporarily overexert itself, leading to recovery. Continuous misuse would lead to poor health and residual drug toxicity, which the system called talent damage. Shiju also prepared different diets for different weather conditions. Shiju always mused, "Eat according to the season, meow." The narrator should eat different foods according to the season. Su-An looked out the window at the rain, somewhat bewildered, and asked, "So is it summer or winter now?" "It doesn't count that way, meow. We just need to know whether it's hot or cold, wet or dry." Su-An's eyes were dazed. But Shiju's talk must have a point. Su-An and the other dolls believed him. After all, everyone was getting better and better under Shiju's care. Little Pumpkin had recently felt the level threshold, which had been stagnant for a long time, was starting to loosen. After 2 weeks of care, Su-An successfully used his doll's perception skill to see Shiju's dashboard. Doll Su Qingmiao, also known as Shiju. Producer, Su-An. Owner, Su-An. Talents, Attack 8, Defense 8, Spirit 10, my regret is that I didn't max them out. Level 5, Ordinary Rank 1, Experience, 32, 726/10, 000, Experience points increase through eating, fighting, sleeping, and interacting with the owner. Keep your energy high enough to avoid hunger, your sleep high enough to avoid sleepiness, and your mood high enough to avoid discomfort. Based on the current progress, the next level will take days. Intimacy, 100%, a doll that bears the owner's expectations and love. Born with the owner's talent, it returns love beyond expectations. Its life memory is connected to its owner, and it bears all the memories bestowed upon it by the owner. Mental level, 0 to 378 years, sometimes a kitten, sometimes a full-grown cat. Don't ask where she comes from. She's a local garden orange. Chapter 558. Satisfaction/energy, 93%, very full of energy, mood, happy meow. Species, cat demon, meow is a demon from an ink and wash painting, cleanliness, 78%, sorry, cat hair is all over the place. Sanity, 50 fixed, stationary at 50 is meow's ability, and playing half drunk and half awake is also fine. Skill 1, Qingmiao knows traditional Chinese medicine, meow. Inheriting the thousands of years of medical culture of the Yin Kingdom, Meow is truly a master. Meow has the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine in his left hand, the Treatise on Cold Damage in his right hand, and the Shinnon Classic of Materia Medica on his head, as well as basic TCM theories, prescriptions, acupuncture, and Chinese medicine. You can use this skill according to the current situation and conditions. Through various methods, such as dietary supplements, lifestyle supplements, and medication, you can treat and nourish living beings, keeping them in optimal condition. Skill 2, Meow Meow Meow. Meow Meow Meow. Meow Meow Meow. After using this skill, other creatures will be transformed into cats. The duration of the transformation varies depending on the level of the caster and the target. This skill is a causal skill with a long activation time, but a 100% chance of success. Skill 3, Holy Fire Meow. Consume a certain amount of spiritual power to summon the Holy Fire, which can be used for healing, attack and defense, and transmit information. It also has the ability to protect against pollution. Skill 4, Holy Fire Mark. Consume a certain amount of spiritual power to place a mark on people and objects. This mark can be traced anywhere. The mark can reveal, hide, fold, and store certain spiritual information. Note, this skill has a certain time-based talent. After evolving, some of its uses will exceed your imagination. Skill 5, Look at the Orange Tail. The tail possesses spatial abilities, currently providing 100 cubic meters of space for the cat, and it can be upgraded. Skill 6, Orange is Angry. If a cat is seriously injured or its owner is injured, it will enter an angry state. While in this angry state, the orange cat can convert fat into energy, amplifying all of its abilities. Note, if it becomes too thin, the orange cat has a chance of becoming weak, disabled, losing a level, or even dying. Disability can be repaired, but death cannot be revived. Su-An, after reviewing Su Qingmia's dashboard, felt that the child was incredibly capable. She couldn't help but pet the cat, pressing her face against its plump belly and rubbing it. The cat's fur flew. Seeing this, Little Pumpkin used telekinesis to direct the cat's fur in the air to a single location, then gathered it into a neat ball. It couldn't be thrown away. Bear said he wanted to use the original cat's fur to make 2 pairs of slippers for Little Orange. Little Pumpkin noticed that Little Fox didn't shed much fur. Why? After leaving the mine, Li Mushue requested a shower, but was denied. She looked frustrated. The captain told her, "The best we can do now is wipe ourselves with water. Water is scarce, and the team is running low. Can't you even use the water card for a minute?" she asked, somewhat unwillingly. The answer was still negative. The team's water card reserves were low, unless she used one herself. Li Mushue was disappointed. Even if she had one, she couldn't ask the captain for the team's collective supplies. During the continuous rain in the 3rd level, there was almost no shortage of water, and she had neglected to stock up on it. Now she had to bear it all on her own. Food was enough, but cleaning was a stretch. In the end, she could only fill a basin with water and wash herself in the bathroom, wiping herself with a damp towel. This method only wiped away dust, not completely cleansed her. She was a neat freak, and after spending so long in the mines, she really wanted a good shower, but unfortunately, the conditions didn't allow it. She could only wait to find a place to stay on the platform. A hotel like the Misty Lake would be great. Alas, the Misty Lake had been closed at some point, and was no longer accessible. As a player who had participated in the internal beta, she knew quite a bit. Besides the Misty Lake, the platforms in the Misty Lake were all somewhat spooky. Sometimes, you encounter playful spooks in the hotel. It was normal to get red blood in the shower, and there were also quite a few disgusting things like nails and hair. Li Mushue emerged from her water-saving shower in a gloomy mood. She looked quite a bit more wilted. The chubby-faced girl, already endearing, now looked even more pitiful, looking like she was ready to be bullied. Hey, darling little Shui Shui, why are you pouting? Hey, darling little Shui Shui, why aren't you happy? Fushu and Shilua came over, one on each side, squeezing the space in front of the little girl. These 2 angelic young men, thanks to their abilities, always looked spotless. I want to take a good bath, but I always feel unclean. Li Mushue expressed his worries. Hey, little Shui Shui, you smell so good right out of the bath. Yes, little Shui Shui, you look so fresh and juicy right out of the bath. Fuxia and Shilua, one on each side, praised her non-stop. Don't be depressed. Brother, you make sense. Although they were acting a bit awkward and immature, their concern made the little girl feel much happier, and the unhappiness brought on by life's hardships gradually dissipated. She began to think as optimistically as possible. Although she couldn't shower freely, she had water, trusted companions, a stable team, and everyone fulfilled their duties. They didn't run out of water or go hungry, so she could consider herself living a good life. Eat, eat! The captain shouted. The captain brought out a pot of dark stew. It was probably some kind of meat and some plant roots, and the smell was strong and strange, with a hint of fragrance. Today I made the most delicious monster meat, mutant wolf meat stewed with potatoes. Ding, ding, ding. Try it. Captain Lihua looked at the 3 with anticipation. The twin angels hugged each other, shouting, "Oh my god." They looked like they were in a state of inability to accept the situation. It was common knowledge that the mutant wolf meat the captain was talking about wasn't just any wolf meat. It was likely werewolf meat or some kind of wolf nail, a type of dried wolf. Whenever the captain cooked strange meat, he always embellished it to make everyone more appetizing. Everyone's eyes shifted to Li Mushue. She picked up a small piece of meat with trembling chopsticks and tucked it into her mouth. She began chewing, her expression strange, then gradually relaxed. It's delicious. You guys try it. She took a few more bites with her chopsticks. As she ate, she said, the meat is firm and chewy, with a unique spicy flavor. It's delicious. Everyone began to try. Captain Lihua said expectantly, "It's delicious, right? Please trust my cooking." The twins' expressions were amused, as if they wanted to vomit but couldn't. Ha ha ha. Li Mushue laughed, rapping the table. Really, that's excessive. Awful. Absolutely terrible. The twins chorused, then said together, "We're leaving the team." With that, they opened the door and flew out together. Hey, come back soon. The little girl shouted outside the car. The angel brothers were long gone. Chapter 559. Don't worry, they're good at finding their way in the fog, so they won't get lost, Lihua said. Then she looked at the dish and asked, puzzled, "Is it that bad?" "I put a lot of precious seasonings in it." Captain Lihua took a bite. It was fragrant, spicy, dry, and had a unique aroma. It was delicious, like dry pot rabbit with a unique flavor. After a while, the 2 of them didn't see their twin teammates return, and they became a little anxious. I go check, Li was said. Ding dong. Respected player Shueli Bu Hezhou, your teammate Shi Luo has discovered the platform Lost Lake. Do you want to use your platform ticket to enter? As the captain, you have 3 minutes to confirm the time. Yes or no? The twins hurriedly poked their heads out of the mist. Captain, we found the platform. Let's go take a look. This is a well-known trading center. We can store some water and food so we don't have to eat. Noting the captain's expression, he didn't mention the disgusting food. Liwa nodded and clicked yes. Suan lingered, cuddling the cat, feeling drowsy. It was a beautiful afternoon, and the fog hadn't rained. She loved this time. The other dolls were either sprawled or lying down, huddled around her. For lunch, they had pan-fried veal and stir-fried zucchini. After lunch, they just lay there petting the cats. Life was simple and comfortable. Ding dong, the system notification sounded. Ding dong, current area, foggy and weird zone 001. Player Shilua has discovered the platform Lost Lake. All players in this area, please use your platform ticket to enter the platform route. Players have 3 minutes to make your choice. Yes or no? After lying down for a day, Suan regained his spirits. He finally came back to life. Lost Lake, this name is quite famous, seemingly related to Misty Lake, both platforms being run by the mermaids. This platform is closest to Misty Lake and is a shopping mall. The little bird girl she had rescued from the cherry monster was sold there. At that moment, Suan felt a mixture of wanting to go and not wanting to go. She wanted to go to see if she could get some supplies. Her family's clean water reserves weren't particularly abundant. Also, their normal monster meat was gradually dwindling. They were now switching their diet from meat to rice, flour, and vegetables, sourced from the grow room. As for not wanting to go, it was the shadow cast by the Mad Mermaid platform owner at Misty Lake. Although that Mad Mermaid had been imprisoned in Yiming City, there was no guarantee that a sister mermaid would show up and seek revenge. After all, these were all mermaid platforms, and they were so close together. Going alone would easily lead to her being targeted. She couldn't take the risk of being targeted. After all, her dolls didn't have a second life left to save. Suan knew that her current physical condition meant she couldn't undergo another such treatment. Restoring everyone's skills previously seemed to require some power beyond her current capabilities. All of this came at a price, a matter of whether it would be repaid sooner or later. Suan considered it for a moment and chose no. There was no need to take such a huge risk for a few bottles of water and meat. Her family wasn't facing a life or death crisis. She simply wanted to buy food to improve her quality of life. Besides, not entering the platform was not a way to obtain supplies. Buying on someone else's behalf was a good option. Finding a suitable purchasing agent would allow her to obtain supplies without leaving the train. Suan first contacted Sai, asking if she wanted to go to this platform and accept purchases on her behalf. Lucky Sai, sister, I really want to go, but I can't go to this platform right now. I have a grudge against an NPC at this platform. Well, it was when Bai Feng and I entered the Fantasy Fairy Tale Town platform, and there was a little misunderstanding. I'm afraid that person will hunt me down if I go. It seems that the connection with Sai is broken, and Suan has no intention of forcing her. It's normal to offend NPCs. He also has a grudge against Ophelia of the Mermaid Clan, and he's afraid of being targeted by her kind. Suan searched around but couldn't find anything suitable, so he could only look on the public chat. There were many players accepting purchases on his behalf, but Suan couldn't confirm whether they were ghosts, so he could only do random research. Muyan said, if you need purchases on my behalf, contact me. 20% transaction tax, 20% commission, no cheating. Ah yen, I definitely be there soon. Anyone want to buy on my behalf? Feel free to contact me privately. Shueli Buhizhou, professional buying agent, welcome to contact me. Shi Luo at Shueli Buhizhou, this is my captain. Please trust us. We found this platform. Hee, check it out. Ding dong, Suan saw a message from CE. Lucky CE, I saw 2 birdmen on the public screen. My former teammates. They're pretty strong, with some crazy personalities, but they're decent. The player they mentioned, Captain ID Shueli Buhizhou, should be reliable, but this is just speculation, for your reference only. Suan felt more reassured with CE's message. She had more or less contact with the teammates CE mentioned. If CE said someone had decent character, then there was a certain degree of assurance. She contacted Shueli Buhizhou. Shueli Buhizhou, Big Bear, wow, is that the real Big Bear? I'm so excited. Thank you for visiting my shop. The commission for purchasing on my behalf is 20% at the highest and 10% at the lowest. Shueli Behezu. The more you buy, the lower the commission. Seems like a nice character, a real player. Swan wrote down his needs bit by bit, some water, water cards, and water-related items. Then, there were various animal meats. Chicken, duck, goose, pig, cow, and sheep. Swan preferred to buy more common animal meats. The strange, bizarre meats in the mist were edible, but the taste and the condition of the processing were horrible. Call it hypocritical. Swan refused to eat things like rotting doll legs and screaming banshee nails, even though Little Pumpkin had said they were edible. As he wrote, Swan's list grew longer and longer. Swan asked Little Pumpkin if there was anything missing from the family warehouse, and if there was anything he needed to replenish. We're running low on vegetable oil at home. If we have any, we could buy some soybean or rapeseed oil. It would also be great to get some seeds. We can grow our own. Suan then added some vegetable oil and seed purchase requests. The other person replied, great. I definitely complete the purchase plan. Chapter 560. Sisters, a big order has arrived. Big Sunshine Bear, the first person to clear the level, wants us to place an order. Let's act quickly. Even if the commission is 10%, we still make that much. Shueli twitched 3 fingers, her face brimming with excitement. Soon, she was surrounded by her teammates. Big Bear, the first person to clear the level in a row, huh? Wow. That most mysterious Big Sunshine Bear, the captain actually has a connection with her. That's impressive. Yes, the captain is amazing. Please introduce us brothers to each other. Finding the buyer, Suan felt a little relieved. But she continued to browse the public screen, trying to find someone she knew. Suddenly, an ID popped up in her head. Sure. Suan opened the long-dormant 3-person fishing group. Ever since they cleared the 4th level, no one had spoken much, and it had gradually become a dormant group. Suan poked Sure in the group. This action quickly caught She's attention. Group chat. Look at my big fish, 3/3. Player Sunshine Bear poked player She.Y. Less than a second later, the other player poked back. Group chat. Look at my big fish, 3/3. Player She.Y poked player Sunshine Bear. Not only she, but Broken Mirror also followed suit, not disdaining the childishness and imitating the group chat's poking function. Group chat. Look at my big fish, 3/3. Player Broken Mirror poked player Sunshine Bear, and player Broken Mirror poked player She.Y. Everything was silent, and the 3 of them quickly began chatting. Suan then realized that she and Sui Jing had been playing through levels for a while, but they had no signal, making it nearly impossible to communicate with the outside world through the public screen. So the group gradually became silent. It wasn't that no one was talking, it was that they couldn't. Having just successfully entered the foggy and strange world, she couldn't help but become active on the public screen. Suan reminded She that the players on the public screen weren't just humans, but also many ghost players. When he entered this map, the public screen was already crowded. She's answer was interesting. She didn't object to these ghost players. She said it didn't matter whether they were human or not. As long as they believed they were alive, living a normal life in the game, and belonging to the player camp, that was enough. Suddenly, he realized something. Suan realized something he had overlooked. The preconceived notion is that ghosts are alien. In reality, these ghost players are likely unaware that they are lost in this world, and are still acting according to their pre-existing beliefs. Suan felt he could face these ghost players with a more composed attitude. Suan, Sure, and Sui Jing chatted for a while. The platform gradually opened, and the public screen was filled with advertising and promotions. Sure and Sui Jing had things to do, and the conversation gradually ended. Sure and Sui Jing were busy looking for a purchasing agent to buy supplies. The 4th level had taken them a long time to clear, and they had used up a lot of supplies. Having just passed the level, it was time to replenish. As for why they didn't go to the platform to buy supplies, the platform had already opened when they entered this level, leaving them no chance to enter. Wait until we buy some tender pig. Tonight, we have braised pork cutlets, braised pork, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, twice-cooked pork, 4 happiness meatballs, and other iron pot steamed dishes. Forget about that. Little Pumpkin drooled as she stared out the window. It seemed as if the tender piglet would leap into her mouth at any moment. Your recipes are too greasy, meow. Less oil and less salt are the key to health, meow, said Little Orange. Little Pumpkin frowned. Seeing this, Little Orange quickly said, it's okay to eat it occasionally. Eating more meat will boost your strength, but remember to pair it with vegetables and whole grains, meow. Then Little Orange leaned over and said to Suan, Master, meow, you can buy some whole grains, beans, and herbs, meow. I haven't researched the herbs of this world yet, meow. Little Orange's words reminded Suen, and she found Lihua, who didn't drink porridge, and placed another order. The expenses were a bit high, but that didn't matter. Money is meant to be spent. Her previous life as a purchasing agent in Yiming City now allowed Suen to enjoy the joy of getting supplies without taking any risks, without leaving home. But all in, no, it wasn't Suen's style. Besides buying on behalf of others, Suen also took on sales. He packed up and sold all the unusual materials Huan had collected during her dungeon runs or daily monster killing. Most of these materials were unused at home, and since no one was a prop or equipment maker, they were just taking up space at home, so they simply sold them all. This sale made the warehouse much cleaner, allowing for more food and meat storage. This decision alone kept Suen busy for half a day. Over the next few days, Suen gradually received supplies. He assigned Little Bear and Little Pumpkin the identities of storekeepers to facilitate their collection, and they spent the next few days sorting through the warehouse. Several days passed in a flash. After all this busy work, everyone enjoyed the tender pig set meal Little Pumpkin had prepared. The tender pig Little Pumpkin was referring to was a miniature gilliabeest, a common livestock species on the platform. Gilliabeest meat tastes very similar to pork, and is highly sought after by the scorpion people and other races. Little Pumpkin fondly calls it the big fat pig raised by the scorpion people. Little Bear loves the texture, even if it tastes like greasy food, he still enjoys it. Mini Guilliman is what Little Pumpkin calls a tender pig. Mini Guilliman is half the size of a regular Guilliman, and its meat is leaner. It has the same aroma as a Guilliman without being greasy, and is tender, smooth, and flavorless. Chapter 561. Overeating can strain your stomach. Little Pumpkin's tender pig is truly fragrant and tender. This meat tastes just as good boiled in water, and with Little Pumpkin's own cooking skills, it's even more delicious. God knows how much willpower she possessed. She put down her chopsticks. There was no other way. There was a ginger cat, old lady, staring at her. Yes, old lady is a feeling. Suen had already pierced the illusion of the ginger cat, Little Jiazi, during this time. Out of her sight, the ginger cat was a carefree old lady. This complete double dealing had been exposed long ago, but Suen hadn't exposed it. Whether it was Little Jiazi or the husky old orange cat, they were both her pups. Cats just loved it that way. How could she possibly spoil their spirits? The food and meat crisis had been resolved, and living conditions at home had improved. Besides the usual sight of the scenery outside the window, living in the fog was quite comfortable. The climate in the foggy and eerie map was comfortable, with late autumn temperatures in the mornings and evenings, and warmer midday. A bit of polluted rain occasionally fell, but it didn't matter, the protective shield would stop it, and even if it couldn't, it wouldn't penetrate the pumpkin carriage. Because Xiaoli had completed the anti-pollution magic circle, the pumpkin carriage's defenses had been further upgraded, achieving dual mental and physical protection. Besides the occasional pesky ghost, it wasn't hot, cold, or stormy here, making life comfortable. A peaceful state of mind, a sense of leisure everywhere. Suen didn't know how the other players were faring, but she was gradually accustomed to living in this map, to the daily sight of moving forward. At this moment, the sun was rising. Suen sat on the swing on the third floor, the pumpkin carriage moving at a steady pace. She swayed slightly with the swing, gazing at the scenery outside the window. Outside, a thick mist hung thick, a soft, white mist drifting through the air. They resembled birds soaring through the clouds. To Suen's left, a bear stood, drinking juice. A ginger cat lay on the floor, its legs raised, twisting its body, and licking the fur on its butt. Behind them lay lush green plants, the planter room's three-dimensional pot farm beautifully maintained. Little Pumpkin and Huan were picking vegetables, one pulling weeds and fertilizing the other. The silver treasure chest tree brought back from the ice, and Snowslide Station had grown to a full length. The flowers had long since fallen, and the tree, now in full fruiting season, had 7 or 8 silver treasure chest-shaped fruits. The fruits varied in size, but the largest was no bigger than a palm. It looked like the harvest was still a long way off. When the flowers bloomed, Little Pumpkin had hoped they would be ready for harvest. Now, it seemed the harvest was still a long way off. After sitting for a while, enjoying some downtime, Suen got up and went into the plantation to help pick the vegetables. Aside from vegetables like leeks, which need to be harvested in batches, many other vegetables need to be harvested and planted in batches. Otherwise, they'd be too old and inedible if they're not harvested later. In the flower pots, all the vegetables, except for a few for seed, were harvested. This batch of bok choy is growing well. Suen pulled the bok choy and placed it in a basket woven from dried rice leaves. He then prepared the soil. Xiong would sow some new seeds later. We can make some bok choy dumplings tonight, Little Pumpkin said. Make them into stuffing and add some meat. It should taste good, Little Pumpkin said as he worked. I want to eat dumplings with bok choy and oil residue, Suan said. Little Pumpkin, do you know those deep-fried, crispy lard? I know. You get a lot of lard when you boil meat oil. Suan nodded. Memories couldn't help but flow. This was a childhood delicacy. The kitchens of the older generation always had meat oil, the white, glistening pork fat, transformed into fragrant fat in the pot. When I was little, whenever my grandma boiled meat oil, she would chop up the remaining lard and mix it with some vegetables. In autumn, she had blanched and chopped bok choy, and in winter, sauerkraut. The bok choy and lard were simply seasoned and wrapped in dough. The first bite was a delicious feast. The aroma of the fried food balanced out the blandness of the bok choy. The freshness of the bok choy eliminated the greasy taste of the lard. The combination was neither greasy nor fatty, refreshing and fragrant. Thinking of it, Suan's mouth watered, and he quickened his movements. Seeing this, Little Pumpkin also quickened his pace. In the evening, Suan and Little Pumpkin gathered on the sofa to pick vegetables. The freshly picked bok choy was of excellent quality, with few rotten leaves. Picking the vegetables simply involved cutting off the roots with a knife. They quickly finished the bok choy batch, planning to make one batch into sauerkraut and another batch to eat tonight. Considering Xiong and Huan Wan's large appetites, Suan figured they could consume half of the vegetables in one meal. The kitchen quickly became busy, a large pot bubbling with chopped fat. Now, the gula beast's massive meat had a good place to go. Little Pumpkin had added water to the fat, making it easier to make oil. As the water evaporated, the fat gradually transformed into oily balls. Suan asked for drier oil crackers. The oil crackers in his memory were always dry and crispy. Little Pumpkin cooperated with his master. It was the first time he had ever seen such a strong anticipation for a particular food, and he was very willing to accompany him in his pursuit of the taste of the past. The crispy oil crackers were removed from the pan and set aside to cool. Suan, with Little Pumpkin's help, placed the meat oils into a wooden basin of salt that had been prepared long ago. The meat oils would be refrigerated once they cooled, so they could be used in cooking for a long time. After the oil crackers cooled slightly, Suan picked up a piece, dipped it in a little salt, and handed it to Little Pumpkin to taste. She tasted a piece herself too. The oil crackers had a hint of salt, and the crispy, oily aroma filled her mouth. She dipped another piece in sugar, and it tasted fragrant and sweet. She specially prepared a plate, garnished it with a little salt and sugar, and brought it to the living room for the dolls, who were pickling sauerkraut together. Next, Suan began making the dumpling filling. Little Pumpkin was kneading the dough. She began to boil water, wash, and blanch the vegetables, turning herself into a one-person assembly line. She then rinsed the blanched bok choy with cold water, chopped it, and squeezed it dry. Despite the complex steps, Suan didn't feel tired. She enjoyed this daily routine of preparing delicious food. Never tire of fine food, and never tire of delicate mincemeat. This is a culinary philosophy passed down through the Yin nation. When conditions permit, food can be prepared with care. It's a ritual, a way of life, and a philosophy of life. Suan mixed the filling with oil, salt, and seasonings. Outside, the team leading the pickling of sauerkraut, led by Xiong, had finished, and Xiong carried the jar of sauerkraut back to the warehouse. Huan, Shelly, and Shuju came into the kitchen to join in making dumplings. Chapter 562. On Little Pumpkin's chopping board, telekinesis controlled the rolling pin, rolling out dumpling wrappers with swift movements. With each twirl of the rolling pin, a small dough ball transformed into a sheet of dumpling wrapper. Under the influence of telekinesis, the wrappers flew up one by one. Swoosh, swoosh, the wrappers flew, evenly distributed to each doll. Everyone picked up the wrappers and began to make dumplings. This was a familiar task. With a large family, making buns, dumplings, and pies usually required the entire family to join in. Suan picked up the wrapper, scooped a little filling into it, and folded it with her fingers a few times. A crescent-shaped dumpling appeared in her hand. Little Bear placed the filling and wrapper in place, then pinched his paws to form a dumpling in the shape of a gold ingot. Little Orange, the least skilled of the group, gave up making dumplings and went to boil water. Batch after batch of dumplings were wrapped and then tossed in the pot. The dumplings emerged translucent and shimmering, their emerald green hue visible through the slightly yellowed wrappers. As soon as the dumplings came out of the pot, everyone ate, leaving the rest for later. Little Pumpkin had prepared some extra fillings and dough, not only to accommodate Xiong and Huan Wan's large appetites, but also to freeze some for later. The next batch of dumplings tumbled in the pot. The dining table was occupied by the dumpling chopping board. Everyone ate at the coffee table, which was becoming increasingly crowded with the increasing number of people. Little Pumpkin exerted some strength, and the coffee table expanded several times, appearing considerably more spacious. It can only get this big. Any bigger and the room won't feel harmonious, Little Pumpkin said. Sue-Ann knew that Little Pumpkin was using her control skills. She had the ability to transform any item in the pumpkin cart that belonged to her. The dining table was like that. As the dolls grew, it cleverly shifted from seating for 3, then 4, then 5, then 6. Little Pumpkin brand furniture, the key feature being that it didn't need to be replaced. It could adapt to changes. Enough, Sue-Ann said. The coffee table had grown considerably larger. With Sue-Ann's bear, melon, ghost, fox, and cat, there was ample room for the 6 of them. Eat, Sue-Ann said. To be honest, Sue-Ann was so greedy that her mouth was watering. She first picked up a dumpling without dipping it in anything, stuffed it into her mouth, and savored its original flavor. In fact, she might have forgotten the taste of her childhood. When she ate it again, she simply experienced a similar feeling. The dumplings were delicious. It was so delicious that she wanted to cry. First, the softness of the dough, then the freshness of the bok choy, and finally the fragrance of the oil residue. The oil residue became soft and moist, and as she chewed, the dumpling was swallowed without realizing it. Next, Sue-Ann prepared the sauce, and dipped the next dumpling in vinegar and chili oil. The spicy and sour combination was perfect for the dumplings. The dumpling feast was a satisfying experience for everyone. After dinner, everyone continued making dumplings. Bored, Sue-Ann turned on the TV. A new channel appeared on the TV. Holy Spirit Amusement Park. For the sake of understanding, Sue-Ann chose this new channel. The channel explained that Holy Spirit Amusement Park was built in the strange world of 2099. This is an amusement park affiliated with Holy Spirit City. The camera followed the host as he walked around the park, promoting the sale of tickets. 1 copper coin, 1 copper coin. You can't get cheated. Just apply and you can come and play. Lots of games, lots of prizes. The host shouted enthusiastically. 1 copper coin, 1 copper coin. Sue-Ann secretly complained that cheap things don't get good quality. The TV screen showed a dazzling display of amusement park facilities. These colorful facilities, in vibrant reds, greens, oranges, yellows, and purples, made the entire park look brand new. It was a spotless environment, but paired with the gloomy sky, the faint mist, and the eerie, stiffly smiling employees, it looked quite eerie. Anyone with common sense knew that if an amusement park doesn't make money from ticket sales, it must make it from somewhere else. A normal amusement park relies on in-app purchases, selling high-priced items. For this kind of amusement park, perhaps tourists are its true revenue. Even though he knew this amusement park had bad intentions, Sue-Ann didn't change the channel. It would be helpful to learn more about it. The host introduced a number of attractions, including thrilling bumper cars, a thrilling roller coaster, a crazy bouncing machine, and a rapid slide. The host even played a trick. This is an entertainment platform even more exciting and lucrative than the ice and snow slide. It offers a variety of entertainment options, and players are welcome to participate. You can become rich overnight. The TV, after the introduction, restarted from the beginning. It was a promotional video for the park's exploration mode. After watching it, Sue-Ann changed the channel. It switched to a station called Love Bubble Rain. This station was probably run by Lost Lake. As soon as Lost Lake was triggered a while ago, the TV could detect their signal. The channel's name was Romantic, and the content was romantic enough. It was all a series of romantic bubble dramas, depicting the love affairs of various mermaids and other races. Generally, the men were handsome and the women were beautiful, making it a perfect way to while away the hours. Finding such an entertainment-oriented TV station on Doomsday Highway was incredibly rare. Although Sue-Ann didn't have a favorable impression of the mermaids, she had to admire their entertainment industry. However, the content of the shows was mixed, with plenty to complain about. Sue-Ann had also warned her puppets not to believe or imitate them, as idol dramas can sometimes have their moments of idiocy. The mermaid-affiliated shows, in particular, promoted a love story about giving everything for love, which made Sue-Ann uncomfortable. She complained a lot about the shows she watched with her puppets, but it must be said that the mermaid shows were all female-oriented and very encouraging of female confidence, which was a positive sign. Monday aired a mermaid-merman romance show called Love You Across Mountains and Seas. It tells the story of an ugly merman girl from the slums who mismatches her character and meets a young merman from aristocratic family. The young man fell in love with her at first sight, searching for gold among rocks. Among so many other mermen, he chose the heroine and, despite his family's opposition, stood firmly by her side. Despite his family's objections, the young master shows his affection for the heroine, providing her with resources, wealth, and love, supporting her growth. The merman heroine also experiences some humiliating moments, when the villain's parents obstruct her and offer her money to leave their son. Later, the hero's family, realizing the merman girl's sincerity and excellent qualities, supports her cultivation. This is a perfect example of the saying, "A good husband supports my ambitions, and I repay my husband with 10,000 taels of gold." In the end, the merman girl ascends to a super spiritual state and lives happily with the merman master. Chapter 563. This drama is 2 hours long and will be played on a loop all day on Monday, except for occasional commercial breaks. Tuesday's episode features a love story between a mermaid and a cat person called Natural Enemies. The mermaid heroine is away on a long journey, gaining experience at the famous scorpion person platform, Shadow Scorpion Tail, where she encounters a divorced, handsome cat person uncle with a child. The father and son, a handsome uncle, and a passionate young man. Initially, the heroine and them weren't friendly. It's natural for mermaids and cats to dislike each other. Cats can't eat big fish, and fish can't kill cats. They're sworn enemies. Later, as the plot progresses, they become acquainted, fall in love, and eventually get together. Yes, the heroine even takes in both the cat person father and son. Suen could only say, worthy of being a mermaid, amazing. One of the settings is that the cat person father and son are still virgins, and the son was raised by the uncle as a kitten. The heroine's constant expression of "I don't mind you" deeply touched the two men, leading them to reveal their secret. There's also a hilarious line, "Chastity is a male's best dowry," so they both guard it. Wednesday's episode features a historical drama about a heroine who, 1,000 years ago, teaches a mermaid tribe a platform, using advanced techniques to guide them through cultivation, becoming a platform master and ultimately an emperor. The romantic bubbling within the drama is the heroine's harem. Let's just say, in the 2-hour show, she marries dozens of different husbands. Suen can't even recognize all of them. She only knows they're handsome, all pretty handsome. Mermaids naturally pursue beauty. There's no such thing as ugly. Today, this drama is told from the male protagonist's perspective, which is quite different. Suen watches the show while making dumplings. After wrapping the dumplings, the show continued, and Suen was quite happy with her dolls. This is a modern-day palace drama. It tells the story of a male mermaid who, through his vast knowledge, training, appearance, and figure, rises from a minor official to the position of the consul's chief husband, navigating all sorts of palace intrigues and schemes. After 10 years of hard work, he impresses the mermaid ruler, a century her senior, and gives birth to a mermaid baby, a girl. The girl is well educated and has the potential to inherit her legacy. The show conveys many ideas. Females are the treasures of the mermaid tribe, and if a male isn't exceptional, he won't have offspring. This should be a genuinely masculine drama for the mermaids. Suen sometimes wants to complain, but she doesn't know what to say. Sometimes she even thinks some of the mermaids' beliefs are justified. Females are strong and fertile, so how else can a male obtain offspring, besides offering his love, loyalty, strength, and appearance to please her? Wow, the power of love is great. Lord Archon Anastasia truly loves the hero Kaka. She gave him the position of first husband and even gave birth to a baby fish for him. Little Pumpkin was struck by the plot, marveling at the heroine's loving care. Yes, this is a drama about pampering. The heroine is supreme and powerful, yet humble for love. She only favors the heroine among her concubines. Suen noticed that after watching a series, Little Pumpkin couldn't even remember the heroine's name, but she remembered the heroine's name perfectly. Most of the time, the heroine gently called the hero Kaka, while she always addressed him as Lord Archon Anastasia. After watching the show, Suen felt that the mermaids truly favor the Archons. The platform Archons were truly the leading female characters. 7 shows a week, several of which were about the Archons. Suen also learned about the mermaid law, which stipulates that Archons can marry multiple husbands. Normal mermaid relationships are not allowed, but marriages must be one-on-one. Suen suddenly thought of her own rejection of Ophelia's advances. Within the mermaid community, this was the height of ungratefulness. No wonder Ophelia's expression made her think she would accept. It reflected the mermaid's values. What kind of love did you think you were rejecting? You were rejecting the love of the mermaid Archons. Suen's mind raced with a line from a show she had seen a few days ago, where an old mermaid angrily berated the heroine. In that show, the heroine was pursued by the only male mermaid, the Archon. She rejected him out of a sense of inferiority, and later, the heroine was supported and became a platform master. Suen felt her head buzzing. The puppets around him were discussing the plot. That Lan Chi was so mean. He drugged Kaka and disfigured him. Little Pumpkin said. If you ask me, it's Chachi's husband who's the villain. He smiles with his narrowed eyes, acting so gentle, but then he's so cruel to Kaka just because he's handsome and talented. It seems like he's jealous of his youth. Little said. I think Lord Archon Anastasia really dotes on Kaka. I think Kaka will be happy in the future. Little Pumpkin said. Don't believe that emperors can have true love, and neither can mermaids. This show is clearly embellished. The story ends when Kaka has a child. Who knows what happens next? Mermen have very long lifespans. Wan said. Wan's words were so realistic, but she grew up in opera, full of scenes of infatuated men and resentful women entangled in grudges. The mermaids, while different, were not much different. The love, hate, and vengeance of living creatures were generally the same, just with different roles. It was quite late after watching the show and turning off the TV, so Suen took a shower and headed to bed early. Although the mermaid drama had a lot of complaints, it had to be said that it was well made. After watching it once, I want to watch it again. This kind of entertainment is truly rare and precious on the road, and after watching it so often, I have a certain understanding of many platforms and races. Before going to bed, Suen wondered, are the mermaids in the interstellar world the same as the mermaids in the platform? He seemed to have a big fan of the interstellar mermaids. And for the audience in the interstellar world, is watching their lives the same as watching a show? Ever since he could control his own live broadcast room, Suen had closed it for a long time, only occasionally opening it when he remembered. A sound night's sleep. Suen woke up in the morning and saw the heavy rain outside the window, and the colorful amusement park in the rain. She was a little confused. It looked so familiar. It was the Holy Spirit amusement park. How did they get here? Suen rubbed her eyes repeatedly, then pushed Little Pumpkin to wake him up. Nam Ling, look outside. Suen pointed out the window. Did we slip last night? How could that be? I have strong braking skills and stopped firmly. Little Pumpkin replied. Then she took in her surroundings. Master, we're staying where we are. We haven't moved at all. It's this amusement park that's moving. It's like a platform has descended in front of our car. If we move, we automatically enter the amusement park. Little Pumpkin explained. Suen couldn't help but stiffen up when she heard this. It took a few seconds for her to realize that it wasn't her who couldn't move, it was the car. She slumped down and laid down on the bed. What's going on? The overbearing amusement park is running rampant. Suen complained. Chapter 564. Let's not move forward until the platforms refresh. Little Pumpkin said. She had plenty of experience being chased by platforms, and knew how to avoid triggering them. This was the only option for now. Suen said she had no thoughts about this Holy Spirit amusement park. In fact, ever since Fugue's prophecy, Suen hadn't had a good impression of Holy Spirit City, which had also affected the platforms below. Suen's eyes fell on Wan. Wan was still sleeping soundly in bed. With the increase in the number of dolls, sleeping in one large bed had become a bit crowded. Everyone had their own small bed, but they all preferred to sleep in the big bed, clinging to Suen. Suen also doted on the dolls, and didn't feel uncomfortable sleeping with them all the time. Suen got up and tiptoed downstairs. She couldn't sleep. Suen tried to ignore the vibrant colors outside. A pop-up window popped up, announcing the discovery of the Holy Spirit amusement park platform, inviting the player Suen to enter. Suen mentally clicked no, and the pop-up window disappeared. A moment later, another invitation arrived, like a psoriasis ad. Time passed quickly, and the image of the Holy Spirit amusement park outside the window didn't fade, but continued to deepen. Amidst the hazy mist, the lights of the amusement park's facilities lit up, and the colorful rides activated to the music, making the deserted amusement park seem eerie and gloomy. Every few minutes, a pop-up window would pop up in front of Suen's system. The pop-up window was the platform's invitation to the player. A yes followed a countdown, while a no was followed by nothing. Suen kept clicking no. If about half an hour passed, the Holy Spirit amusement park, shrouded in mist, gradually receded and vanished. The pop-up window in front of Suen stopped appearing. It's finally over, Suen sighed. She took a sip of the hot water in front of her, which had cooled for a moment. It gradually warmed to a perfect temperature. Little Pumpkin said she had something simple for breakfast, and she made noodles, and was preparing a stew in the kitchen. After finishing her glass of water, her heart gradually calmed, and Suen went to the bathroom to wash up and use the restroom. As she relaxed on the toilet, neon lights flashed outside the window, and another pop-up window appeared before her. Suen immediately clicked no, noting the position before clicking. She quickly paused. This time, yes and no had swapped positions. She clicked the correct position, and the pop-up window disappeared. This repeated several times, leaving Suen squatting in the bathroom for who knows how long, waiting for the music to fade before she emerged. She didn't believe the system had any sort of partnership with this platform. Suen glanced at the public chat screen. Zhang Xiling on the beam. Oh no! A platform suddenly appeared, and I was so careless I didn't click no. For some reason, the amusement park system deducted a copper coin from my ticket. If I want to leave immediately, I have to pay a 100 gold exit ticket. Damn amusement park, they're desperate for money. Qin Renbieli, you can leave for free after playing 3 rides. I'm on the first one, the least thrilling carousel, but this one's a bit hard to rate. CC105, ha 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 ha. Lumi, what are you laughing at? Be careful, you might go in there too. Ugh, I'm so scared of ghosts. Why do all the employees here have such creepy smiles? I don't want to go to a haunted house amusement park. Oh my god, I want to go home. Way switch beware 0. The pendulum strategy. Use wind magic or defensive items on the pendulum. The former is for attacking nearby guests, and the latter is for self-defense. Way switch beware 0. As long as you're the only player left on the device, this event will end. Don't rush to leave after the game. Ask the staff to collect the loot. Of course, you don't need to take the dead bodies back with you. This is just a negotiation tactic. You can make a lot of money this way. Divine Susu, thanks for the guide, sister. I hope you don't need it. Heartseeker, you guys are up so early. It's only a little after 7. I would have gotten up earlier too. Heartseeker, I was sound asleep, only to be woken by the music from the amusement park ride. Who understands? I was just taking a nap. Now, people and cars are showing up at an unfamiliar platform. System, are you crazy? How much profit do you get from soliciting customers for this platform? Tell me. Chua, I wanted to scold the system too. A little after 7, the dolls woke up one after another. Seeing their owners lethargic on the sofa, they all came over to question them. Suen briefly recounted the morning's events at the Holy Spirit amusement park and didn't elaborate further. As for the time spent stuck on the toilet dealing with system pop-ups, she didn't intend to dwell on it. It wasn't particularly glamorous. Breakfast was a simple noodle dish, boiled white noodles with 2 vegetable stews, 1 sweet and 1 savory, one with tomato and egg, the other with chili peppers and meat, both very homely. Suen ate a bowl of noodles and continued her day. Actually, there wasn't much to do. She either watched TV with Little Pumpkin or read in the studio. The most enjoyable pastime lately has been watching the Mermaid's Bubble drama, but it's scheduled every night after dinner so everyone can watch together. Suen was reading in the studio, while Little Pumpkin leaned back on the sofa, poring over a recipe. Little Bear and Little Orange went upstairs after dinner to do some work at the botanical garden. Aside from a few disturbances in the morning, the Holy Spirit amusement park had quieted down. It seemed they knew all the players they could lure had been lured, and those they couldn't lure couldn't be tricked anymore. 9 a.m., the time had arrived. Little Pumpkin checked his phone while driving the pumpkin cart normally, stopping when it reached a treasure chest spawn point. Wan and Lily went out to search for treasure chests. The rain outside was falling softly. As they left, Suen put down his e-book, walked over to them, and put raincoats on them. Be careful when you go out, Suen warned. He watched Wan and Lily set off. A short while later, Wan returned with a copper box. Little Pumpkin exchanged secret codes, and Suen inspected it. After verifying its authenticity, the 2 dolls entered the house and sat down. The pumpkin cart continued on its way. Little Pumpkin controlled its speed very quickly, its pumpkin carriage zipping along the foggy highway at the speed of a high-speed train. Even the rain didn't slow Little Pumpkin down. The road was mostly straight, with the occasional curve. The black navigation ball Little Pumpkin had integrated into the whack-a-mole machine's panel clearly displayed the current time, temperature, weather, speed, distance to the nearest treasure chest, and so on. It was incredibly convenient. It was a shame that the fog hampered the whack-a-mole machine's operation, hindering its ability to pull the field. Otherwise, everyone could have killed monsters and found treasure chests without leaving their homes. It was almost noon when Wan and Xiaoli returned from outside, carrying a wooden box. They reminded Little Pumpkin that it was time to add more lamp oil. From outside, the fog had dissipated, and the oil lamp was running low. Lamp oil? Is it running out so quickly? Little Pumpkin couldn't help but wonder. Chapter 565. She had only used up the new lamp oil she filled last night for a few hours. Logically, it should have lasted until tonight or tomorrow morning. Sue-Ann looked up at this, unable to concentrate on the bamboo weaving skill book in her hand. She came over to see what was happening outside. The door opened, and Wan pushed the wooden box into the house, leading the way from outside. Sue-Ann followed Little Pumpkin outside, moving between the protective shield and the pumpkin carriage. This area was also safe. Few monsters could penetrate the shield. Once outside, beyond the soundproofing of the pumpkin carriage, Sue-Ann noticed how hard the rain was falling. The sound was incredibly loud, a cascading sound, like a waterfall falling from the sky, densely pounding the crystal ripple shield. Visible wisps of mist spread inward along the shield, forming a translucent layer of mist between the pumpkin's ice and snow shield. A few people hurried to the front of the car, where the fog-dispelling fuel lamp was hung. Just as Wan had said, the lamp oil was running low. The oil level could be seen on the outside. The lower it was, the dimmer the light, and the smaller the range. Sue-Ann watched Little Pumpkin use telekinesis to fill the tank. The fuel lamp had a round base, and could hold about 2 liters of fuel at a time. This means our daily fuel consumption will increase again, Little Pumpkin said with some worry. Before, 2 liters could last 2 or 3 days, but from yesterday until now, it's barely lasted a day. We have a fog-dispelling fuel card, gold. Insert it into any vending machine, and you get 1 liter of lamp oil daily. This is our main source of lamp oil. A guaranteed 1 liter of lamp oil every day is almost enough for daily use, and with a little luck, you can save some, significantly alleviating fuel anxiety. It's no longer viable now. The fixed output from this card isn't enough. They actually have other ways to get lamp oil. That's relying on Wan's outings to open chests, but opening chests is a bit of a luck game. If you're lucky, you can get several liters of lamp oil a day, but if you're unlucky, you get none at all. For example, today, after all morning's chests, we didn't even get a single liter of lamp oil. Sue-Ann looked up at the sky. The increase in lamp oil consumption is closely related to the rain. Once the rain stops, maybe things will be better, Sue-Ann said. But if the rain doesn't stop, what if it gets even harder? Little Pumpkin said. Little Pumpkin doesn't trust system maps. There's no hardest point, only harder. Every step forward presents a pitfall, and hurdle waiting for them to jump. Sue-Ann rubbed Little Pumpkin's head and said, then let's work harder, really hard at facing life. After refilling the lamp oil, everyone went back to rest. It was noon, and there were 2 hours when treasure chests didn't refresh, which everyone called lunch break. Wan and Xiaoli took off their raincoats and lay down on the carpet. Sue-Ann noticed that everyone loved to lie down on the first floor living room carpet. Every time he passed by, he'd find a few dolls lying there. It was like a fixed spawn point for the dolls. Lunch was still a simple meal. Chef Bear, after finishing his work with the plants, went into the kitchen at 11 o'clock to get busy. For lunch, they had a home-cooked meal. Bear cooked rice, stir-fried some garlic and greens, and stewed some chicken. There were only 2 dishes, but they were generous and filling. Bear's cooking was always simple, seasoning only with oil and salt. But that didn't stop the chicken from being tender and boneless, and the vegetables from being refreshing. After dinner, Little Pumpkin washed the dishes, while Little Orange cleaned the countertops and swept the floor. The household had its own rules for chores, and Sue-Ann was excluded. Sue-Ann didn't have to do anything, meals were always ready at mealtime, and the windowsills of the house were always clean and tidy. But Sue-Ann also tried to join in the chores, occasionally doing this and that. The rain didn't stop in the afternoon, and it fell straight into the night. During dinner, the harassment from the Holy Spirit amusement park reappeared outside the pumpkin carriage. Sue-Ann had to stop eating and focus on fighting pop-up ads, repeatedly declining platform invitations to avoid being allowed in. The sound of music came through the protective shield. It sounded like a children's rhyme, but also like a specially crafted Lolita voice with an electronic soundtrack. The tone was eerie and creepy, but the rhythm was also very catchy. Holy Spirit Amusement Park welcomes you, welcome you, welcome you. Holy Spirit Amusement Park is a good home, a good home, a good home. Come play with us, play with us. Intermittent singing drifted from the mist, penetrating the room. No one had any appetite for food at this moment. All eyes were fixed on Sue-Ann, struggling with the control panel. This damn system, it doesn't even work at night, determined to divert all players on the road to the platform. The pop-up window in front of Sue alternated between yes and no, and it was easy to click the wrong one if you weren't careful. But Sue wouldn't make such a simple mistake. She had plenty of patience for this annoying platform. It's just a matter of clicking no over and over again. She could do it. The system's pop-up window meant it had to go through the process. Sue was focused, refusing to enter the platform. Little Bear turned his head and glanced out the window. Neither the fog nor the rain shields could block out the dazzling lights of the amusement park. These layers of barriers cast a colorful halo over the park. Holy Spirit Amusement Park welcomes you. Welcome, welcome. Bear froze, his body stiffening. Little Fox's voice rang out. Big Bear, be alert. A soft white magic circle, centered on the dining table, enveloped everyone. This was Little Fox's purification magic circle, which could remove pollution and enhance protection. Sue felt his mind clear, his reaction speed quickening. Bear felt it especially clearly, his stiff body loosening and becoming lithe, his discomfort gone. Over half an hour later, the amusement park seemed to recede, the light and shadows vanishing, and no new arrival pop-up window appeared before Sue. Everyone continued to eat. The dishes on the table had grown cold, so Little Pumpkin telekinetically carried them to the kitchen, heated them up, and brought them back. For dinner, we had multigrain rice, paired with steamed chicken legs, steamed pork slices, braised vegetables, and a cold salad with cha-cha grass. A truly healthy meal, light and delicious, and a pleasant evening treat. This was Shiju's cooking. After dinner, everyone turned on the TV, ready to watch today's mermaid drama. As soon as they turned on the TV, the channel about the Holy Spirit Amusement Park popped up. The Holy Spirit Amusement Park is opening with great success. Today, over 1,300 visitors have enjoyed themselves here. The host spoke passionately, while the screen flickered to many players crying, or looking numb, or with disgust on their faces. It was rare to see happy visitors smiling. The host was quite skilled at telling lies. Sue sighed. Invitations are still being distributed. Everyone is welcome to come and play. Yes, everyone watching here, you must come and play. Before he finished the last sentence, Sue pressed the remote to change the channel. Chapter 566. I don't want to go at all, okay? She didn't want to go to an amusement park run by a bunch of ghosts. She switched channels, and the TV continued to play the mermaid-produced bubble drama. Today's plot was the love story between the mermaid heroine and the wandering scorpion warrior. Mermaid dramas are almost all about love. After watching so many of them, you can guess that the plot is the same old story, mostly about getting to know each other and falling in love, but the handsome girl and handsome guy pairing makes everyone happy to watch. After watching TV, everyone washed up and went to bed. Days were very regular. Sue had been keeping a good sleep schedule recently, going to bed early and waking up early, usually around 9 or 10 p.m., and usually waking up around 6 or 7 a.m. Early this morning, she heard the sound of a nursery rhyme and woke up immediately, only to find that the Holy Spirit Amusement Park had come to harass her again. Sue was quick, repeatedly clicking reject on the public screen, preventing the entire pumpkin carriage from being dragged into the dungeon. After more than 10 minutes, the Holy Spirit Amusement Park disappeared. Sue sighed, figuring it wasn't a big deal, but she could only stay alert. After what she experienced, she couldn't sleep. She reached the stairs and looked out the window. The sky was dark, and the rain was falling steadily. Yesterday's rain hadn't stopped yet, and it hadn't stopped yet. The rain was even heavier than yesterday's. She opened the window and looked out, listening to the sound of rain hitting the protective shield, crackling. A cool breeze blew in from the window, and the temperature outside dropped even lower. Sisternin, be careful not to catch a cold. Xiao Mo had woken up at some point, taking a scarf and draping it over Sue. In order to reach Sue, the bear had transformed into a 2-meter-tall form. The moment the scarf touched her back, Sue felt warm. The scarf, made of bear fur, was woven very wide. Unfolding, it resembled a small blanket. It felt warm when draped across her back. Sue tightened the scarf. It was the same color as the bear's fur, with fine stitching, and the shape wasn't ugly either. Besides the fur, she could see a layer of golden lace that looked like Shiju's fur. The scarf's exquisiteness showed that Xiao Mo's craftsmanship had greatly improved. Over the entire misty season, the bear had become even more gentle and reliable. Sue turned back and leaned against the bear's strong arms. The bear was quite sturdy. She sometimes liked such a large bear. This warm moment didn't last long. The Holy Spirit Amusement Park returned, appearing ahead on the road. Sue's public screen displayed the invitation to the park again. When Little Pumpkin woke up, he saw the colorful amusement park ride spinning outside the window. The clown smiled at the pumpkin carriage, a smirk on his face that suggested he had bad intentions. The owner sat on the stairs, concentrating on clicking buttons on the public screen. The bear stood beside the owner, guarding him with a protective attitude. Little Pumpkin held his breath, afraid to speak, fearing to disturb his master. When the other dolls, newly awakened, came downstairs, Little Pumpkin stopped them, preventing them from disturbing him. However, none of the dolls in the house were too foolish. They knew what their masters were doing and didn't interrupt or disrupt the situation. A few minutes later, the light from the Holy Spirit amusement park on the highway faded. Suen paused, looked up, and greeted the dolls. "Good morning, everyone." Life returned to normal, and the pumpkin carriage continued its journey. Today was Wednesday, and the treasure chest wasn't being updated, so Little Pumpkin drove forward at random, stopping after a while. Wan and Xiaoli went to the third floor to exercise. The TV turned on, and Little Pumpkin, bored, randomly flipped through the channels. The screen panned over to the Holy Spirit amusement park, and when he saw a familiar figure, Little Pumpkin stopped. Pointing at the little figure on the screen, Little Pumpkin said, "Master, look. Isn't that Sai?" Suen raised his head from his chair in the studio, walked over, and leaned in to watch the TV. In the corner, a little girl sneezed as if she had a cold, and shivered like a quail as she stepped out of her beetle. It was Sai. Sai had never felt life so difficult. Ever since entering the foggy checkpoint, life had seemed like one calamity after another. Holy Spirit City was a calamity. This Holy Spirit amusement park was also a calamity, no matter how you looked at it. A while ago, she had just recovered somewhat, helped Sister He-Chin control her distortion, sent her back to Huacheng, and then made her own way forward. But perhaps due to the serious injury she had sustained and the strain on her body, she hadn't been feeling well recently. Not only were the blue and red potions useless, but she also felt constantly tired and listless. This week in particular, she'd been experiencing cold-like symptoms, feeling so sick she could barely get up from the bus. Even eating each day took a tremendous effort. The appearance of the Holy Spirit amusement park platform these past few days had given her a bad feeling. She braced herself for it, putting it off for a few days, but today, a moment of carelessness had allowed her and her bus to enter the platform. A plump, wooden tumbler greeted them at the entrance, accompanied by a tainted welcome song. "Welcome, dear players, to the amusement park." Lines of amusement park rules appeared on the panel, and Yotsuba was dazed, only knowing she had to get off quickly. She wrapped herself in thick clothes and stepped off the bus. The cold wind blew, and she couldn't help sneezing and shivering. Her body was visibly sick, causing her to tremble with fear. She looked at the colorful rides in the distance, thinking they looked like man-eating monsters. "No, I can't play. I kill myself?" Sai asked about the exit mechanism, but when she learned it cost 100 gold coins, she almost cried out. This platform is robbing people. Her game coins had long been exchanged for supplies, leaving her pockets empty. Sai was frail, and was considering asking Baifeng for a loan in case of emergency. A figure appeared beside her. A tall, elegantly dressed older sister. It seemed she had been saved. Just as Swan was about to ask Sai if she needed help, she noticed someone standing in front of her. Veronica, the platform owner of Scorpion Tail. She handed over the gold coins and took Sai away. It seemed she was there to help. In the Sand Sting Oasis, this lady had intervened when the mermaids attacked her, so in Swan's mind, she must be friendly to humans. The two people walked out of the screen. Suen saw no one he knew, his ears filled with the host's blaring promotional announcements, welcoming people to play. On TV, the host was introducing the attractions. "This is our special attraction, the Death Pendulum. Before entering, you can bet game coins or various body parts to participate in the game, with prizes up to 10,000 gold coins." Suen couldn't hear the slightest temptation. To be honest, the reward and risk were so disproportionate. Given the choice, no one would want to play and take risks. Suen looked around for a while, mainly to see if he knew anyone. Seeing no one, he switched channels. Wait, Suen switched back to the screen and saw a pair of winged twins. The twins were likely players with awakened angelic talents, or who had undergone angelic transformations. They stood out together, and Suen had a memory of them. Following their direction, Suen saw a chubby-faced girl and a calm, cool woman. This four-person team had met once before at the Lingshan mine. Chapter 567. Suen couldn't help but observe for a moment. The four members of the team were lining up to participate in the death-defying pendulum ride. This pendulum looked quite similar to the ones in amusement parks, only several times larger to accommodate more players. There were no safety belts or railings on the pendulum, only chairs. They were brand new and clean, yet reeked of blood. These were freshly cleaned tables and chairs. On the other side of the pendulum, employees were licking the bloody remains off the tables and chairs as they cleaned. They didn't shy away from the tourists at all. This kind of blatant service would make any normal person nauseous. The chubby-faced girl looked frightened and agreed. The two twin angels hugged each other and commented, disgusting, so vile. Can't these unhygienic employees just sweep the food down and eat it? I don't want to be a slobbering chair. The comments of these two twins were quite interesting, but their focus was quite unique. The chubby-faced girl cried, Mom, I want to go home. These events delighted the staff member in charge of guiding the players, who couldn't help but linger on the chubby-faced girl. The cool sister team leader said to them, Xiaobai, Xiaohei, and Xiaoshui, think about it. If the four of us quit, it only cost us 400 gold coins. We can do a lot with those 400 gold coins. If we persevere and finish a project, we can even make a little money. Speaking of money, the cool sister team leader's eyes lit up, as if they were shaped like gold coins. My name isn't Xiaobai. My name isn't Xiaohei. The twins gave up. Instead of hugging each other, they held hands and separated, one on each side, each holding their hands high, like white doves about to take flight. It unfolded into the shape of a heart. Please remember our names. To save the suffering players of the Doomsday game, and for the future of Blue Planet where justice and hope coexist, we are the embodiment of love and courage. Lovely and charming light and darkness, holy light, dawn, darkness, sunset. Perhaps their Chinabaku charm was more effective for the show, so the camera gave a close-up, and the host passionately explained, our tourists are truly passionate. Let's look forward to their performance. This phrase sounded so familiar. I vaguely remembered Sai saying something similar during a dungeon run. It seemed like a cute and charming gold medal support. Do they know each other, or is it just a case of mental disorder? Everyone's madness has a similar structure. Suan wasn't sure. She hadn't gone completely crazy. Her previous bouts of madness had at most resulted in ears and a tail. Among the tourists, besides those who were clearly players, who looked roughly humanoid, there were also many bizarre creatures. The pendulum was packed with all sorts of ghosts and monsters. As the machine revved, everyone on the revolving chairs began to attack each other. It was thrilling. Tourists kept falling, like dumplings, and were then surrounded and devoured by the employees wandering below. Cool Sister, at some point, had already stood atop the large pendulum chair, attacking from a standing position. Her sword swings were rapid, her footwork steady, and she attacked with ease from the chair. A chubby-faced girl was carried aloft by a black-winged angel, screaming and lashing out with her dagger. Her teammates moved about like they were holding a swift dagger retractor. The white-winged angels returned to support their captain, aiding his defense. Many ghosts can fly, and they're not playing nice in the pendulum. Only a few players, who can't fly, are using various items to protect themselves from the melee on the pendulum, their anxieties nearly tearing them up. Oh my god, why are there so many talented people here? Everyone can fly. If she'd known she was in the winged tribe, she wouldn't have refused the offer to transform. The player who can't fly feels her heart sink. She's unsure if she survive. It's too intense. Suan looks away at the scene, which would be constantly blurred in real life. Little Pumpkin comments, you're right not to go to this lousy platform. It's bloody and disgusting. The TV changes the channel, and the goose stage, which hadn't had a signal for a while, appears. The geese are ballroom dancing on the stage, looking much more graceful. A sizzling sound comes from the kitchen. Suan wanders into the kitchen and sees Bear making lunch. The sizzling sound is the sound of frying fish. After breakfast, he took the fish out of the refrigerator, marinated it, and now he was frying it. The thin layer of oil in the pan was a real test of the chef's control over the heat. Is it time for lunch? Suan checked the time on the public screen and realized that so much time had passed since he'd just been watching TV. It was almost noon. Sisternin, the kitchen is fuming. Go to the living room and rest. Lunch will be ready soon, said the bear. Yes, master, meow. Don't worry, I'm here to help, meow. I only used a little oil, said Little Orange. Little Orange was helping out in the kitchen with Bear. Now Little Orange was washing rice. Since it wasn't easy for a cat to dip its paws into water, it used a rice spoon to stir the rice in the wooden basin, scrubbing it clean. Suan left the kitchen. Little Pumpkin leaned over and asked, Smells so good, master. What are Big Bear and Little Orange cooking for lunch today? This is the first time I've seen food smell so good with Little Orange around. Little Orange always loves bland recipes, saying they're light and healthy. Ever since he showed up, we've been using much less oil, Little Pumpkin said. Xiaomo is frying fish. He put a thin layer of oil in the flat iron pan and frying it to a golden, crispy crust, Suen said. Fish? No wonder. Little Orange loves fish so much, so he's very generous with it. Little Orange doesn't use much oil, so it's very healthy, Suen said with a smile. Little Pumpkin said, a little oil isn't a problem. We don't eat much anyway. After saying that, she thought of Bear eating a lot and made up for it. Big Bear and Little Orange eating more will help them store energy and use their skills. The TV played a scene of the goose people singing and dancing. Ding ding ding. There was a knock on the door. Wan, Shelly, tell me the code. Little Pumpkin's voice rang out. After she finished, she realized that today was Wednesday, and instead of going out to look for the treasure chest, they were working out in the third floor activity room. They shouldn't be outside. So it was a ghost knocking on the door. Seeing its powerful artillery, Little Pumpkin prepared to strike, giving the ghost outside a big blow. The ghost outside did speak, and with its spiritual power, everyone could understand. It was saying, haha, grandchildren, I'm your grandfather. Why is this ghost cursing? Chapter 568. Little Pumpkin launched a direct cannon attack, hitting an invisible monster and forcing it to reveal its form. Outside the window was a shrunken goose, its shadow incredibly thin, resembling a dried goose. Based on known data, the invading monster was none other than the Wu Goose. It had heard the singing and dancing of the goose people on TV and was drawn in. Unworthy descendants, quack. You sing and dance, and you ignore me, quack. Let me take your place. The goose people and ghosts outside were enraged and began to curse. Then, in their fury, they attempted to enter through the pumpkin carriage. The Wu Goose had no physical form, and while it could penetrate walls, it had a difficult time getting through the pumpkin carriage. The pumpkin carriage was, in essence, Little Pumpkin's true form, and Little Pumpkin's defensive talents were exceptional. It possessed exceptionally strong defensive abilities, both physical and mental. The anti-pollution array outside the pumpkin carriage glowed, blocking the Wu Goose from entering, like a net of light blocking an uncanny intrusion. Suen's mind raced, her dazzling bow in hand. As Wu Goose began to curse, Suen sprang into action. Mental arrows flew out like meteors, countless of them circling back, having missed their targets. The Wu Goose had no physical form, making it difficult to locate its true form. You unfilial geese hiding in the pumpkins, enter my memories. Quack, quack, quack. Don't live. The Wu Goose emitted mental waves, speaking. This was to use mental magic to draw the players into the realm. This was not good. Wan and Xieli had already flown down from the third floor. Xiong and Shuju came from the kitchen behind Suen and Little Pumpkin. We have to stop it, said the Little Pumpkin. The Little Pumpkin, with its good memory, knew that entering the realm would be very difficult. To prevent it from entering the house realm, one could use cha-cha grass to make it sneeze, or exchange insults with it. The Little Pumpkin started to curse. Unfilial offspring, unfilial goose. All your goslings are dead, you stupid, incompetent goose. The Little Pumpkin cursed, interrupting the Witch Goose outside the door. The Witch Goose, not bothering to use its mental abilities, focused on cursing the Little Pumpkin. The pumpkin and the goose monster exchanged mental insults, their attack centered on the individual and extending their ancestral line for 18 generations, using a variety of verbs, personal attacks, rumors, and insults. The little bear opened his hand. It was a box of cha-cha grass powder, something he had just brought from the kitchen. This cha-cha grass powder is usually used as a hot and sour seasoning. Wan grabbed the cha-cha grass and said, "Let me go out and meet this goose." She then half opened the window and flew out. A moment later, a series of sneezing sounds emanated from outside. The goose outside the window revealed itself, a spirit, a thin, almost hairless, and pitch black. Suen's spiritual arrows fired successfully, one after another. The skinny goose struck, cried out in pain, and the sounds of achoo, achoo, it hurts, achoo, achoo could be heard. Wan, transformed into a theatrical ghost, gracefully waved her sleeves, and a shadowy figure centered on the stage emerged. A swarm of cat ghosts emerged from the audience seats and attacked the goose. After more than 10 minutes, the goose faded away amid the sneezing sounds and the attack of the cat ghosts. Achoo, you killed me, achoo, achoo. My descendants will, achoo, avenge me. Reluctantly, Wui uttered these words before dissolving, dropping a large soul crystal. A cat ghost picked it up and held it in both hands before Wan. This cat ghost, apparently a delicate little girl with cat ears, now had the expression of a fawning traitor. Wan gracefully extended her fingers, took the soul crystal, and with a flick of her sleeve, The cat ghost and the stage vanished. She spun around in place, transforming into Xiao Wan. Knock on the door. Although Wan Wan's every move was under everyone's watchful eyes, Little Pumpkin followed the protocol, asking for the day's code and then verifying her identity with Suin. Only then did he open the door and let Xiao Wan in. The belated monster information appeared on the public screen, the system like a slow, aging computer, arriving late even after the battle was over. Ding dong, Sunshine Bear encounters Wugoose knocking on the door. Sunshine Bear and his puppets encounter Wugoose and begin the battle. Monster, Wugoose. Level, LV19, Peak Spirit Level, Habitat, Mist. Note, it wasn't a prominent figure in life, nor in death. It longs to meet its descendants, to see them, and then to take their place. Ding dong, battle over. Congratulations to the player and his puppets for killing Wugoose. Gain 19,281 psychic experience points. Drops upon killing. High-level soul crystal *1. This is a very poor Wugoose, possessing no wealth other than its own soul crystal. Suin concluded after reading the system's belated message. Killing Wugoose yields a lot of experience, but the loot is almost zero. It's a monster well suited for experience farming. Just as I was thinking about her vast experience, Wan Wan before me suddenly flashed with a spiritual light. She had leveled up. Everyone gathered around Wan Wan, not daring to disturb her. Wan Wan's level had risen from LV14 to LV15, almost surpassing Xiaomo, the highest level in the family, who was LV15. Zhuangji's rapid growth had a reason. She was the primary monster killer throughout the entire Misty map, earning the most experience. As teammates, everyone shared experience, but the principle of kills was enforced. Shuju, who was also piggybacking on her, also leveled up. Being below the spirit level, piggybacking on experience meant she leveled up incredibly quickly. Everyone else was gaining psychic experience points, but Shioji was still using them. Swan's level was stuck at LV13, but his spirit points were probably above super spirit, around LV20. Shuju had said before that a strong spirit that can't keep up can place a heavy strain on the body, which is why she's so easily weakened. Humans ultimately can't escape the physical body and cultivate only the soul, so Suin needs to strengthen his physical fitness. He now exercises daily according to the exercise plan provided by Shuju. The Wugoose monster was defeated, and Wan Wan's upgrade was complete. With a look of relief, she handed the soul crystal to Suin. Suin placed the soul crystal in the warehouse, and everyone went about their business. A burning smell wafted through the air. Shiju's expression suddenly changed, and he called out to Suimo, "Big Bear, our fish." They all returned to the kitchen. The frying fish had become burnt because no one had turned it over. Xiao Xiong scooped the fish out of the pot. He scraped off the black charred part of the pot with a spatula, then took the pot to the sink to scrub it. After rinsing the pot, he continued frying the fish. Not wanting to waste the burnt fish, Xiao Xiong found a spoon and began scraping it. Soon, the charred layer was scraped off, revealing the white flesh. The bear nodded and put the fish into his own big bowl, intending to eat the fish himself later, so as not to waste it. Chapter 569. Fish were fried one after another, the finished fish piling up like a small hill. Finally, the fish were oven roasted before being added to the pan to help them retain their crispy texture. Off to the other side, a large, deep pot held fish bone soup. After the fish were finished frying, Suimo removed the fish bones from the soup and added the radish and greens he had prepared long ago. Lunch was quickly served. Xiao Xiong and Xiao Ju teamed up as the cooks, preparing a hearty lunch. The dishes weren't varied. Fried fish, fish bone, radish, and green vegetable soup, and rice. The combination looked quite good. Suin looked at the fish, the bowl of soup, and the bowl of rice before him. The fried fish was golden yellow. The fish were of various types and sizes, but all possessed spiritual power. When the dishes were divided, Xiao Ju picked out a large, plump fish for her. Suin took a bite of the fried fish. It was charred and crispy, leaving a lingering fragrance in her mouth. This fish was truly not wasted. The pan-fried fish was golden brown on the outside and tender on the inside, seasoned only with salt and black pepper. It was light yet flavorful, with no fishy smell at all, only aroma. Shuju paired it with a pepper and salt powder, a masterpiece from Little Pumpkin, containing pepper, chili salt, and lime zest. Eating the fish with Little Pumpkin's pepper and salt powder made it even more fragrant and distinct. Next, Swan took a sip of the soup. The milky white broth, embracing the radish and greens, was incredibly delicious. It was even better with rice. Swan shamelessly tried the fish soup with rice and simply couldn't stop. She ate slowly, and so did the dolls around her. Under Shiju's chatty guidance, everyone ate slowly when they weren't busy, ensuring they chewed their food thoroughly to aid digestion. Sometimes Suen wondered if Xiaoju's tactics would still work in this apocalyptic world, this hodgepodge of magic and technology. But when she followed the instructions, the comfort she felt couldn't be deceiving, so she obeyed anyway. Eating slowly was indeed much more comfortable than swallowing food swiftly. Thinking differently, Xiaoju himself was a being born of mysterious power, so there was nothing wrong with obeying him. In the afternoon, after a while after dinner, Suen went to take a nap. Afterward, she followed Xiaoju upstairs to exercise. After a simple 20-minute activity, they worked up a light sweat before going back downstairs to play. The days passed like a log, but ordinary life also had its joys. Suen enjoyed every ordinary day with her dolls. In the evening, Suen and the dolls watched a play together, marveling at the casting of handsome women and beautiful men, and then there was another strange knock on the door. Ding, ding, ding. There was a knock on the door, but no one was there. Suen frowned, looking outside, puzzled. How could these spooks manage to be both polite and rude? Polite means knowing how to knock. Impolite means constantly interrupting. Little Pumpkin responded with her politeness, unleashing a massive artillery attack outside, sending the annoying spooks tumbling out. Little Pumpkin's impoliteness didn't affect the spooks' politeness. A faint voice drifted from outside, approaching and distancing. Its voice, like a song, conveyed its meaning through its spiritual power. Traveler in the mist, I am a messenger from the Kingdom of Dreams. The Kingdom of Dreams, a pristine utopia, welcomes you. The voice faded. A pop-up window appeared. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for meeting the Kingdom of Dreams messenger Y921. A special platform ticket Kingdom of Dreams has appeared outside the door. Be sure to check it out. The door opened, and just as Suen was about to pick up her platform ticket, Little Pumpkin stopped her and said, Master, I do it. Little Pumpkin picked up the platform ticket, safe and sound. Suen leaned over to take a look. Dream Kingdom platform ticket, 3-hour ticket, a pollution-free utopia, humanity's last pure land in the mist. The platform ticket was a system-translated text. Suen was skeptical of what the platform ticket said. Could this platform, with its strong charade, truly live up to its promises? As everyone knows, utopia on Blue Star refers to humanity's longing for an ideal society. This idealized, perfect society and community, a fantasy of humanity, was difficult to achieve from the moment the concept was coined. Human nature is complex and diverse, and this fantasy is too idealistic. Suen didn't believe that other civilizations, as fellow humans, could achieve this. The door of the pumpkin carriage closed, blocking out the cold wind, but Suen felt a temporary lack of warmth. Just then, a dazzling amusement park appeared outside. La la la, la la la, Xingyuan Amusement Park welcomes you, welcome you, welcome you. The eerie children's voices began to sing again, and the clowns on the carousel laughed comically, and made all sorts of strange movements, many of which hinted at bloodshed and were disgusting. Suen closed the pop-up invitation to the Holy Spirit Amusement Park, feeling a little tired. The entire foggy and eerie map exuded an indescribable sense of madness. Players lurked on the public screen, unknowingly transformed into ghosts, repeating their past actions. The players on the platform seemed less than sane, clinging to the players like they couldn't shake off their sticky rice dumplings. This map seemed eerie and quiet, but in reality, it was bustling with activity. Suen had only just entered when he began to fantasize about leaving this level and moving on to the next. Even though the next level might not be any easier than this one, it would still be nice to not have to deal with all those crazy ghosts. After rejecting the Holy Spirit Amusement Park, the TV drama had become unplayable. Suen had no interest in watching, and simply huddled on the sofa, the lines of I love you on TV becoming a noisy background noise. Seeing their master's dejection, the dolls gathered around, and one said, Master, how about we go to the amusement park? I kill all those ghosts. Yes, Shili's knife is very fast. We can do it together. Sisterinen, I can become very large and dismantle all the amusement park rides. Right. Let me use the cannon to take out the core. Meow, Ju can try to turn them all into cats, meow. Suen looked at the concerned crowd, and as she spoke, she was already tearing the Holy Spirit Amusement Park into pieces. She rubbed each doll's head, knowing that this was unrealistic. First, it wasn't clear how many high-level monsters were manning this amusement park, so it was unclear whether they could defeat them, let alone dismantle the equipment. Second, even if they had the strength to dismantle the platform, what about the Holy Spirit City behind it? It was rumored that there were divine-level beings manning it, but Wan's life was in danger there. Without sufficient strength, Suin didn't want to have any contact with the Holy Spirit City at all. Chapter 570. Suin touched each of the dolls one by one and expressed her distress. She wasn't simply upset by the harassment from the platform, but she simply wanted to leave this level quickly and felt the road ahead was difficult. Understanding their owner's concerns, the dolls spoke up. Gua Gua will work hard. From today on, I run faster, said Little Pumpkin. The voice was crisp and springy. Go! Let's get through this level. The dolls perked up and shouted in unison. This momentum buoyed Suin, who had been feeling a little down. Suin checked the progress of the main quest. Player Sunshine Bear. Stage 4. Foggy and Weird. Time limit. 10 years, 3,650 blue star days. After the timeout, the player will be permanently trapped in this level and unable to leave the map. Completion percentage for all surviving players, none. Personal completion percentage, 37%. You're ahead of 99.99% of players. Mileage progress, 2.18 million kilometers per 10 million kilometers. Level mission completion percentage, LV13/LV20, not completed. Level pass card applications, 0/1, not completed. This card has a certain chance of dropping after the death of a king monster. You might also want to look for it at a large platform. Prosperity, 2, 720, 145/1, 000, completed. Prosperity reflects the player's overall strength. Points are based on the player's team, individual strength, vehicle, food reserves, fuel reserves, resource reserves, equipment, game currency, pets, talents, etc. Click here for details. Even after several months, the completion rate is only over 30%, and this is still an inflated rating based on the extremely high prosperity level. Prosperity is related to the player's overall strength, with the dolls being the key to pulling in points. Work hard, work hard. Suin steeled himself, made plans, and established daily KPIs. You have to lie down, but you also have to seize the moment to move forward. The key to lying down is your mindset, but the key to staying active is your action. After setting his goals, Suin planned to go out and fight monsters with Huan the next day to improve his strength. Even if her spiritual level reaches Super Spirit, her level would still be stuck at LV13. This was an indisputable fact. Starting the next day, after treasure chests began to spawn, the pumpkin carriage sped away like a cloud, whizzing away, and the scenery outside rapidly receded, leaving only light and shadow. The repeatedly upgraded Little Pumpkin was only the fastest, not the fastest. It shot down the road like a cannonball, and even the rain couldn't stop it. As long as it was daytime, the pumpkin carriage would move forward, resting only at night. For this reason, everyone planned to keep lunch as simple as possible. Cooking in a moving carriage was inconvenient, and it was impossible to prepare overly complex dishes. Lunch was even simpler than breakfast. At noon, Suin wrapped herself in a blanket, munched on a sandwich, and rested, watching the scenery recede outside the window. After returning from outside, her body was still slightly damp. The raincoat couldn't completely protect her from the rain. Although the little fox had completely isolated and removed all the pollutants from the rain, the chill within couldn't be hidden. For humans, the rain in this strange world is colder than ice and snow. Soon, she began to feel unusually cold, needing to wrap herself in a blanket. Little Pumpkin brought her hot soup. Suin gulped it down, and after eating it with the bread, she felt much better. Originally, this soup wasn't available, but Little Pumpkin, noticing Master was feeling particularly unwell, stopped the car and went to the kitchen to make it. Wan, with a worried look on her face, said to Suin, "Master, you stay in the pumpkin carriage or the protective shield this afternoon. We go outside. Once we find the strange creature, you can use your spirit control skills to determine its direction and participate in the attack remotely. Don't go into the fog and rain with us. Your body won't be able to handle it in the long run." Xiaoli nodded, indicating that she fully agreed with Sister Huan's opinion. She actually wanted to tell Master to rest and stop fighting monsters, but since they had just accepted Master's plan to level up quickly yesterday, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to pour cold water on him today. Shuju came up, shaking his head and showing off his knowledge. "This rain is extremely cold and evil, meow. Once the cold evil enters the body, it's very difficult to dispel it, meow. Master, humans need a balanced and peaceful constitution. For example, Sister Huan has a cold constitution. She can wander around freely, but you'd be in great pain, meow. Don't force things just because you're a different species." Little Orange explained everything to Suin, fearing that his master might feel uncomfortable confused, or upset. The master had an old injury and had been nursing it. Just because it was getting better didn't mean it was completely healed. Emotional sensitivity is normal and requires care. The orange cat rubbed against the girl, wrapping its tail around her arm, trying to be considerate of Suin. His actions made Suin very clingy throughout the meal. During this simple meal, everyone clung to her, treating her like a baby, caring for her both physically and emotionally. Suin felt warm, but also a little uncomfortable. Was she causing trouble for everyone? Lunch consisted of previously baked bread paired with a corn and bacon soup, thick with the aroma of both meat and corn. It was clearly delicious, but she found herself unable to eat. She didn't even finish her small bowl of soup. Suin's situation today was caused by her attempt to go out with her doll to find treasure chests and fight monsters to increase her chances of leveling up. The incessant, ominous rain hindered her progress. The first day of progress after setting the plan was a failure. Suin knew going out would cause some inconvenience, but she didn't expect it to be so inconvenient. The outside world was more serious than she had imagined. It's hard to imagine how an ordinary person would get through this stage. Would it become so strange? In the afternoon, Suin didn't go out, nor did she bother to participate in the battle inside the protective shield or in the car. She just stayed at home. Without her, the baby who needed care, Huan and Xiaoli's efficiency increased significantly. Suin wanted to level up, to increase his progress, not slow it down. It seemed like fighting monsters on the highway wouldn't work, so he had to consider trying the platform. The scene everyone had been talking about the other day, the Holy Spirit amusement park, suddenly popped into his mind. Now that he thought about it, it seemed quite good. But Suin quickly shook the thought away. She was tired of living with her dolls, and challenging famous platforms was just for experience. Forget it. The dinner was sumptuous, but Suin still had no appetite, which Shuju shook his head repeatedly. It nudged itself against Suin, rubbing against him, using a series of skills to analyze its master's condition. The rain was causing more damage to humans than it had anticipated. No, the rain was partly to blame, but also partly to its master's already poor health. There seemed to be something about her body that she couldn't understand. She seemed to have lost a lot, like a permanent loss from a bargain with a god.